Suddenly, a grand sky curtain falls. Answering questions can revive people. Luffy trembles all over. You said who? The old lady casually replies, Fire Fist Ace. Luffy explodes on the spot. Ace was handed over to the Navy by Blackbeard. He needs to go to Impel Down to rescue him. On the day of departure, a famous live streaming system suddenly appears in the sky. An electronic voice echoes throughout the pirate world. Answering questions correctly can earn rewards, berries, abilities, and even revive people. Answering incorrectly will result in randomly losing something. Berries, memories, fruit abilities, or even lifespan. The broadcast will start in 5 minutes. Be prepared. The entire world is stunned. Roger's voice suddenly rings out. SkyCurtain? It can broadcast current events? Interesting. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku looks at Garp. Did you hear that? Garp pauses from eating senbei. Yeah, sounds familiar. Sengoku shouts at the SkyCurtain. Roger? Is that you? A prank? Roger replies. Sengoku? You died too. You died. I died 20 years ago. How are you talking to me if you didn't die? Sengoku is completely stunned. The Golden Lion appears. This SkyCurtain can connect the dead, and the living Roger greets him. Long time no see. Golden Lion before the two can chat for long. The system's voice sounds again. The first live broadcast begins. Famous scene, take me to the C2. Everyone is suddenly silenced. They can only stare at the SkyCurtain. The original text reads, the strong winds whip up the waves. Several meter-high waves continuously crash against the walls of water. 7 amidst the raging waves, the lights of the sea train illuminate, followed by the appearance of 2 figures. The figures are the sea train staff, who are about to check the situation when they are stopped. This is a confidential mission. No unrelated personnel are allowed to observe, says a man in a black suit. In the footage, the giant waves crash against the walls of Water 7. The sea train lights shine. The staff are stopped. Confidential mission. No bystanders allowed. World government personnel patrol. Robin appears, and a man with yellow eyebrows hides. His name only shows Sanji. A man in black carries a sack. Inside, someone shouts, I have 8,000 subordinates. You can't escape. No one pays him any mind. Rob Lucci lets the Navy board the train. The sea train heads toward Eni's lobby. Sanji sneaks aboard, complaining, before leaving, I said I wouldn't cause trouble. And here we are. Nami arrives at the station. The sea train has already left. She falls helplessly to the ground. The seawater rushes in. After finally escaping, she discovers clues and a transponder snail left by Sanji, then finds Luffy stuck in a wall. Chopper finds Zoro stuck in the chimney. The Straw Hat crew assembles, chasing after in another sea train. Sanji has already taken action, rescuing Usopp and Frankie. At this point in the video, the SkyCurtain can speak. Buggy shouts, why is the Straw Hat Kid in there? Is this his business? This system is too amazing. It can really revive people. Is the first famous scene about saving Robin? Will it later broadcast Ace's situation? In the next chapter, the QA session is coming. Who will answer correctly? Who will be unlucky? Hundreds of millions plead for Robin's pardon. This operation is too awesome. The SkyCurtain erupts. Nami shouts, Luffy, is everyone okay? Sanji responds, Miss Nami's sister Robin, Usopp, Zoro, and Frankie bubble up in succession. Brooke makes a suggestive joke. Can I take a look at your underwear? Chopper cries out in panic, is Luffy okay? Luffy holds down his straw hat, finally smiling. The video continues. Sanji tells Frankie Robin's story. Frankie listens with tears in his eyes. Suddenly, a Navy soldier is knocked down by a metal ball. Who is it? A masked man appears, with his own BGM. I am the Sniper King. Let's save that lady together. Sanji recognizes him at a glance, but doesn't expose him. The original text reads, after that, the three acted according to plan after continuous battles. The Sniper King finally sees Robin, but Robin refuses to leave with them. To protect the Straw Hat Pirates, she voluntarily follows CP9 to Eni's lobby. The three act according to plan, battling along the way. The Sniper King finally sees Robin, but she shakes her head. I won't go with you to protect the Straw Hat crew. She voluntarily goes with CP9 to Eni's lobby. The audience is directly overwhelmed. Carla is furious. Robin did nothing wrong. Why is the Navy chasing her? Sanji is heartbroken. Sister Robin, you've suffered so much. Dragon hits the nail on the head. The world government is afraid the history of the blank 100 years will be revealed. The next second, the SkyCurtain is flooded with messages. Pardon Nico Robin. She is innocent. She did nothing wrong. Hundreds of millions of messages refresh crazily. The civilians are going crazy. Using Robin's situation event, there are too many scum in the Navy. The celestial dragons have oppressed us for too long. The king can't even suppress it in time. The messages are flying faster than rockets at the Revolutionary Army's base. Robin looks at the SkyCurtain, tears welling in her eyes. Sabo is stunned. The civilians actually have such power. Dragon also reflects, I just got it a little, didn't expect such a big reaction. Robin sighs, they're not doing it for me. They're doing it for themselves. They've been oppressed by pirates, celestial dragons, and the government for too long. This is their anger. Sabo suddenly realizes, so that's why our revolutionary army can grow stronger. This wave of public sentiment is too shocking. The world government must be panicking. Will Robin be pardoned? Can the Sniper King save her? In the next chapter, will Luffy shout that famous line? I will definitely take you to the sea. Who defeated the ship-slicing hero T-Parn? Answer incorrectly and face 10 times the pain punishment. A man with a missing tooth appears in the video. Navy Colonel. Ship-slicing hero T-Parn. Sanji and the others trap him in the carriage. But the carriage gets detached, floating on the sea. The gods of water are furious. The Navy is about to be finished. T-Parn actually uses ropes to drag the carriage. Chasing the sea train while rescuing people. Suddenly, a Sea King emerges, trying to swallow them whole. He slays it with one sword. He doesn't even look at the corpse, then runs. In the distance, the lights of the sea train illuminate. He looks serious. The new arrivals don't mean well. Frankie's little brothers aim the cannon at him. The video suddenly cut off. A system sound exploded. First question, who defeated T-Bone? A Luffy B. Chopper C. Zoro D. Frankie's little brothers the first 4 to buzz in. Correct answers win a prize. Wrong answers face a penalty. Suddenly, red buttons appeared in front of everyone. They frantically pressed. The results came out. Bellamy, Nami, Buggy, Des Bones. Buggy exploded on the spot. That's unfair. The Straw Hat crew definitely knows the answer. The system ignored him and urged Bellamy to answer. He sneered. Luffy is the captain, so he must be the strongest. He'll choose A. Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Experience 10 times the pain during battle. Bellamy was stunned. How could that be wrong? It was Nami's turn. She didn't hesitate. I choose C. Roronoa Zoro. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. Rabbit Talisman. Nami suddenly had an octagonal stone in her hand with a rabbit pattern on it. She instantly understood. This thing could boost her speed, even break through time limits. She was overjoyed from now on. She wouldn't fear running away. The sky was in chaos again. What's the rabbit talisman all about? Come on, tell us. Straw Hat Crew's woman. Sanji, the protective husband, was online. Don't bully Miss Nami. Nami retorted. I want to tell you. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at Baby 5. Good job, Baby 5 beamed. As long as the young master needs me. Doflamingo was worried. Were the rewards and penalties mentioned by the system real? How strong is Zoro really? Can he defeat the Sword Slasher? How exhilarating is the tenfold pain penalty? In the next chapter, will Bellamy be in trouble? Is the system about to showcase Zoro's iconic scenes? Who destroyed the flag on Judicial Island? Answer correctly to restore youth. In the video, Zoro's 3-sword style, Bull Demon, sent T-Bone flying. Nami's answer was secure. The Straw Hat crew charged onto Judicial Island via the sea train. Breaking through all the gates, a flag fluttered in the sky. Luffy stood with 5 others at the top of the courthouse, gazing at the Tower of Justice. The video paused again. The system asked who destroyed the flag above Judicial Island. As Sanji B. Sniper King C. Zoro D. Luffy, the buzzing began. Law. Mr. 1, Smoker, and Moria seized the opportunity. Doflamingo told Law. Choose D. Law blurted out. I choose B. Sniper King. Baby 5 almost fainted. Idiot. The young master said to choose Luffy. Blackbeard laughed. Doflamingo, using your subordinates as test subjects? Big Mom and Kaido joined in the fun. This is a good idea. Law trembled in fear. Suddenly, the system prompted, congratulations on answering correctly. Reward. Restore youth. A warm current surged through him. His muscles bulged. He transformed back into his younger self. Doflamingo's expression changed. This reward is real. The original text states, Robin, wait a moment. We will come save you soon. Luffy shouted from afar. Unexpectedly, Nico Robin, with a stern expression, was unwilling to leave with the Straw Hat crew and only wanted them to leave. Luffy didn't care at all and even started picking his nose. He still wanted Robin to return to their side. And the other companions also tried to persuade her. The video continued. Luffy shouted, Robin, wait for us. But Robin yelled back, just go. Luffy picked his nose, indifferent. We want you back. His companions followed with persuasion. The scene cut to 20 years ago in O'Hara. The Buster Call flattened the island. Robin became the only survivor. Spandam pointed at the flag and laughed maniacally. That is the symbol of over 170 allied nations. This is the world. Can you resist? Luffy didn't care at all. So Robin's enemy is this Sniper King. Shoot through the flag. Understood. Ultimate move. Firebird Star. Usopp shot an arrow that pierced the flag. The world government's symbol was engulfed in flames. The audience erupted. Akainu activated the Buster Call without regard for civilians. He was furious. The Straw Hat crew actually dared to declare war on the world government. So daring. Crocodile sneered. Will Robin sacrifice herself for others? Who would have thought the Sniper King is Usopp? Did Luffy not notice? This move was too impressive. Can Doflamingo get more rewards? In the next chapter, will Robin finally shout, "I want to live"? Robin finally shouted, "I want to live." Luffy is going to Marineford to save Ace. Spandam looked at the burn flag. His face turned green. Are you crazy? Dare to be enemies with the world government? Luffy shouted back, "That's just fine with me." He stared at Robin. Say it with your own mouth. You want to live? Robin, tears streaming down her face, could no longer hold back. If I can live, I want. Take me to the sea. The system's sound echoed. Iconic scene playback complete. The Easter egg will air next time the sky dimmed. Luffy was already on his way to Impel Down. The Empress accompanied him. Watching him interact with Robin and Nami, she was about to explode with jealousy, but seeing him focused on saving Ace, she said nothing. Luffy caused a scene and Impel Down. But Ace had already been taken away by the Navy. Thanks to Bon Clay's help, he managed to escape, continuing the chase. Suddenly the sky lit up again. Second live broadcast starts. Iconic scene, such deep affection, truly grateful. First, play the follow-up Easter egg from last time. Luffy directly shouted, "Ace, wait for me to save you." Marco chimed in, "Dad, and we are here too." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Hahaha, my son, wait for me." Ace watched from Marineford, tears streaming down his face. "Don't take risks for me." Luffy was anxious. "I'm your brother." Whitebeard was even more domineering. "If I can't save my son, what kind of father am I?" Kaido watched the show from the side. "Looks like there's a good show to watch. You ho-ho." Big Mom pretended to be kind. "Whitebeard, beg me, and it'll help you." Whitebeard completely ignored her. Whitebeard. Straw Hat Luffy. "Everyone, thank you, but saving Ace is my responsibility. You don't need to take risks for me. Remember our promise. Let's meet again after I save Ace." Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. "You're our captain. How can we let the captain go on an adventure alone?" "Wait, that's right." 7. Upon seeing the message, Luffy, "Did something happen to your brother?" "I'm on my way." Sanji, Robin, Frankie, the Straw Hat crew all expressed their support. "We're all here to help." Usopp stubbornly said, "I've got a disease that prevents me from going to the island, but for you, it'll come." Luffy cried, "Everyone." The Easter egg began to play. Luffy raised his arm and called out, "Let's go." Everyone jumped down from the top of the tower, rushing towards Robin. Big events were about to unfold in Marineford. Whitebeard was going to confront the Navy Heathen. Could Luffy make it in time? Would Ace be saved? In the next chapter, the war at the top is coming. Is Whitebeard going to unleash a big move? The demon-slaying order bombs Judicial Island. Ace's real father isn't Whitebeard. Spandam took Robin and slipped away, leaving CP9 to deal with the Straw Hat crew. For the Sea Stone Key, everyone started fighting. Luffy faced Bruno with the Door fruit. He shifted to second gear and took him out instantly, then turned to confront Rob Lucci. Sanji encountered Khalifa, sticking to his principle of not hitting women. He got beaten badly. Nami took over. Chopper faced Wapple. Frankie confronted the Owl, going berserk after drinking cola. He secured the first victory. Chopper followed suit and went berserk. Nami used Mirage techniques, achieving consecutive victories. Zoro was suppressed by Giraffe Kaku. After getting the key, he went all out. Azura won Misty Silver. He took down his opponent. Sanji arrived just in time, kicking Gabra over, washing away the shame. Spandam, that fool, accidentally activated the Golden Snail. The demon-slaying order was initiated. He wanted to escape with Robin, but was blown away by Sniper King's explosive shot atop the Judicial Tower. Usopp fired his slingshot continuously. Blocking the Navy, Frankie seized the chance to rescue Robin. The next second, a rain of black cannonballs fell from the sky. The demon-slaying order went crazy. The Navy was dumbfounded. How could he hit from that far with a slingshot? The first shot was luck, but hitting all the others was incredible. On red-haired Shank's ship, Jesus Burgess laughed like crazy. "That's my son. My son." Big Mom suddenly called out, "Chopper is so cute. He should be my collection." Chopper cried in fear. "Luffy, help." Luffy confronted the Yonko. "Don't take my crew, or he'll beat you up." System notification. Easter egg ends. Main story begins. The scene shifted to Marineford. Ace was kneeling on the execution platform. Sengoku and Garp stood beside him. The three admirals, 100,085 warlords, on high alert. Sengoku called out, "Ace, say your father's name." Ace calmly replied, "My old man is Whitebeard." Sengoku shook his head. "No. Say your real father's name." Ace continued to insist. "My old man is Whitebeard." Will the Straw Hat crew survive the demon-slaying order? Who is Ace's real father? With such an arrangement at Marineford, something big is about to happen. In the next chapter, is Sengoku going to reveal a shocking secret? Is Whitebeard coming over with his crew to kill Ace? Is Roger's son? He was saved when he was a baby. Sengoku looked at Ace and dropped a bombshell. Your mother is Port Gas de Rouge. To keep you alive, she carried you for 20 months. The day you were born was her day of sacrifice. And your biological father is the Pirate King, Gold Roger. The whole place fell silent. Queen was stunned. Fire Fist, Ace is Roger's son? Buggy shouted. Captain Roger actually has a son? How did I not know this? Rayleigh's expression changed. It seems we can't just sit back and watch Roger, suddenly spoke. Rayleigh, Jabba, Shanks, I'm counting on you, Roger's former crew, collectively responded. It's time to set sail. The Navy headquarters instantly became tense. Sengoku had a headache. Whitebeard, red-haired Roger's former crew. This battle can't be fought. Akainu stubbornly retorted. A bunch of guys who should be eliminated. Garp was beside, munching on Senbei. Sengoku, punch him away. Is your grandson Luffy coming too? This is your family's matter. The system suddenly posed a question. Who saved baby Ace? Ajaba B. Murin C. Rayleigh D. Garp. The answer buzz began. Bista. Garp, teach. And Bryn fought for the opportunity. Bista spoke. I choose C. Rayleigh. Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Lose 1/5 of swordsmanship ability. He felt something was wrong right away. Swinging his sword at the sea, his strength was halved. Marco panicked. The system is real. Are you okay? Whitebeard's crew was all stunned. This penalty is too harsh. What will Garp say? Did he really save Ace? Roger's son is about to be executed. The former crew is coming to kill. Marineford is going to explode. In the next chapter, will Garp be exposed? I choose D myself. The Navy hero Garp actually saved Roger's son and gained lightspeed fist technique. Bista shook his head. I'm fine. I can train again if I lose my ability. The members of Whitebeard's pirate crew collectively opposed. We are brothers. How could we resent you for holding us back? Whitebeard laughed. Kuaha. After this quiz, we'll help Bista regain his ability first. When it was Garp's turn to answer, he slowly said, I choose D. Garp. The civilians erupted. Did I hear that wrong? The Navy hero saved the son of the Pirate King? It's impossible. There must be a mistake. The system directly slapped them in the face. Congratulations. Correct answer. Reward. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Garp instantly understood. This move could unleash hundreds of punches per second, with tremendous power, and could take out a group of people at once. The speed was even faster than light. The Navy headquarters turned pale. Is this real? The pirates went crazy with laughter. The Golden Lion roared. Ha ha. Garp, you actually protected Ace. Kaido waved his hand. Don't be a Navy anymore. Come hang out with me. Mingo smiled sinisterly. Fufufu. Helping the Pirate King raise his son. How interesting, someone suddenly shouted. Is Luffy Ace's brother? Could he also be Roger's son? The Navy was directly on the defensive. No wonder Garp couldn't catch Luffy. The hero's reputation is overrated. Don't say that about Vice Admiral Garp. Both sides started arguing. Garp said nothing. Akainu glared at Garp. As a Navy helping a pirate? How ridiculous. Hurry up and execute Ace. Sengoku sighed. The news has leaked. It will affect credibility. Akainu sneered. Credibility has long been lost. The sky began to display the answers. Why did Garp save Ace? How powerful is the Pegasus Meteor Fist? Is Luffy really Roger's son? In the next chapter, will Garp reveal his big move? Did Roger ask Garp to save his son before he died? Ace's mother was pregnant with him for 20 months. The screen flashed rapidly. In just a few seconds, Garp and Roger fought dozens of rounds. Did they become friends while fighting? The scene shifted to Impel Down 22 years ago. Garp holding an oil lamp, standing in front of Roger's cell. You actually turned yourself in? Are you crazy? Roger laughed. My child is about to be born, but I want Liv to see that. Garp, save him. I believe in you, Garp roared. Don't dream. I'm a Navy. Roger insisted. You will, please, the original text said. And that mother is Ace's mother. Port Gas de Rouge on the day she gave birth. Garp came to her. Rouge endured countless hardships to give birth to the child. But in the end, she could only say Ace's name before leaving this world. The Navy searched Bartolomeo for 10 months. Finding nothing they didn't know, Rouge, to protect her child, kept him in her womb for 20 months. On the day of childbirth, she used her last breath to say the words Ace, and then she was gone. Garp watched beside her. The civilians exploded. 20 months? How is that possible? Mother's love is so great. This is a miracle. Ace in prison looked at the sky, tears streaming down. Mom, someone started to curse. That's Roger's son. He shouldn't be alive. Because of her, how many pregnant women and children have been killed? Someone immediately retorted. That's the fault of the Navy and the world government. Is it right to kill innocents for stability? The pirates laughed at the Navy. Big Mom mocked. What's the difference between you and pirates? Kaido added. Just as ruthless as the O'Hara incident. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. The Navy's methods are darker than those of pirates. On Whitebeard's ship, Squard suddenly rushed out, pointing at Whitebeard and shouting, You knew all along? All my crew were killed by Roger. You let his son stay on the ship and made me call him brother for 2 or 3 years. The surroundings instantly quieted. Everyone forgot. Squard and Roger had a blood feud. Marco and the others exchanged glances, not knowing how to persuade. Why did Garp agree to Roger? How will Whitebeard comfort Squard? Will Ace collapse after knowing the truth? In the next chapter, will Squard turn against them? Is Whitebeard going to get serious? Did Rox actually revive? All the emperors are his subordinates. Whitebeard stared at Squard. Birth isn't a choice. Ace did nothing wrong. Did you enjoy your time with him? Squard was stunned. Those days were indeed happy, but he truly hated Roger. Whitebeard continued. No matter whose son he is my son. Don't blame his mistakes on him. These words struck Squard like thunder. He began to waver. Ace suddenly spoke. It's all my fault. Don't come to save me. I shouldn't be alive in this world. Whitebeard shouted. Nonsense. Dad will definitely save you. Luffy yelled. If you don't listen, I won't listen either. Wait for me. Roger spoke. Ace, I know you hate me, but I hope you can live. Ace shot back. You're not my dad. My dad is Whitebeard. You harmed my mom, harmed so many people. I don't need your compensation. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. Roger, you're pretty miserable. Suddenly a name exploded. Rox D. Zebek. Yo, long time no see. Lin Lin, Kaido, Newgate, my old subordinates. Did you miss me? Big Mom was stunned. Captain? You're here too? Kaido reminisced. Really nostalgic. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Hahaha. Long time no see. The civilians were dumbfounded. Who is Rox? How dare he call the emperors his subordinates? Pirates revealed. Is the captain of the Rox pirates. He became famous even before Roger. The Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom are all his subordinates. The world government erased his existence. The 5 elders in Mariewa stood up abruptly. How can this man appear? How much effort did we put in to erase him? If the Sky broadcasts his story, all our efforts are wasted. At Navy headquarters, Kazan asked Sengoku. The Rox pirates, is that the battle that made Garp a hero? Sengoku nodded. That's right. Kazura gasped. Legendary pirates have come out. It's too terrifying. Akainu snorted. No matter who it is, pirates must disappear. Once Rox appeared, the whole world exploded. What did he do back then? What is the world government afraid of? Will a showdown between the old and new pirate kings unfold next? In the next chapter, is Rox going to cause trouble? Is Garp's battle of becoming a legend going to be exposed? Sabati Archipelago. Shaki widened her eyes in disbelief. Rayleigh. That's right. It's him. Rayleigh replied, solemnly. Whitebeard pirates. Dad, is that person really your former captain? Kuaha. Yes, that man is truly remarkable. Wano country. He's actually Kaido's former captain. With Lord Kaido being so strong, how powerful must his captain be? In the new world, Wang Ji looked at the sky and couldn't help but laugh. It's been a long time, Captain Rox. The entire world was in turmoil. Because of the man who had reappeared, they couldn't help but focus their attention on him, forgetting about Ace and Roger. However, the screen did not show that, but rather began to play the subsequent scenes. A few years after Ace grew up, Garp took him to Windmill Village in the East Blue. As soon as they got off the boat, Ace looked around curiously and couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, is this the place where you lived when you were a child? When Ace in the video called out Grandpa, the others were shocked and turned their attention back. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Ho ho ho, Roger's son actually calls Garp Grandpa. How amusing. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Well, well, well. I guess Roger never expected this to happen. Captain Wang Ji. Now the question arises, since Ace is both Roger's son and Garp's grandson, what is the relationship between Garp and Roger? Golden Lion Shiki. Keek. That means they are father and son. Roger is Garp's son. Captain John. Is that really the case? Got it, haha. One Piece Roger. Carbu. Doflamingo. Fufufu. There are indeed many interesting things in this world. Golden Lion Shiki. By the way, I just remembered something. That Fire Fist Ace just now doesn't acknowledge Roger as his father. Instead, he firmly says that Whitebeard is his old man. Ha. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Well, doesn't that mean that Whitebeard is also Carp's son? Captain John. Haha. As the hero of the Navy, Carp has 2 sons. One is the former pirate king Roger, and the other is the current Yonko Whitebeard. That's really impressive. Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates was very angry and wanted to argue with the people in the sky, and the other crew members felt the same way. However, Whitebeard stopped them. Kuhu, sons, don't worry about these small matters. What is more important now is to save Ace. But Marco still felt a bit unwilling. Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. All right, let's continue watching the video. This is Ace's childhood. Don't you want to see if he has any dark history to laugh at him later? I want to... All right, Marco, since Dad doesn't care, you shouldn't think too much about it. At worst, later on, the brothers will accompany you to teach those people a lesson. Marco knew they were joking. After all, those speaking were either Yonko or legendary pirates, and they couldn't deal with them at all. However, after being comforted by his brothers, he felt more relaxed. At this moment, the video on the screen had reached the point where Carp brought Ace to meet the mountain bandit Dayton and Luffy. As soon as the two kids met, Luffy expressed his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Clown Buggy. Oh my, the Navy hero's grandson actually wants to become pirate. What a terrible education this is. Yellow Monkey Borsellino. Indeed, it's quite frightening, Mr. Carp. Moonlight Moria. By the way, from the video, it seems that Straw Hat Luffy is not the son of Pirate King Roger. So who is his father? Straw Hat Luffy. You mean my dad? He is. Little thief Nami. Luffy, shut up. If you dare to say it. Do you believe I'll hit you? Straw Hat Luffy. Nami. Zofia. I won't say it anymore. Sand Crocodile. It seems that Straw Hat's father is not simple either. After Crocodile's words, the system posed a question again. Ding. Question. Who is Monkey D? Luffy's father. A. Revolutionary Dragon. B. Pirate King Roger. C. Whitebeard Newgate. D. Admiral Son Goku. Now, the buzzer starts. Golden Lion Shiki. How did I make the list? This is a question you can easily score on. Clown Buggy. Agreed, no matter which answer, it's too ridiculous. Doflamingo. The answer to the question is obvious, but it's really unexpected. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Everyone's name ISNT fully listed. Should it be possible to judge directly from the names? Play Queen. So who got the chance to answer? Ding. The answering opportunity this time goes to Peach Rabbit Sugar, Sanji, and Jinx. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Toharu was very excited to see her name appear. Mr. Carp, please tell me, who is your son? Carp hesitated for a moment before saying a name. Although she had already guessed it, Toharu was still somewhat shocked to hear in person. Not just her, but the other naval generals present felt the same. After that, Toharu began to answer questions. Toharu, my answer is A. Revolutionary Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to Toharu for answering correctly. You have received the reward. Fong of the Shark. Like Carp before, Toharu felt a sudden surge of power within her. And it seemed she had suddenly learned a new move and was eager to try it out. Sengoku noticed her thoughts and wanted to see the capabilities of the system. Although Carp had also received rewards earlier, he hadn't demonstrated them for certain reasons. Now, since Toharu had also received a reward, it was a good opportunity to clarify just how powerful that system was. Thus, Sengoku signaled for Toharu to go outside and test it. Toharu went outside the headquarters and unleashed Fong of the Shark towards the sea. A sharp sword aura slashed toward the ocean, cutting the surface in half. Not only that, but the space above the sea seemed to be faintly splitting as well. Seeing this move, Sengoku and the others were shocked. He even directly praised Toharu, saying, "This is great. With this move, we will have more confidence in fighting against pirates." I'm afraid not. Toharu poured cold water on him after using this move. I feel like I lost half of my strength. It consumes a lot of my energy. For now, I can say it's because it's my first time using this move. But I think even if I practice this move hard afterwards, I probably won't be able to do much in such a short time. Toharu's words made Sengoku somewhat disappointed, but he didn't show it. It's okay, even so, your new ability is very powerful. Coupled with the strength Carp received, I still have some confidence in fighting those pirates. What are you talking about? The enemies we face are not just Whitebeard. They're also red-haired Shanks, and those from the Roger Pirates. Perhaps Kaido and Big Mom will also participate. With the current strength of the Navy, even with the 7 warlords, we can't possibly confront them, Carp said seriously. Then what do you suggest we do? Sengoku was somewhat dissatisfied with Carp's words, feeling that the other party was dampening their morale. Carp paused for a moment and said, since it has come to this, why not cancel the public execution? Akainu, hearing Carp's words, spoke angrily. Now to cancel the public execution, where would that leave our Navy's face? Will the public still believe us afterwards? I think you are being selfish, wanting to save Fire Fist Ace at this opportunity. Akainu, whether you believe it or not, I don't want to do this. Whatever. Anyway, from my perspective, those guys you're afraid of are already old. Let them come. Akainu will definitely eliminate them all, Akainu said coldly, not allowing the cancellation of the public execution. Sengoku thought for a moment and also agreed with his idea. Then Akainu thought of something. By the way, since that Straw Hat Luffy is the son of the rebel leader, then he shouldn't exist either. If he dares to come later, I will definitely kill him. Akainu, if you really do that, I can't guarantee that I can control myself. Hearing Akainu's words, Carp shot him a cold, fierce look. Is that so? Then just wait, Akainu said dismissively. Do you want to fight me right now? Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Enough. Both of you shut up. The pirates haven't even arrived, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves? Sengoku quickly stopped them as it looked like the two were about to fight. The two then quieted down, but judging by their expressions, they were clearly not at peace. Borsalino looked around and couldn't help but say, "This is terrifying. Is Akainu going to fight Mr. Carp?" Kazan hurriedly stopped him. "Shut up. It's none of your business." Sengoku also shot him a glare, and only then did Borsalino close his mouth. The atmosphere among those present was somewhat tense because of this incident, but the sky above was buzzing with excitement. "Captain John, Carp has another son, and he asked the leader of the rebels. I've never admired anyone, but Carp, you're one. Tina, I really didn't expect this. I'm so surprised. Little thief Nami, I thought stopping Luffy would solve everything, but it turned out he was still discovered. God Usopp, I can already foresee our fate. Blackleg Sanji, there's no helping it. Who told Luffy to be our captain? As crew members, we have to advance and retreat with our captain. Silver Lion Shiki, so that means Dragon and Roger are brothers. Fire Calamity Kinnaman, not just that, you have to add Whitebeard, Drought Jack, that's right, this is too funny. Immortal Bird Marco, you guys, if you dare to mock that again, I want to let you go. Play Quinn, come on. Are you afraid of me? Captain Wang Ji, but I really didn't expect this. Carp, as a navy, his son is the leader of the rebels, and his grandson aspires to be the pirate king. This kind of educational ability is truly astonishing. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, well, Carp, I think we can have a good chat about educating children. 100 Beast Kaido, what? Do you want him to be the father of your next child? Who? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, well, that is not impossible. Silver Axe, Carp, would you agree? Carp did not respond, and, at this moment, the sky began to play the subsequent scenes of the Marineford War. As the alarm sounded, one pirate ship after another began to invade the Navy headquarters, with 43 pirate ships scattered in the offshore waters. In the bay of the Navy headquarters, as circles of white ripples emerged, the water surface suddenly rose. And the Whitebeard pirate's mothership, the Moby Dick, broke through the sea. Then, more whale ships appeared. On the bow of the Moby Dick, 14 division commanders lined up. Whitebeard walked out from behind them, holding his supreme great knife, exuding an imposing aura. Kuha, Sengoku, long time no see. Pirate One, is this the Whitebeard, one of the four emperors? The sense of oppression is so strong. Pirate 2, how did he manage to invade the Navy headquarters all at once? Pirate 3, it's coded. And they actually coded such a long ship. Choosing to invade from underwater is truly incredible. Pirate 4, but the sky has exposed this method. So Whitebeard and the others won't be able to use it anymore. The Navy will definitely take precautions. Whitebeard pirates, damn it, our battle method has been exposed. What should we do, old man? Calm down, sons. There are more ways to invade than just this one. Keep coding the ship. Yes, old man. Whitebeard comforted the others, his tone full of confidence. At this moment in the video, the battle had already begun. Whitebeard plunged his supreme great blade into the ship's bow, then swung his fists violently to the left and right, beginning to use his devil fruit ability. Boom! Boom! A heavy sound echoed, and a dramatic change began around Whitebeard. The sea started to surge violently, and the sky seemed as if it would tear apart. This is the power of the Tremor fruit, the strongest paramecia fruit. After that, Whitebeard retracted his fists, and the surroundings calmed down. Civilian 1. What a joke. What terrifying power this is, capable of resonating the ocean. Capone Beach. Is this really the strongest man in legend? Buggy the Clown. It can even tear the sky apart. How terrifying. Eustace Kid. It just looks imposing. In the future, I will definitely surpass him. News King Morgans. But is this all there is to it? It seems a bit unworthy of the title of the strongest man. Moonlight Moria. Indeed, this is just that. Hardly worth fearing. Charlotte Paraspero. What are you looking at? Is this move not over yet? Perona. Master Moria. Quickly look at the sea surface. A tsunami. A tsunami is coming. What? Everyone's gaze turned back, and at this moment, the video had undergone a tremendous change. The sea surface began to shake violently, accompanied by loud booms. Starting from the Navy headquarters, the surrounding sea surface was rolling with waves, and they grew higher and higher, ultimately reaching an unimaginable height. A tsunami hundreds of meters high was rushing towards the Navy headquarters, about to engulf it. News King Morgans. As expected, this is Whitebeard's true power, capable of triggering a tsunami. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Mama, Newgate, you're still so strong. Diamond Jozu. Have you seen the old man's power now? Sky Island Monk Urki. Is this what the four emperors are like? An unimaginable power. Eustace Kid. For emperors, I will definitely defeat them in the future. Beast Kaido. Oh ho ho ho, kid, you have some guts. Captain Wang Ji. Well done. Newgate, just drown the Navy like this. Gold Lion Shiki. Huh, you're absolutely right. Navy 1. How could this happen? Is the naval headquarters really destroyed like this? Navy 2, look over there. Everyone's gaze turned. Just as the tsunami was about to crash down, Aokiji suddenly leaped up and charged towards the tsunami. Ice Age. He spread his arms and used the powers of the ice fruit, instantly freezing the tsunami and stopping it from falling. After that, Aokiji immediately attacked Whitebeard with ice spears. However, Whitebeard merely scoffed and swung his fist, breaking Aokiji's ice spears. But Whitebeard's assault didn't stop there. After Aokiji's spear shattered, his icy body began to crack and fall. However, he quickly reappeared, using his fruit ability to freeze the entire bay. At this point, the war officially began. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates led their subordinates in a battle, while the elite vice admirals of the Navy began to respond, and the battle was extremely fierce. Civilian 1. Although the power of the 4 emperors is strong, the abilities of the Navy's admirals should not be underestimated. Navy 3. Of course, that's Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Civilian 2. Truly worthy of being an admiral, he instantly froze such a terrifying tsunami. Naval 4. Moreover, in this war, it's not just Admiral Aokiji who is a general. Navy 5. That's right, in this war, the Navy not only has 3 great admirals, but also the warlord of the sea and Navy hero Admiral Carp. The Whitebeard pirates are simply not our match. Navy 6. You're right. We will definitely defeat the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy will win, justice will prevail. Diamond Jaws. Hey, don't be too arrogant. The Whitebeard pirates are not as weak as you think. Just wait and see. Akainu Sakazuki. What the Whitebeard pirates, what the 4 emperors. You are about to perish alongside the most evil bloodline in this world. Marco the Phoenix. Then we shall wait and see. At this moment, the video being played in the sky shows the battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates in a heated stage. However, the appearance of one man shocks everyone. This man is the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Looking at Whitebeard before him, Mihawk slowly drew his supreme blade, Black Blade Yuru. Beside him, Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled and said, Fufufu, it's quite surprising that you would be the first to strike. I just want to see how great the gap is between him and me. Mihawk calmly replied, then swung his sword, directly slashing towards Whitebeard, who stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. As he unleashed his move, the supreme blade Black Blade Yuru began to emit a green light. A powerful sword intent enveloped the entire area, shocking countless people. This strike spanned nearly half the battlefield, charging straight at Whitebeard. Everyone around this strike was knocked down. Yet, facing this extremely strong move, Whitebeard's expression remained calm. Moreover, he made no movements even as the strike was about to fall. Just as the slash was about to cleave the Moby Dick, suddenly a person appeared and directly embraced the attack. The person was none other than Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the hardest man in the world. He sent Mihawk's slash into the sky, yet he bore no wounds. Pirate 1. I didn't expect that the lone wolf Hawkeye would actually participate in this war. Pirate 2. Yeah, when he first appeared on screen, I thought I was seeing things. Pirate 3. What an impressive slash. It said that many people can't even move out of fear when they see him, not daring to resist at all. Red-haired Shanks. Mihawk, you're still so unconventional. You must have only agreed to join to fight Whitebeard, right? Hawkeye's Mihawk, yeah, but my attack was blocked. Civilian 1. But who was the one that blocked the slash? They were able to withstand the attack of the world's greatest swordsman. At first, I thought that person was an idiot for using their body to block the attack. Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division member. You're the idiot. That's our captain, Diamond Jozu. He's the user of the diamond fruit, the hardest man in the world. Civilian 2. Wow, shining diamonds. I wish I could chip off a piece. Pirate 4. To be honest, I'm a bit tempted too. Diamond Jozu. If you want it, come find me, haha. At this moment, the video shifted away from Mihawk and focused on another powerful force of the Navy. Admiral Kazuru stood up, staring at the position of Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are truly terrifying, each one like a monster. If that's the case, then we have to take down the captain first. After saying that, his body transformed into countless beams of light, and the entire video was engulfed by his radiant glow. In the next instant, as the light dissipated, Kizaru had already arrived above Whitebeard. Jata no Kagami. As Kizaru launched his attack, countless points of light rained down towards Whitebeard below. However, Whitebeard remained still. not dodging but quietly waiting for the attack to land. At this moment, a burst of blue flames erupted, and Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, directly intercepted Kizaru's attack. "There's no way I'm letting you hurt Pops." He transformed into a phoenix and charged at Kizaru, kicking him away with a single blow. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 1. Captain Marco is amazing, just as expected of him. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 2. Oh, what Navy powerhouses. They're no match for Captain Marco at all. Navy 1. Impossible, Mr. Kizaru cannot be defeated so easily. Navy 2. That's right, as one of the 3 admirals, it's impossible to have only this level of strength. Navy 3. Even if I'm kicked away by Whitebeard, at least the opponent is one of the 4 emperors. The Navy 4. Mr. Kizaru must have a backup plan. You pirates shouldn't be too arrogant. In the sky, Marco kicking Kizaru sparked a heated discussion. Some began to question the combat power of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Fortunately, the video continued to play, clearing Kizaru's name. After Marco kicked Kizaru, in just an instant, a burst of light flashed, and Kizaru reappeared in the video, completely unharmed. On the other side, Diamond Jozu punched the ice surface, then lifted a massive ice block and threw it towards the execution platform. The attack was fierce and was about to smash down. The next second, Sakazuki stood up and began to use his devil fruit ability. His arm started to melt, and then a large amount of magma appeared, with a move called Great Eruption directly piercing through the giant ice block. But his attack didn't stop there. The giant fist made of magma exploded violently, turning into countless fire meteors falling down. Under the fire meteors, both the Navy and the pirates could only flee in all directions, having no power to resist. As for the ships that had already been frozen by Akiji's ice, once hit by the fire meteors, they could only be burned to the ground. Suddenly, one fire meteor flew towards the bow of the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard was located. However, this time he did not choose to stand by. Instead, he drew his supreme blade, the tornado cut, and placed the fire meteor on the blade's edge. With a gentle huh, the fire meteor was instantly extinguished. Little Magma Boy, your attack should be used to light candles on a birthday cake. Golden Lion Shiki, hahaha. Newgate, you really know how to taunt. Civilian 1. Each of the 3 admirals of the Navy is so powerful. Is this what top-tier combat strength looks like? Pirate 1. Truly. This is the power of the Logia-type magma fruit. When it's activated, it feels like the apocalypse. Civilian 2. But, looking at such a powerful attack, it was just blown away in one breath by that Whitebeard. Pirates 2. This is the power of the strongest man in the world. Navy 1. Everyone's battle is so exciting. I wonder if there's more to come. The audience is shocked by this war, while the people in the video are still fighting fiercely. Boom, boom. A heavy footstep sounds, causing the ground to tremble. Then, a green figure emerges from the mist. A figure that is enormous, much larger than even the giants. It is Little Oars. As soon as he appears, he shouts, "Ace, I will never let you die." Then, Little Oars begins to attack the Navy headquarters. Due to his massive size, the Navy's cannonballs have no effect on him. With a giant cleaver in his hand, Little Oars continuously cuts down several warships. He moves forward slowly against the Navy's cannon fire. Even when the Navy sends 8 giant commanders to confront him, it is futile. They cannot stop Little Oars' advance. Seeing his reckless approach, Whitebeard cannot help but advise, Oars, charging forward recklessly is not the same as being brave. However, Little Oars firmly states that he wants to rescue Ace as quickly as possible. After hearing Little Oars' response, Whitebeard is left with no choice but to helplessly ask others to cover him. The appearance of Little Oars also surprises the onlookers. Civilian 1. What is that thing? Is it a monster? Navy 1. It should be the giant clan. Civilian 2. How could there be such a large giant clan? Those few giant commanders in the Navy look like children compared to him. Whitebeard Pirates Crew 1. That's our Captain Oars. He's not some kind of monster. Whitebeard Pirates Crew 2. Our Captain Oars is indeed from the giant clan, but not just any giant. He is a legendary ancient giant, a descendant of the Oars from 500 years ago. Pirate 1. Is that the Oz from the land of Wano? Pirate 2. No wonder he's so powerful. Moonlight Moria. Hee, is he a descendant of the Oars family? I really want him to be part of my collection. Plague Queen. What is so great about the ancient giant race? They can't compare to our brute conquerors. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 3. It should be your brute conquerors who can't compare to our Captain Oars. He's a true ancient giant. Pirates 3. Don't argue yet. The camera has shifted again. Hurry and look, that's. In Pirates 4, the beautiful sky, the dialogue continues endlessly. While the video has shifted from Little Oars to another battlefield, a woman of stunning beauty appears on the battlefield. She is the world's #1 beauty, Empress Boa Hancock. With a single move, Arrow of Captivation, countless pink arrows are shot out in all directions, petrifying both the Navy and pirates alike, regardless of their affiliations. Although I have agreed to fight alongside you, it does not mean I am your ally, the Empress states, looking down at everyone present with a cold and proud expression. To her, the words of men, whether they are enemies or allies, hold no distinction. At this point, she suddenly shifts her demeanor to that of a shy little girl. Except when it comes to that one person. The Empress's entrance causes the audience to lose control of themselves. Pirate Yidan Ohohoho. Commoner 1. So that's the world's #1 beauty? She's really stunning. Blackleg Sanji. Woman beauty. Pirate 2. Lady Empress, I will follow you forever. Navy 1. This woman. As a warlord of the sea, why is she being attacked, even by the Navy? Navy 2. Really, I don't know what I'm doing. Pirates 3. Hey, you are not allowed to say that about Empress. Empress is always right. One Piece 4. By the way, there is something I am very curious about. Who is the person that Lady Empress mentioned? Pirate 5. I am also curious how such a proud pirate empress can make a little girl-like expression. One Piece 6. Could it be that Lady Hancock has fallen in love? Pirate 7. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Pirate 8. Damn it. Who on earth is that adult? Step forward. I promise I won't kill you. Because of the Empress, a huge debate erupted in the sky, which took a long time to subside. At this moment in the video, Little Oars had already invaded the edge of the base square. Ace, wait a bit longer. I'll save you soon. Little Oars braved the Navy's cannon fire, struggling toward the execution platform. Just then, the warlord tyrant Bartholomew Kuma had compressed the surrounding air, delivering a powerful blow directly to Little Oars' abdomen. Little Oars was sent flying, battered and bruised, bleeding profusely. Besides him, many members of the Whitebeard pirates and elite Navy soldiers were also sent flying by Kuma's attack. Boom! Boom! Kuma's move, Ursa Shock, was incredibly powerful, exploding on the ice and ultimately creating a nearly 100-meter wide pit. Little Oars fell to the ground, heavily injured and on the verge of losing consciousness. But in order to save Ace, he still stood up with determination. With the thought of taking down a warlord, Little Oars charged toward Don Quixote Doflamingo again. Unfortunately, in his severely injured state, he was no match for Doflamingo. With a mere flick of his finger, Little Oars' right foot was severed. Then, Gecko Moria charged in, saying, "Hee, this guy's corpse is mine." After that, he pierced Little Oars' body with the shadow spear in his hand, and Little Oars finally fell. Seeing Little Oars fall, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but cry out, "Captain Oars! Oars! Little Oars! The immortal Marco! Damn warlords! How dare you do this to Little Oars? I won't let you off. Diamond Jozu, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria. Huh? I'll remember you. Doflamingo. Fufufu a threat? How interesting, then come at me. Gecko Moria. Hee bring it on. Maybe I can get a few more collectibles." When Marco of the Whitebeard pirates saw Little Oars fall, he slammed the ship's hull angrily. Damn it. He was very upset. Even though he later made strong remarks in the sky, he still felt indignant, as did the other crew members. Whitebeard, seeing everyone's reaction, comforted them. "All right, sons. That was just a vision of the future. It hasn't happened yet. We still have a chance to change it. Now, I hope you can quickly shake off your low spirits and keep going. We still need to save Ace." "Understood, Dad, I get it. Little Oars. Don't be so impulsive in the battles to come. I'll be watching you." "I understand." In the Navy headquarters, they saw Little Oars sacrifice so much to save him. Unable to control his emotions any longer, he couldn't help but shout, "Oars." He actually wanted to say something on the screen, but the reason Little Oars acted that way was all because of him. Thinking about this, Ace completely lost track of what to say and could only feel heartbroken alone in the prison. At this moment, the video on the screen continued to play and did not stop because of Little Oars' fall. Worried about Little Oars, Whitebeard couldn't help but show a flaw. Vice Admiral Longs of the Navy headquarters seized the opportunity and swung his double-sided axe directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard sensed it and threw a punch, shattering Long's axe with his furious fist. He then pinned Longs down at the bow of the ship. With a loud bang, the helmet worn by the Navy Rear Admiral exploded. Following that, Long's eyes rolled back, blood gushed from his head, and he collapsed. On the other side, the fall of Little Oars ignited the fighting spirit of the Whitebeard pirates. They fought with increasing vigor, charging forward along the path created by Little Oars. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates' 13th Division, Odomos the Water Buffalo, confronted Don Quixote Doflamingo directly to avenge Little Oars. Unfortunately, Doflamingo's strength was formidable. He merely flicked his finger, and Atomos felt he could no longer control his body. Fufufu, pirates are evil, and the Navy is justice. Such things have been rewritten countless times. Those who do not know what peace is, and those who do not know what war is, have different concepts. Only those at the highest point can define good and evil. Justice will win, and that is natural because only the victors are just. Doflamingo said with a laugh, then directly controlled Atomos with his finger to strike at his own teammates. The war grew more intense, and it was no longer something that could be easily stopped. Atomos, Doflamingo, what have you done? Why am I attacking my comrades? Doflamingo, Fufufu, the weak have no right to know. Shiki the Golden Lion, Kekekek, what a wonderful ability. I really like it. This is how it should be done. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks, although I hate the Navy, I find it quite amusing to see Newgate suffer, hahaha. Kaido of the Beasts, Doflamingo, I didn't expect your parasitic control ability to be this well mastered. Pirate One, it's really amazing. With just one illumination, that water buffalo Atomos was controlled. He is the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and couldn't withstand even one move from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Pirate 2, as expected of the 7 warlords under the 4 emperors, they are truly formidable. Whitebeard Pirates Crew 1, Doflamingo, just you wait. Not only little oars, but now even Captain Atmos has been hurt by you. We, the Whitebeard Pirates, will not let you go. Doflamingo, Fufufu, good, then I'll wait for you. Remember to be prepared to die. In the video from the sky, the Marineford War is reaching a fever pitch, and at this moment, the battlefield is changing once again. The Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates are in a fierce battle when suddenly, a warship falls from the sky. The Navy initially believed that it was a surprise attack launched by the Whitebeard Pirates after they seized the warship. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard Pirates thought that the warship was part of the Navy's combat plan. However, as the warship descended and the figures on it gradually became clear to everyone present, they were all stunned. The people on board did not belong to the Navy or the Whitebeard Pirates, but rather to a sudden third force. Ace, who was on the execution platform, was equally taken aback by a shout that pierced the sky. Carp beside him had a dazed expression, while Sengoku on the other side had a grim face. The Empress Boa Hancock was blushing, and Gecko Moria was gritting his teeth. The reason was simple. The newcomers were none other than the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. As soon as Luffy and his crew from Impel Down made their appearance, it sparked discussions among various factions. Civilian 1, something is falling from the sky. Navy 1, is that a warship? Is it part of the Navy? Navy 2, no. Those people are wearing prison uniforms. They are prisoners from Impel Down. How did they escape? Pirate 1, the one leading them is that Straw Hat Luffy. I can't believe he actually broke into the Navy headquarters. It's so surprising. Pirate 2, it's not just him, but also the former warlord, Crocodile. How could he be with the Straw Hat Kid? It seems like they're on the same side. Commoner 2, but who is that big face guy? And what about that red nose? Jester Buggy, what red nose? I am Buggy the Clown. Pirate 3, that person, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Okama King. Ivankov. Pirate 4, and there's that fishman, Jinbe, who is also one of the 7 warlords. Commoner 3, oh my, what a miraculous team this is. The focus is not on this. The focus is that these people all escaped from Impel Down. Pirate 5, Impel Down, that deep-sea prison? The one known for its impregnable walls? Naval 4, impossible. Since the construction of Impel Down, only the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, has successfully escaped. And it is said that he paid the price with his feet. How the Straw Hat Kids managed to get so many people out? It's simply impossible. News King Morgans. Are these all prisoners from Impel Down? Does this mean Impel Down has been breached? This is really big news. I wonder if the Straw Hat Kids have successfully broken out. I need to check quickly. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, what's there to check? Just ask them directly. Straw Hat Kids, have you escaped from Impel Down? Straw Hat Luffy. Of course, Ace. I'm already on my way to rescue you. Wait for me. Navy 5, surprisingly. It really broke. Naval Headquarters. Marine Admiral Sakazuki's expression darkened as he saw Luffy's appearance in the video. You come, Luffy. Sakazuki snorted coldly, thinking about how his own grandson was causing chaos in the Navy, questioning how he could still be considered a Navy hero. Furthermore, that Straw Hat Luffy actually dared to cause a ruckus in Impel Down, and he had previously thought he didn't have time to capture him. He never expected that Luffy would bring those people to their own doom. Just right, no one will escape this time, including your grandson, Straw Hat Luffy. As Sakazuki said this, he glanced at Carp. Similarly, Carp felt the killing intent in Sakazuki's words towards Luffy and turned to look at him. The two were in a tense standoff, the atmosphere extremely heavy. At this moment, Sengoku stepped in to mediate. All right, Sakazuki, Say less, let's continue watching the video. With this, we can figure out their tactics early and prepare accordingly. And Carp calmed down. After he said this, the two seemed to be persuaded by him again and redirected their gazes back to the video screen. In Impel Down, a prisoner exclaimed, "Look, we're on the screen." When one prisoner saw his image on the screen, he immediately shouted, drawing the attention of others. Where? It's real, I see myself. I see it too. I can't believe we actually invaded the Navy headquarters and participated in such an intense battle. Yeah, this is all thanks to Captain Buggy's leadership. Hearing this, Buggy couldn't help but boast, cough. As long as you follow my lead, you won't be disappointed. Oh, Captain Buggy, long live. The prisoners began to flatter Buggy. While on the ship's bow, Luffy, after making his declaration on the screen, silently vowed to himself, "Ace, I will definitely come to save you," just like in the video. Beside him, Ivankov looked at Luffy, feeling proud and thought, "Don't worry, Straw Hat Boy, we will definitely save Ace in time." Meanwhile, in the Alabasta Kingdom, Vivi and others watching the video also saw the scene of Luffy appearing alongside Crocodile. King Cobra couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't Crocodile captured and Impel Down? Why is Mr. Luffy appearing with him? The nearby captain of the guard, Ikaram, and others were equally puzzled. However, Vivi looked at the screen and recalled her past adventures with Luffy, firmly stating, "I believe in Luffy. He must have his reasons for doing this." Members of the Fishman pirate crew watched in disbelief as Jinbei descended from the sky alongside Luffy. They had previously heard that Jinbei was imprisoned and impelled down for some reason, and they had wanted to rescue him, but now they saw this scene. Is that Jinbei? He is also involved in this battle? Yeah, it's hard to believe. As a fishman, he is actually helping humans. The fishmen looked at each other in surprise, not expecting such a thing to happen. At this moment, a weak voice piped up, "So, should we still go rescue Jinbei?" The fishmen exchanged glances, and the leader made a decisive call. "Forget it. Let's pause our actions for now. The real Marineford War is about to begin, and maybe Jinbei has already escaped like he did in the video. Let us not act rashly for now. We'll discuss it after this video finishes." At the Revolutionary Army's base in Krau, they also couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the video, "Is that Mr. Ivankov?" Sabo glanced over and confirmed, "Yes, it really is Mr. Ivankov. He actually escaped from Impel Down." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding revolutionaries were stunned. He escaped from Impel Down? This is an unprecedented jailbreak, truly worthy of Mr. Ivankov. The Revolutionary Army base was abuzz with discussions, and many other places were also talking about this matter. Meanwhile, the video on the screen continued. As Luffy and the others fell from the sky, they thought they were going to crash, but unexpectedly, they landed right in a hole created by Diamond Jozu, successfully touching down. He looked at Ace and called out his name with deep emotion, and Ace, who was on the execution platform, responded, "Touched." Moria also had the same question as others. How did Straw Hat Luffy escape from Impel Down? Big Mouth Girl, Charlotte Pudding. I really want to know how that Straw Hat guy did it. Fire Tank Pirate Crew, Captain Capone Beach, Straw Hat Luffy, Warlord Crocodile, Jinbei, and the Okama King Ivankov. All these people together might really succeed. Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Captain always does such unexpected things. Skypea Monk Urki. After this battle, he should become famous. Eustace Kid. Damn it, he stole all the spotlight. No, I have to do something shocking too. Fallen Marine Major Drake. That Straw Hat Kid is truly an incredible pirate. First, he stormed Judiciary Island for his comrades. And now he is breaking into Impel Down for his brother. He is really loyal. Hyaming Skilletman. But how did he do it? It seems impossible no matter how you think about it. Pirate 1. Indeed, I'm really curious. Can you show us the truth, SkyCurtain? Pirate 2, yes. We all want to see it. As the crowd called out in the sky, the video shifted and it actually turned to a scene in Impel Down. The camera started with Buggy successfully escaping the prison that had trapped him, thanks to the power of the Chop Chop fruit. However, he soon encountered the pursuit of the blue gorilla guards and was forced to flee. As a result, he ran right into Luffy, who had snuck in. After a brief disagreement, the two started fighting. Then, Luffy stated that he didn't want to hide anymore and decided to counterattack. With a flurry of moves, Luffy successfully defeated all 5 blue gorillas. Afterwards, the two initially planned to go their separate ways, with Luffy continuing to search for Ace and Buggy planning to escape. However, Buggy suddenly remembered Captain John's treasure and decided to help Luffy in exchange for it. Thus, he returned to Luffy's side and began to explain the situation in Impel Down. I'll say this only once, Straw Hat Kid. Listen carefully and don't forget. Impel Down is divided into several levels. We are currently on the first underground level, And there are several more levels below, like the second and third levels. The deeper you go, the more brutal the prisoners become. Officially, they're only up to the 5th underground level, but I've heard that there are even deeper prisons where the most vicious criminals are held. In my opinion, Ace might be imprisoned there. After Buggy patiently finished speaking, Luffy smiled and thanked him, feeling that he had changed a lot. However, when Buggy heard this, he inadvertently revealed that he was helping Luffy because of Captain John's treasure. Little did he know that Luffy, after hearing this, directly handed over the arm ring that had the treasure map of Captain John to Buggy. Once Buggy got the arm ring, he planned to make a run for it. But unexpectedly, Luffy misunderstood him and punched through the wall. After pushing through, they accidentally ended up in the hell of Red Lotus. Little thief Nami, Luffy, you must not give away that arm ring. Straw Hat Luffy, ah, but I already gave it to Buggy. Little thief Nami, what? You idiot. Commoner 1, they say that Red-Nosed Guy is really weak. Straw Hat Luffy took down all 5 blue gorillas, and he didn't even take down one. Pirate 1, yeah. Otherwise, how could he be in the first underground layer? Isn't it just because he's too weak? Joker Buggy, hey, what do you mean by that? If you dare to look down on me, do you believe that Lord Buggy will beat you up? Pirate 2, but that arm ring actually is Captain John's treasure. I had never heard of it before. Pirate 3, it is said that Captain John obtained it from a certain pirate crew, a huge treasure. Captain Wang Ji John, could it be that this treasure is what you inherited from the Rocks Pirates? Captain John, haha, it's been so long that I've forgotten whether such a treasure even exists. Pirate 4, Rocks Pirates. Oh my, if it's really the treasure of this pirate crew, then it truly is an unimaginable treasure. Pirate 5, hey, that guy named Buggy, why don't you share the treasure map? Everyone can help out together. Buggy the Clown, no way. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the treasure of the Rocks Pirates. I'm a bit jealous too, haha. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, Red Nose, I'd be willing to help you. I hope you'll consider it. Golden Finger Shiki, then count me in as well. Seeing so many big names on the screen wanting Captain John's treasure map, Buggy was a bit scared and hid to the side, not daring to show his face again, just watching the screen keep lowering. Commoner 2, look, what is that? Sky Island Monk Urage. Is this the legendary hell of the Red Lotus? Commoner 3, that sword grass looks very sharp. No wonder there's so much blood on it. Pirate 6, I don't know how Luffy and the others will get through. This is just the first layer. What will they do in the following layers? Some people harbored such concerns and continued to watch the video on the sky. Because Buggy is a user of the Chop Chop fruit, he is not afraid of any slashing attacks. Therefore, he directly had Luffy throw his own feet on the ground. After that, he used his body to bring Luffy to the center of the hell of Red Lotus, where they found the path to the second underground layer. The second underground layer is the Beast Hell. Once Luffy found the way, he jumped down without hesitation. Buggy initially didn't plan to go down, but unexpectedly, a sudden blue gorilla jailer chopped Buggy down. When both he and Luffy reached the Beast Hell, the first thing that appeared in front of them was a small hippopotamus. At first, both of them didn't think much of it, but the little hippo suddenly changed and bit Buggy's upper body. After that, it started to circle around the 2 members of the Straw Hat crew. Fortunately, Buggy used his upper body to help and managed to deal with the little hippo. Then the 2 encountered the mantis jailers of the second underground layer. Although they looked formidable, they were quickly taken care of by the 2. After 2 consecutive successes, they began to doubt the ferocity of the Beast Hell. At that moment, the real beasts appeared and Luffy and Buggy hurriedly fled again. Then Luffy used Gear 3rd and directly killed the beast. Meanwhile, Buggy went to the side of another cell and released all the prisoners on the second layer. Seeing Buggy's actions, the viewers couldn't help but feel shocked. Navy 1. So those prisoners were all released by that Buggy? The Navy actually released so many heinous criminals. It's truly unforgivable. Pirate 1. Well done. That's how it should be done. That clown Buggy, I support you. Civilian 1. So many prisoners have been released. How are we supposed to live now? They will definitely come back to bully us. Civilian 2. I hope the Marines can quickly catch all the prisoners again. Only then will I feel a bit more at ease. Civilian 3. That's right. Dear Marines, you must help us. You need to catch those bad guys back as soon as possible. Navy 3. Don't worry. We will definitely capture all those prisoners. Marshal Sengoku. Citizens, please rest assured. Our Navy will not disappoint you. We will not let a single one of those prisoners go. Akainu Sakazuki. Whether it's Straw Hat Luffy or the Clown Buggy, just you wait. And to those prisoners who escaped from Impel Down, I will make sure to apprehend all of you. Red-haired Shanks. Haha. Buggy, you ran into Luffy, huh? Clown Buggy. Shut up, Shanks. Civilian 4, what? That Clown Buggy actually knows one of the 4 emperors, Red-haired Shanks? Civilian 5. That's really surprising. Pirate 2. But how'd they get to know each other? The Impel Down team saw the conversation between Buggy and Shanks, and the escaped prisoners were even more in awe of Buggy. He actually dared to make the Yonko red-haired Shanks shut up. Captain Buggy is truly amazing. That's right. That's right. The only one who would dare to speak to a Yonko like that must be Captain Buggy. It seems that following Captain Buggy is definitely the right choice. That's right. Long live Captain Buggy. Oh, long live Captain Buggy. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Buggy, who had been scared of being targeted by the Navy, couldn't help but start bragging. He excitedly reassured the prisoners for a while, then began to boast about his strength. At that moment, someone suddenly asked Captain Buggy, "How'd you get to know that red-haired guy?" Upon hearing this, Buggy cleared his throat and said, "Well, that's a long story." He started explaining to everyone, and the video in the sky remained uninterrupted. After Buggy released the second layer of prisoners, they all rushed out to cheer. However, before long, they all returned to their cells. Buggy was confused and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you going back? Don't you want to escape?" The prisoners indeed ignored him and instead locked the cell doors even tighter. Although these people were unwilling to escape, one person stood up to express his willingness to help Luffy and the others escape. When that person appeared, he had a deep expression and spoke to Luffy, but Luffy had already forgotten him. It was only by recognizing the person's distinctive hair that he identified him as Mr. 3, Galdino, a former senior agent of Baroque Works and a subordinate of the Sand Crocodile. After that, the three began to escape together, only to encounter the guardian of the beast hell, the Sphinx. The three looked at the powerful guardian beast with some surprise. When the guardian beast saw the three, it spoke in human language, saying noodles. The three were puzzled, and then the Sphinx said again, ramen. Luffy and the others still did not respond. So the Sphinx continued to mention several types of noodles in succession. While speaking, it attacked Luffy and the others with its claws, but they managed to dodge. Mr. 3 even used his abilities to create several wax figures to distract the Sphinx. However, in the end, the three did not succeed in defeating the Sphinx. Instead, due to the Sphinx's continuous pounding on the ground, Luffy and the others ended up falling to the third underground level along with it. Pirate 1. I didn't expect that Mr. 3, Gallant, would also join the escape team. Is this team going to get bigger and bigger? Pirates 2. It's very likely. Don't forget, when the Straw Hats arrived at the Marineford War, they brought a whole warship full of prisoners. One Piece 3. But to be honest, Impel Down is really terrifying. It's hard to believe that the Straw Hat crew could escape from there. Pirate 4. That's right, the Straw Hat Kid may be young, but his strength cannot be underestimated. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Civilian 1. But to be honest, their luck is really something. They accidentally entered the underground second level before, and now their enemies have directly helped them reach the underground third level. Their luck is, in a way, quite enviable. Civilian 2. Yes. Earlier, I thought they would have to struggle to find the way, but the final outcome turned out to be so dramatic. Above the sky, the fact that Luffy and the others entered the underground third level with the help of Sphinx made some people start to envy their luck. In the video, Luffy and his friends have already reached the underground third level, arriving in a vast, boundless desert. The desert stretches as far as the eye can see and looks extremely hot. Luffy and his friends have been traveling for a long time without finding any clues about an exit. After searching for a long time and with Sphinx causing trouble, they ultimately found nothing. They could only collapse on the ground in exhaustion. And at that moment, a large net suddenly appeared, trapping Luffy and the others along with Sphinx. Just as Luffy and the others were about to be captured by Saradize, Sphinx suddenly woke up and began to struggle violently. As the legendary Sphinx, it has great strength, and soon the net could not bear the weight and was torn apart, allowing Luffy to escape successfully. After escaping, he immediately attacked those responsible and quickly knocked them all down. Afterwards, Luffy separated from Buggy and Mr. 3, continuing down to search for Ace, while Buggy and the other two headed up, preparing to escape. However, while searching for Ace, Luffy accidentally got caught in a sea prism stone net, rendering his fruit abilities useless. To make matters worse, Sphinx suddenly appeared and swiped at Luffy with its large paw. At this critical moment, someone suddenly appeared and stopped Sphinx. That person was none other than Roronoa Zoro. Pirate 1. That person is the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. He appeared in the video from Eni's lobby before, and he is a member of the Straw Hat crew. One Piece 2. Really? How could he appear in Impel Down? Has he been captured? Civilian 1. No way. Earlier I saw his conversation with Monkey D. Luffy, and it didn't seem like he was captured at all. He just said he didn't know where he was. Civilian 2. Exactly, And from their conversation, it's clear that they are not in the same place, so there's no way Roronoa Zoro has been captured. Civilian 3. But it's not certain. If Roronoa Zoro really was captured, he definitely wouldn't say it to avoid worrying his captain. I think Roronoa Zoro has been captured and impelled down, and he just doesn't want to worry his captain and crew, which is why he said that. Civilian 4. Is that so? One Piece 3. Hey, Roronoa Zoro, were you really captured and taken to impel down? Please tell us. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. So what? It doesn't matter. You people are not worth my time to talk to. One Piece for you. You bastard, have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Huh. Zoro mocked his opponent with just one word, and then he ignored them as they jumped up and down in the sky. He refocused his attention on the video, wanting to know what happened to Luffy when he entered Impel Down alone and whether he had been hurt. Swan spreading its wings. That Zoro used a somewhat ridiculous posture to execute this move and knock down Sphinx. His body began to spin continuously, and his face started to change repeatedly. In the end, the true face of this person was revealed. Like Mr. 3, he was a senior agent of the former Baroque works, Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Because he had previously copied Zoro's face, he could transform into Zoro this time. Bon Clay came here because he learned from the escaping Buggy that Luffy wanted to go underground to rescue Ace. As a friend of Luffy, he resolutely decided to come and help him. Straw Hat, it's you. Little Bon, it's so good to see you. I thought you were dead. After Luffy and Bon Clay saw each other, they couldn't help but embrace with tears in their eyes. After the two defeated their enemies, they moved towards the 4th level underground. Just then, the Minotauros suddenly appeared in front of them. He knocked Luffy down with his spike club, and Bon Clay, in an attempt to save Luffy, found himself in danger. Luffy quickly used Gear Second to save Bon Clay, and then the two arrived at a platform. Bon Clay was just about to enter the 4th level underground with Luffy when Buggy and his companion, who had been knocked away earlier, suddenly appeared. In the end, the four planned to face the Minotaur together, but their intense battle caused the platform supporting them to suddenly break, and they all fell into the blood pool of the 4th level underground. Little Thief Nami, oh my gosh, Luffy. Cotton candy-loving Chopper, Luffy is going to fall into the blood pool. Doctor, where's the doctor? We need to find a doctor quickly. Am I not the doctor? But I'm not next to Luffy. Great God, Usopp. I originally thought that with Luffy's abilities, plus Little Bon, he would be fine. But now, he won't be in trouble, right? No. Earlier Luffy had already escaped from Impel Down, so he should be okay. But he could still be hurt. What to do? Pirate 1, what's up with this Straw Hat Luffy? Why do I keep running into people I know everywhere? One Piece 2, by the way, this person seems to be one of Crocodile's subordinates as well. Pirate 3, that's right, it's him. When I watched the Marineford War video before, that Crocodile seemed to have gone to the battlefield with Straw Hat Luffy as well. Civilian 1, if that's the case, Straw Hat Luffy will encounter Crocodile again later. Civilian 2, not just him, but also the Sea Knight Jinbe and the Okama King Ivankov. Straw Hat Luffy will meet them too, but I don't know when these people will show up. Civilian 3, we'll find out if we keep watching. As soon as this was said, the others agreed and continued watching the video. At this moment, Luffy had successfully escaped from falling into the blood pool by using the rubble beneath his feet. After that, he and Bon Clay set off again towards the 5th floor below. Suddenly, a man appeared and blocked their path. This man, known as the Iron Wall of Impel Down, was the user of the Doku no Mi, the Warden Magellan. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed countless toxic droplets to attack Luffy and Bon Clay, forcing Luffy to quickly dodge. He initially planned to confront Magellan head-on, but Bon Clay turned pale upon seeing Magellan and urgently called for Luffy to run away, saying he was no match for Magellan. However, Magellan would not give Luffy the chance to escape. He coldly glanced at Luffy and spoke, Straw Hat Luffy, a newcomer with a bounty of 300 million, dares to resist the world government. Now you're even bolder, daring to storm Impel Down. Your actions have brought great shame to me as the warden. You are here to rescue Fire Fist Ace, aren't you? But let me tell you, not only will you not save Fire Fist Ace, but you will also be taken down by me. After saying this, Luffy firmly retorted, I will save Ace even if it costs me my life. Bring it on. Humph. Magellan snorted and unleashed his toxic venom, executing the Poison Dragon attack towards Luffy. Despite Bon Clay urging him to escape, Luffy showed no signs of retreat and planned to take the attack head-on. Seeing this, Bon Clay, truly worried for Luffy, shouted no. You can't, and directly blocked Luffy's fist that was about to swing. Confused, Luffy asked, what are you doing, Bon? Bon Clay explained that Magellan was covered in venom and could not be touched, or else Luffy would be poisoned to death. Hearing this, Luffy was even more puzzled. If I can't use my fists, how am I supposed to defeat Magellan? After some thought, Bon Clay made a decision. He urged Luffy to go save Ace while he would stay behind to hold off Magellan. Then, he transformed into Luffy's appearance. Civilian 1. Oh my god. It's a critical moment. Straw Hat Luffy's ability is impressive. He actually managed to escape from the blood pool. Civilian 2. Yeah, but who is that terrifying man? It seems like Straw Hat and the others are not his match. Naval 1. He is the warden of the deep-sea prison. Impel Down, Magellan. A user of the Doku no Mi, poison fruit. Pirate 1. Poison fruit? Could it be that those droplet-like things around him are all poison? Navy 2. That's right. Director Magellan can be called the general of Impel Down. With him around, there's really no need to worry about anyone successfully escaping. Pirate 2. It sounds impressive, but from the previous videos, the Straw Hat Kid has indeed broken through his defenses and successfully escaped. It seems that this Director Magellan isn't that great after all. Navy 3. Although I don't know what method Straw Hat Luffy and the others used, they definitely didn't defeat Director Magellan head-on. They must have used some other means. Navy 4. That's right, if it were a direct confrontation, Director Magellan wouldn't lose. Civilian 3. But that guy named Funkley really has a sense of loyalty. Even though he's so afraid of Director Magellan, he's still willing to stay and hold off the opponent for the Straw Hat Kid. One Piece 4. What a pity. With such means, it's impossible to contend with Magellan. In the sky, although everyone admires Frankie's loyalty, it is indeed, as they said, Magellan won't be deceived by such tricks. Frankie used the power of the clone fruit to transform into Luffy's appearance, hoping to attract Magellan's attention. Unfortunately, Magellan won't be fooled by such small tactics, and he used the Poison Dragon move again. This time, he unleashed 2 consecutive Poison Dragons, attacking both Luffy and Frankie. The two could only helplessly flee as they couldn't touch the Poison Dragons directly. In the end, Luffy thought of a way. He used his abilities to lure the Poison Dragon behind him forward, using the Sea of Fire to melt it. Unfortunately, after dealing with the Poison Dragon, he didn't have time to be happy before Magellan activated his powers again. Poison Gas Bullet. Poison Tunnel. First, he confused Luffy's vision with a large amount of gas, and then followed the internal passage of the Poison Dragon, arriving right in front of Luffy. Are you still not planning to give up? Magellan said coldly to Luffy. Luffy thought of Ace, who was still waiting for his rescue, and stood up determinedly again. I must save Ace. I will not give up. Then Luffy activated his Gear's second ability and attacked Magellan. Even if I get poisoned by touching you, then let me be poisoned. At worst, I'll give you these hands. After saying this, Luffy used his martial arts abilities to continuously strike Magellan, ultimately making him kneel on the ground. Unfortunately, Luffy himself didn't fare well either, as he had come into contact with Magellan. Thus, Luffy's body began to be eroded by Magellan's poison, and he let out a painful cry. Ah, Straw Hat Crew, Luffy. Pirate 1. Strange, the previous Magellan was so powerful, the Straw Hats were no match for him at all. How is it that later he was easily defeated by the Straw Hats? Pirate 2. That's because Monkey D. Luffy was afraid of being poisoned and didn't dare to touch the opponent. Eustace Kid. The most skilled in physical combat, Monkey D. Luffy actually can't touch his opponent. He's really in a desperate situation. Trafalgar Law. Captain Straw Hat. Did you have to do it this way? For the sake of someone important. Heyman Skilakaminapu. Ah, what a pity. In the end, the Straw Hat Kid still had to rely on his martial arts to attack the opponent and ultimately got poisoned. Magician Hawkins. The divination shows that the Straw Hat Kid only has a 1 chance of surviving. What exactly is this one? Pirate 3. But that Straw Hat Kid actually touched the poison with his bare hands. It seems he's doomed. Civilian 1. Impossible. That Straw Hat Luffy clearly participated in the Marineford War. How could he die here? Navy 1. No, that's not right. Magellan's poison is completely incurable. How did that Straw Hat Luffy manage to detoxify if he was poisoned? The crowd was puzzled, and the answers they sought could only be found in the video. Luffy screamed in pain as he touched Magellan, his hands already turning deep purple, filled with deadly poison. Magellan certainly chose not to let him go. He had just recovered from Luffy's attack and was about to strike Luffy again, although Luffy was poisoned and the neurotoxin was continuously eroding him, making him feel worse than death. He still endured the pain and continued to attack Magellan. While Magellan's poison techniques were formidable in terms of physical combat, he was indeed no match for Luffy, who managed to push him back several steps. Then, he unleashed his Poison Dragon again, attacking Luffy. However, this time, the Poison Dragon attack was not frightening to Luffy. He swung his fist and dispersed the Poison Dragon. Seeing this, Magellan launched another attack. Poison Cloud. A mass of poisonous gas rushed toward Luffy, enveloping him in intense poison. The poison on Luffy grew stronger, and ultimately, he could only helplessly collapse. However, he did not give up. He stood up again, braving the toxicity, and continued to fight Magellan. With the intention of saving Ace in his heart, Luffy stubbornly resisted the poison's invasion and exchanged blows with Magellan several times. Unfortunately, as the poison severely eroded his body, he began to suffer serious issues and eventually fell to the ground, unable to wake up. You've been poisoned so much that there's no cure left. You only have 24 hours of life remaining. After that, you will go to true hell. Magellan coldly delivered this statement to Luffy and then ordered the guards to confine him to the 5th level underground in the extreme cold hell. As Luffy was locked up, he remained unconscious, still murmuring Ace's name. Civilian 1. God, that Straw Hat Kid actually managed to get this far. It's truly beyond imagination. Civilian 2. Yeah, even though he's severely poisoned, he can still get back up time and time again. His willpower is truly remarkable. One Piece. Indeed, Magellan, the user of the poison fruit, is truly deserving of his reputation. He is like a monster, and his attack power is really terrifying. Pirate 2. Yeah, that Straw Hat Kid's poison looks really scary. Whether it's pirates or the Navy, they are all curious about how Monkey D. Luffy survived Magellan's toxins. It seems the system has sensed this as well and has released a question. Ding. Question. Who saved Straw Hat Luffy? A. Buggy the Clown. B. Emporio Ivankov. C. Jimby the Knight of the Sea. D. Mr. Tubon Clay. Please answer quickly. Pirate 1. These questions are too leading. Almost every one of them is related to the Straw Hats. We don't know the answers at all. Pirates 2. Even if Monkey D. Luffy knows the answer, he won't be able to answer if he doesn't get the chance to. On the contrary, if we get the chance, we might actually get it right. So stop complaining. It's not our fault that you haven't broken into Impel Down, participated in the Marineford War, or fought against the Navy and the government on Enies Lobby. Pirate 3. If knowing the answer requires doing these things, then I'd rather not know the answer. The dialogue of several pirates is simultaneously displayed on the sky. Originally, the others felt uneasy that the Straw Hat crew knew the answers to several questions. But now, seeing the dialogue of those pirates, they felt calm inside. Indeed, as they said, the reason the Straw Hat crew knows the answers is because they went through a series of dangerous activities. If given the choice, they would rather not know the answers than participate in those activities. The psychological activities of these people lasted only a moment, and just during this brief time, the answering session had ended. Ding. The answering session is over, and the selected candidates to answer this time are Monkey D., Luffy, Katakuri, Jack, and Jesus Burgess. Please allow Monkey D., Luffy to answer. Great God, Usopp. That's great. Luffy got it. He will definitely win a reward. Little Thief Nami. I hope so, Luffy. Please don't suddenly do something foolish. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. Don't worry. Our captain is very reliable at critical moments. Monkey D. Luffy. Nami, what are you talking about? When have I ever acted foolishly? Hey, you called system. Listen up. The one who saved me is Mr. Ivankov. Nami, the little thief. What is this idiot doing? That's not how you answer. Ding. Congratulations, Monkey D. Luffy, your answer is correct. You have received a reward. Restoration to your strongest physical state. After the system's reward was issued, Luffy felt a wave of relief, and the heavy feeling he had before was gone. It seemed like he had returned to the state he was in when he first set sail, but his abilities were still at their current level. All the injuries he had sustained were completely healed, as if he had never been hurt at all. Moreover, after issuing the reward, the system left him with a message. The 10 years of lifespan he had lost due to the poison had also been restored because of the recovery of his state. Upon discovering this, Luffy informed Ivankov. Ivankov was very happy to hear it, saying, "That's great, Straw Hat Boy. I was really worried about your situation, but it seems there's no need to worry anymore." Meanwhile, Buggy, who had been listening nearby, quietly moved closer. If that's the case, then the rewards given by the system are real. In that case, I must answer the questions too. I have to grab the next question. On the other side, Crocodile also thought the same way. Since the authenticity of the rewards had been confirmed, he too wanted to gain power that would make him stronger. At that moment, the crowd in the sky was also buzzing with discussions after seeing the reward Luffy received. Commodore 1, what? The final reward is just a restoration of his state. Compared to the previous ones, it doesn't seem like much at all. Pirate 1, an idiot is an idiot. This reward for restoring oneself to the strongest state is something I don't know how many people want. Whether they are seriously injured or have suffered from severe illness. Everyone would definitely want this reward. Pirate 2. That's right, I'm sure Whitebeard wants this reward. He is already old now, and his body is definitely not what it used to be. If he can obtain this reward and restore his state from his strongest period, then this time the Marineford War will surely be nothing to worry about. Pirate 3. Yeah, I think so too. But I wonder if the Whitebeard pirates think the same way. Civilian 2. But is Ivankov a doctor? How did he manage to cure the Straw Hat Kid of the deadly poison? Isn't it said that Magellan's poison is incurable? Pirate 4. Mr. Ivan is a great king of the transgender community, not just an ordinary doctor. Pirate 5. That's right. Mr. Ivankov is truly a remarkable person. If it's him, anything can be accomplished. Civilian 3. So how did Straw Hat Luffy meet this transgender king, Ivankov? In the previous video, he was already locked up. How did he escape? Civilian 4. Yeah, I'm curious too. How exactly did he do it? Under the sky, having solved one problem, the crowd fell into another. Below the sky, various factions were also engaged in heated discussions. Upon seeing the reward Luffy received, the Whitebeard pirates were thrilled. Marco excitedly turned to Whitebeard. Old man, did you see the reward that Straw Hat Luffy got? If you could get one too, your body would definitely recover. Jaws also nodded in agreement. That's right, old man. As long as you can return to your strongest state, your body will surely heal. Yeah. If the old man recovers, our Whitebeard pirates will definitely become stronger. I wonder when the next quiz will be. I must answer quickly then. Count me in. Me too. Seeing his sons so eager to help him recover. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Hahaha, my sons, just having you here makes me very happy. As for whether my body can recover, I no longer care that much. Right now, I just want to save Ace and reunite our family. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone present was deeply moved, although they didn't show it on their faces. They were silently thinking about finding a way to heal Whitebeard. At the Navy headquarters, Ace watched Luffy suffer from poison and felt his determination to save him despite the pain. He was truly heartbroken. However, he didn't know how to comfort Luffy, knowing that no matter what he said, Luffy wouldn't change his mind. He really didn't want Luffy to take any more risks for him. Just breaking into Impel Down had already left Luffy severely poisoned. Moreover, he was unaware of how Luffy had managed to detoxify himself or if he had paid any price for it. Now Luffy was coming to the battlefield to save him. And Ace was genuinely worried. Along with his concern, he couldn't help but feel guilty for his own arrogance. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been captured by the Navy, leading to so many people risking their lives for him. Ace was very anxious about Luffy's situation, but fortunately, he felt a bit better after seeing Luffy being rewarded. Still, the thought of Luffy rushing to save him made his heart heavy. At that moment, a video began to play on the screen above. Luffy, having been poisoned, was screaming in agony while locked in a cell. Yet even so, he did not give up on the thought of saving Ace. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared outside his cell. It was the previously vanished Bon Clay. Straw Hat. I'm here to save you. You're my friend, and I won't let you die here. Civilian 1. Strange, wasn't this person suddenly disappearing during the battle? Didn't he run away? How is he coming back to save someone now? Pirate 1. Yeah, before the Straw Hat Kid was the only one fighting Magellan. I thought that guy Bon Clay saw the situation was bad and had already slipped away. I was thinking his loyalty only lasted for a moment, but then he actually showed up again. Pirate 2. Strange, how did he disappear earlier? Civilian 2. I don't know, he just suddenly vanished from the video, and now he seems to have popped up from nowhere. The viewers were all surprised by Fong Cly's sudden appearance. At this moment, it seemed the system also sensed their confusion, and the scene shifted to Fong Cly. When Fong Cly was fighting against Luffy and Magellan, he suddenly escaped and encountered the deputy warden of Impel Down, Hannibal. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and later, Fong Cly transformed into Nami's appearance to trick Hannibal. After that, he changed into Hannibal's form and took the opportunity to go to the infirmary in search of the antidote that could save Luffy, only to be told that there was no antidote for Magellan's poison. With no other choice, Fong Cly could only place his hopes on the legendary miracle worker, the Okamla King Ivankov. Thus, he set off for the Frozen Hell, but unfortunately, the Frozen Hell was not easy to navigate. After a series of battles, Fong Cly finally arrived at the cage that trapped Luffy, which was the scene shown in the previous video. Pirate 1. So this is how Fong Cly appeared. Pirate 2. However, his transformation ability is quite impressive. I wonder if he can also change his body shape along with it? One Piece 3. If only I had that ability, I would definitely transform into a few beautiful women. Hee. Pirate 4. For example, that little thief Nami has a pretty good figure. Little thief Nami. Enough, you bastards. Shut up. Civilian 1. But what's up with that Navy? How come they dropped the ball at a crucial moment? Civilian 2. Exactly. With this going on, how can we trust our safety to the Navy? One Piece 5. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know how the Straw Hat Kid was rescued. What methods did Ivankov use? Pirate 6. Just keep watching and you'll know. In the video, isn't that Fenklai who's going to take the Straw Hat Kid to find someone who can heal him? Everyone looked up at the sky, and it was indeed as they said. Fenklai had already rescued Luffy from the prison and was leading him through the extreme cold hell. Fenklai, having been deceived by the prisoners, accidentally entered a wolf pack. Faced with countless wolves, he was truly no match for them. Just at that critical moment, Luffy woke up again. What do you want to do to little foam? He glared at the wolf pack, exuding a strong sense of pressure that scared the wolves away. However, Luffy was also exhausted and fainted again. After the crisis was averted, Fenklai, having lost all his strength, also fell unconscious. Once both of them passed out, suddenly footsteps were heard, and then a man holding a glass of red wine appeared beside them. This man was dressed in orange and white, with a plum blossom hairstyle. When Fenklai regained consciousness, he found himself in a place that resembled a cave. Laughter and joy could be heard from afar, and he followed the sound, pushing open a door to find many people before him, all of whom were charming cross-dressers. When these cross-dressers saw Fenklai, they began to greet him. You're awake. You've been sleeping for a long time. Cheers to the newcomers. Welcome aboard. News King Morgan's Conqueror's Hockey. That Straw Hat Kid must have used Conqueror's Hockey to scare off the wolf pack. What big news. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Oh my. This little brat actually has Conqueror's Hockey. It's really annoying. Red-haired Shanks. It seems that Luffy, your Conqueror's Hockey, is just recently awakened. But being able to intimidate such a pack of wolves is indeed impressive. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la la la. Ace's brother. Indeed quite good. Commoner 1. But who is that man who appeared next to Straw Hat Kid? By the way, he is a man, right? Deputy Warden Domino of Level 4 of Impel Down. That person is Imizuna. It can't be. He clearly went to prison with the cross-dresser king Ivankov 4 years ago, and all the prisoners involved in the ghost sleeve incident disappeared. How could he suddenly reappear? Navy 1. Oh my, what place is that? How can there be such a place inside the Advanced City? Or is it possible that Foam Keelii has already escaped from Advanced City? But that's simply impossible. Navy 2. But if Von Cray hadn't escaped from the Advanced City, then having a banquet in the Advanced City would be even more shocking, right? Navy 3. What on earth is going on? The appearance of the transgender party has left many Navy personnel stunned. They simply can't imagine that prisoners could hold a party in Impel Down without being discovered by the guards. They are desperate to understand how this is happening. As a result, they are watching the subsequent videos with even more seriousness. After greeting Bon Clay, Ivankov suddenly transformed from a man into a woman. Then the lights in the room suddenly went out, and the transgender king Ivankov appeared before everyone. Did you sleep well, Candy Boy? No, Mr. Tubon Boy. Welcome to your arrival. This is the Underground 5 level of Impel Down, a secret garden for prisoners, a new paradise for transgenders. Reach through the sewers of Impel Down along an impossible passage that no one knows about. Civilian 1. Did I just see that wrong? Why did a man suddenly turn into a woman? Civilian 2. No, you didn't see it wrong. I saw it too. The clothes didn't change, but the form changed from male to female. Pirate 1. Oh, the cross-dressing king Ivankov. That legendary person, it's really him. I didn't expect Bon Clay actually found him. One Piece 2. That being said, we will soon find out how Monkey D. Luffy was rescued. One Piece 3. But what exactly is going on with the Underground Level 5? 5? In Impel Down, is there really a Level 5? 5 underground? Didn't any Navy personnel discover it? In Pirate 4, it seems that there was some mention of the ghost sleeve incident in the previous video, which caused many prisoners to disappear. Could it be that those missing prisoners have all come to this Underground Level 5? 5? Pirate 5. It's very possible. Were the guard in Impel Down just sitting around doing nothing? They didn't notice such a huge newbie paradise being dug out. Impel Down Prisoner 1. Oh my god. I can't believe there's such a luxurious place in Impel Down, and I didn't know about it. Impel Down Prisoner 2. I didn't know either. I've been living such a miserable life in Impel Down, while other prisoners are living so well. One Piece 6. But since this Underground Level 5 has already been exposed, it should disappear as well. How could the Navy allow such a place to exist for those prisoners to enjoy? Pirate 7. Whatever. It doesn't concern us anyway. Besides, I heard that many prisoners escaped from Impel Down before, so it might take the Navy a long time to catch them all. Pirate 8. That's true. The Navy has been quite lively lately. The Revolutionary Army members at the base looked at Ivankov and others appearing in the video and couldn't help but cheer. Truly worthy of Lord Ivankov. Even after being captured and Impel Down, he managed to create a new paradise for transgenders. After all, he is the queen of transgenders. However, Judging from the previous video, it seems that Lord Ivankov will be participating in the Marineford War next. Mr. Dragon, should we send more people to help? Of course, Mr. Dragon's son will go as well. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at the leader, Dragon. After thinking for a moment, Dragon shook his head and said, "No need, I believe Sabo can handle alone. There are too many forces involved in the Marineford War. It's best for us not to get involved and to preserve our strength." After Dragon finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. They trusted the ability of Sabo, the Vice Chief of Staff, and did not ask further. Meanwhile, Sabo was already on his way with Robin to the Navy headquarters. When fromthe saw Ivankov, he joyfully rushed forward, pleading for his help to save Luffy. He cried out, "My friend has been poisoned by Magellan and is in grave danger. Please save him. I will do anything you ask." Seeing fromthe's earnest expression, Ivankov took him to another place. "Come with me." Fromthe followed him to the end of the corridor, and from a distance, he heard Luffy's agonizing cries. Straw Hat, what's wrong?" Fromthe hurried forward, and at that moment, Ivankov came beside him and said, "The treatment for the Straw Hat boy has already started 10 hours ago. However, I want to tell you one thing. I am just a prisoner. I am not a good person or a doctor. The reason I am saving you is solely because of the Straw Hat boy's request." Upon hearing Ivankov's words, fromthe wanted to thank him, but upon hearing Luffy's continuous screams, he felt confused. Is this really treatment? Straw Hat's voice sounds so painful. Ivankov paused for a moment and explained, "Vitality and hormones are the source of human life. In other words, it can enhance self-healing abilities. I am excessively stimulating the Straw Hat boy's latent immunity, transforming him into a constitution that can withstand extreme poison. However, this action does come at a cost. The Straw Hat boy will have to sacrifice 10 years of his life." What? Hearing Ivankov say this, fromthe anxiously looked towards a room where Luffy was. Worried, he stepped forward and decided to check Luffy's condition through a small hole in the door. What he saw was a terrifying scene, along with Luffy's extreme pain. Civilian 1. What is that? It's so terrifying. Pirate 1. Even the demons of hell aren't this scary. What on earth has the Straw Hat Kid been through? Pirate 2. To detoxify, not only do I have to pay 10 years of my life, but I also have to go through such a terrifying ordeal? Empress Boa Hancock, that damn Magellan. How could he make Luffy go through such things? I will never let you go. Wuwuwu, my poor Luffy. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. I can't help but want to take action after seeing our captain suffer like this. Blackleg Sanji, as much as I don't want to admit it, I actually share your thoughts this time. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper. Luffy, sniff sniff, it's awful. I wish I could be by his side right now. Red-haired Shanks. Luffy, you must have prepared yourself for such situations in your heart. Clown Buggy, oh my. During the time we were apart, that Straw Hat Kid encountered such terrifying things. Luckily, I wasn't with him. Eustace Kid, Straw Hat Luffy, I have to admit. From this video, you do have admirable qualities. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, Straw Hat Luffy has indeed gone through some terrifying experiences. But in order to survive, he really had no choice but to do so. Mountain Bandit Dayton, damn it, Carp, you bastard. Are you just going to watch your grandson face such things? Fire Fist Ace, enough, Luffy, I plead with you once again, don't risk yourself for your brother. Stahlhut Luffy, no, Little Thief Nami. Luffy, are you okay now? I remember your reward just now was to restore your condition. But what about your lifespan? Great God, Usopp. Yeah, Luffy, how is your body? Are you okay? Straw Hat Luffy. Don't worry, I've never felt better, and my lifespan has been restored. Upon learning that Luffy was fine due to the system reward, those who cared about him finally felt a weight lifted off their hearts. Empress Boa Hancock. That's great. Luffy, you're okay? I'm so happy. Straw Hat Luffy. Oh, Hancock, you're here too. Empress Boa Hancock. You call my name again, although my name is Hancock. The Empress blushed and covered her face upon seeing Luffy respond to her. At this moment, however, the sky began to tremble due to their conversation. Pirate 1. How did these two people get to know each other? Could it be that the man the Empress mentioned earlier refers to Straw Hat Luffy? Pirates 2. It's very likely. I've been curious about why the Empress would teach Magellan a lesson for the Straw Hat Kid. If the two of them knew each other beforehand, then it would make a lot of sense. One Piece 3. Damn, it's really frustrating. How could Lady Empress do this for Straw Hat Luffy? One Piece 4. It's really infuriating. That Straw Hat Luffy already has two stunning beauties, Nami and Robin. Now he has even attracted the Empress. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Pirate 5. Why don't I have such good luck with romance? I'm so envious of the Straw Hat Kid. Blackleg Sanji. I'm envious too. Why does Luffy get to meet such a beautiful woman while I have to go through such things? Because the Empress showed her concern for Luffy above the heavens. Many people were affected by it. However, the Empress herself didn't care, although she already knew Luffy was fine now. She couldn't help but be captivated by Luffy in the video. She silently cheered for him in her heart, and at that moment, Frankie was also continuously cheering for Luffy in the video. Straw Hat, keep going. Don't give up. You must hold on. I believe you can do it. Luffy was in the treatment room, suffering through the treatment, while Frankie stayed outside, persistently cheering him on. He held on for several hours until Luffy's screams suddenly stopped. Frankie was confused, while Ivankov shook his head with regret. While the Straw Hat Kid was receiving treatment, the pain he felt wouldn't stop. If it did stop, it would mean he had. His words were left unfinished, but the implication was clear. However, Frankie didn't want to believe it. He looked back at Luffy with hopeful eyes, unable to stop cheering for him, hoping Luffy could stand up in the next moment. Just then, a miracle happened. Luffy, who had fallen to the ground and had been silent, suddenly shouted, "Meat!" and woke up again. Commoner 1, I admit, I've changed my view of this she-male. Even if he seems effeminate, it doesn't diminish his masculinity. Pirate 1, that's right, even though it looks silly to keep fueling outside, it's truly moving. Civilian 2, moreover, that Fonkele is clearly already coughing up blood, but he's still holding on for the Straw Hat Kid. The bond between those two is really enviable. Pirates 2, but from the sound of it, the Straw Hat Kid situation is really serious. He won't die there, will he? Bartolomeo, are you joking? Luffy-senpai won't die so easily, and besides, he still has to go rescue his brother later. There's no way he'll just end here so easily. Cavendish, that's right. Although I'm more popular than you, Straw Hat Kid, I still admire your perseverance. I also believe that you won't just end here so easily. Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Straw Hats, is indeed impressive. Pirate 3, although the Straw Hat Kid indeed seems to be on the verge of passing out here. From the previous Marineford War video, he did manage to get through this challenge and rid himself of the poison. Civilian 3, look, why did that Straw Hat Kid suddenly go silent? Did he succeed or not? Civilian 4, he looks like he's dead. But why was he still alive in the earlier video? One Piece 5, did that Straw Hat really die? Is the person who appeared on the battlefield really him? I really want to find out. Wait, what did I just hear? Haha, I knew that Straw Hat Luffy wouldn't die. Pirate 5, you're such a backseat driver. Akainu Sakazuki, it's truly regrettable that Straw Hat Luffy didn't die in Impel Down. But it doesn't matter if you dare to come to Marineford. I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave. Straw Hat Luffy, that's impossible. I will definitely leave with Ace. Marco the Phoenix, that's right, Akainu. Everything you hope for will not come true. Whether it's Ace or his brother, the Whitebeard pirates will not let them be harmed. Akainu Sakazuki, all right, then I'll be waiting for you at Marine headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku looked at Sakazuki with some disapproval after hearing his remarks. Sakazuki, you're being too impulsive. You shouldn't say such things so easily. If the Navy fails later, how are we going to explain it to the public? His tone was very sincere, trying to persuade Sakazuki to remain calm in the face of challenges. However, it was clear that Sakazuki wasn't listening. He snorted coldly. They're just a bunch of pirates. How could they possibly be our Navy's opponents? No matter who comes, I won't let them succeed in leaving here. Just wait and see. Seeing Sakazuki's stubborn demeanor, Sengoku could only shake his head helplessly, hoping that the developments would indeed turn out as he wished. He then turned his gaze back to the sky, continuing to watch the unfolding events. After Luffy shouted meat, everyone present was quite surprised. Following that, the inhabitants of the new half-moon paradise began preparing food for Luffy, which he consumed over the course of 3 days. It took him a full half-hour to return to his original form after eating. The people present, including the half-moon inhabitants, looked at Luffy in amazement, unable to imagine what kind of monster he was. Such incredible vitality. Straw Hat Boy, you've created a miracle. It's truly unimaginable that you could survive Magellan's poison. What kind of monster are you to achieve this? Countless exclamations surrounded Luffy, and at that moment, Vankel suddenly fainted to the ground after confirming that Luffy was all right. Seeing this, Luffy rushed to his side. Little Vankel, what's wrong? Pirate 1, what on earth is going on with that Straw Hat Kid? His body is in such serious condition, yet he managed to recover just by eating meat. Pirate 2, what a strong vitality. How wonderful it would be if I had it too. One Piece 3, what's wrong with that Fonkley? Why did he suddenly faint? One Piece 4, he must be very tired. After all, he has been fueling the Straw Hat Kid for several hours outside. Commoner 1, indeed, after holding on for so long, he finally couldn't hold on any longer when he saw the Straw Hat Kid was okay. The audience under the sky discussed Finker's fainting for a while, and the subsequent video confirmed their speculation. Mr. Ivankov, What's wrong with little fun? Do you know? Luffy looked worriedly at Finker lying on the ground, unsure of his condition. After confirming Finker's situation, Ivankov informed Luffy that he was just too tired. Upon receiving this result, Luffy no longer hesitated. He took his clothes and hat and planned to set off to rescue Ace. However, he overestimated his physical strength. Although the toxins in his body had been removed, he had indeed engaged in multiple battles. His body was already very exhausted, and he could no longer support himself to continue moving forward. But he was unwilling to give up and continued to drag his overused body forward. Seeing this, Ivankov couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have to save your big brother no matter what, even if it costs you your life?" Luffy nodded. "Mr. Ivankov, you can choose to escape too. Littlefen came here to save you, so you can run away with him. I just want to ask you to tell me where Ace is before you escape." Hearing that Finker came here to save him, Ivankov was deeply moved. However, he still shook his head and refused Luffy's proposal. "Although I am very grateful to the boy, now is not the time for me to leave. Even though I am in prison, I am still aware of the world situation. The Navy is about to have a battle with Whitebeard, but that man has not yet acted. The behind-the-scenes figure of revolutionaries around the world, my compatriot, Revolutionary Dragon." After Ivankov finished speaking, Luffy blankly responded, "Huh, my dad? Yes. I will only leave here when your father acts, and join the waves of the world. Even if I leave now, I will just be wanted outside and won't be able to do anything." Once Ivankov finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he finally realized something was wrong. Dad. Everyone present was surprised, and Ivankov slammed against the wall. He then confirmed with Luffy again. And after receiving Luffy's affirmative answer, he realized that Luffy was his ally, Dragon's son. It was at this moment that he remembered Ace mentioned by Luffy and guessed that Ace was also Dragon's child, planning to follow Luffy to rescue Ace. Thus, he injected Luffy with a stimulant hormone, allowing Luffy to temporarily recover. He then took Luffy to the hidden 6th floor of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell. Although the Navy in Impel Down reacted in time, they were still no match for Luffy and the others. Luffy and his companions successfully fought their way to Infinite Hell, but they were a step too late. Ace had already been taken away by Magellan earlier. Pirate 1. Although it was already known that Straw Hat Luffy is the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, seeing it in the video is still surprising. Pirates 2. To be honest, I feel the same way. Every time I think about it, I can't help but exclaim, what a marvelous family this is. Monks Kudashmanapu, huh? What a pity. The Straw Hat Kid was a step too late. Fire Fist Ace has already been taken away. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, he really tried so hard, yet still ended up being late. Sky Island Monk Urki. Not only that, but Straw Hat Luffy has also lost 10 years of his lifespan because of this. Fallen Navy Major Drake. This is what you call losing both the wife and the soldiers. Capone Beach. And it looks like Straw Hat Luffy himself is in trouble now. I wonder how he managed to escape. Eustace Kid. Just keep watching. The follow-up video will definitely have the answers. As Kid finished speaking in the video, Luffy and the others had already begun battling against the Impel Down guards. Lightning used the abilities of the Paramecia type Cut Fruit to cut the ground, blocking all the hypnotic gas outside. However, this meant that not only could the Navy not enter, but they also couldn't get out. Just at this critical moment, they suddenly heard a man's laughter in their ears. The group turned to see that the man was none other than the former warlord, Crocodile. "Crocodile, you're here too." Luffy looked at him with a serious expression. He had previously fought hard to defeat Crocodile. Therefore, when facing him again, he was still unwilling to underestimate him and silently remained on guard for any possible reaction. However, Crocodile didn't seem to care and instead tried to persuade Luffy. "I didn't originally have the desire to escape. After all, there wasn't anything fun outside. But I never expected that Whitebeard and the Navy would actually go to war. This is truly enticing to me and makes me want to go out and participate. How about it? Straw Hat Kid, let's cooperate. With your strength and my help, we can definitely escape from this Impel Down. This suggestion is beneficial for you with no drawbacks, right? Will you agree to me? Trust me, it won't be bad for you." Crocodile tried to entice him, but as soon as Luffy thought of what he had done to Vivi's country, he didn't want to agree at all and directly refused him. "What a joke. You messed up Vivi's country so badly. How could I possibly let you out? That was in the past. I realize my mistakes now, and I'm no longer interested in that country." Crocodile continued to express his determination, but unfortunately, Luffy didn't take him seriously at all. Meanwhile, Ivankov, thinking of something, stepped forward to persuade Luffy. "Straw Hat Boy, let him join. His combat power is quite good. He would be a big help for us to escape from here." But Luffy didn't want to agree, and Ivankov was about to persuade him further. At that moment, Crocodile suddenly changed his expression. You are Ivankov? Pirate 1. He has appeared, the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, who stormed into the battlefield at Marine Ford, has finally made his appearance. The Pirate 2, the Straw Hat Kid, should agree to his request. After all, they appeared together on the battlefield in the previous video. One Piece 3. I didn't expect that Crocodile actually knows that transgender king Ivankov. Pirate 4. Yes. How did those two meet? In Alabasta, at the palace, King Cobra looked worriedly at Princess Vivi after hearing the conversation between Luffy and Crocodile in the video. Vivi. Although Mr. Luffy seems to have agreed to Crocodile's request to release him, I believe he must have his reasons for doing so. Moreover, from the video, it seems to be the decision of that Mr. Ivankov, so I hope you don't feel sad about it. Seeing the worried look on Cobra's face, Vivi shook her head. I don't feel sad. I trust Luffy. If he released Crocodile, he must have his reasons. After all, Luffy is the one who saved this country. That's right. If it's Mr. Luffy, then I believe him too, Ikelim agreed. Hearing Ikelim's words, Vivi mischievously winked, her face wearing a mysterious smile, and suddenly said, moreover, I want to know how Crocodile and that Mr. Ivankov know each other. After all, that Mr. Ivankov can turn men into women. As soon as Vivi said this, everyone present exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. In the end, they decided to say nothing and continue watching the video. Upon seeing Ivankov, Crocodile's originally calm expression changed. His face turned ashen, looking heavy-hearted. But Ivankov just smiled calmly, as if he were meeting an old friend, and greeted Crocodile. Long time no see, Crocodile boy. Meanwhile, Luffy, seeing their interaction, looked puzzled and asked, Mr. Ivankov, do you know Crocodile? Ivankov nodded and began to explain the connection between himself and Crocodile. We've known each other for many years. When we first met, he was still called a rookie. I never expected him to become so powerful now. But it's okay. Even if he might betray us later, I can definitely keep him in check and won't give him the chance to do so. Really? Mr. Ivankov, you're amazing. Luffy was surprised to see Ivankov's confident demeanor. He knew how difficult Crocodile was to deal with from their previous battle. And now seeing Ivankov act as if suppressing Crocodile was no challenge, as easy as drinking water, made him admire him greatly. However, Ivankov, sensing Luffy's admiring gaze, just waved his hand dismissively. Actually, I'm not that amazing. I just happen to know a weakness of this guy. With this weakness in hand, I believe he wouldn't dare to betray us. Before Luffy could be curious about what this weakness was, Crocodile, who had been listening nearby, excitedly interrupted. Shut up and don't say any unnecessary words. Seeing Crocodile's impatient demeanor, Ivankov remained calm. Are you still trying to act tough with me? Don't forget, your weakness is in my hands, and I can reveal your past at any time. Feeling Ivankov's triumphant demeanor, Crocodile, no matter how unwilling he was, could only agree helplessly. News King Morgans. Damn it, what is Crocodile's weakness? This must be a big story. I wish I knew. No, I have to find out. I must make it public. Pirate 1. But that's the original 7 warlords. Such a powerful pirate. Will his weakness be exposed in the sky? Pirate 2. Damn, what exactly is that weakness? Crocodile's expression has changed. I really want to know. Pirates 3. I also want to know, will the video be released? Pirate 4. It probably won't be revealed after all. Ivankov needs to use this weakness to control Crocodile. If it's revealed, wouldn't that mean they can't control the other party anymore? Pirate 5. That's true. But if we ask Ivankov directly, won't we know Crocodile's weakness? Pirate 6. Yes, you make a good point. Is the Okama King Ivankov here? If so, please tell us Crocodile's weakness. Pirate 7. Yeah, tell us. Transvestite King Ivankov. Sorry, boys, but I promised Crocodile that I wouldn't say anything. Commenter 1. Wait a minute. I just remembered something. In the previous video, it seemed like that transvestite king could turn men into women. So, do you think he can turn women into men? Commenter 2. No way. Are you saying that Crocodile used to be a woman? Commenter 3. That's too ridiculous. I still think the more plausible guess is that Crocodile was turned into a woman by the transvestite king before. Commenter 3. I feel like both guesses are possible. But for some reason, I hope it's the first one. What's going on? Pirate 8. Actually, I am too. Hee. Crocodile. Enough. If you dare to discuss my matters again, I will definitely not let you off. Buggy the Clown. All right, it's just a few words from everyone. No need to get so worked up. Or should I say, you were guessed correctly. You used to be a woman, or you were turned into a woman. Crocodile. Have you forgotten? We are on the same ship. Just wait for me. After Crocodile said this, he stopped speaking. At the same time, Buggy also did the same. On the ship where the two were. Crocodile had already found Buggy and started to teach him a lesson. Even when Buggy begged for mercy, he didn't let him off easily. Please let me go. I won't dare again. Buggy was beaten to a pulp, looking pitiful. However, Crocodile showed no signs of mercy and wanted to continue teaching him a lesson. It was Ivankov who stopped him, saying, "All right, Crocodile boy, we have a tough battle to fight later. You should save some strength." After saying this, Crocodile stopped his actions and no longer troubled Buggy. Meanwhile, in the video, Luffy was still hesitating whether to release Crocodile. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the adjacent cell. "Can I join too? This is my lifelong request. I can definitely help." When I met Ace, he had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He often talked to me about you. When I learned that Ace was captured and was to be publicly executed, I opposed this war, and as a result, I was locked up here. Now I still want to save Ace. Please let me join. I hope to do my part for Ace. Upon hearing Jinbei's request, Luffy, who already knew the man's identity, thought for a moment and ultimately decided to release him. However, Lightning was still a bit worried, asking, "Is this really okay? We have no idea about this guy's danger and character. What if he's lying to us? After all, he is a great pirate as a warlord of the sea. If we want to fight against him, it will probably take a lot of effort." But even though Lightning expressed his concerns, Luffy remained firm in his previous thoughts. "It's fine, let him out, I trust him." So Lightning used his scissor fruit ability again to release Jinbei. In addition, after getting permission from Ivankov and Luffy, he also released Crocodile. Thus, the jailbreak team officially assembled and began to prepare to escape from Impel Down. In one piece, Jinbei the Knight of the Sea has also joined the Straw Hat crew, and they should be starting their official jailbreak now. Pirates 2, and they should have successfully escaped from prison, but I don't know how they did it. Pirate 3, it's surprising that the so-called ironclad Impel Down could actually be successfully escaped from. Pirate 4, keep watching, and we should be able to uncover the truth. As soon as this pirate finished speaking, Luffy and his crew had already begun to take action. Erosion, reincarnation. Crocodile activated the powers of the Sansan fruit, creating a large hole in the ceiling, and then Lightning used the powers of the cut fruit to turn the floor into a staircase. The group used the staircase to start their escape. After that, they led everyone in the New World Paradise to prepare for a jailbreak. Their powers were formidable and unstoppable. The ordinary guards were no match for Luffy and his crew, and they were quickly defeated. Meanwhile, on the second underground level, Buggy, seizing the opportunity during this critical situation, released the prisoners on this level, creating chaos. The scene then shifted as more people arrived and Impel Down. Pirate 1, oh my. The Straw Hat Kids are truly unstoppable now. Those jailers can't resist them at all. Pirates 2, no wonder they were able to escape from prison. It turns out these people are so strong. Pirate 3, strange, who is this newly appeared man? Why did the camera focus on him? Pirate 4, that person is not. One Piece 5, it's Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, isn't he one of the new warlords of the sea? How would he go to Impel Down? Pirate 6, it always feels like there is some kind of conspiracy behind it. The appearance of Blackbeard left the viewers puzzled. However, most people guessed that Blackbeard was likely one of the participants in the Impel Down incident. Blackbeard's shot was only a moment, and the next second the camera returned to Luffy and the others. Facing numerous guards, Crocodile skillfully transformed into a sand form and defeated all the enemies. On the other side, Luffy and the Sea Warrior Jinbei also unleashed their powers and defeated their opponents. At this moment, Vice Warden Hannibal appeared, wielding his double-headed knife, Bloodsucker, and confronted everyone. "You bastards, surrender." The staircase to the third underground level is already guarded by 1,000 prison rocket cannon guards. "You have no way to escape," he shouted fiercely, but Luffy and the others didn't care at all. Luffy said firmly, "Get out of the way," and attempted to rush past. Seeing their attitude, Hannibal became very angry and decided to show his true strength and attack them. Hannibal Carnival, Hellfire Chariot. He quickly spun his knife, creating blazing flames, and charged at Luffy. Hannibal's attack looked terrifying, but Luffy was also prepared. He used his strongest move, Gum Jet Gatling. Countless fists flew towards Hannibal, and the audience thought he could hold on for a while, but in the next second, he was knocked down to the ground. After defeating him, Luffy decided to continue charging forward, but Hannibal stood up strongly again, blocking Luffy's path. "You shall not pass." Luffy knocked him down once more, but to his surprise, Hannibal stood up again, blocking him once again. Concerned for Ace, Luffy made another move. Hannibal was knocked down time and again, yet he kept getting back up. "You notorious pirates, what do you mean by wanting to save your brother? Because of you, those civilians cannot live their lives peacefully. As long as you exist, they will suffer sleepless nights because of you." Therefore, to protect these weak civilians, we, as the Navy, must lock you vicious criminals in hell. And this is the great fortress of hell. If it is destroyed, what hope will people have left? I will never let you pass, even if it costs me my life." Hannibal's words inspired the guards with him. Even knowing they couldn't defeat Straw Hat Luffy and the others, they still excitedly charged forward again. Civilian 1. How did this Hannibal become Vice Warden? His attack power is so weak, he must have taken shortcuts. Civilian 2. It was the same before. If he hadn't been deceived by the Nami created by Funkray, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. Navy 1. However, to be fair, although Hannibal is quite weak, his words really resonate with people's hearts. Navy 2. That's right, just based on his action of stopping Straw Hat Luffy afterwards. Hannibal, I respect you as a man. Navy 3. Hannibal makes a lot of sense. To protect those weak civilians, we must fight these pirates to the end. Civilian 3. I don't know why, but I used to think the Straw Hat Kid and his crew were pretty good. But now, after hearing Hannibal's words, I feel that the Navy actually cares about us civilians. Because of Hannibal's performance, the civilians are starting to have a different view of the Navy. However, it still doesn't offset the shock they experienced when witnessing Akainu's demon-slaying order, not to mention what happened with Spandam afterwards. Civilian 1. But even though Hannibal is performing well now, he's completely no match for the Straw Hats. Civilian 2. Yeah? And even if he says he wants to protect civilians, wasn't it these same Navy members who issued the demon-slaying order without caring about civilian lives? Civilian 3. Sigh. I can only say that whether it's pirates or the Navy, they actually don't care about the lives of us civilians. Navy 1. What are you talking about? We in the Navy have fought to this day precisely to protect you civilians. Navy 2. That's right. And I believe that General Sikorsky must have his reasons for doing so. Pirate 1. What reason do you have? You Navy people are nothing but the lapdogs of the world government. Navy 3. What did you say? Pirate 2. Isn't what he said the truth? You Navy people can't deny it. Navy 4. You. Suddenly, many navies and pirates started arguing in the sky, and the range of the conflict was growing. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku looked at the chaotic battle in the sky with a headache, glancing at Sakazuki. Sakazuki, I've told you too many times that you're too impulsive. The Demon Slayer order left a hidden danger back then. It was fine when there was no sky, but now that the sky reveals everything, our Navy's credibility is getting worse. Sakazuki snorted coldly, unconcerned. To eliminate those who shouldn't exist, some sacrifices are necessary. Seeing Sakazuki's complete lack of remorse, Sengoku felt his headache intensifying. He turned to another direction and spotted Garp. What have I done to deserve this? With you and Garp around, maybe I should consider retirement. Sengoku felt utterly overwhelmed. Neither Sakazuki nor Garp was a reassuring presence. Ultimately, he decided to ignore them and refocus on the sky's video. Hannibal charged towards Luffy. But at that moment, the guard behind him were attacked. You should just shut up. What justice? What evil? There are no answers to such things. Even if you search the whole world. Accompanied by a mocking laugh, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach suddenly barged in with a few others. He stepped on Hannibal, and at the same time, the guards he had previously swallowed suddenly reappeared, all unconscious on the ground. Teach, why are you here? Jinbe asked excitedly upon seeing Blackbeard. Blackbeard merely laughed dismissively. Jinbe, you're here too. Just put your fists away. I don't want to fight you right now. Is it you, Blackbeard? Luffy, who overheard their conversation, glared angrily at Blackbeard, his fists clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. Oh, Straw Hat Kid, long time no see. How'd you been since our last parting? But I never expected you to be Ace's brother. So, are you here to rescue Ace? You can't waste any more time here. Your brother is about to be executed. Haha. Blackbeard laughed recklessly, and Luffy gritted his teeth, wishing he could punch him in the face. Yet, Blackbeard seemed completely unconcerned, continuing to speak. Hey, who asked that? ISNT, that the former warlord Crocodile? Aren't you Straw Hat's enemy? How come you're working with him? By the way, I have to thank you, Straw Hat. Because of your help, this guy lost his warlord position, giving me the chance to seize it. But I originally planned to use you as a stepping stone. After all, taking your head would be the most effective means for me to gain the warlord title. Unfortunately, fate is often like this. The more you want to do something, the more you can't succeed. I never expected that because I made a big mistake on Whitebeard's ship, Ace, who has been chasing me, would turn out to be your brother. If he finds out that I'm trying to kill his brother, I'll truly have no way out. So I had to change my target. When you visit Ace's grave, make sure to thank him. After all, without him, it would be you who'd be dead, Straw Hat. Your brother, Fire Fist Ace, protected you. Blackbeard laughed heartily, seemingly mocking the brotherly bond between Luffy and Ace. Finally, Luffy couldn't take it anymore. He coldly replied to Blackbeard. Then let's see about that. With that, he charged forward, gum, jet pistol. Countless punches struck Blackbeard, who was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing to the ground. Phoenix Marco. Teach, I didn't expect you to show up in Impel Down. You already harmed Ace. What do you want to do to his brother now? Diamond Jaws. If you dare to lay a hand on Ace's brother again, we will make you suffer greatly. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, haha, that's too bad. I've already laid hands on him, so what now? Pirate 1. Sure enough, when the scene shifted earlier, the person who appeared was Blackbeard. But as one of the 7 warlords, why is he not on the battlefield at Marineford, and instead came to Impel Down? What is his purpose? Pirate 2, who knows? But I only know one thing, and that is as pirates, how could we willingly help the Navy? No matter what Blackbeard's intention is in advancing to Impel Down. I believe it's definitely not for anything good. Navy 1. Strange, didn't Director Magellan already seal the door to the underground 2nd floor? How did Blackbeard appear? How could he possibly pass through safely without being harmed by Director Magellan's poison? One Piece 3. Speaking of which, it's no wonder that Blackbeard became a warlord of the sea. His fruit ability is quite strong. Pirate 4. Indeed, very powerful. This time the Straw Hat Kid is in trouble, and I don't know how he managed to escape again. However, since the Straw Hat Kid entered Impel Down, he's been fighting continuously for so long. Can his body really hold up? Pirate 5. With the excitement hormones of that transgender king, he should be able to hold on, but the damage to the Straw Hat Kid should be quite significant. I hope he can endure. Blackbeard's previous performance amazed the audience, and they thought his abilities were formidable. Straw Hat Luffy was likely in for a tough battle. However, who would have thought that after being punched away by Luffy? The audience under the sky had a different opinion. Pirate 1. What the hell? I take back what I just said. This Teach is so weak. He was knocked away by the Straw Hat Kid with one hit. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 1. Haha, Teach, you're still this weak. You're completely no match for Ace's little brother. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 2. He was so mysterious when he first appeared, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand one move. It's really hilarious. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 3. Teach, is that all the strength you have? You definitely captured Captain Ace because you ambushed him. How did Blackbeard become a warlord of the sea when he's so weak in One Piece 2? In One Piece 3, it is said that he obtained the position of warlord of the sea because he captured Ace and handed him over to the Navy. Pirate 4, I see. But if that's the case, does that mean Ace is weaker than Blackbeard? Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 4. Hey, what are you talking about? Our Captain Ace is much stronger than Teach. The reason Captain Ace was captured was definitely because Teach used some kind of scheme. Otherwise, in a fair fight, he would absolutely not be Ace's opponent. Whitebeard Pirates Crew Member 5. That's right. Our Captain Ace is not someone that any random fool can mess with. In the sky, many members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to speak up in support of Ace. Meanwhile, others continued to watch the subsequent video. After Luffy knocked Blackbeard away, he wanted to press the advantage and continued to attack with Gear 2nd. But at that moment, Blackbeard had already reacted. He swung his arm and unleashed a move called Dark Water. Luffy felt an intense suction around him. In the next second, he was controlled by Blackbeard and slammed hard to the ground. Luffy cried out in pain, blood gushing out. But Blackbeard wasn't done. He cruelly taunted Luffy. Haha, do you know? You look just like your brother did back then, completely unaware of what's happening. The moment you were caught by my darkness, you should have realized. My darkness can nullify your devil fruit powers. In front of me, you can't use your devil fruit abilities at all. You're just like an ordinary person, easily caught by me. Pirate 1. What's up with Blackbeard's ability? Isn't the Straw Hat Kid a rubber man? How can he still get hurt and bleed? Pirate 2. I'm not sure. It looks like hockey was used, but there are no signs of hockey being used. One Piece 3. Look, Blackbeard self-destructed. His devil fruit ability can actually absorb the abilities of other devil fruit users. One Piece 4. How could he have such an ability? He just touched the Straw Hat Kid and directly nullified the powers of the rubber fruit? Pirates 5. It's just like Sea Prism Stone. One Piece 6. This ability is simply unsolvable. I can't believe there's such a magical devil fruit ability. I've never heard of it before. How should Pirate 7? What should the Straw Hat Kid do? How'd he manage to escape from Blackbeard's grasp? Pirate 8. Just keep watching and you'll find out. The audience was very curious about how Luffy escaped from Blackbeard, as there was quite a commotion in the sky due to Blackbeard's devil fruit abilities. They couldn't help but watch the video more carefully. Blackbeard displayed his formidable dark powers, and everyone thought that Straw Hat Luffy would back down. But to their surprise, he paid no attention to what Blackbeard was saying. Instead, he calmed himself down, wanting to break through the difficulties in front of him. He activated Gear 2nd again, intending to fight head-on with brute force. Fortunately, Jimby stopped him at that moment. Wait a moment, Luffy. I don't think this is the right time. You need to think carefully about what is most important to you. I hope you won't waste your time and energy here. What's most important now is to find a way to rescue Ace. Don't engage in meaningless battles. Even if you win, it won't matter. You should leave here as soon as possible and go to Ace. Jinby's advice was met with silence from Luffy, but Blackbeard nodded first. Wise choice. What you said makes a lot of sense. So, Straw Hat Kid, are you going to fight me to avenge your brother? Luffy still didn't answer, but at that moment, Crocodile couldn't help but interject. You're Blackbeard, right? Although I'm in prison now, I've heard about you, a once obscure character on Whitebeard's ship, who has directly taken my place as a warlord of the sea and become the new warlord. That's already strange enough, but what's even stranger is that as a warlord, shouldn't you be at the Navy headquarters fighting pirates? How did you end up here? Aren't you worried about losing the position you've worked so hard for? Ha. Blackbeard said nonchalantly, it's all part of my plan. But should I tell you? Former warlord Mr. Crocodile. Hearing this, Crocodile smiled calmly. It doesn't matter. I'm not really interested in that. Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. At that moment, a person shouted in panic, Magellan is coming. Everyone present was a bit startled. After all, Magellan's poison fruit ability was no joke. At this critical moment, Ivankov urged Luffy to leave first. Straw Hat Boy, you should leave with everyone. I'll hold them off. You've already been poisoned by Magellan. If you get poisoned again, you won't survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the other prisoners had already escaped. Luffy said nothing and calmly walked past Blackbeard. The guard beast Minotaurus suddenly appeared in front of him, and Luffy took his attack head-on, entering gear second and punching him away, slamming him into the wall. On the other side, Blackbeard and Magellan finally met, and the two greeted each other calmly. Haha, you must be Magellan. That's right, so you must be Blackbeard. Navy 1. Great, Director Magellan is here. These pirates are definitely doomed. Pirate 1. I say, how come you Navy guys always have selective amnesia? How many times do I have to say it? Since the Straw Hat Kid was able to appear on the battlefield, it means they escaped from Magellan's men. Civilian 1. That's right, but how did the Straw Hat Kid and the others manage to escape from such a strong opponent? Did they team up with Blackbeard? Civilian 2. By the way, did Blackbeard escape? It seems he didn't appear in the previous video. Could it be that they were captured? Civilian 3. Impossible. Don't you remember? That Blackbeard spoke in the sky before. If he was captured, how could he respond so easily? Civilian 4. That may not be the case, though. Didn't he fire fist? Ace often talk. Pirate 2. All right, stop discussing it. If you want to know who wins, just keep watching. The reveal of whether the poison fruit or the dark fruit is superior is about to happen. Navy 2. It must be Director Magellan who won. Don't forget, his poison fruit ability can attack over a wide area. You all saw how miserable the Straw Hat Kid was before. How could Blackbeard possibly be his opponent? Pirate 3. I think you Navy folks are just dreaming. No matter how strong Magellan is, he is still a devil fruit user. That Blackbeard can nullify the powers of other users. Once Magellan's poison fruit ability is nullified, he would be completely defenseless. In the sky, there are various opinions about the outcome of the fight between Blackbeard and Magellan. At this moment in the video, after greeting each other, the two went straight to battle. Magellan launched the first attack, a move called Poison Dragon aimed directly at Blackbeard and his crew. The Poison Dragon reached Blackbeard's group and opened its mouth wide, swallowing them all whole. However, Blackbeard did nothing, neither resisting nor using his devil fruit power, just standing there dumbfounded as Magellan's Poison Dragon devoured them. Afterward, Magellan looked at Blackbeard and his crew, who were writhing in pain on the ground, and coldly said, I don't have time right now, and I don't want to know your reasons for being here. You could just stay here for now. I still have to chase after the Straw Hats. After saying this, he left, leaving behind Blackbeard and his crew lying on the ground. Crocodile Buggy. That Blackbeard. I thought you were really strong, but look at this. You were taken out by Magellan in one move. You really are pathetic. Golden Lion Shiki. That kid Blackbeard. Your fruit ability is indeed very attractive. However, your combat ability seems quite weak. How about it? Interested in joining me? Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. I'm a bit interested too. Beast Kaido. It is indeed a very interesting fruit ability, but he didn't use it while fighting Magellan. There must be some other purpose, huh? Blackbeard Marshal de Teach? That's right, and I have already succeeded. All thanks to those Straw Hat brats for drawing attention to me. Naval Headquarters. After seeing Blackbeard's words, Sengoku's expression changed, and he looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Haven't we contacted Magellan yet? Vice Admiral Tsuru shook his head. Impel Down is currently out of contact with the Navy. No one can reach them. The last message we received was when Straw Hat Luffy caused a ruckus there. Since then, there has been no word, and we are unclear about the situation with Magellan. We don't know the extent of the Navy's losses, nor do we know if Magellan is still alive. Humph. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki sneered. That's why I say these pirates should all be captured. What else can it do besides cause trouble? All right, Sakazuki, don't speak for now, Sengoku stated, indicating that he didn't want to hear Sakazuki's comments, fearing that Carp might start arguing with him. Therefore, Sengoku directly interrupted him and said to Vice Admiral Tsuru, continue trying to contact Magellan. We must clarify the situation over at Impel Down. Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru responded and continued to attempt to reach Impel Down. Meanwhile, Kazan spoke up, Mr. Sengoku, do you know what Blackbeard's goals are? What is his plan, and how has he already completed it? Sengoku found it difficult to respond. If I'm not mistaken, Blackbeard probably allowed himself to be defeated by Magellan on purpose. His goal might be to release the heavy criminals in Impel Down. What? Tontata was shocked. So the ones who escaped from Impel Down aren't just the straw hats we saw earlier. There are also others who follow Blackbeard. Sengoku shook his head. It's still unclear at this point, which is why we need to contact Impel Down as soon as possible. Only by knowing the specific situation there can I devise a strategy accordingly. Unfortunately, we don't know what's happening, and communication with the Navy headquarters has been cut off. I just hope we can restore contact before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. I can't handle any more chaos at my age. He said this while tapping his waist, trying to indicate his old age. However, the others clearly didn't believe him and didn't notice this small detail, as they were lost in their own thoughts. In the Blackbeard Pirates, Shirey looked at Blackbeard. Is it okay for you to say that on the screen? Others might discover your intentions. Blackbeard waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I just said that. They can only guess that my goal is to free you all, but they won't suspect my other motives. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte nodded and said with a grin, exactly. Who would have thought our captain is so cunning? Upon hearing this, the rest of the crew burst into laughter. Blackbeard then looked at the screen and added meaningfully, however, I initially thought this was just a battle between Whitebeard and the Navy. Now, with the appearance of this screen, the scope of this war is expanding. But this works to my advantage. The murkier the waters, the better for us, hahaha. The Impel Down team, led by Ivankov, also noticed Blackbeard's words, and his expression was quite heavy. This Blackbeard seems to be a formidable opponent. What's so great about him? You're being too cautious. Blackbeard was defeated by Magellan with one move. I think he's just trying to save face, Buggy said dismissively. However, Crocodile agreed with Ivankov. I think he has a point. Blackbeard clearly has such strong devil fruit powers, yet he didn't use them while fighting Magellan. He must have done that on purpose. Only then could he achieve his goal. So what exactly is his goal? Buggy asked, puzzled. Crocodile only hinted, what's the most famous thing in Impel Down? That must be his goal. The most famous? Isn't it just the prisoners in Impel Down? What else is there to be famous? Buggy said, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. You mean Blackbeard's goal is those prisoners? I didn't say anything. It's all just speculation, Crocodile replied, puffing on his cigar, quietly watching the screen without answering Buggy's question. However, Buggy clearly didn't need his answer and had already concluded this fact. At that moment, the screen showed Magellan facing Luffy again. The prisoners beside Buggy were excitedly shouting, Captain Buggy, look, Magellan is going to fight Mr. Luffy again. I wonder how fierce their battle will be this time. We didn't see it when we were in Impel Down. That's right. This is a perfect opportunity to appreciate Mr. Luffy's heroic demeanor. At this time, Luffy had joined the main force and was fleeing outside Impel Down, but Magellan was in pursuit. Straw Hat Kid, stop right there. I won't let you escape. I will catch you. As he spoke, he activated his poison fruit ability, unleashing a torrent of deadly poison towards the fleeing crowd. Everyone was terrified of his venom and scrambled to escape. In the end, only Ivankov and Lightning remained to confront Magellan. Meanwhile, to prevent Magellan from pursuing, Ivankov instructed Lightning to use his cut fruit ability to sever the stairs leading to the underground second level. Seeing this, Magellan coldly said, What do you think you're doing? Do you really think this will stop me? Can't you guess what I'm planning? That's quite disappointing for your position as director. As Ivankov said this, he began injecting male hormones into himself. Previously, in the battle against Hannibal, he had injected female hormones to use his beauty strategy, transforming himself into a shapely woman. Now, he was transforming back to his original, eye-catching, gender-bending appearance. Death Stare. Ivankov unleashed his ultimate move, creating a massive explosion that repelled Magellan's attack. Unfortunately, Magellan was not so easily defeated. Although Ivankov shattered one of his poisonous dragons, 3 more immediately appeared behind him, glaring at Ivankov. Useless. Stop trying to buy time. The Straw Hat will never escape from Impel Down, Magellan said indifferently, looking at Ivankov, trying to persuade him to surrender. However, Ivankov clearly refused to give in and launched another attack on Magellan, who said I was stalling for time. I won't give up easily. Today, let me show you what the new gender-bending boxing technique is. He quickly made several movements, but nothing happened. Magellan, feeling speechless, ignored him and used Poison Dragon again, charging at Ivankov. Ivankov countered with Death Stare, defeating Magellan's Poison Dragons one by one. But suddenly, the poison that dissipated from the dragons splashed onto Ivankov's face. He let out a scream. "Oh, my face is melting." One Piece 1. Strange, this Okama King Ivankov is clearly no match for Magellan. But how did he escape? Could it be that Straw Hat Luffy came back to save him? Pirate too? I'm not sure. But this king of the transvestites is really weak. He's going to be defeated so easily. Revolutionary Army 1. Hey, you can't say that about Mr. Ivan. He's very strong. And it's not that easy to defeat him. Mr. Ivan must have a backup plan. Transvestite 1. That's right. Mr. Ivan is the star guiding us forward. In our hearts, he is the strongest. Pirate 1. But speaking of which, this cross-dresser king actually has quite a bit of backbone. When he fought Magellan, he stayed behind alone and even let his subordinates leave first. Pirate 2. Indeed, such a boss is quite rare. In Pirate 3, look that Ivankov, what is he doing? With this pirate's words, the part of the crowd that was previously engaged in conversation immediately turned their gaze to the sky, wanting to see what was happening. Ivankov was covering his face, painfully exclaiming, my face, it's going to melt. It won't melt because I put on heavy makeup. As he said this, his tone suddenly changed, and he directly removed something from his face. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his makeup. However, nothing had happened to Ivankov's face. Magellan watched this scene without saying a word. Instead, Ivankov, holding his mask-like makeup, imitated what Magellan might say, cheerfully exclaiming, "So we'll melt? I really got tricked." After saying this, Ivankov launched another attack at Magellan. New transgender fist technique, the 44th full-body beauty secret. Dream Strike Processing Fist. His momentum was quite fierce, but unfortunately, the scene shifted. In the next moment, Ivankov was once again defeated by Magellan, falling to the ground. One Piece. What the heck? Did he get taken out in one hit? I thought he could defeat Magellan. Pirates too. That's right, previously I saw that he wasn't poisoned. Instead, when he took off that makeup from his face, I thought he was pretending to be weak and was about to rise up. But it turned out he was no match for Magellan at all. Navy 1. Of course, Director Magellan's Venom fruit is extremely powerful. With this person, how could the king of the underworld possibly be his opponent? One Piece 3. I admit that the Venom fruit is very strong. However, don't forget that the Okama King also appeared on the battlefield at Marineford, which means he definitely escaped from Magellan. So stop hyping up Magellan. One Piece 4. That's right. Whether it's the Straw Hat Kid or Blackbeard, they've all left Impel Down. I think this Magellan is just a name without substance. Haha. Navy 2, what do you mean? You can't say that about Director Magellan. Are you looking for a fight? Pirates 5. Bring it on. Are you afraid of you? The Navy 3. Come on. As soon as this was said during the Warring States period, the Navy members dared not defy the command of the Marshal, and all fell silent. As for the pirates, since there were no Navy personnel to argue with them, they also ceased their loud antics and quietly continued watching the video. At this moment, the camera had shifted away from Ivankov and Magellan, instead focusing on Buggy and Mr. 3, who had parted ways with Luffy earlier. Buggy, taking advantage of the commotion caused by Luffy and the others, led the prisoners he had previously released from the second underground level, preparing to escape from Impel Down. Unfortunately, just as they were about to succeed, they suddenly encountered a few guard beasts blocking their path. Buggy and his group were no match for them, and just as they were about to be captured, Luffy and his crew finally arrived, quickly dispatching the guard beasts. Damn, it's that Straw Hat Kid and Jinbei. It's really them. Buggy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomers. Before they could continue their conversation, Magellan finally caught up and immediately launched an attack on Luffy and the others. Seeing that Magellan had successfully tracked them down, Luffy guessed that Ivankov and the others might be in grave danger. With that thought, he impulsively wanted to avenge them. Fortunately, Bon Clay managed to stop him in time. But at that moment, Magellan's venomous dragon was already looming close by. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Candlewall, Mr. 3 activated his Wax Fruit ability, successfully blocking the venomous dragon and saving Luffy and the others. After that, Buggy immediately led the other prisoners to escape. However, Luffy thought of a good plan and stopped Mr. 3 to seek his help. Miss Golden Week, Mr. 3, Your strength hasn't diminished over the years. I thought being imprisoned for so long would weaken you. Miss Valentine, to think you could counter an attack from Magellan. Who would have dared to imagine that before? Miss Christmas, well done. Keep it up and show them the power of our former Baroque Works senior agents. Mr. 3, you guys are still alive? I thought you all had died long ago. Miss Doublefinger, no matter what, we once worked for that man. How could we easily get into trouble? But speaking of which, I really want to know what plan the Straw Hat Kid has in mind. Can you share it now? Mr. 3, what is there to say? Just watch the video. It's already playing, isn't it? With Mr. 3's words, the screen in the sky just happened to show this scene. Luffy, after a short run-up, suddenly jumped up. Then Mr. 3 directly used his fruit ability to cover Luffy's entire body with wax. From a distance, it looked as if Luffy was wearing a suit of wax armor. With the protection of the armor, Luffy no longer feared Magellan's toxins and was able to use his fists. However, Magellan was unfazed and merely scoffed, Straw Hat Kid. Among those I've seen, your perseverance is indeed admirable, but this is where it ends. He then unleashed his venomous dragon attack again. Luffy, worried about Ivankov and the others, inquired about their situation before the fight. Unfortunately, Magellan did not reveal the truth and instead deceived Luffy, claiming that Ivankov had already been executed. Hearing this, Luffy became even angrier, stopped speaking, and charged at Magellan. Rubber, champion, spinning bullet, venomous pufferfish. Magellan retaliated immediately, and Luffy, unwilling to back down, launched another attack. Rubber, champion rocket cannon. The two exchanged several blows back and forth, yet neither was able to gain the upper hand. Earlier, Luffy had been hesitant due to Magellan's fruit ability, but now, with the protection of the wax armor, Luffy was unstoppable and no longer worried about Magellan's toxins, allowing him to fight freely. Meanwhile, as the two battled, the camera shifted to Buggy and the prisoners, who had now reached the first underground level. They pushed open the massive door of Impel Down, just about to leave. However, when the door fully opened, what appeared before them was an unexpected sight. Navy 1. How could you possibly think of using this method to counter Admiral Magellan's poison fruit? Pirate 1. However, to be fair, even though it looks simple and seems to lack technical complexity, it's indeed a good method, with the candle as a barrier. The Straw Hat Kid doesn't have to worry about the venom touching his skin at all. He can confidently use his fists. Pirates 2. That's right. This is completely a contest of physical skills. I wonder who will come out on top. Pirate 3. It should be Magellan. After all, he is the famous warden of Impel Down. The Straw Hat Kid has only just set sail for a short time. I think in the future, the Straw Hat Kid will escape from here using some method, but it definitely won't be by defeating Magellan here. Pirates 4. Not necessarily. Maybe the Straw Hat Kid successfully defeated Magellan, then escaped from Impel Down and took the group of prisoners to the Navy headquarters. One Piece 5. No way. Can the Straw Hat Kid really defeat Magellan? Although I know he must have successfully escaped from Impel Down, I just can't imagine that he did it by defeating Magellan. One Piece 6. The world is vast and full of wonders. The Straw Hat Kid is also very strong. Just look at what he has accomplished since setting sail. Which of these seems like something a newcomer would do? He pierced through the flag of the world government at Eni's lobby, stormed Impel Down to rescue people, and even invaded the Marine headquarters. Each of these events is astonishing in its own right. So don't underestimate the Straw Hat Kid who can achieve such feats. Pirate 5, that's true. Civilian 1. Look, that clown Buggy and the others seem like they're about to escape. Civilian 2. It really looks like it. The door is even open. Once they board the warship, they should be able to escape successfully, right? Navy 2. Strange. Why are all the warships outside the advanced city gone? This can't be possible. Weren't those warships usually stationed there? The Navy 3. I understand. It must be Director Magellan who, just in case, ordered all those warships to retreat, leaving the pirates no hope of escape. Navy 4. That's right, this is the doldrums. And the surroundings are filled with giant sea kings. Without warships, those pirates would have no way to escape, since we've seen the warships outside of Impel Down disappear. Everyone else, aside from the parties involved in the incident, is very curious about where Luffy and his crew got their warship. Pirate 1. I'm really curious too. It seems that the advantage is clearly on the Navy's side. So how did these prisoners manage to successfully escape from Impel Down? Pirate 2. That's right. Just now I was mocking the clown Buggy and the others, clearly working so hard, but in the end, it was all for nothing. But then I remembered that their fate had long been determined. These people successfully escaped from Impel Down and even infiltrated the Marine headquarters, making a name for themselves in the world. Thinking of this, I even felt a bit envious. Pirates 3. Actually, I'm about to watch it too. It seems like they're about to take action. Pirate 4. It's true, the former Warlord Crocodile and the current Warlord Jinbei are ready to take action. And that Buggy seems to be getting ready to make a move as well. Pirates 5. What do they want to do? Do they want to directly seize a warship? But with so many people working together, it might actually work. And the subsequent video indeed confirms this. Jinbei first utilized the ocean to send Crocodile and the others onto the warship. Then he launched an attack on the ship's cabin, directly breaking open a hole. Once Crocodile and the others successfully entered the warship, he went on to destroy other warships. After all, they only need one warship, and destroying the others is to prevent the Navy from pursuing them with other ships when they escape. Jinbei and his group have already begun their actions, while Luffy is still fighting Magellan. With the help of the candle armor, Luffy is firing on all cylinders. He no longer fears Magellan and is even beginning to gain the upper hand. Faced with this situation, Magellan finally stopped hiding his strength and directly activated the strongest ability of the poison fruit. Poison fruit awakened. After the fruit awakened, Magellan's eyes instantly turned bright red, and the surrounding blue poison liquid transformed into red, resembling boiling blood. Magellan simply stared at Luffy and calmly uttered 4 words, "Giant of Poison." As he finished speaking, the ground around him began to bubble, and ultimately a giant of red poison appeared before everyone's eyes. Pirate 1. As expected, without relying on his poison abilities, Magellan is really no match for the Straw Hat Kid. Navy 1. What are you talking about? Director Magellan was just careless for a moment. That Straw Hat Kid is nothing to be afraid of. Pirate 2. Huh? Are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? If you don't open your eyes and take a good look, who is really being suppressed now? One Piece 4. However, the Straw Hat Kid is already so powerful at such a young age. He should not be underestimated in the future. One Piece 5. But is Magellan really just like this? If that's the case, then I think his position as warden is quite inflated, just like that Hannibal from before. Navy 2. I'm really sorry, but the true abilities of our Director Magellan have yet to be unleashed. You should pay close attention. Pirate 6. So, what exactly is that red giant? Is this really Magellan's true strength? It's really terrifying. Navy 3. That's right. This is the strongest form of Director Magellan after the awakening of the poison fruit, Giant of Poison. The Straw Hat Kid simply can't compete. He must have used some underhanded means to escape from Director Magellan. The video showcased the immense power of Magellan after the awakening of his poison fruit, which made many people worry about Straw Hat Luffy's situation. However, they later recalled that Luffy had successfully escaped from Impel Down, which eased their concerns. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Carp watched the video. Ever since Luffy was poisoned, he had not expressed his opinion. Only when Akainu provocatively pushed him did he feel compelled to say a few words. However, seeing Magellan awaken his fruit ability at that moment, Carp did not show it on his face, but he was still worried about Luffy in his heart, even though he knew that Luffy would be fine later. As a grandfather, how could he not worry about his grandson? He couldn't help but think of his 2 grandsons. One was locked in prison and about to be publicly executed, while the other was suffering from poisoning and losing his lifespan to save the first. This truly weighed heavily on his heart. Unfortunately, he and his grandson belonged to 2 opposing factions, and for the justice he upheld, he simply could not bend the law for personal reasons, leaving him in a dilemma. At this moment, Luffy, who was in the Impel Down team, was clearly unaware of Carp's inner turmoil. Even if he did know, he probably wouldn't care, because for him right now, he only had one goal: to save Ace. For this purpose, he was even willing to sacrifice his own life. So no matter if it was Magellan or Carp, anyone who stood in his way had to be defeated. Magellan's Giant of Poison was extremely difficult to deal with. The red poison was many times more potent than the previous blue one. Just a single drop could take a prisoner's life. The wax armor that Luffy had previously asked Mr. 3 to make was also no match for the red poison's corrosion and had completely melted away. Thus, looking at the formidable Magellan before him, Luffy, like Mr. 3, had only one thought: to escape from here as quickly as possible. Luffy ran fast, but unfortunately, Magellan, empowered by the Giant of Poison, was just as fast, and there was even a hint that he might surpass Luffy. Just as Magellan was about to catch up with Luffy and grab him, the floor suddenly cracked open, and a humanoid figure burst out from below. It was none other than the Okama King, Ivankov, who had been defeated by Magellan earlier. Pirate 1. That Magellan seems to have turned into a monster. It's really terrifying. The Straw Hat Kid is completely no match for him. One Piece 2. With such a terrifying prison warden, it's no wonder that no one else has ever escaped from Impel Down except for Shiki the Golden Lion. And even Shiki, despite escaping, paid a huge price for it. Pirates 3. What should we do now, Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 4. Oh my god. Who is that? That eye-popping shemale. He isn't dead. Pirate 5. Didn't he get poisoned by Magellan? How can he still move? I can still vividly remember the tragic state of that Straw Hat Kid. Shouldn't he be like the Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 6. But don't forget, the Straw Hat Kid was healed by that person, the Okama King. Since he could heal the Straw Hat Kid, he might not even be afraid of Magellan's poison. On Okama Island, the Okamas cheered at the sight of Ivankov reappearing. Great! I knew Lord Ivankov wouldn't be so easily defeated. Of course, after all, he is a legendary figure. Next, Lord Ivankov will definitely show his skills and teach Magellan a good lesson. That's right, that's right. At this moment, Sanji, who had been looking for a chance to sneak off the island, happened to hear their cheers. Hey, do you guys know that Okama, who is with Luffy? That's right. That person is our king. Ah, it's been so long since I last saw him, and he still looks as charming as ever. Candy boy, you must be captivated by him too, right? Don't you want to fall at his feet? Hearing the teasing voices around him, Sanji couldn't help but get angry. So I ask you, can you listen to what people are saying? That person with your king is my captain, Luffy. He really needs my help right now, so I must leave here. Please don't stop me anymore. The more Sanji spoke, the louder his voice became, and the Okamas around him looked at each other in confusion after hearing his accusations. In the end, it was the acting king who stepped forward. Sorry, Candy Boy. I think with your current abilities, even if you go to the Straw Hat Boy's side, you won't be able to help much. I think you should stay here honestly and join us. I told you long ago, that's impossible. Sanji refused again. Then, there's no helping it. The acting king waved his hand. You must follow the rules of our Okama kingdom. You have to defeat us to leave here. All right, then bring it on. War was about to break out. On Boyne Archipelago, Usopp was training hard under his mentor, Hercules, trying to recover as soon as possible to help Luffy. Since Nami from Sky Island learned about Ace's impending execution, she had been trying to sneak off Sky Island. But she was constantly blocked by a few old men on the island. Yet she didn't give up and kept looking for ways. Luffy's friends, although scattered across the world, were all working hard for him. Meanwhile, as they were striving, the sky screen video continued. Seeing Ivankov and the lightning suddenly appear, Luffy was very happy. After that, he contacted Jinbei through the transponder snail. At this time, Jinbei and his crew had successfully captured a warship. He instructed Luffy and the others to jump into the sea, leaving everything else to him. Luffy heard this and immediately agreed without any doubt. However, it was clear that Magellan would not let them go so easily. He launched another attack, sending the poison giant after Luffy and the others. The intense poison eroded everything around them. At a critical moment, Mr. 3 used his maximum power to create a giant candle wall, barely blocking the attack. Unfortunately, facing Magellan's super strong attack, it could only hold for a few seconds. But it was precisely those few seconds that gave Luffy the time he needed to successfully enter Gear 3rd. Giant Stamp. Luffy launched his attack, kicking the candle wall and Magellan behind it away. Unfortunately, after using this move, the side effects of Gear 3rd immediately appeared, and Luffy instantly reverted to his small form, losing all offensive power. Fortunately, Ivankov was still there. With his help, everyone successfully escaped from Impel Down, falling towards the sea. Jinbei then summoned a school of sharks to safely bring Luffy and the others onto the warship. He then steered the warship towards the Gates of Justice. They initially thought that once they reached the Gates of Justice, there would be a tough battle to fight, as the Gates of Justice were not easily opened. But to their surprise, when they reached the Gates of Justice, they suddenly opened. Ding! Question: who opened the Gates of Justice? This is a buzz-in question. Only those who buzz in can answer, and the system will not reveal options. However, those who buzz in incorrectly will also be punished, and only those who buzz incorrectly will receive rewards. There are 4 opportunities for this question. If no one answers correctly within 4 attempts, the system will directly announce the correct answer. Now, buzzing begins. Clown Buggy. Hahaha, great. The quiz has started again, and I'm sure I can buzz in this time. Captain Wang Ji of the 5 Peaks. But why does it feel like all the questions so far have something to do with the Straw Hat Kid? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu. Indeed, it's hard not to suspect the connection between this sky screen and the Straw Hat Kid. Golden Lion Shiki. Jihahaha, what is there to doubt? It should just be a coincidence. Could it be that the Straw Hat Kid is the sky screen's son? Captain John, you can't say that. If you say that, does it mean that the sky screen has become Garp's son? Ha ha. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, with this sky screen being able to communicate with the dead, the Straw Hat Kid shouldn't he have such great abilities. But it's true that the sky screen favors the Straw Hat Kid. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, would you like to become my son-in-law? I can marry you to my most beloved daughter. Beast Kaido, Linlin, let us forget about your daughter, but speaking of daughters, I have one too, lalalalo. Revolutionary dragon. Sorry, my son will marry whoever he wants in the future. You don't need to introduce him to anyone. You should see who gets the chance to answer the question now. Just as Big Mom and Kaido were getting into a lively discussion, Dragon suddenly appeared and stopped them. As Dragon finished speaking, the system also announced the list of those who successfully buzzed in. Ding! Buzz in is over. Those who obtained the chance to answer this time are Borsalino, Eustace Kid, Perona, and Crocodile. First, please let Borsalino answer. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford saw that Borsalino had obtained the chance to answer a question, and Sengoku was very excited. Great! We got the chance to answer a question. I wonder what the reward will be this time. However, unlike Sengoku's joyful demeanor, Admiral Tsuru was somewhat worried. If they answered correctly, it would be fine, but if they answered incorrectly, they would face punishment. The Navy's current combat power cannot afford any losses. Don't worry, little Tsuru, Sengoku reassured her. I already know the answer. Really? Admiral Tsuru was surprised. Sengoku nodded and turned to Borsalino. Borsalino, listen to me, the answer is. Sengoku told Borsalino the answer to the question. Although Borsalino was a bit surprised, he found it quite reasonable. So, following Sengoku's words, he answered the question. Borsalino, my answer is Fonklai. He used the power of the mimic fruit to transform into Magellan's appearance and ordered others to open the gates of justice. Moonlight Moria. Oh my god, you must be joking. Although it sounds reasonable, no pirate would do that, right? After all, once he does that, he won't be able to escape. Sandy Crocodile. Although I really don't want to admit it, there are indeed fools who would do that. Moonlight Moria, you mean? Ding. Congratulations to Borsalino for answering correctly. You have received the reward, Arrival of the Otherworld. Before Moria could finish his sentence, the system had already announced that Borsalino had answered correctly. At that moment, Borsalino felt an extra surge of power within his body. Subsequently, an introduction about the move Arrival of the Otherworld appeared in his mind. Arrival of the Otherworld belongs to the light system of magic. When using this move, it is said to have the power to awaken the god of light, causing distortion in time and space on the battlefield, which can inflict significant damage to enemies. Wow, what a powerful move. After sensing Arrival of the Otherworld, Borsalino couldn't help but exclaim. Sengoku looked at him, who had absorbed the energy, and couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. So, how do you feel? Is this move powerful? Borsalino nodded. You could say that. It should surprise you when the time comes. When the time comes. Sengoku was puzzled. Can't you try it now? No, I think it's more suitable as a trump card, Borsalino said. Seeing that he had no intention of demonstrating the move, Sengoku could only helplessly give up. Then he looked at the others and said, forget it. Since you say so, let's leave it at that. Now we have more important matters. You should also realize that the Marineford War is inevitable now. In order for the Navy to increase its chances of winning in this battle, we must rely on the power of the heavens. We must answer as many questions as possible and obtain more rewards. Only in this way can we resist those ferocious pirates. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked at the others present, who all nodded in agreement, and he was satisfied. At this moment, on the screen, everyone was shocked by Borsalino's answer. News King Morgans. I can't believe this person sacrificed himself to save the Straw Hat Kid and his crew. What a touching friendship. Eustace Kid. Just a useless sacrifice. If it were me, I wouldn't need him to pay such a price. I could just defeat Magellan directly, and nothing would happen. Fallen Navy Major Drake. How arrogant. Magellan is not as simple as you think. You wouldn't be able to handle just his poison. Disaster Queen. Hahaha. Putting everything else aside, this person should be dead by now. I love watching this kind of thing. I wonder how sad the Straw Hat Kid will be when he finds out. I can't wait to see his expression. As soon as Queen finished speaking, before anyone could refute, the video showed Magellan discovering Fonklai. Magellan burst into the power room. Soft Fonklai transformed into his appearance, and his expression darkened. So it's you. Then he turned to the guard beside him. What are you still doing? Close the door, he said angrily, and the guards hurried forward to press the button to close the door. However, Fonklai didn't give them that opportunity and immediately destroyed the button. The guards were a step too late, and they could only watch helplessly as the warship piloted by Luffy and the others left, while the gates of justice slowly closed. On the other side, Luffy had just learned that Fonklai had stayed behind alone to ensure their safe departure. Luffy didn't want to leave Fonklai behind and wanted to go back to save him. But Jinbei stopped him and gave him a transponder snail to communicate with Fonklai. Little Fong, are you there? Why did you do this? Didn't we agree to leave together? Why choose to sacrifice yourself? Please answer me. Besides Luffy, the other prisoners were also continuously calling out Fonklai's name, but unfortunately, there was no response from the transponder snail. In the end, Luffy had to give up and said, "Little Fong, the door is about to close and we have to leave. Lastly, I just want to say thank you so much for everything you did for me." After Luffy finished speaking, there was still no response from the transponder snail. Just as the signal was about to disappear, Fonklai's voice suddenly came through. "Strauhut, you must rescue your big brother. I believe you can do it. Don't let our efforts go to waste." After shouting this, the transponder snail completely lost connection. At this moment, Magellan looked at Fonklai and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Fonklai shook his head no. The battle between the two was about to begin, and the video ended here. Straw Hat Luffy. Little Fong, are you okay? If you are, please answer me. Pirate 1, damn it. Tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of my eyes. Fong Keelii, what a loyal and righteous person he is. Himing si ku la chi man a pu. I never expected that he would go to such lengths for those Straw Hat guys. Captain Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates. Straw Hat Luffy has finally managed to escape from Impel Down. What a big commotion it has caused. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. What big commotion. Don't forget that after Straw Hat Luffy, he will appear on the battlefield as well. Now there will be a real commotion, a shocking one for the world. Eustace Kid. So Straw Hat has been stealing the spotlight, damn it. I must do something shocking to the world too. News King Morgans. Following the Golden Lion Shiki, someone has finally managed to escape from Impel Down again. And not just one person, but leading hundreds of prisoners out together. This is unprecedented big news. Big Mom Charlotte Limlin. Now that Straw Hat Luffy has escaped from Impel Down, next, we should be seeing footage from the battlefield, right? Sky Island Monk Urki. Not necessarily. Don't forget, Blackbeard is still in Impel Down. With his fruit ability, I don't believe he was easily defeated by Magellan. Although Urki's words attracted a small portion of attention, it was clear that the majority of people were still focused on Luffy and his crew. Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha. Straw Hat Kid, I didn't expect you to escape from Impel Down, just like me. I hope you will give me more surprises next. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. Next, it should be this group invading the battlefield. I can't help but look forward to the upcoming storyline. Smoker. Damn it. How did these bastards get in? Smoker's question was also on many people's minds. And at that moment, the video from Tenmaku was released. Jinbei was piloting a warship towards the Navy headquarters. Just as they were about to arrive, the sea suddenly shook, causing a tsunami to appear. Just as the warship was about to be caught by the tsunami, Jinbei showcased his exceptional steering ability, leading everyone on board to ride the tsunami, advancing with the waves. Phoenix Marco. That tsunami must have been caused by Dad's ability. Diamond Jozu. That's right. It must have been then. Captain John. The warlord Jinbei. What exceptional steering ability. He can actually tame a tsunami. What a talent. Moonlight Moria. No wonder Straw Hat and his crew fell from the sky later. It turns out they were using that tsunami. The Impel Down team watched Jinbei's excellent maneuvering in the video, and Luffy couldn't help but admire him, his eyes shining with respect. Amazing Jinbei. I really need a helmsman like you. Would you be willing to join my crew? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Jinbei looked at him carefully and realized he wasn't joking. However, after a moment of calm reflection, he shook his head. Sorry, I have my own matters to attend to and cannot join your pirate ship. Hearing Jinbei's response, Luffy wasn't disappointed. If you change your mind, be sure to come find me. I can't easily give up on an excellent helmsman like you, Luffy said with a grin. And seeing his demeanor, Jinbei agreed to his request, stating that if one day he really wanted to find crew members again, he would definitely choose Luffy. After receiving Jinbei's response, Luffy turned back satisfied and continued watching the video. Jinbei rode the waves rapidly, seeing that they were about to reach the Navy headquarters. But suddenly the wave they were riding was frozen. It turned out that Admiral Akiji had intervened, freezing the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard. However, this meant that the warship they were on was also forced to stay suspended in the air, unable to move forward or descend. Later, Luffy came up with a plan to directly slide the warship down from the frozen wave. Although it seemed a bit unreliable, it was the only option they had at the moment. But now that the warship was also frozen, their first task was to successfully dig the warship out. Thus, among the group present, Luffy, Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, and Buggy all exerted force towards the ice wave, intending to free the ship. As they moved, the ice blocks beneath the four of them, except Buggy, all shattered, while there was no movement beneath Buggy at all. However, before others could comment on this result, they suddenly realized something. The prisoners screamed in terror. You kicked it the wrong way. We're going to fall. What should we do? Help! With cries echoing, the warship, along with everyone on board, fell down. I told you not to listen to that Straw Hat Kid. It's all because of that dead freak throwing skills around. Crocodile Boy, are you saying this is all my fault? Don't you bear any responsibility? Oh no, we're gonna die. Wait, I seem to be rubber. I can't die from falling. Are you only thinking of surviving by yourself? Hurry up and think of a way to save us. I don't want to die like this. Is there anyone who can help us? Straw Hat Kid, you bastard. I shouldn't have trusted you. By the way, if I split, will I also not die like Straw Hat? No way, if my head hits the ground, I will definitely die. Help. News King Morgans. So this is how they broke into the Navy headquarters. It could be said that they took advantage of Whitebeard's strength. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. I never imagined that these people would actually break into the Navy headquarters. Even though the video has been broadcasted, it's still hard to believe. Akainu Sakazuki. Humph. That's just an event of the future. Our Navy is already prepared and will never let such a thing happen again. You pirates, feel free to come at us. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la la la. Then Akainu. We'll see you on the battlefield. Pirate 1. It seems that the new Marineford War is about to happen. I wonder if we'll get to see it. Pirate 2. Let's not worry about what hasn't happened yet. I think the war at the top of the sky is quite exciting right now. Now that the Straw Hat Kids have joined this war, I wonder if it will have any impact on the outcome. Pirates 3. I don't know about others, but that clown Buggy, I think it doesn't matter whether he's there or not. Pirate 4. That's right, he's too weak, isn't he? 5 people kicking an ice block together. And he didn't have any effect at all. It's as if he didn't even move. What a joke. Just a Buggy. You guys, what do you mean? How dare you talk bad about me? Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Pirate 5. What they said is also true. Getting angry won't help. Buggy the Clown. Shut up. Shanks. Haha. Buggy. You're just the same as before. One Piece Roger. That's right. Seeing you like this really reminds me of the days when you and Shanks were on our ship. Buggy the Clown. Captain Roger. It's been a long time. Don't worry. I'm also on my way to save Ace. Leave your son to me. One Piece Roger. Oh, then I'll leave it to you, Buggy. The conversation between Buggy, Roger, and Shanks surprised everyone watching the screen. Previously, they hadn't noticed the familiarity among the three, focusing solely on the relationship between Ace and Roger. Now, they finally turned their attention to the three of them and realized something was off. Navy 1. I didn't expect that the clown Buggy is actually a crew member of the Pirate King, just like Shanks. The Navy has no information at all. He must be hiding very well. The Navy 2. Could it be that this Pakistani has been hiding his strength all along to deceive the Navy's attention? When the critical moment comes, will he suddenly explode and catch the Navy off guard? Navy 3. If that's really the case, then it would be a terrifying opponent. Pirate 1. You guys are overthinking it. If that's the case, then maybe he didn't break the ice blocks on purpose before either. Because he noticed that the Straw Hat Kid and the others kicked in the wrong direction. So he intentionally didn't make a move? Pirates 2. Don't say it. Really don't say it. Your kind of speculation suddenly makes a lot of sense to me. Pirate 3. No way. I originally thought that Buggy the Clown was just a loser like me, but now you're telling me he suddenly turns out to be a hidden big shot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Pirate 4. I don't believe it either, but the members of the Pirate King can't possibly be useless, right? If you want me to believe that a member of the Pirate King is a useless person, then I'd rather believe that that clown Buggy has been hiding his true self all along to avoid being discovered by the Navy. In the sky, because of the interaction between Buggy and Roger, many people now see him with a bit of conspiracy theory, thinking that he is deliberately hiding his strength. Among those people, they're not only pirates but also Navy members. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku also noticed a few people's analysis of Buggy on the screen. He pondered for a moment, looked at the people present, and asked in a deep voice, why is it that Buggy the Clown, being a member of the Pirate King's crew, has not been reported on by the Navy at all? After he finished asking, a Navy officer who had previously been responsible for the EC responded that clown Buggy was very weak when he was in the EC. The Navy only regarded him as a small pirate who could be easily defeated, so he didn't pay much attention to him, which led to the failure to investigate his background properly. After this explanation, Sengoku solemnly stated, since you didn't find out about his background, go investigate it immediately. I hope you will not act like this again in the future. No matter how weak the enemy is, you need to clarify their identity and background. And do not let this kind of incident happen again. How could Buggy, as a member of the Pirate King's crew, possibly be so weak? You must have been deceived by him. I hope you will pay attention in the future and not make such foolish mistakes again. Now, go check Buggy's information right away. Yes. The Navy officers responded and immediately went to investigate. At this moment, seeing Sengoku still somewhat angry, Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but comfort him. Well, it's no use pursuing responsibility now, is it? That clown Buggy, for what he said, is already heading towards the headquarters. If you want to know his information, you could just confront him directly. Once Tsuru said this, Sengoku nodded, you have a point, but I want to go personally to test it out. I'll let others handle it. After saying this, he no longer pursued the topic and instead turned his attention to the video on the screen, deciding not to hold the East Sea Navy accountable anymore. The team from Impel Down watched Buggy's calm conversation with Shanks and Pirate King Roger on the screen, and the prisoners released by Buggy admired him even more. As expected of Captain Buggy, he used to be on the ship of Pirate King Roger, the legendary pirate crew. I really didn't follow the wrong person. Captain Buggy will definitely lead us to a higher level. Long live Captain Buggy, you're the best. Oh, long live Captain Buggy. The crew of the red-haired pirates also saw the conversation on the screen. They had long known that their captain was once a crewmate of Pirate King Roger and were not surprised. However, they were shocked to learn that Buggy had also been a member of the Pirate King's crew. Captain, I didn't expect that Buggy was once a member of the Pirate King's crew. Why didn't you ever mention it? Jesus Burgess couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Shanks simply smiled lightly. Oh, that's because Buggy seems to dislike me for some reason. So I haven't mentioned it externally. I see. The crew members nodded in understanding and stopped being curious about the topic. At this point, the video on the screen had reached the moment when Luffy and the others successfully landed and confronted the Navy, while Jinbei directly declared that he would no longer be a warlord of the sea. That's right. I'm no longer a warlord of the sea. Jinbei answered decisively in response to Sengoku's inquiry. However, Carp expressed some doubts. You say that, but I still find it quite strange. Your team is too amazing. With prisoners from Impel Down, members of the Revolutionary Army, and even Crocodile among you. I don't believe your goals are all the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile had already left Luffy's group and charged straight towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, it's been a long time since we last met. Crocodile greeted Whitebeard with a smile, but Whitebeard was not deceived by his smile. It's you, that forgetful brat. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Crocodile did not say anything more and directly launched an attack, while Whitebeard did not respond. At that moment, Luffy suddenly activated Gear Second and directly kicked away Crocodile's attack. Why are you protecting Whitebeard, Straw Hat Kid? What are you doing? Crocodile angrily questioned after being kicked away. Luffy replied firmly, I want to allow you to hurt this uncle named Whitebeard. He is someone Ace really cares about. After saying this, Luffy stood in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard then looked at the familiar straw hat on Luffy's head and said, Kid, your straw hat looks a lot like Shanks. Hey, do you know Shanks? This straw hat is his. He asked me to keep it safe. Whitebeard did not respond to Luffy's words, but looked back towards the Navy. You should know who the enemy is, right? A kid like you can easily lose your life on this battlefield. So, are you still going to save your brother? Stop rambling. How can I not know such things? Luffy shouted at Whitebeard. I heard Ace say that you also want to be the Pirate King, right? Then you better listen well. The one who will become the Pirate King is me. Pirate 1. Strange. Isn't Crocodile part of the Straw Hat crew? Why is he fighting with Whitebeard? Cavendish. Foolish. That's obviously because his goals are different from those of the Straw Hat Kids. He's not trying to rescue Fire Fist Ace at all. Damn it, that Straw Hat Kid is so dazzling, he's stealing all my thunder. I can't stand him. One day, I will reclaim everything I've lost. Captain Capone Beach of the Fire Tank Pirates. Besides those famous pirates, the Straw Hat Kid is probably the most outstanding among the rising stars. Eustace Kid. That's hard to say. It's just that the screen hasn't broadcast any other videos. Otherwise, how could the Straw Hat Kid take all the limelight by himself? Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. The other videos you mentioned, wouldn't they happen to include yours? I think you should save your breath. Since the screen didn't show your video, it means your deeds aren't worth watching at all. Eustace Kid, what are you talking about? Don't think just because you're a woman, I won't take action against you. Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. Sky Island, Monk, Urki. Since the screen appeared, every action of the Straw Hat Kid has been so shocking. This time, he actually dared to speak to the man known as the strongest in the world. It's truly unimaginable. Bartolomeo, Senior Luffy, the Impel Down team, saw Luffy's performance, and Buggy almost had his eyes pop out. Gut, Stahlhat Keat. You're so bold to directly say that to Whitebeard. Don't you fear that he might kill you out of anger for trying to compete for the title of Pirate King? Luffy scratched his nose and smiled brightly. What are you saying? That's Ace's dad. How could he do such a thing? Besides, I'm not trying to compete for the title of Pirate King. After saying this, Luffy pressed his left hand on his hat and looked up at the sky. Because the Pirate King will definitely be me in the future. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, upon witnessing Luffy's performance, were not angry at his words. Instead, they chuckled. Truly, he is Ace's brother. He feels just like him back in the day. Haha. Yes, saying that reminds me of Ace when I first met him. Once we rescue Ace, we must have a good talk with him. That's right. We should invite Ace's brother along then. Great, it's settled. These people were all fantasizing about their actions after rescuing Ace, unaware of the tragic ending they would face without the screen's appearance. However, they clearly didn't know this yet and were still happily watching the video. Since you want to save Ace too, then come join us. But if you dare to hold us back, I won't let you off. Upon hearing Luffy's arrogant words, Whitebeard didn't feel angry. Instead, he laughed heartily a couple of times and said, "No need for you to give orders." Luffy waved his hand. "I will rescue Ace myself. But before that, there's something I must tell you." Luffy turned to Whitebeard and informed him of the Navy's battle plans after they boarded the warship obtained from Impel Down. They accidentally intercepted an internal call from the Navy and learned that the Navy was going to execute Ace early. "Is that what they said?" Whitebeard, worried he misheard, confirmed with Luffy again. Luffy nodded, affirming his question. "The Navy seems to be making some preparations. I just didn't hear it very clearly. Only caught this bit of information. I don't know if it can help you. I'm only helping because of Ace." After Luffy finished speaking, Whitebeard thanked him, and Luffy waved his hand, not caring. Pirate 1. "So, why does that Straw Hat Kid dare to speak to Whitebeard like that? Where does his courage come from?" Pirate 2. "I really didn't expect that when that Straw Hat Kid faced Whitebeard, he acted as if he were facing an ordinary person, completely unfazed by his aura." Pirate 3. "The Straw Hat Kid really deserves to be the man who aspires to become the Pirate King. He stands out from the crowd. King of Souls Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho. Mr. Luffy is really impressive. Although I'm not sure why talking to that Whitebeard makes him impressive." Commoner 1. All right. Let us not discuss the Straw Hat Kid for now. Let us finish watching the video first. This is the exciting part. After we finish the video, you can discuss however you want." Pirate 4. "That's right." As soon as the two of them finished their conversation, the others felt it made some sense. Consequently, the numerous dialogues that had previously crowded the screen, seemingly trying to block the video, disappeared entirely, and everyone quietly watched the video. "Ace, wait for me." With a loud shout, Monkey D, Luffy officially joined the battle. He jumped off the pirate ship where Whitebeard was, charging directly into the battlefield. Following him were Jinbe, Ivankov, and his army of Okama. Seeing the pirates encouraged by Luffy's actions, Sengoku felt he couldn't let this go on. Although the pirates' morale was soaring, our battle plan could still proceed normally. "Now, follow my orders and act as planned." After Sengoku finished speaking, he waved his hand. The next second, Kizaru appeared in front of Luffy like a flash of lightning, blocking his path. "Straw Hat Kid, I didn't expect to run into you here, but your timing is perfect. I can just capture you. Otherwise, those celestial dragons would bother me every day." As he spoke, he raised his foot to attack Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to be hit, Ivankov suddenly appeared to block the attack. Death Eye. The clash between the two caused a violent explosion, even sending Luffy flying. Ivankov hurriedly checked if Luffy was okay, but at that moment, another beam of laser shot towards them. Ivankov wondered, is it Kizaru again? He looked up and was shocked. It was Kuma. At the Revolutionary Army's base, Crawler was a bit excited. "Mr. Dragon, look, it's Mr. Kuma." Dragon nodded. He didn't expect to see Mr. Kuma in the video, but it was strange. Why would Mr. Kuma attack Mr. Ivankov with such strong force? Doesn't he fear hurting Mr. Ivankov? Crawler was confused. Dragon fell silent for a moment, carefully observing Kuma in the video, and said with difficulty, "I'm afraid that's no longer Kuma." Huh. Crawler looked back at the video in disbelief. As the relentless laser beams attacked, even though Ivankov could dodge, he was still annoyed and rushed in front of Kuma. "Wait, Bartholomew Kuma, aren't you being a bit too much? I know as a warlord of the sea, you have your own stance. But you don't need to launch such inhumane attacks against me." Ivankov finished speaking but received no response from Kuma and instead faced even fiercer attacks. Luffy was worried about his situation, but Ivankov assured him to leave Kuma to him and go rescue Ace. So Luffy continued forward, this time facing his former opponent, Gecko Moria. Because Moria had suffered a major defeat at Luffy's hands before, he summoned his zombie army upon seeing Luffy, using a swarm tactic to inflict several wounds on Luffy. At this moment, seeing Luffy's miserable state, Ace on the execution platform could no longer hold back. "Enough, Luffy. You should know that everyone has their own adventure. You don't need to do this for me. Your attempt to save me only brings me humiliation. Why are you doing this? Go back. Don't stay here any longer." Ace deliberately said this to push Luffy away. However, Luffy didn't care and continued to fight the Marines. "Because I'm your brother. How could I just abandon you?" Luffy said earnestly, not leaving the battlefield as Ace had hoped. At that moment, Sengoku announced to everyone present that Luffy was actually the child of the Revolutionary Dragon, instructing the Marines not to hold back. With Luffy's identity exposed, the Marines placed even more importance on him. More people rushed at him, forcing Luffy to enter Gear 3rd. Goma Goma no, giant whirlwind. Luffy fiercely repelled a giant vice admiral, and his actions inspired the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The situation on the battlefield became increasingly intense. Shiki the Golden Lion. Hahaha. It turns out this so-called Marineford War not only revealed the identity of Fire Fist Ace, but also that of the Straw Hat Kid, fallen Marine Rear Admiral Drake. But we already know this information, so we won't be shocked like the people in the video. Calamity Ember. Facing so many Marines. The Straw Hat Kid's future looks grim. He won't die on the Marineford battlefield, right? What a pity. Revolutionary Army Dragon. You underestimate my son too much. Calamity Jack O. The main character has appeared. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. I'm really curious about the outcome of this war. It's a pity that according to the video, I didn't participate in this battle. If I had the chance, I would love to give it a try. Beast Kaido. Isn't there a good opportunity right now? Lin. If I'm not mistaken, your children have already set off, right? Yo-ho-ho-ho. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, you really can't hide anything from you, but your subordinates have already set off too, right? Beast Kaido. Indeed, yo-ho-ho-ho. Roxy, Zebek. So, are you three going to meet again? Shouldn't you catch up on old times? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kuahahaha. I don't mind, but those two probably wouldn't want to. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, I have to disappoint you, Captain Rocks. The ones going this time are just my outstanding children. I still have to deal with the matters of Whole Cake Island. Roxy, Zebek. Oh, what about Kaido? Aren't you going? Beast Kaido. I've entrusted it to my loyal subordinates. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Roxy, Zebek. What a pity. After Rox finished speaking, he no longer appeared. Big Mom and Kaido were the same, but the turmoil caused by these few was not so easily dissipated. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku carefully observed the conversation among several individuals. When he learned that both Big Mom and Kaido would be sending people over, he couldn't deny that he felt a sense of relief. Although he had suspected that these two would also participate in the Marineford War, the lack of substantial information had allowed him to hold onto a glimmer of hope. Now, however, with official confirmation, his anxiety deepened. If they were not lying, then in addition to facing the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the remnants of the Roger pirates, they would also have to contend with the subordinates of Big Mom and Kaido. While it was a good thing that these two would not come in person, their subordinates were not to be underestimated. The Navy suddenly had to face so many pirates, which was indeed quite challenging. A tough battle was ahead. Sengoku expressed his frustration at this point. Meanwhile, Akainu couldn't bring himself to say anything encouraging about welcoming the pirates. After all, he was smart enough to realize that the current strength of the Navy was no match for the pirates. Based on the current power dynamics, it was virtually impossible for the Navy to achieve victory in this war. This conclusion was clear to everyone present, leading to a gloomy atmosphere in the room. Suddenly, the phone snail in the office rang. Sengoku picked it up and said, "This is Sengoku. What can I do for you?" After a brief conversation, his expression began to brighten. It seemed as though he had found a way to deal with the current predicament. "Marshal, who was that?" Tsuru asked curiously. Sengoku smiled mysteriously. "It's someone coming to help us. Don't worry. I believe that with their assistance, the Navy won't be easily defeated in this war." At this point, he seemed to recall something else. Moreover, the alliances among the pirates may not be as solid as they appear. Putting aside Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates, one cannot assume that Big Mom and Kaido are coming just to save the son of Pirate King Roger. I believe they're simply looking to partake in the spoils. If that is the case, there are plenty of opportunities for us to exploit. Sengoku's words indeed provided the Navy with a new perspective, and they began to think about alternative strategies. Although Sengoku did not reveal the true identity of their helper, everyone present understood the need for discretion. Since Sengoku chose not to share, he surely had his reasons, and no one pressed further. As they contemplated their strategies, the live video feed shifted away from Luffy and instead focused on Buggy. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, greeting Buggy. "Hey, Red Nose. Who are you calling Red Nose? Do you believe I won't kill you, you bastard?" Buggy angrily responded to Whitebeard's address. After cursing, he suddenly realized that the one who called him was Whitebeard, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Whitebeard did not take offense and instead laughed. "I remember now. You were that little brat on Roger's ship, right? I can't believe you're still alive. It's quite nostalgic." At that moment, the prisoners around Buggy, who had escaped from Impel Down with him, admired Buggy even more upon hearing Whitebeard speak to him so kindly. After all, Captain Buggy was once a member of the Pirate King's crew. Truly, Captain Buggy is the most concealed figure in this world. He must have another purpose in bringing us here. Faced with the praises of numerous prisoners, Buggy was starting to feel overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Whitebeard added fuel to the fire. You brought so many prisoners here. Are you looking to take my head? That's right. Before Buggy could respond, the prisoners answered for him. After speaking, they looked at Buggy apologetically. Sorry, Captain Buggy, this was clearly your line, but we jumped in first. But Captain Buggy, you must have been thinking the same, right? Under the hopeful gazes of the prisoners, Buggy felt compelled to act. With a show of bravado, he shouted at Whitebeard, yes. I am here to take your head. Be prepared, Whitebeard. After Buggy said this, he waited tearfully for Whitebeard's response, which took him by surprise. You want to take my head? I don't mind that. But what happens after you take my head? There's so many Navy here. You can't escape alone, can you? I also find these Navy a bit troublesome. How about we join forces to defeat them first, and then you can do whatever you want? What do you say? Whitebeard looked at Buggy, waiting for his response. Initially terrified, Buggy now felt a surge of life upon hearing Whitebeard's proposal to ally with him. After all, if he teamed up with Whitebeard, they might actually defeat the Navy. Holding on to this thought, Buggy agreed to Whitebeard's request and decided to ally with him. Roger Pirate's Rear Admiral Mu Lien laughed. Hahaha. Little Buggy, it seems you have finally become a big shot. Impel Down, Prisoner 1. Humph, you don't need to say that. Our Captain Buggy is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. He has long been a big shot, Pirate 1. Come on. You guys are just too full of yourselves. And that red nose, when will he be on par with Whitebeard? Just because their nicknames are similar? Buggy the Clown, don't call me Red Nose. Impel Down, Prisoner 2. Who's bragging? Our Captain Buggy was personally invited by Whitebeard to form an alliance. Which pirate has that kind of status? Moreover, when Whitebeard invited Captain Buggy to ally, he didn't ask him to join as a subordinate, but as an equal ally. Doesn't that clearly show that our Captain Buggy and Whitebeard are of equal status? One Piece 2. Just based on this point, it's really not convincing at all. That Whitebeard might have just said it out of politeness, right? In my opinion, you guys are overthinking it. That clown Buggy performed so poorly before. How could Whitebeard possibly ally with him? Impel Down, Prisoner 3. Humph. Whether they form an alliance or not, just keep watching. I just hope that when the time comes, you won't say some other sour words. One Piece 3. Alright, then I'll wait and see. I'm curious to find out what exactly is so impressive about this Buggy. The pirates had a heated discussion about Buggy's situation, and just when they were about to verify Buggy's strength, the scene shifted back to Luffy. At this moment, Luffy, Ivankov, and Jinbei were cooperating and fighting together, carving out a bloody path through the Navy. Just then, Gecko Moria blocked Luffy's way again. Hey, Stahlhatkit. I'm afraid you absolutely can't get past here today, he said, preparing to charge at Luffy. But Jinbei chose to stay behind and confront Moria, allowing Luffy to continue forward. Seeing Luffy run away, Moria felt a bit annoyed. Jinbei, do you really think you can win against me all by yourself? Don't forget, we are on land here. Saying this, he laughed and activated his Devil Fruit ability, stealing the shadows of dozens of nearby Navy soldiers. With the added power from the Navy, Moria's size suddenly increased. Now I can enhance my strength by absorbing other shadows, while you can only rely on yourself. Jinbei, give it up. You have no hope of winning against me. Upon hearing Moria's words, Jinbei refused to back down. Then, the two began to fight in earnest. Although Moria could use the power of shadows, he was ultimately defeated by Jinbei's Fishman Karate, specifically the Shark Brick Fist. Fishman 1. Boss Jinbei is amazing, just as expected. Fishman 2. Even on land, Jinbei's strength is unrestrained. He has really brought us fishmen great honor. Pirate 1. But this Moria is too weak, isn't he? He clearly belongs to the 7 warlords like Jinbei, yet he was defeated so easily. Pirate 2. Yes, and Jinbei, being a fishman, is fighting on land, which he's not good at, yet Moria still lost so easily. It really makes one question how he got his position as a warlord of the sea. Moonlight Moria. You bastards, shut up. That was just something that happened in the sky. In the upcoming Marineford War, I will definitely show you my strength. Moria's defeat drew ridicule from many in the sky. He could only silently vow to perform well next time and change everyone's impression of him. After all, the Navy had already announced that the execution of Fire Fist Ace would be open to the whole world. So, he would take this opportunity to prove his strength. Meanwhile, in the video, although Moria was defeated, Luffy's mission to save Ace was not going smoothly, as there were still many enemies waiting for them. After leaving, Luffy encountered an old acquaintance, Smoker. Ivankov had intended to stop Smoker for Luffy, but instead encountered the modified Kuma. Helpless, Luffy had to fight personally. He entered gear second and launched an attack on Smoker first. Unfortunately, Smoker is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, so Luffy's attack had no effect on him at all. Smoker's attack, however, was effective. He turned into a net and directly ensnared Luffy, slamming him hard to the ground. God Usopp, Luffy, what's going on? Why aren't Luffy's attacks working? Civilian 1, yeah, it's really strange. Straw Hat Luffy was so fierce in the previous video, defeating so many opponents. Why is he being taken down so easily by this Navy now? What's going on? Sand crocodile. You idiots, it's obviously because Smoker is a Logia type. Logia type users are immune to ordinary physical attacks. I think the Straw Hat Kid is done for this time. Thief Nami, Logia type? If that's the case, aren't you also a Logia type? But Luffy still defeated you. I believe he will defeat his opponent just like last time. Civilian 2. Huh? What is that Thief Nami talking about? Wasn't it the Navy that defeated Crocodile? How does it relate to the Straw Hat Kid? One Piece 1. Who knows? Maybe it was the Straw Hat crew that truly defeated Crocodile? In the end, the Navy took the credit. After all, these messages were all released by the Navy. Navy 1. Hey, what do you mean? Don't talk nonsense to me. Pirate 1. Who's talking nonsense? I'm just making a reasonable guess. Navy 1 you. Pirate 2. Alright, stop arguing. The key point now is that the Straw Hat Kid is clearly no match for Smoker. Do you think he will be taken down? Eustace Kid, don't worry. Even if you die, he won't. I may not like him, but as a rival I acknowledge, he won't go down easily here. Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. That's right. The Straw Hat Captain will definitely win. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu. It really has reached a very dangerous moment. So, what will you do next, Straw Hat? Pirate 3. Look, that familiar white leg, it's her. One Piece 4. Something. As a pair of beautiful legs appeared in the video, many male viewers were drawn to them. Just after Luffy was knocked down on the ice by Smoker, a furious female voice suddenly rang out. You bastard, let go of Luffy. Along with the voice came along white leg that kicked Smoker away forcefully. Boa Hancock, what are you doing? Do you also want to give up being a warlord like Jinbe? Smoker shouted angrily after being kicked away. The Empress responded with equal fury, shut up. I'm so angry that I can't hear anything. How dare you treat my beloved like this? I will definitely not let you live. I've never been this angry before. I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the beasts. The Empress grew more and more furious, eager to attack Smoker immediately. At that moment, 3 words suddenly quelled her anger. It turned out that Luffy had noticed the Empress's arrival and happily called her name, Hancock. Upon hearing it, the Empress's expression instantly turned shy. Yes, you called my name again. Her reaction shocked everyone present, but what happened next made many feel outraged. After greeting the Empress, Luffy, feeling insufficient, rushed over to hug her. Faced with this sudden embrace, the Empress blushed and gasped, as if she had just done some exercise. One Piece. Oh. Empress, you have finally made your appearance again. I'm your loyal follower. Pirate 2, damn it. I really want to know how the Straw Hat Kid and Empress met. Why does the Empress act that way when facing the Straw Hat Kid? One Piece 3, I really want to know too. I have no interest in who won the Marineford War. I just want to know about the relationship between Lady Empress and the Straw Hat Kid. Pirate 4, I really wish it were me who could make the Empress show that kind of expression. Pirate 5, no way, I can't stand it any longer. Straw Hat Kid, I must duel you. How dare you hug my Empress? Pirate 6, bastard Straw Hat Kid, let go of Lady Empress quickly. Damn it, why is Lady Empress protecting the Straw Hat Kid? And why isn't she pushing him away even though he's holding her? Pirate 7, the Empress actually said her beloved is the Straw Hat Kid. No, I can't accept this. I absolutely cannot accept such a thing. Blackleg Sanji, why? Why can Luffy meet a great beauty like the Empress, while I have to face such things? What did I do wrong? Soul King Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho. I almost saw her panties. But Mr. Sanji, what's wrong? Blackleg Sanji, someone, please save me. I really don't want to stay here anymore. God Usopp, it seems Sanji has encountered something terrible. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, I hope he has good luck. Devil Child Nico Robin, it seems that during the time we were apart, everyone has encountered quite a lot of things. Pirate 8, wow, my Empress. In the sky, because the Empress suddenly protected Luffy during a dangerous moment, and even declared that Luffy is her beloved, a large group of gentlemen were left in shock. After all, the Pirate Empress is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, and many people regard her as a goddess. Now that the goddess has publicly announced her love for someone else, how can these people not be heartbroken? Luffy happily greets the Empress, while on the other side, Ivankov comes face to face with Kuma. Kuma fires a laser from his mouth, charging towards Ivankov. Ivankov narrowly dodges the attack. You scared me. I almost got hit. Kuma, what are you doing? You actually attacked me like this. Don't you recognize who I am? If you keep this up, I might not be able to hold back my counterattack. Ivankov shouts angrily at Kuma, who is attacking without regard for their past. At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly laughs, fufufu. Although I don't know what your relationship with Kuma is, I advise you to give up. Don't talk to him anymore. After all, it's a futile effort. This Revolutionary Army officer, Ivankov. What do you mean? Ivankov asks, confused. I think the person you know is probably Bartholomew Kuma, the man once known as Tyrant Kuma. Unfortunately, he is already dead. The guy in front of you is not the Kuma you knew, Doflamingo coldly states, and Ivankov cannot believe it. What nonsense are you talking about? Kuma can't be dead. If he is dead, then who is standing in front of me now? He is clearly Kuma. How can he not be the same person I knew? He turns to Kuma, seeking confirmation. You are Kuma, the one with the pawpaw fruit ability, right? Answer me. Ivankov's voice grows louder, but Kuma does not respond at all. At this moment, Doflamingo speaks again. Fufufu. Didn't I already tell you? It's useless to talk to him. Just a few days ago, the Kuma you knew finally underwent transformation by the world government scientist Dr. Vegapunk and has become a complete weapon. In other words, he was once Bartholomew Kuma, but he is no longer. What do you mean? Ivankov's voice trembles, as if he cannot believe it. Doflamingo laughs again. You should understand what I mean, right? The guy in front of you, for some reason, voluntarily became a humanoid weapon experiment for the world government. Starting with his hands, then his feet. All parts of his body have undergone long-term gradual transformation while retaining his consciousness. Until now, he has no human consciousness left, turning into a monster that only obeys the orders of the world government in battle. The Okama King Ivankov. This is impossible. Kuma hated the world government the most. How could he voluntarily become an experiment? Hey Kuma, are you there? If you are, answer me. Vegapunk, I'm really sorry, but I just finished the transformation on this Lord Kuma. He probably can't answer you anymore. However, soon you will welcome a brand new Kuma, that is P0. Doflamingo, Fufufu, Dr. Vegapunk, it seems your transformation is complete. I thought the appearance of the sky would force your experiment to be halted. Vegapunk, haha, unfortunately, the sky appeared a bit late. My experiment is already finished. Kuma is a subject I'm very satisfied with. The Okama King Ivankov. Damn it, you bastards. I will definitely take revenge for Kuma. Queen the Plague. Haha, I said that Okama. Anyone can talk big, but I don't think you can do it. The Okama King Ivankov. Just wait and see. Charlotte Katakuri. There's one thing I think you should pay attention to. That Ivankov has already mentioned in the previous video that he is a member of the Revolutionary Army, and Bartholomew Kuma as a warlord. How did the two of them get to know each other? Moreover, there seems to be an extraordinary bond between them. Bruly, as expected of Brother Katakuri. Your observation is really detailed. It's indeed strange. These two must have known each other beforehand. Perhaps that bear is a pirate's undercover agent planted in the Navy. Now that you mention it, that's quite possible. I heard that the bear was once ordered to capture the Straw Hat crew, but he didn't catch any of them. Instead, he took them all away. Thinking back, maybe the bear was trying to protect the Straw Hat crew in this way? If that's the case, the bear could be considered a loyal person, but unfortunately, the outcome isn't good. Is there really no hope for that bear? It shouldn't be possible, right? After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could he die so easily? I haven't even. What's going on? Why did you stop talking halfway? Couldn't believe that the bear had lost his life like that. She hadn't even had the chance to meet him. Was she really going to lose him forever? Damn it, I won't let that group from the world government get away with this. Also wore a look of disbelief. How could this be? How could Mr. Bear? Damn it, the bear has been turned into a weapon by the world government. How could such a thing be allowed to happen? Angrily slammed a wall and then turned to look at Mr. Dragon. What should we do? Should we go save the bear? Of course we have to save him. The bear is an important comrade of ours. Another cadre interjected before could respond. Didn't mind. He looked at the image of the bear on the screen and sighed. Is this your choice, Bear? Was also watching the screen, and he saw, at that moment, the video displayed a frantic yet worried expression, making him a bit anxious, not knowing how to comfort him. Later, he deduced from the speculations of others on the screen that the bear's previous actions against him and his companions might have been to protect them. He also learned from that the bear was a comrade of his father. Because of these things, the hatred he felt for the bear suddenly diminished significantly. Seeing so worried and hearing about the bear's fate made him feel a bit of sympathy for him. Although he still couldn't help but remember the helplessness he felt when his companions were knocked away one by one before him. Upon learning about the bear's situation, he gradually began to choose to forgive the bear in his heart. However, this was just his own intention. Whether his companions would forgive him was up to them, and he wouldn't interfere. After learning about the bear situation, many people under the screen couldn't believe it. At that moment, Then the video also never anticipated such an outcome. Bear, what happened to you during the years I was gone? Why have you changed like this? Do you really not remember me? I am. Still couldn't believe the fact that the bear was dead, so he tried hard to awaken the bear's consciousness. Unfortunately, everything he did was in vain. No matter how sincere his voice was, the bear completely ignored him and quickly moved in front of him. Then the bear unleashed a pressure cannon towards. In the next moment, all the members of the transvestite army were blown away. Seeing the scene, finally decided he could no longer hold back. Bastard Galaxy Wink. He unleashed this attack at the bear, and countless large faces appeared in the sky. Then, as these large faces blinked simultaneously, a massive storm was created, blowing the bear away. You can attack me, but to also attack such a cute candy boy. You don't think I'll go easy on you, do you? Said angrily, kicking the bear away again. Anyone who has seen my face has never forgotten it. But now you can't recognize who I am. That's just too disappointing. I don't care if you really have amnesia. Since you don't care about anything, then I'll make you remember my terror. As said this, he turned to look at Straw Hat Boy. I'll leave this to you. You can go ahead with peace of mind. I will have the candy boy assist you. Okay, I understand. Thank you, replied, leading the members of the transvestite army directly towards the execution platform where it was located. They thought they could go straight through, but unfortunately, just a few steps out, a weapon glowing with green light appeared before them. Then, a somewhat mysterious man suddenly arrived. Pirate One. Oh my, who is that? Even he has come to intercept the Straw Hat Kid? The world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Myhawk. I thought he would go fight against other more famous pirates, but unexpectedly, he directly confronted the Straw Hat Kid. Roronoa Zoro. The pirate hunter. Are you also going to fight my captain? Then let's see the gap between us. Moonlight Moria. That Straw Hat Kid is done for. How could he possibly be a match for Hawkeye? Eustace Kid. Another warlord. Has the Straw Hat already fought so many famous opponents? Damn it, I won't admit defeat. Red-haired Shanks. I didn't expect you, Myhawk, to choose to fight Luffy. Hawkeye Myhawk. Sometimes, you have to accept some different challenges. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku looked at the arrival of Myhawk with some relief. Great, there are still a few usable ones among the 7 warlords. By the way, have they arrived yet? At this point, he turned to Admiral Tsuru. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria have already reached Marineford, but there hasn't been any news from Myhawk yet. However, he didn't refuse the summons to the Navy headquarters, so he is probably on his way. As for Bartholomew Kuma, according to Dr. Vegapunk, he is also on the way, and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is likely still at Impel Down. As for the Pirate Empress, she should be arriving at the headquarters soon according to the latest news. However, with the current situation, it's uncertain whether she will still come. Admiral Tsuru reported the movements of the 7 warlords, and Sengoku couldn't help but rub his forehead. Sigh. While these 7 warlords are strong, they are not all reliable. Doflamingo and Moria are fine. As for Myhawk, although there is no news yet, he should be on the Navy's side. However, the other 2, judging by Blackbeard's previous video, it seems he has other intentions for becoming a warlord. We don't know what he is doing at Impel Down now, and we can't contact them, so we have no idea about the specifics. And that Pirate Empress even helped the enemy on the battlefield. Even if she says she will stand with the Navy now, I wouldn't easily trust her. Moreover, after this incident, it remains uncertain whether she will still come to the island. However, if she does come, we should confine her first and not let her participate in the Marineford War. If Blackbeard shows up, he should be dealt with the same way. If neither of them comes to the island, then we can deal with them after the Marineford War is over. Sengoku laid out his arrangements for the 7 warlords, and everyone present agreed. On the Snake Princess ship, Boa Sinasonia approached the Empress with some concern. Sister, we are about to arrive at Marineford. Do you still want to go ashore? After the video broadcast, those Navy members may not easily trust you. If you go ashore recklessly, who knows what they will do to you? Boa Marigold agreed. Yes, sister, I think Sanasonia is right. Why not just turn back? Seeing the worried expressions of her 2 younger sisters, the Empress shook her head. If I choose to go back now, then the Navy will definitely not let us off easily. They might think I'm also betraying the 7 warlords, and then our Amazon Lily will be in danger. But sister, going ashore is also very dangerous, Boa Sandasonia said anxiously. Don't worry, I have a plan. Although going ashore will be dangerous, once the war starts, if the Navy's forces are insufficient, they will definitely seek my assistance. At that time, if I help them a little, they will surely forgive me. Because I'm just too beautiful, and I don't plan to go ashore right now. I will go before the war starts. This way, I can immediately participate in the war. Let us see what the Navy will say then. As the Empress said this, she suddenly thought of something, blushing with a smile. And if I go ashore, maybe I can see Luffy again. Will he hug me? Oh, what am I thinking? The Empress's face grew redder, and seeing her like this, the members of the Kuja pirates exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. As Mihawk and Luffy faced off, the reactions of the crowd on the screen varied, but they all anticipated a great battle between the two. However, Luffy's next reaction surprised them. Looking at Luffy, Mihawk murmured, as the chosen one of the new era, Wizard Destiny, let this black sword verify it. He then blocked Luffy's path, but Luffy chose not to confront him directly and simply bypassed him. However, Mihawk clearly wouldn't let him leave easily. He swung his sword and attacked Luffy. The terrifying slash struck Luffy, and although he dodged the attack in time, he couldn't avoid the injury. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Just as Mihawk prepared to pursue, Jinbe, who had defeated Gecko Moria, arrived just in time to block him. Why are you getting involved in this? Mihawk asked, somewhat puzzled. Jinbe replied firmly, because I must save Mr. Ace. And Luffy is the only hope. Therefore, even if I risk my life, I will protect Luffy. I see. Unfortunately, I also have to take the life of the Straw Hat Kid. It seems our battle is unavoidable, Mihawk said regretfully, raising his sword. Jinbe immediately took a defensive stance, and their battle was about to begin. Mihawk swung his black sword, Wuwuwu, while Jinbe countered with Fishman Karate. Both were warlords, and others thought this battle would be hard to determine a winner. However, in the next moment, with Mihawk's green sword light, Jinbe fell directly to the ground. Mihawk won with just one move. Pirate won. Is this the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Amazing. Moonlight Moria. Haha, I thought Jinbe was strong, but he was taken out in an instant. Jinbe, my strength is indeed not outstanding. I still need to improve further. Clown Buggy. What are you laughing at, Moria? You can't even defeat him. Moonlight Moria, you're still weaker than him. Clown Buggy. I'm just hiding my true abilities. You can't even imagine how strong I really am. One Piece 2. Although they all belong to the 7 warlords, the strength among the 7 warlords varies. Mihawk's strength should be on par with that of the 4 emperors, right? In One Piece 3, the 4 emperors, it seems that they're temporarily out of reach. However, judging by the current strength levels, that Moonlight Moria must be at the bottom. One Piece 4. No matter what you all think, in my heart, Lady Empress will always be number 1. Pirate 5. I think so too. Your Majesty the Empress is the most powerful. But why would she be interested in the Straw Hat Kid? I really can't accept this. One Piece 6. Don't be sad. Look, it seems the Straw Hat Kid is about to be taken down, great. Pirate 7. What? Really? After defeating Jinbe, Mihawk once again turned his attention to Luffy. He swung his black sword, Wuwuwu, and struck at Luffy. This time, Luffy still managed to dodge the slash with difficulty. Seeing Luffy evade, Mihawk was not surprised and swung his sword again. Luffy dodged once more, but this time the slash struck the ice wall, shattering it completely. After causing such a massive attack, Mihawk did not choose to stop. He continuously swung his sword at Luffy. As Luffy kept dodging, he moved further and further away from the execution platform where Ace was. He could not escape any longer, but if he used his usual attacks, there was a high chance that Mihawk would sever his hand. So Luffy hesitated and did not dare to strike. Now, in order to avoid being pushed back by Mihawk, Luffy gritted his teeth and decided to endure the opponent's attacks. Just at that moment, he suddenly saw Buggy being brought over by a sand whirlwind. Seeing this situation, Luffy immediately thought of a way. He stretched out his arm, grabbed Buggy, and pulled him down. Gum gum, Jet's sacrifice. At that moment, Mihawk's attack came, and Luffy directly used Buggy as a shield. The next moment, Buggy's body was sliced in half. Bastard, what are you doing? Buggy shouted angrily at Luffy. Luffy, with an innocent expression, replied, I didn't do anything, didn't he attack you? Luffy said, pointing at Mihawk. However, it was clear that Buggy did not dare to talk back to Mihawk. Thus, he only targeted Luffy, shouting loudly. Luffy seemed to let it go in one ear and out the other, and when he saw Mihawk preparing to attack again, he once again used sacrifice and threw Buggy's upper half away. Mihawk, seeing this, unleashed several slashes at Buggy, cutting him into countless pieces. However, as a user of the Chop Chop fruit, Buggy was immune to all slashes. Therefore, even after enduring Mihawk's numerous attacks, he immediately returned to his original form the next moment. Doflamingo, Fufufu, Mihawk, it seems you've met your match. Impel Down Prisoner 1. As expected of Captain Buggy, even the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk cannot attack him. Impel Down Prisoner 2. Of course, Captain Buggy was once a crew member of the Pirate King. He must have been hiding his strength before. Impel Down Prisoner 3. What you said make a lot of sense, and Captain Buggy will team up with Whitebeard next. That Whitebeard must know Captain Buggy's true strength. Otherwise, why would he choose to fight the Navy alongside Captain Buggy? Impel Down Prisoner 4. That's right, and Shanks the Red-Haired is also a good brother of Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy has a wide network. If we follow him, we will definitely reap great rewards in the future. Clown Buggy. Well said, I'm just that awesome. Moonlight Moria. You just took advantage of a Logia user. If Mihawk had switched to fists, you would have been done for long ago. Clown Buggy. I won't talk to you. You're just jealous of me. After all, Jinbei defeated you, Mihawk defeated Jinbei, and I should be considered even with Mihawk, haha. Little thief Nami. This feels just like when we first met back then. How have you managed to survive until now? Pirate 1. Is this Buggy really that strong? But it wasn't obvious at all in the previous videos. Did I miss something? Pirate 2. Impossible. That Clown Buggy is clearly useless. How could he be hiding his strength? You must be overthinking it. In the sky, because Buggy successfully blocked Hawkeye's slash, the prisoners he released from Impel Down began to boast, continuously highlighting Buggy's greatness. Buggy himself was initially very pleased to see this. However, as these people exaggerated more and more, he began to break out in a cold sweat. After all, if he drew too much attention, the Navy would discover him, and his fate would be dire. Moreover, not just the Navy. Some pirates might also take a dislike to him and want to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Buggy quickly started to persuade the prisoners to stop speaking. At first, the prisoners were quite unhappy when Buggy interrupted them. However, after Buggy's reasoning and emotional appeal, they all agreed. It was only at that moment that Buggy breathed a sigh of relief. However, the video that followed made Buggy feel like his persuasion was in vain. After all, the next scene would show that without his persuasion, those prisoners probably wouldn't have stopped either. After being slashed several times, Buggy angrily glared at Hawkeye. Damn it. You're Hawkeye, aren't you? I won't forgive you. I will make you pay for this. Saying that, Buggy activated his right foot and kicked out his specially made Buggy bomb to attack Hawkeye. However, while Hawkeye couldn't hit Buggy, he easily dealt with the incoming bomb. He directly used his sword and knocked the bomb back. The next moment, Buggy and the people who came with him were blown away by Buggy's own bomb. Meanwhile, Luffy took this opportunity to escape again. However, Hawkeye immediately realized this and wanted to intercept him again. At that moment, suddenly a person appeared, blocking Hawkeye's attack. A flurry of rose petals fell, and Hawkeye's black sword, Wuwuwu, struck the suddenly appeared dual swords. Hawkeye looked at the newcomer and immediately recognized his identity. So it's you, the 5th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Vista nodded. Indeed, it's me, but I didn't expect you to know me, Hawkeye. Doesn't matter whether I know you or not. But, are you here to protect the Straw Hat Kid? After all, he is Ace's brother. Vista said this as he and Hawkeye exchanged several blows. While fighting, Hawkeye kept an eye on Luffy's situation and silently admired him. This man truly possesses terrifying power. Despite it being their first meeting, he could turn everyone in the arena into his allies. What a wonderful ability. Pirate 1. No wonder he's the world's #1 swordsman. He even has the presence of mind to pay attention to the movements of that Straw Hat Kid while fighting against our division captain from the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division Crew Member 1. But this Hawkeye is really too much. He's fighting our captain and still doesn't take it seriously at all, showing complete disrespect for his opponent. Pirate 2. After all, Hawkeye's strength is formidable. I see that your captain is not his match. Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division Crew 2. What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Vista's strength hasn't truly been unleashed yet. He will definitely show his great power later. In One Piece 3. But what does that last line from Hawkeye mean? He said that the Straw Hat Kid possesses a certain power, but I didn't notice it. Pirates 4. I somewhat understand now that none of the people on the battlefield are actually the Straw Hat Kid's true crew. The rest are either prisoners from Impel Down, members of the Revolutionary Army, or crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, all belonging to different factions. Yet now, under the leadership of the Straw Hat Kid, these people seem to have twisted together like a rope, all gathering as one, moving toward a single goal. It's as if they have all become the Straw Hat Kid's companions, acting alongside him and protecting him. This was something unimaginable before. Pirate 5, it seems that way. Looking at it this way, there is indeed a power within the Straw Hat Kid that others cannot see. The 5 elders of Mary Geos have been watching the videos appearing on the sky screen since it emerged. When Rox suddenly spoke up, it put these people in a difficult position. Now, hearing Mihawk's evaluation of Luffy, their expressions also changed for a moment. Of course, they did not doubt Luffy for any issues. Rather, they were reminded of a legendary figure through Mihawk's words. However, it was only for a moment, as their focus remained on Rox. Next, there is the imminent Marineford War. As for everything else, it cannot leave a mark on their minds. At this moment, the sky screen has already begun to play other footage, just as Luffy and the others were trying to rush up to the execution platform to save Ace. The Navy actually planned to execute him early. The two executioners were ready, just waiting for Fleet Admiral Sengoku's command. Sengoku then began to speak, saying, "Now, let's cut off the signal from the Den Mushi. This war is initiated by the Navy and the world government in the name of absolute justice. And there is only one outcome. We must win. No matter the method, there can only be this one result. As for the process, there is no need to inform those civilians. They only need to know that in the end, the Navy won." Civilian 1. What does the Navy mean by this? Didn't they say at the beginning that this execution would be broadcast live? Why are they cutting off the footage now? Golden Lion Shiki. Haha. That's because some scenes simply cannot be seen by you civilians. Civilian 2. Why can't we see them? Isn't the Navy supposed to protect us? Then why can't we know the truth? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, so naive. Whether it's the Navy or the world government, isn't it all the same? You civilians are just living in the world they have set for you. Pirate 1. Oh my god. Look, how can there be so many Bartholomew Kuma? Play Queen. To think they've replicated so many Bartholomew Kuma. Sometimes you Navy and world government are even scarier than pirates. News King Morgans. Another big news. Is this the legendary secret weapon of the world government, the Pacifista? They look impressive. Can the Whitebeard pirates handle this? As a group of Bartholomew Kuma appeared, the situation on the battlefield began to change in the video. The Navy started to retreat collectively, as if giving way to the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, the video shifted back to Whitebeard. Old man. Whitebeard was stationed on the ship when Squard suddenly arrived at his side. Squard, it's you. I haven't been able to contact you for a while. How's it going on your end? Whitebeard asked with concern upon seeing him. Squard shook his head, looking worried. Not good. My pirate crew suffered heavy casualties. I took a shortcut to get here. Is that so? Then we need to give it our all next. After all, Sengoku will definitely not hold back. Whitebeard's expression became serious upon hearing Squard's reply. However, Squard's eyes flashed with curiosity as he asked, "Did you figure out why the Navy is retreating? Do they have some kind of strategy? Something like that." Whitebeard laughed heartily. After all, I've been an old rival of Sengoku for a long time. He must be trying to encircle us from the rear, but that idea suits me just fine. In that case, let's charge in. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Squard stepped forward and drew his sword, as if ready to go through fire and water for him. Like the other pirate crew members, I have all received the great grace of the old man. If it's for you, or for the Whitebeard pirates, I would not hesitate to give my life, because this is a battle to protect family, and Whitebeard will never abandon family. That's why everyone followed you to this battlefield to rescue Ace. However, as Squard said this, he raised his large sword and directly pierced through Whitebeard's chest. If we could also be included in this family, how wonderful that would be. Pirate 1. Did the scene really happen? Whitebeard was actually assassinated successfully, and he is known as the strongest man in the world. Pirate 2. Is this guy named Squard from the Whitebeard pirates? He was actually betrayed by his own people. Beast Kaido. It seems having too many sons isn't a good thing after all, to be betrayed by your own son. Whitebeard, you really are getting old. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, that's not necessarily true. My sons and daughters are all good kids, you know? Hee. Captain John. Is that because all of Whitebeard's children are adopted? Who told him to take in so many kids? Haha. Blackbeard Marshal de Teach. Squaw. You are much braver than I am. I only dare to act against my crew. You actually dared to go after the captain. I respect you for that. Drought Jack. But being betrayed by his own subordinate must be very painful for Whitebeard. Haha. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, what can you do? Pirates are just creatures that easily betray each other. Clown Buggy. Speaking of which, Whitebeard shouldn't die so easily, right? But even if he doesn't die, he's seriously injured now, and the upcoming battles will be even harder. The Whitebeard pirates, witnessing the scene on the sky. Marco was somewhat in disbelief, Dad. Squard, what are you doing? Diamond Jaws bit his teeth. You bastard, have you gone mad? Raiji Marco yelled directly, "Damn it, Squard. Don't tell me you were bribed by the Navy to do this on purpose. If that's the case, just wait until I teach you a lesson. How would you do this to Dad? Why did you do it?" The Ice Witch Pei was equally shocked. Meanwhile, Vista pondered for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Could be because of Ace's background? The members of the Whitebeard pirates were initially confused by Squard's assassination of Whitebeard. But upon hearing Vista's speculation, they turned to look at the person involved, Squard. At that moment, Squard was crouching on the ground, holding his head in his hands, with a face full of confusion. I don't know. Did I really act against Dad? How could I do this? Squard fell into self-doubt, while the surrounding pirates looked at each other. unsure how to comfort him. After all, they were still angry about Squard's attack on Whitebeard. Just then, Whitebeard laughed twice, approached Squard, helped him up, and took the initiative to hug him. It's okay, Squard. That was just a vision of the future. It hasn't happened yet. You still have a chance to correct it. And the you in the sky is not the same as the you now. You already know Ace's true identity, right? And yet you still chose to join us to save Ace. Doesn't that prove your choice? So Dad believes in you and knows you won't do such a thing again. Dad! Squard hugged Whitebeard back, moved, I'm sorry. It's okay, son. I don't blame you. And I believe that the Whitebeard in the sky won't blame the Squard who stabbed him, because he is also his son. Whitebeard said this, and afterward, the continuation of the video played on the sky indeed validated his thoughts. After seeing Squard's actions, Marco angrily rushed over. He pinned Squard to the ground, furiously questioning, Why did you do this? Answer me, you bastard. Looking at the furious Marco, Squard felt a bit guilty and said, Wasn't this forced upon me by you guys? I didn't do anything wrong, nor do I need to tell you the reason. What do you mean? You still haven't repented at this moment. Marco, hearing Squard's words, couldn't help but want to attack him. Just then, Whitebeard, pierced by Squard's sword, collapsed. Marco quickly turned to support him. Dad, don't push yourself anymore. If you keep this up, your body really won't hold out. Before Whitebeard could respond, Squard couldn't help but speak. Let's bring this farce to an end, Whitebeard. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. Didn't you already make a pact with the Navy? No matter the outcome of this war, both your Whitebeard pirates and Ace will definitely be saved. As for us, we'll just have to leave it to luck. Hey, did you all hear that? We've all been tricked. Pirate One. What is that Squard talking about? Is it possible that the Marineford War is a conspiracy between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy? Have they made an agreement behind the scenes? Pirates too? No way. That's Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. How could he be willing to cooperate with the Navy? Pirate 3. My head itches. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. What exactly is going on in this war? News King Morgans. Haha, I really didn't expect this. It's just a war between the Navy and pirates, yet so many big stories have emerged. Truly incredible. I must remember all the details and strive to write a unique news piece. When Squard said this was a conspiracy, everyone present looked skeptical. Squard, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you been tricked? You're being too impulsive to go after Dad like that. Can't you think first and figure out the truth? Oh, the truth. Squard sneered. The truth is that Ace is actually the son of Pirate King Roger. When he took me in, you should have known that all the companions I considered family were killed by Roger. You must understand how much I hate Roger. But you didn't tell me that Ace was Roger's son, and you actually wanted him to become the Pirate King. At that moment, I was already betrayed by you. You watched as Ace and I became good friends while I knew nothing. I was completely played by you. And now, the most important Ace to you has been captured. To save him, you sold the lives of all 43 of our pirate captains to ensure Ace survives. Haven't you already colluded with Sengoku? Your pirate crew will be wiped out, but the Whitebeard pirates and Ace will survive, right? Squard revealed all the insider information he knew, causing an uproar. Pirate 1. This can't be true, right? Whitebeard actually colluded with the Marine Admiral just to save Pirate King Roger's son. Pirate 2. Isn't Whitebeard going too far? He actually gave up his pirate crews for the life of just Ace. What's the difference from sending them to their deaths? Marco the Phoenix. Dad would never do that. There must be a misunderstanding. Gecko Moria. What misunderstanding? Isn't his own son already turning against him for the greater good? Isn't that a ready-made witness? Kobe, I don't know what is going on with Whitebeard, but Mr. Sengoku would never do such a thing. This is definitely slander. Moreover, does the Navy really go to such lengths just to eliminate the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard? That sounds ridiculous. Octopus Fishman Khalifa. That's right. Although I don't really want to agree with the Navy's statement, I have to admit that what you, the Navy, said makes a lot of sense. The Dai-Calvin brothers. That's right, Squard, think about it. The Navy wouldn't need to go through all this trouble just to deal with us. They must be lying to you. Lady Marco Gay. Also, although the video hasn't finished playing from what we've seen so far, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are all putting in continuous effort. They are not slacking off and are fighting hard against the Navy. Saying that only the Whitebeard pirates will be saved sounds like a joke. I switch pay. So, this so-called inside information. Who did you hear it from? Squard? Squard, I don't know either. Marco the Phoenix. It seems that person hasn't approached Squard yet, but it's okay. The answer we want will definitely be revealed in the next video. After Squard finished what he thought was the inside information, he looked at the others present who didn't believe him and couldn't help but sneer. You don't think I'm joking, do you? But this is the truth. We came here with all our might for Ace, for Whitebeard. But what have we gained now? Those Navy bastards have aimed their cannons at us. We are their targets. Now, we have nowhere to retreat. Squard said this and put on a nonchalant expression, saying he never thought he could hurt Whitebeard. Now, it already counts as an unexpected result. You all can go ahead and act. I have already made up my mind to die. As he said this, he closed his eyes, displaying the appearance of a hero facing death calmly. However, Marco looked at him and truly thought he was foolish. You idiot. You must have been deceived. Why don't you believe Dad? You bastard. Unfortunately, no matter what Marco said, Squard did not believe him at all. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could you know nothing? Stop pretending. Marco, I already know. Seeing Squard in this stubborn state, Marco closed his eyes in despair, not wanting to speak to him anymore. The scene suddenly fell silent, and at this moment, Whitebeard finally spoke. Ace is indeed the son of Roger. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But I really didn't expect that they would manipulate the man most likely to waver because of this matter, and in the end, the Navy's tactics were superior. Whitebeard said this and looked at Squard, raising his left hand. You should understand what you just did, right? You actually believe the Navy's words and chose to turn against Dad. You really are an irredeemable, foolish son. Saying this, he lowered his left hand, choosing not to attack Squard, but instead embraced him. But even if you are this foolish, you are still my son, and I will always love you. Whitebeard's gaze was very gentle, and his tone was also very mild. Squard felt it, and his heart couldn't help but start to waver. Are you joking? Don't do this, you clearly. Squard started to say, but couldn't continue. He had already realized that he had indeed made a mistake. He had really been deceived. At this moment, Whitebeard spoke again. Now you can tell me. Who is the one who led your loyal and straightforward heart into darkness? His tone was very calm, but if you listened closely, you could still detect the hidden anger within. Squard sensed this and slowly opened his mouth. Yes, it's the Navy. In the video, Squard slowly spoke the name of a person, and everyone who heard it was shocked. Pirate 1, did I hear that right? It's actually that person? Navy 1, what exactly is going on? Doflamingo, Fufufu, I see, this war is becoming more and more interesting. It seems this is your Navy strategy, but unfortunately, it has been exposed by the sky. Akainu Sakazuki. So what? Even without this tactic, we Navy have other means. You pirates, just bring it on. Crocodile. It seems the main character can't help but make an appearance. Just as Crocodile finished speaking, the scene on the screen changed to another image. The time goes back to when Squard was about to invade to support the Whitebeard Pirates, when suddenly a person appeared in front of him. The newcomer was none other than Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. He approached Squard and began to tempt him with words. The Whitebeard you regard as family is not as wonderful as you imagine. Those who don't know the truth call him the legendary pirate, the strongest man in the world. But everything he has done is ultimately just to protect himself. To save the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and Ace, he secretly made a deal with the Navy, betraying his own comrades. The Whitebeard you imagine doesn't actually exist. In this war, he is the one who should be punished the most. If you choose to help him, then all the pirates under your command will die here. But if you assist me, then I can guarantee that you will survive. You just need to assassinate Whitebeard. After Sakazuki's words, he spoke earnestly. Squard, already unsettled by the fact that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger, couldn't help but be swayed by Sakazuki's words and took action, wounding Whitebeard. Pirate 1, I didn't expect it to be true that Sakazuki convinced Squard to assassinate Whitebeard. I didn't really believe it at first. Captain Wang Ji of the 5 Peaks. You Navy guys are sometimes even more despicable than pirates, always using some underhanded tactics. Captain John, that's right. And it's not just Sakazuki. Even Sengoku before him was the same. They clearly agreed to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, but in order to hide the Navy's bloody side, they directly cut off the signal of the transponder snail, only letting the public know the final outcome without showing them the process. This is the usual tactic of the Navy. Navy 1, I really don't understand. In the video, the Navy and the pirates seem to be of similar strength, and the Navy might even have the upper hand. Why is Admiral Akainu doing this? The Navy Admiral Akainu must have his reasons for doing this. Perhaps he is just trying to minimize the Navy's casualties and avoid unnecessary sacrifices? Navy 3, that's right, and Admiral Akainu didn't say anything at all. It was clearly the guy called Squard who was too foolish. He chose to believe the Admiral instead of his own father, which is why this happened. Navy 4. But even so, letting a son assassinate his father is too much. The Navy doesn't need to talk about morality when it comes to pirates. Moreover, this is war. We should use all means to achieve victory. I support Admiral Akainu. There has been much debate in the heavens regarding Akainu's actions, with both supporters and opponents making it quite lively. At this moment, the focus shifted back to Whitebeard. After learning from Squard who had deceived him, Whitebeard stood up again, clenched his fists, and struck beside him. I thought I'd seen through your Navy's tactics, but I never expected to be completely played by you, Sengoku. You still have your old prowess, but you actually claimed that I would betray my sons? At this point, Whitebeard exerted himself fiercely, as if an invisible wave spread from him, and then the ice wall formed earlier by Aokiji shattered with a loud crash. Whitebeard then looked at the surrounding pirates and shouted loudly, "Who you want to believe in, what you want to believe in, should be decided by you as pirates, not just by listening to others. I hope you realize this." After Whitebeard finished speaking, the pirates around him shouted loudly, "Damn it, this is indeed the Navy's conspiracy. I actually hesitated just now. That was really unacceptable. That's right, I also believed Squard's words a bit before. How could I not trust Pops? Fortunately, I have always stood by Pop's side. Pops, we all believe in you. Lead us forward." Hearing the voices of support around him, Whitebeard leaped down from the bow of the ship. "Sons, if you're ready to lose your lives, then follow me. Let's go follow Pops, save Ace." The pirates are full of morale, and seeing this, Sengoku's expression sharpens as he begins to command the Navy. All Navy personnel, prepare to engage the Whitebeard pirates. Diamond Jaws, come on, old man, show those Navy folks what you've got. Marco the Phoenix, I hope the old man is all right, but his injuries are always concerning. Ice Witch Perona, don't worry, after all, he is Whitebeard. Shiki the Golden Lion, hahaha, Whitebeard, you're finally stepping into the fight. I've been looking forward to your battle for a long time. Kaido the Beast, I'm also quite curious. I wonder how much strength you have left, Whitebeard. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, well, I'm really looking forward to the developments ahead. Pirates 1, Whitebeard has finally made his appearance. The legendary strongest man is finally going to take action. Pirates 2, God knows how long I have waited for this moment, and it's about to happen. I'm really too excited, ha ha ha. Civilian 1, Whitebeard is about to take the stage. Can the Marines hold up? Civilian 2, they should be able to, after all. Whitebeard just got stabbed. In the sky, whether it's the Marines, the pirates, or the civilians, everyone couldn't suppress their curiosity when they saw Whitebeard officially join the battle. They wanted to see just how powerful this legendary strongest man really was. And Whitebeard's performance afterwards clearly did not disappoint them. As soon as Whitebeard entered the battlefield, he threw a punch that halted the cannonballs coming from all directions. Then he threw another punch, destroying the cannon platform. At that moment, the giant rear admiral, known as John Giant, suddenly charged at Whitebeard with his nearly 10-meter-long sword. Facing this fierce attack, Whitebeard remained calm and composed. He effortlessly lifted his supreme blade to catch Giant's sword and easily knocked him down. Then he extended his hands and made a pulling motion, and what followed was a terrifying scene that unfolded before everyone's eyes. The sea began to split, a large crack opened on the ice surface, and other structures began to collapse one after another. Pirate 1, hey, what on earth is happening? Fire Tang Pirates Captain Capone Beach, what a terrifying scene. Can such a person really be defeated? Eustace Kid, is this the power of the Yonko? It's on a completely different level from the warlords. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, the sight of the terrifying scene in the sky made the hearts of the onlookers sink. It seemed that even though Whitebeard was injured, his strength was still not to be underestimated. The other naval commanders shared the same thoughts. They all felt that Whitebeard was quite a formidable opponent. Although they had now abandoned the plan to use Squard to assassinate Whitebeard, they had originally believed that the execution of this plan would be perfect. With Whitebeard severely injured, they would not need to worry about his strength. However, everything displayed in the sky now felt like a slap in the face to everyone. They could hardly believe that even while injured, Whitebeard was still so powerful. Tamatori looked incredulous. Was that Whitebeard even human? He had clearly been stabbed in the chest, yet he could still unleash such tremendous strength. Fufufu, Doflamingo suddenly laughed. No matter what, he was one of the 4 emperors. How could he be so easily defeated? You are all underestimating him too much. At this time, Doflamingo and Moria had already arrived at the marshal's office to watch the Sky video and discuss the subsequent battle plans. Of course, this battle plan only involved a part of the 7 warlords' defense, and the more detailed aspects were known only within Navy. As a warlord, Doflamingo was not allowed to participate in those matters. However, he did not mind that much. After all, the sky display was more appealing to him. He was particularly eager to understand the principles behind the appearance of this sky. To achieve that, he needed to seek the help of someone. Coincidentally, that person was also on their way to the Navy headquarters because of the sky display. Doflamingo decided to wait for that person's arrival. Meanwhile, The crew of the advancing city watched Whitebeard's performance in the sky, and Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was so impressive, truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, able to create such a huge impact. He really wanted to fight him. Speaking of which, Luffy seemed to remember something and turned to Ivankov beside him. By the way, Ivankov, when will we arrive? I can't wait to see Ace. If all goes well, we should arrive in the next few days, Ivankov reassured him. Don't worry, Straw Hat Boy. We will definitely rescue Ace. Luffy nodded firmly, indicating his agreement. At this moment, the damage caused by Whitebeard in the sky had not yet ceased. Whitebeard raised his fist towards the sky again, and then a tremendous shockwave surged forth, causing Jander to faint from the impact. But the shockwave did not stop there. It continued to surge inward until it reached the execution platform. Just as the shockwave was about to destroy the platform, a wall-like defense suddenly appeared, blocking the shockwave attack. The scene shifted to reveal that it was the Navy's 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, who had jointly intervened to stop Whitebeard's attack. After the 3 of them blocked the attack, the camera shifted to another location. A series of special high walls suddenly rose from the ice surface, all crafted from a special alloy, surrounding the entire Navy headquarters. The pirates initially intended to destroy these high-strength barriers before being completely surrounded. Unfortunately, the final outcome was that the swords in their hands shattered instead. Even after they used cannonballs to bombard the walls, it was of no use. There were no signs of any attacks left on the walls. Navy, no wonder they're the highest combat power of the Navy. The 3 admirals are really impressive. Captain John, is that really impressive? Don't forget they were 3 against 1, and it was only with their combined efforts that they barely stopped Whitebeard's attack. Navy 2, after all, the opponent is the strongest man in the world. It's already impressive that the 3 admirals can withstand his full force attack. Gold Lion Shiki, hahaha, full force attack? That is not necessarily the case. Civilian 1, actually, I think both sides are very strong. But did the 3 admirals do something when they blocked Whitebeard's attack? Why did they only place their hands in front and manage to stop Whitebeard's shockwave? Pirate 2, haha, country bumpkins, you've never seen this, right? That's charisma. Commoner 2, what is charisma? Pirate 3, hockey has nothing to do with you commoners, and you don't need to know what it actually is. One Piece 4, stop discussing hockey. It seems that the purpose of the Navy's previous retreat is about to be revealed. Pirate 5, encirclement wall? What is that? They can't get out because the ice layer is too thick? Civilian 3, they've come out. They've come out. Is this the Navy's encirclement wall? It's amazing. Moonlight Moria. So this is the Navy's objective. That's right, as long as the encirclement wall is raised. The Whitebeard pirates will be completely trapped and won't be able to escape at all. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Well, it seems that in this war, the Navy has the upper hand. Charlotte Kukri. Yes, Mom, although the method is not very honorable, the final outcome should be the Navy's victory. Pirates 6. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates have come to this, but fortunately, it is still an event that has not occurred. I wonder who will win this time in the Marineford War. Just when the audience thought that the Whitebeard pirates had no way to escape, someone suddenly noticed something was off. In the place where oars fell, due to his massive body, the enclosing wall failed to rise completely. In the video, Admiral Sengoku also noticed something was wrong. What are you doing? Hurry up and raise the enclosing wall completely. We cannot let these pirates have a chance to escape. Sengoku urged as he watched the enclosing wall not fully rise. At this moment, the Navy responsible for raising the enclosing wall had already discovered the reason and quickly reported. It was because Oars was blocking the enclosing wall, and his blood had seeped into the machinery, causing a drop in power, which prevented the enclosing wall from functioning properly. Damn it, there's no way around it. Let's leave it like this for now. Akainu, prepare to act. Understood. With Sengoku's order, Sakazuki stepped forward and activated his magma fruit powers. Meteor Volcano. Instantly, countless magma projectiles shot into the sky, turning the entire sky red. Then, like a volcanic eruption, countless magma projectiles fell like meteors, descending upon the Whitebeard pirates. Facing this situation, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had no way to evade. The damage caused by Sakazuki was far from over. As more and more magma projectiles fell, the ice surface that had been frozen by Kazan began to melt. If the ice surface completely melted, the pirates on top would face a major crisis. Fruit users would no longer be able to use their powers and would be in danger of losing their lives. Even ordinary pirates, if they fell into this vast ocean, might not survive. The Whitebeard pirates are in peril. At this moment, Sakazuki felt it was not enough and once again increased his power, directly smashing the attack towards the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Pirates, let's settle this. Whitebeard, your era has come to an end. Diamond Jozu, Navy, did you expect that even with oars down, he is still fighting for us? Pirate 1, I didn't expect there to be a barrier wall right where oars fell. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates are destined to survive? Charlotte Cracker, the Navy's plan has gone awry. So what should we do next? Charlotte Perispero, are we really just going to abandon this barrier wall and go straight into battle? Navy 1, as expected of Admiral Akainu, he's incredible, driving those pirates to flee in panic all by himself. Clown Buggy, impressive, he actually went straight for the Whitebeard pirates' mothership. Phoenix Marco, damn you Akainu, what have you done? Akainu Sakazuki, this is just an appetizer. Soon, you people will burn in the flames of your own sins, just like this pirate ship. Whitebeard pirates, damn it, Marco shouted angrily. Damn Akainu, I will not let you go. And on top of that, to think he would destroy the ship that has accompanied us for decades. It's unforgivable. Akainu must die. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all furious at Sakazuki for destroying the mothership. But Whitebeard laughed heartily, calming everyone down. Hahaha, all right. My sons, calm down. Don't be angry over things that haven't happened yet. Perhaps in the original future of history, we did lose the mothership. But for us now, these things haven't happened yet, and we still have a chance to correct them. Right now, what's more important is to learn from the video. We still have a tough battle ahead. That's right, Dad is right. And with the SkyCurtain being released, the Navy's schemes have all been exposed. We just need to be prepared. Indeed, and even if the Navy wants to revise their battle plan now, it might be too late. Hahaha. Haha. The Navy deserves it. At the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru watched the events unfolding on the screen with a worried expression and looked at Sengoku. Marshal, our plan has been completely exposed. What should we do now? Sengoku's face darkened. Even though he had mentally prepared for the possibility of the plan being revealed, he still felt anger when it actually happened. Given the current situation, the original plan had to be scrapped, and we needed to quickly determine a new combat strategy. However, with the execution of Fire Fist Ace approaching, there simply wasn't enough time to come up with a good battle plan. Vice Admiral Tsuru expressed her concerns. We have no choice. We must quickly establish a new combat plan. As for the original arrangements, we can leave them in place for now and possibly reactivate them later if the opportunity arises. Understood, Tsuru replied. With the plan exposed, would the Navy really lose? At that moment, Borsellino suddenly spoke up. Sengoku turned sharply to him. Shut up, don't gloat. He then looked at Akainu, and you, Akainu, you're too impulsive. Without my approval, you are not allowed to speak on the screen. Hearing this, Akainu snorted coldly and did not respond. Since Sengoku did not hear his objection, he took it as acquiescence. At this point, the Whitebeard pirates were already in a difficult situation, and the Navy was not letting up, continuing to press them hard. The operation is going smoothly, so now, let's proceed to the next step. Execute Porgas the Ace. Sengoku's sudden order made the already precarious Whitebeard pirates even more anxious. What should we do? Ace was about to be executed, but we were still trapped here. Let's break through from the gap created by Little Oars. Okay. The members of the Whitebeard pirates started to move towards the place where Little Oars had fallen, but unfortunately, the Navy would not let them escape easily. Countless cannonballs rained down on the pirates, causing them to cry out in pain. At that moment, Luffy, who had been at the front, was suddenly hit by cannon fire. Exhausted, he was directly knocked into the sea. Luffy, shouted Fire Fist Ace. How could this happen? Luffy can't be in trouble, can he? As a devil fruit user, he fell into the sea, Nami exclaimed. Charlotte Mondor remarked, it seems that Straw Hat is finished. Luffy, damn it, I won't forgive you, Boa Hancock declared. If anything happens to Luffy, I will surely avenge him. Moonlight Moria's words sparked a fierce argument on the screen. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, shut up, you defeated opponent. Even if you die, Luffy won't die. No, I should say, our captain will never get into trouble, no matter what. God Usopp, that's right. Luffy will definitely jump out of the sea like before. At that time, you Navy guys could just wait for your doom. Black-But Marshal DT, ha, Straw Hat cool. Keep dreaming. I think that Straw Hat Kid is done for. And old man, I didn't expect you to be beaten so badly. It's really disappointing. Marco the Phoenix, Teach, how dare you say that? Just wait. Once we rescue Ace, it will be your turn. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, no need for that. We might meet soon, you know? Haha. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fufufu, things are getting more and more exciting. I can't wait to join the battle. Eustace Kid, but is Straw Hat really done? I feel like he shouldn't stop here. Sky Island Monk Urki. I also believe that Straw Hat will survive. Bartolomeo, look, it's Captain Luffy. Just as everyone was discussing Luffy's life and death, his little fan Bartolomeo suddenly spotted Luffy. It turns out that at this moment, Jinbe made his move and saved Luffy. Luffy rode a massive ocean current, breaking through the Navy's encirclement and arriving in front of the three admirals. Kazan, also known as Admiral Aokiji, looked at Luffy and lazily said, "Ah, I didn't expect you to come here. But this stage is still too early for you. You shouldn't be here now. As expected of the rebel leader's son, you really don't care about anything. Only this persistence is worth appreciating." Akainu coldly remarked from the side. As for Kizaru, he was as lewd as ever, saying, "It's really scary that you made it here alone. But you can't defeat the three of us by yourself." "Stop talking, Luffy." Even though he was panting heavily, showed no fear. "You bastards, give me Ace back." Chopper, who loves cotton candy. "Great, Luffy has been saved, Wuwuwu." Sanji the Blackleg. "Thanks to that guy Jinbe. Thank you, Jinbe." "Jinbe, no need to thank me. I just did what I should do." Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. But the Straw Hat Kid chose to confront the three admirals directly. His actions are always unexpected. Cavendish the White Horse. Damn it. He's making such eye-catching moves again. When will I be able to steal the spotlight back? Capone Beach. Captain of the Fire Tank Pirates. But is this choice by the Straw Hat Kid too overconfident? He's just a newcomer who hasn't been at sea for long. How could he be a match for the Navy's top combat power? Red-haired Shanks. Luffy, you're still just like before. I see you have other purposes. Trafalgar Law. Captain of the Heart Pirates. Could it be that the Straw Hat Captain's purpose is... Pirate One, I'll look. The Straw Hat Kid is making a move. With that excited shout from the pirate, Luffy indeed began to attack the three admirals. Luffy shouted as he swung the mast he was holding and smashed it towards the three admirals. However, Aokiji simply waved his hand lightly, and the mast was frozen and fell down. Seeing this, Luffy jumped up fiercely and launched an attack on the frozen mast. Gum Gum, Stampede Machine Gun. As the attack landed, the mast was smashed into countless pieces, falling towards the direction of the three admirals. After the mast fell, it stirred up a large cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the cover from the dust, Luffy activated Gear Second and quickly dashed past the three admirals, heading towards the execution platform. Unfortunately, he had barely run a few steps when Kizaru blocked his path. "Don't play these little tricks in front of me, because it's too slow," he said as he kicked towards Luffy. With just one kick, Luffy was sent flying. Meanwhile, Sengoku had already issued the order for the execution of Port Gasti, Ace. On the execution platform, Ace knelt on the ground, and the two executioners beside him raised their blades high, ready to bring them down. Straw Hat Luffy, Ace. "Bastard. Stop it. One Piece Roger. Sengoku, you actually took action." Admiral Sengoku. The Navy and pirates are inherently incompatible, especially since you are the continuation of that evil bloodline. To protect the safety of the people, Port Gasti, Ace must die. Civilian 1. I think Admiral Sengoku is right. Pirates shouldn't exist in the first place. Civilian 2. Exactly. Although the Navy's actions can be extreme, they are also for our protection. Those ruthless pirates should be dealt with using thunderous means. Pirate 1. I say, you guys must have been brainwashed by the Navy. Don't forget, those Navy guys won't always protect you, right? Have you already forgotten the O'Hara incident? Civilian 3. How could we forget? During the O'Hara incident, Admiral Akainu didn't care about the lives of civilians at all. Just to complete his mission, he issued the buster call and bombarded those civilians. Civilian 4. In the end, whether it's the Navy or the pirates, they're actually the same. The Navy just puts on a good front, but they really don't care about us civilians. Civilian 5. That's right. Back when Alabasta was under the control of the former warlord Crocodile, the people's lives were so miserable, but the Navy and the world government did nothing. If it weren't for Civilian 6. Shut up, you can't say that. Civilian 7. Hey, what are you guys from Alabasta talking about? Weren't you saved by the Navy? What's there that can't be said? Shiki the Golden Lion. Maybe the ones who actually saved their country weren't the Navy after all? If that's the case, the Navy would be stealing the credit. Who was it that defeated that guy Crocodile anyway? Crocodile? I really don't want to talk about that. It's too embarrassing. Captain John, what's so embarrassing? Could it be that Shiki hit the nail on the head? Pirates too. Enough talking, you guys quickly look. The execution failed. Those two executioners have been defeated. Just when Luffy and the others were worried about Ace's condition, an unexpected person suddenly saved him. Pirate 1, hey, isn't that Crocodile? Why would he intervene and save Ace? Pirates 2. No, that's not right. At the beginning, didn't Crocodile say he was there to kill Whitebeard? How could he go save Fire Fist instead? That's Whitebeard's son. Pirate 3. What's going on here? Why is he doing this? It's clear that not only the audience outside the sky is confused, but in the video, Sengoku is equally perplexed. Crocodile, what are you doing? Don't you have a grudge against Whitebeard? Even if you don't stand with the Navy, you shouldn't help him, Sengoku said in a low tone with implied anger. Crocodile sneered. I do have a grudge against Whitebeard. That damn old man, I certainly won't let him go. But before that, I don't want to see your Navy's happy faces. Just as he finished speaking, Doflamingo used his string fruit ability to manipulate the thread in his hand, aiming directly at Crocodile's head. You bastard Crocodile. So you didn't want to ally with me, but actually want to team up with Whitebeard? I'm jealous, you know, Doflamingo said as he directly slashed at Crocodile's head. However, in the next moment, Crocodile immediately recovered, stating, I will not team up with anyone. Oh really? Then I can't just let you go easily, Doflamingo replied, simultaneously kicking at Crocodile. Crocodile quickly countered, and the attacks from both sides generated a tremendous impact on the battlefield. Doflamingo, fufufu, Crocodile. I didn't expect you to do something like this. Have you been influenced by that Straw Hat Kid? But I'm a bit hurt that you didn't choose to ally with me. Sand Crocodile, shut up. I'll say it again, I will not team up with anyone. Doflamingo, fufufu. Well, since you are unwilling, there's nothing I can do. Sigh, I am truly disappointed. Pirate 1. Speaking of which, is there something off between these two people? Pirates 2. Indeed, the tone of voice always feels a bit strange. Pirates 3. Could it be that they have some special relationship? Hee. One Piece 4. Speaking of which, didn't Crocodile know that Crossdresser King? There were rumors back then that he used to be a woman, so maybe that's the truth. When he was still a woman, he might have had a story with Doflamingo. Pirates 5. I suddenly feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. Could it be that Crocodile abandoned Doflamingo? Pirates 6. It's very likely they. Crocodile, shut up. Do you want to die? Doflamingo, fufufu. Do you want to head to hell early? I can help. As Crocodile and Doflamingo's threatening words fell, most of the teasing comments on the screen stopped. However, there were still some onlookers who were not afraid of the two, continuing to chat. But since their numbers were not many, and at that moment the audience's attention was drawn to the upcoming video, the two temporarily set the matter aside. As for those who didn't dare to communicate on the screen, how they talked privately remained unknown. Even though Crocodile and Doflamingo guessed this possibility, they had no solution. Now, they could only continue to watch the upcoming video with everyone else, hoping for some major news to replace the current topic and spark discussion. After seeing Ace being rescued, Luffy's heart finally eased a bit. He then rallied himself and rushed back to the execution platform. However, he was quickly stopped by Aokiji. Fortunately, Marco appeared just in time to save him. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates drove a coated whale ship through the sea, heading inward. They arrived at Little Oar's side, who had regained consciousness. He directly hugged the bow of the ship, crossing over the encirclement and bringing the entire ship into the bay square. Even though Sengoku noticed in time and issued orders to attack Oars, it was too late, and he did not succeed in stopping them. Diamond Jozu, haha, good job. Little Oars, Marco the Phoenix, as expected of Little Oars, you've really helped out. Little Oars, let's save Ace. Magician Hawkins, how could this happen? The possibility of the Whitebeard pirates successfully breaking through is only 4, yet they really did it. My divination has failed once again. Ming Skudashimanapu, abababa. I can't believe the Whitebeard pirates really invaded. That encirclement wall was completely useless. Even if the Navy's plan hadn't been exposed by the SkyCurtain, it still wouldn't have succeeded. I think the Navy really needs to come up with a different battle plan. Haha. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Oh lolololo. The encirclement wall that the Navy had high hopes for was actually breached just like that. Sengoku, you're just that good. Queen the Plague. Poor Navy. But this outcome really pleases me. Well done, Whitebeard pirates. Let the chaos continue. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. The upcoming plot is really something to look forward to, Newgate. You should be showing your true strength now. As Big Mom finished speaking in the video, Whitebeard was indeed preparing to launch an attack. Everyone, step back. Whitebeard shouted, raising his supreme great blade, tornado cutting. A strong light gathered on the blade, and as he swung it, the air in front of him shattered. At the same time, hundreds of Navy soldiers were sent flying, letting out cries of agony. However, Whitebeard was not satisfied with this. He raised his supreme great blade again, wanting to attack once more. Everyone, follow me. We will rescue Ace and eliminate all these Navy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates responded in unison and advanced toward the execution platform. At that moment, Aokiji used his ice ball to block Whitebeard's attack. He released a powerful cold air, freezing Whitebeard into an ice ball. However, the next moment, with a series of cracking sounds, the surface of the ice ball that trapped Whitebeard began to crack continuously and eventually exploded. Seeing this, Aokiji lazily remarked, "Ah la la." It seems that this isn't enough to hold you. Saying this, Akiji stepped forward to launch another attack. Unfortunately, the next second, he was pierced through the chest by Whitebeard's blade. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, Whitebeard, you're still so formidable. Keep it up and eliminate all those Navy. Eustace Kid, the strongest man in the world, truly lives up to his name. I wonder how far apart our strengths are. Maybe one, great. Admiral Akiji made his move and actually froze Whitebeard directly. That's amazing. Pirate 1. No way is the so-called strongest Whitebeard taken down just like that. Phoenix Marco, you guys are underestimating Dad too much. Just wait and see. Dad is about to counterattack. Pirates 2. Oh my god. It actually shattered the ice ball directly and pierced through Akiji with one strike. Did Admiral Akiji really get killed by Whitebeard just like that? Navy 3. You idiot. That's an admiral. How could he be dealt with so easily? Look, the admiral has reappeared. After seeing Akiji being stabbed, many worried Navy personnel looked back at the video. It turns out that before Whitebeard's blade fell, Akiji had already elementalized his body. And since Whitebeard did not coat his blade with haki, this move did not harm him. Therefore, Akiji launched another attack on Whitebeard. Unfortunately, before his attack could fully manifest, Diamond Jozu charged out fiercely. He directly crashed into Akiji's frozen body, shattering it. As a result, Akiji was injured and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. One Piece 1. Did I see it wrong? One of the 3 admirals, claimed to be the strongest force of the Navy, was actually defeated directly by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division. Navy 1. What are you talking about? Admiral Akiji didn't lose at all, okay? In One Piece 2, even if he didn't lose, he still got injured and bled from the impact. Whitebeard hasn't even made a move yet, and he was injured just because of the captain. If this is the strength of the Navy, then it's really too weak. The Navy's Admiral Akiji simply didn't notice the pirates' ambush. To compare, Diamond Jozu is not even a match for Admiral Akiji. Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division member. That may not be the case. Our Captain Jozu's diamond body is incredibly powerful. Even in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't fear any of the 3 admirals. Navy 3. Then you all just keep watching. Admiral Akiji will definitely teach your captain a good lesson. In the sky, due to the injury caused to Akiji by Diamond Jaws, the Navy and pirates are in constant dispute. They can't help but focus all their attention on the video, anticipating the subsequent developments. However, at this moment, the camera in the video shifts, and it is no longer the previous scene, but instead focuses on Straw Hat Luffy. Due to the sudden invasion of the Whitebeard pirates, a large number of Navy personnel have gone to confront them. Therefore, the attacks Luffy is facing have significantly decreased. But because of this, he is facing an even greater crisis. Rear Admiral Mongoose suddenly blocks Luffy's path and declares, Straw Hat Luffy, today I, Mongoose, bet my name as a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters that I will not let you pass here. After saying this with righteous indignation, in the next moment, he suddenly lunges in front of Luffy and swings his sword at him. Luffy hurriedly dodges but still gets injured. At this moment, another Navy Rear Admiral, Doberman in his dog-human form, suddenly appears and sends Luffy flying. Having already sustained considerable damage, Luffy's body is at its limit. After being knocked away, he collapses to the ground, unable to stand up again. However, the crisis Luffy is facing is far more than just 2 Rear Admirals. In the next moment, he is blown away by an explosion. Admiral Kizaru suddenly appears in front of Luffy and says, So, having courage alone is useless. Stahlhatkit Luffy. You lack the necessary power. Without power, you can't succeed in anything you want to do. No matter how hard you try, even if you give your life, you can't save what can't be saved. You should have realized this by now, so you might as well disappear. Saying this, Kizaru raises his right foot, which shines brightly, and is about to come down. Impris boa Hancock Luffy. Where are you right now? Why haven't you come to save Luffy? Sky Island Monk Urki. From Impel Down to the Marineford battlefield, the Straw Hat Kid has already had quite a few battles, and indeed his body has reached its limit. Fallen Navy Captain Drake. Will he be saved this time like before? Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. This time it might really be impossible. Everyone else has been stopped, and there's no one around the Straw Hat Kid at all. Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. Is it really like this for the Straw Hat Captain? Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie. Facing 2 Navy Rear Admirals and an Admiral. The Straw Hat Kid absolutely cannot survive. God Usopp. Impossible. Luffy will definitely not stop here. Roronoa Zoro, the Pirate Hunter. That's right, don't underestimate our captain. Chopper, who loves cotton candy, but Luffy is really seriously injured. He needs a doctor. Why can't I be by his side at this time? Gecko Moria. Good job. Just crush the Straw Hat Kid's head like that. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu, the Straw Hat Kid who has attracted the attention of the whole world. This time his life will finally come to an end. Pirate 1. Look, Kizaru is making a move. Since everyone is focused on the upcoming developments. At the moment Kizaru kicked with his right foot, everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. Disappear, Kizaru shouted, seemingly delivering a fierce kick. However, when his attack landed on Luffy, it became soft and powerless, just a light blow. Moreover, he directly kicked Luffy into Whitebeard's arms. Pirate 1. Pirate 2. What is that Kizaru doing? Why did he kick the Straw Hat Kid to Whitebeard? Isn't he supposed to kick the Straw Hat Kid's head off? Pirates 3. Yeah, it was such a good opportunity. The Straw Hat Kid is already lying there, unable to move. Even if he can't kick the Straw Hat Kid's head off, shouldn't he at least kick him into serious injury? What's going on now? One Piece 4. I really don't understand it. It's just so hard to comprehend. It feels like he is trying to protect the Straw Hat Kid in some way. Navy 1. How could they possibly protect the Straw Hat Kid? Admiral Kizaru must have done it because he didn't want to lay a hand on someone who couldn't resist. That's definitely it. Pirates 5. You can't believe this yourself, can you? At the naval headquarters, Marine Admiral Akainu observed the behavior of Kizaru on the screen, and Sengoku's expression darkened again. Borsalino, can you explain what you were thinking in the video? He asked. Kizaru casually replied, well, I'm getting older, my legs aren't as agile, and my eyesight isn't as good. However, while speaking, he glanced at Garp. Sengoku noticed this and was taken aback, thinking, yes, Kizaru's behavior is somewhat understandable. After all, if both of his grandsons were to die on the battlefield, Garp would probably really lose his temper. If that led to a naval hero turning against us, it would be a significant loss. With this in mind, he felt somewhat relieved about Kizaru's actions on the screen. However, Sengoku still warned Kizaru in front of him. If you behave like that on the battlefield again, just watch how I discipline you. How terrifying, Kizaru replied. I'm getting old, and my hearing isn't as good either. Borsalino. On the Navy side, there are some minor conflicts due to Kizaru's actions, and at this moment, the debate in the sky has not yet concluded. Pirate 1. Kizaru? That's right, this scene must have been performed by Kizaru, but what could be the reason? Is he actually an undercover agent for the pirates? One Piece 2. Don't joke around. Those are the 3 admirals. How could they possibly be undercover pirates? I think Kizaru definitely plans to take on both the Straw Hat Kid and Whitebeard at the same time. One Piece 3. No way, is he that confident? One Piece 4. It seems he plans to do just that. Look, Kizaru is really attacking Whitebeard. As the discussion settled in the video, Kizaru looked at Whitebeard, preparing to launch his attack. Whitebeard, I really didn't expect this. You, who are known as the strongest man in the world, actually chose to let such an impulsive kid lead the charge. Have you gone senile? Kizaru sneered, pointing his finger at Whitebeard. Laser beams began to gather, as if they were about to shoot at Whitebeard in the next moment. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. I finally found you, Straw Hat Boy. Jinbei, come over here, it's this way. With the sound fading, Ivankov and Jinbei arrived just in time. Their arrival stirred enough commotion to wake the already unconscious Luffy. Ivankov, Jinbei, it's you. How long have I been out? No, I have to hurry and save Ace. Saying this, Luffy stubbornly stood up, continuing to rush towards the execution platform. Unfortunately, his body had reached its limit, and after just a few steps, he collapsed again. Seeing Luffy's performance, Whitebeard muttered to himself, what a kid who only knows how to show off. But even though he's a fool, he is indeed my type. After saying that, he glanced at Ace in front of him, and as if influenced by Luffy, he laughed heartily at the Marines before him. Haha, you reckless guys, come at me. He then raised his supreme great knife and swung it down at the Marines. However, the expected scene of the Marines being sent flying did not happen, as his attack was intercepted. The person who stopped him was none other than Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. I can't let you continue this recklessness, or this island will be sunk. Mountain Pirate Dayton. Kong, you bastard, what are you doing? Are you just going to watch your grandson get bullied? And Ace, are you really going to let him be executed? Sky Island Monk Urki. It's hard to imagine that Straw Hat Kid can stand up again. But should end here. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper. It's no good. Luffy's injuries are really too severe. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Damn it, why weren't we by his side at that time? Drought Jack. It seems the Straw Hat's journey is about to end here. But is Whitebeard ready to unleash his power? Those Marines probably won't be able to withstand his attack at all. Navy 1. What should we do? Whitebeard's attack is so strong, we are no match for him. Are we going to get blown away again, like before? Navy 2. Great, the Navy is fine. It's Admiral Akainu. He has made a move. Navy 3. Oh. Admiral Akainu is so powerful. Immortal Bird Marco. Humph. With just Akainu, he won't be a match for our father. As Marco's words fell in the Sky video, Whitebeard and Akainu had already engaged in battle. Akainu clenched his fist, and scorching magma surged out violently, gathering into an extremely powerful punch aimed at Whitebeard. Whitebeard also tightened his fist, shattering the atmosphere with a. The two fiercely punched each other, causing a tremendous attack that produced a loud boom 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 sound. At the same time, the pirate captains of the 43rd Division under the Whitebeard pirates had already entered the square. Among them, Marco transformed into the immortal bird and soared into the sky, planning to break through from above and fly directly to the execution platform to rescue Ace. Even though the Navy continuously attacked him, Marco dodged all of their strikes and was about to reach the execution platform. At that moment, Garp suddenly leaped out and knocked Marco down with a punch, saying, "You brats, if you want to get through here, then you'll have to kill me first." The pirate crew won. The Whitebeard pirates have fully invaded, and the Navy is going to face difficulties. Pirate 2. He actually chose to break through from the air directly. This Marco is quite smart, isn't he? Could he really succeed? Navy 1. It's Vice Admiral Carp, the naval hero Carp. He finally made his move. Kobe, as expected of Mr. Carp, so strong. The Navy 2. He actually knocked the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division flying with just one punch. That's truly impressive. Vice Admiral Carp. With his protection, there's really no need to worry about pirates breaking through the defenses. Navy 3. I've heard that Admiral Carp's Iron Fist was able to defeat even the legendary pirate, Gold Line Shiki, and even locked him up in Impel Down. Although Shiki escaped later, that doesn't diminish Admiral Carp's achievements. The Navy 4. With Admiral Carp's absolute justice, there's really nothing to worry about. The sudden action of Carp has earned him the admiration of many in the Navy. However, at the same time, quite a few pirates have begun to mock Carp's actions. Kaido of the Beasts. Hey Carp, you're still so stone-hearted. You actually defeated the person who was about to save your grandson, showing no intention of letting him live. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, poor Fire Fist and Straw Hat. They ended up with such a grandfather. Mountain Bandit Dayton. Carp, what are you doing? It's one thing if you don't want to save Ace, but why stop others from saving him? Don't forget, that's your grandson we're talking about. Naval Hero Carp. To uphold the absolute justice of the Navy, I must do this. Golden Lion Shiki. What absolute justice? I see that's just a means for you Navy folks to brainwash people. Carp, I think you've been brainwashed to the point of being foolish. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. I have to say, Carp, you bastard, as a Navy, you are indeed quite competent. But as a grandfather, I think you should go back to your mother's womb and practice some more. Wahaha. Above the sky, opinions about Carp's actions are varied. At this moment, the video shifts back to Akainu and Whitebeard. Carp's punch greatly boosted the morale of the Navy on the battlefield, while the pirates were filled with trepidation, not daring to attack him again. Seeing this, Whitebeard shouted, "Foolish sons, don't be fooled by his title. After all, he is just an old soldier now." He said this to encourage the morale of the pirate crew. Just then, Akainu snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. Pay attention to your opponent in front of you if you are from that era. Dogbite Red Lotus. As Akainu's words fell, the hot magma in his hand transformed into the form of a hellish dog, lunging towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard immediately swung his supreme blade, aiming for the dog's head. With one strike, he sent it flying. Akainu quickly launched another attack, and Whitebeard met it head-on, with their battle growing increasingly intense. After several exchanges, just as Whitebeard was unwilling to waste more time and planned to defeat Akainu with one move, he had just pushed Akainu back with a slash when suddenly he knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Whitebeard's condition, Akainu sneered, "Time waits for no one. Whitebeard, I see this is where you end." Saying this, he swiftly charged towards Whitebeard. "Vista! Dad, what's going on? Pirate 1A. How did Whitebeard get injured all of a sudden? Did Akainu's attack actually work? But he didn't do anything, right? Pirate 2. No, it shouldn't be Akainu, it's..." Scored the Great Whirlpool Spider. "It's because of me. I'm the one who stabbed Pops. He has been suppressing his injuries, but now due to the fight with Akainu, he can no longer hold it back." Marco the Phoenix. Damn it. One Piece 3. It seems that the attack is more serious than we imagined. Moreover, even though Whitebeard is incredibly strong, he is now in his 70s, and achieving this much is already very commendable. One Piece 4. But looking at the current situation, is Whitebeard really going to lose to Akainu? Pirate 5. Speaking of which, it's very likely that the Navy has won this war. Pirate 6. No way. I don't want this kind of ending. Those Marines should be the ones defeated. Is there really no twist coming? Is Whitebeard really going to fall like this? I don't believe it. Diamond Jaws. Dad won't be defeated so easily. Akainu still has a long way to go if he wants to beat him. The Whitebeard pirates watched the video of Whitebeard, who was severely injured because of them, and Skycurtain felt extremely distressed. Dad, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. What you saying, silly son? It's just a little injury. Dad won't be easily defeated. That brat Akainu wants to win against me? He still has hundreds of years to go. Kula-la-la-la-la. Whitebeard gently patted Skycurtain's shoulder to comfort him. Marco also reassured him. Don't worry, Skycurtain. We are here too. We definitely won't let Akainu hurt Dad. Marco looked quickly. It seems like you plan to go help Dad. Diamond Jaws suddenly shouted loudly. And as his words fell, the members of the Whitebeard pirates looked up at the sky. Just when Akainu intended to harm Whitebeard, Marco noticed the situation just in time and shouted, Dad, as he tried to block the attack. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Kizaru shot out 2 laser beams, directly piercing through Marco's body. The outcome of the battle could change in an instant. Meanwhile, Diamond Jaws also noticed the situation of the two and couldn't help but get distracted. This was the most taboo thing in battle, and Aokiji immediately seized the opportunity, saying, You're too careless. With that, he activated his Devil Fruit ability and completely froze Diamond Jaws. The main fighters of the Whitebeard pirates faced consecutive accidents, and the most dangerous situation had yet to occur. Watching Whitebeard, who had lost his ability to resist, Akainu stepped forward and punched through Whitebeard's chest, leaving a fist-sized hole. Go to hell, Whitebeard. Beast Kaido, to think a brat could beat you down like this. Newgate, you really are getting old. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, if it weren't for the SkyCurtain, the situation at sea would probably change, and one of the 4 emperors would be gone. Captain of the Heart Pirates Trafalgar Law, his chest has been pierced directly. With such an injury, it might really be impossible to heal. Captain of the Fire Tank Pirates Capone Beach. If Whitebeard hadn't been injured earlier, he probably wouldn't have been beaten to this extent. One Piece. Now that Whitebeard has been seriously injured by Akainu, 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix has been shot by Kizaru, and 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu has been frozen by Aokiji. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are really coming to an end here. One Piece 2. Is the era of Whitebeard coming to an end? Navy 1. Isn't it obvious? Based on the developments in the video, this war must have been won by the Navy. The Whitebeard pirates have no hope of winning at all. Navy 2. That's right. The final victory will definitely belong to our Navy. Captain John, Navy men, don't get too arrogant. Don't forget, everything in the video hasn't happened yet. Who knows what the future will hold? Marco the Phoenix. That's right, this time the Whitebeard pirates will definitely win. Rayleigh the Dark King. Us old guys will help too. Red-haired Shanks. After all, that's Roger's son. Straw Hat Luffy. Ace, wait for me. Kizaru Borsalino. This is scary. So many enemies. The Navy can't lose, right? Aokiji Kazan. Shut up, don't talk to me. Under the canopy, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates is high, claiming that they will win this time. The Navy, represented by Sengoku, also retaliated against them. However, at this moment in the canopy video, the Whitebeard pirates were at a disadvantage. The 3 main forces, Whitebeard, Marco the Phoenix, and Diamond Jozu, had all fallen into danger one after another. At this moment, the scene shifted back to Luffy. At this time, Luffy had already fallen to the ground, unable to stand up. He grabbed Ivankov's hand and said shakily, Please, Ivankov, give me another injection of that hormone from before. This is my lifelong request. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Ivankov couldn't believe it. Another injection of the hormone? What are you joking about, Straw Hat Boy? This is too reckless. From Impel Down here, you've already gone through several battles. Plus, the poison from Magellan that you had before hasn't been cleared. Now the deadly poison has brought you to the brink of death. Your body is already overloaded, and the hormone is only an emergency measure. It can't save you. If you choose to numb your body like this again, you will definitely die. Ivankov repeatedly advised him, but unfortunately, Luffy couldn't take it in at all and firmly said to him, As long as I can continue to fight, as long as I can save Ace, I don't mind dying. I'm begging you, Ivankov, let me fight. If I fall here now and miss the chance to save Ace, then I will regret it for the rest of my life. Please, Ivankov, give me the power to fight. Luffy's earnest plea made it impossible for Ivankov to refuse. In the end, he sighed and agreed to Luffy's request. You idiot, if you die here, I won't be able to explain it to Dragon. Sieg, Fine, do as you wish. Saying this, Ivankov injected Luffy with the hormone again, and in the next second, Luffy instantly regained his vitality. Pirate 1, what a powerful vitality. That Straw Hat Kid has recovered again. Pirate 2, it should be the ability of that transgender king, right? Earlier in Impel Down, it seems like the Straw Hat Kid was injected once, and he recovered immediately after. I wonder what this excitement hormone really is. Pirate 3, however, According to that she-male king, this adrenaline hormone seems to only make the Straw Hat Kid forget his physical fatigue, but it cannot heal him. Once the effect of the adrenaline hormone wears off, the Straw Hat Kid is likely to lose his life. Commenter 1. It's so touching that he is fighting so hard for his brother. Such feelings are rare among pirates. Commenter 2. After all, the Straw Hat Kid is different from ordinary pirates. Didn't he just stand up to the world government for that Nico Robin? Commenter 3. Indeed, sometimes the Straw Hat Kid's actions really don't seem like those of a pirate. They resemble those of an adventurer. In the sky, there was intense discussion because Luffy had recovered again. Meanwhile, the video continued. Ivankov, after injecting the adrenaline hormone, was talking earnestly beside Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, you must remember, if you fall down again, you really won't be able to return to this world. The adrenaline hormone has only deceived your body and has not healed your injuries. You must keep this in mind. Don't worry, Ivankov, I won't fall down again, Luffy said, looking at Ace on the execution platform, and took a firm step forward. Seeing Luffy's figure, Ivankov seemed to understand something and murmured, "It seems that for you right now, whatever I say is useless, so let me cover for you." Saying this, he followed Luffy's footsteps, moving toward the execution platform with him. Luffy's charge carried a momentum of moving forward courageously. Even when his former friend Kobe appeared before him, Luffy directly sent him flying with a punch. Straw Hat Luffy. Kobe, I'm sorry, but as my opponent, I won't hold back. Kobe, it's okay, Mr. Luffy. But you have become stronger and stronger. Straw Hat Luffy. You need to work hard too. Pirate 1. Why is another Navy guy that the Straw Hat Kid knows? Pirate 2. But this Navy is really weak, looking so thin and small. Yet they appear on such a top battlefield. Straw Hat Luffy. Don't underestimate Kobe. He will be very strong in the future, and I won't allow you to mock him. Kobe. Thank you, Mr. Luffy. I will definitely work hard. Pirate 3. Alright, let's cut down on the emotional speeches and focus more on the video. It seems there has been new developments on Whitebeard's side. As this statement was made, the video on the screen indeed showed the scene of Marco the Phoenix. At this moment, although Marco was hit by Kizaru's laser, he managed to recover thanks to the Phoenix's ability. Unfortunately, he was too focused on Whitebeard's situation to notice that Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Spider had suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the situation, he put Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Marco's hands, restraining his Devil Fruit powers. Meanwhile, Kizaru launched another attack, and under the suppression of the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, Marco was hit again and fell helplessly to the ground. On the other side, Diamond Jozu was still frozen. To make matters worse, the ice block that was holding him accidentally fell to the ground, causing one of his arms to break off, never to be reattached. Whitebeard's condition was even worse, perhaps more serious than Marco and Jozu. Admiral Sengoku actually ordered the Marine elites to attack Whitebeard simultaneously, and at this moment, the severely injured Whitebeard was completely unable to resist. Countless fists and slashes struck Whitebeard, and numerous bullets penetrated his body. To make matters worse, a cannonball exploded right in his face. Golden Lion Shiki. How pathetic, Whitebeard. You've truly lost all face. Beast Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, to be beaten like this by those insignificant little Marines. I think you'd better withdraw from the ranks of the 4 emperors soon. Marco the Phoenix. You bastards, how despicable. If it weren't for the sneak attack, Dad wouldn't be facing this. Magician Hawkins. According to the divination, the chance of the Whitebeard pirates winning this war is only 1. Mingsa Karakamanap. Could it be that Whitebeard was really taken down like this? Died at the hands of a bunch of nobodies? After Capone Beej finished speaking, many people also realized this point at the same time. Their attention was completely focused on the video, their eyes glued to the unfolding developments, unwilling to look away for even a moment. After being hit by the cannonball, Whitebeard's body slowly fell. But in the next second, he suddenly steadied himself. You bunch of small fries, do you think you can take me down? Don't underestimate me. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard shouted loudly, and then swung his supreme blade again. In the next instant, all the Navy around him were sent flying. Pirate 1. To be injured like that and still have such powerful attacking power. If it were the peak period of Whitebeard, how terrifying would that be? Sky Island Monk Urki. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Even when seriously injured, he remains completely unaffected. It's truly shocking. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, it seems I laughed too early. Newgate, you still have it in you. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la 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 la, Linlin. And Kaido, don't underestimate me. Beast Kaido, is that so? I think you should be reaching your limits soon. So, you should have let me take your head earlier. So you wouldn't be forced into this situation by a bunch of scraps. A low. As Kaido's words fell, the situation in the video began to reverse. After Whitebeard delivered that powerful move, Sengoku did not panic, but calmly commanded the Navy elites to attack again. Don't panic. Whitebeard is already seriously injured and is no longer a threat. Keep attacking. As his words fell, the Navy elites charged at Whitebeard again. Whitebeard staggered a step but stood straight again. Kula la 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 la. It's really funny that you think I'm injured. Do you think such a level of injury can kill me? Moreover, if I die, it wouldn't be good for my sons. So, I will definitely not die just like this before seeing the bright future of my sons. Looking at Whitebeard's appearance, Sengoku snorted coldly. Since you want to see the future so badly, then I can show you right now. Do you want to see it, Whitebeard? Saying this, he looked at the two executioners on the execution platform and coldly ordered, "Make your move." At his command, the executioners raised their large blades again, ready to strike. Seeing this, Whitebeard hurriedly tried to stop them. Do you think I can't stop? Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, and his whole body knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, it was too late for him to stop the execution. Take a good look, Whitebeard. You and your pirate crew have no future. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling to proceed with the execution. The knife in the executioner's hand fell heavily, as if in the next moment, it would strike down on Fire Fist Ace. Mountain Bandit Dayton, Ace. Pirate 1. No way. Could Fire Fist Ace really die like this? Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Captain and the others have been held up. There's really no one who can save Fire Fist. Straw Hat Luffy. No. Ace won't be in trouble. I will definitely save him. Pirate 2. Who can't brag? And I'll say it too. It was me who saved Fire Fist Ace. Just wait and see. One Piece 3. Enough said. The camera shifts to the Straw Hat Kid. Can he really save Fire Fist Ace? Pirate 4. No way. Could it be that one? The discussion among the crowd in the sky continued, but Luffy didn't look anymore. At this moment, all his thoughts were on Ace in the video, hoping that he could save Ace. Just as the executioner's knife was about to fall, Luffy, who was fighting, noticed the situation. Anxiously, he shouted, "Stop it." In the next moment, an invisible aura spread outwards, and everyone fell silent. The Navy and pirates surrounding Luffy all rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. The two executioners did the same, fainting and unable to carry out the execution. Thus Ace was temporarily saved. Pirate 1, the Conqueror's Haki, which the Straw Hat Kid once displayed in Impel Down, has finally reappeared on the battlefield at Marineford. One Piece 2, stronger than during the Impel Down arc, it instantly rendered so many people incapable of action. One can only say that he truly lives up to being the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp and the son of Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. This family of three is definitely not to be underestimated. In Pirate 4, among those who were stunned, it seems there are even people of officer rank. Given time, the Straw Hat Kid will definitely become a significant figure that can intimidate the seas. Eustace Kid, Conqueror's Haki? It's not something only the Straw Hat can possess. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Sakazuki coldly snorted as he watched Luffy once again demonstrate his Conqueror's Haki. The performance of the Straw Hat Kid proved that he would undoubtedly become a threat to the Navy in the future. I believe we must eliminate the Straw Hat Kid along with Fire Fist Ace on this battlefield. After saying this, Sengoku showed no reaction. While Carp was the first to stop eating his sunbae, he shot a cold glance at Sakazuki but didn't say anything. After all, it was just Sakazuki talking big. However, if his thoughts were to come true, Carp thought to himself, I might really end up killing him. Carp's thoughts were unknown to Sakazuki. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Sengoku looked around, scratching his head, feeling overwhelmed. Forget it, he thought. It would be better not to respond before things actually happened. After that, the Navy headquarters fell silent again as everyone resumed watching the video. In the video, after Luffy used his Conqueror's Haki to save Ace, those who saw it for the first time, like Sengoku and the three admirals, couldn't hide their shock. That moment must have been an accidental activation. Akainu appeared calm, but his eyes trembled for a moment. Kizaru, on the other hand, continued to pout, thinking about how such a small body could hide such a terrifying power. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Doberman of the Navy headquarters also looked shocked. As the son of the rebel leader and possessing Conqueror's Haki, if they let him go, he would definitely become a formidable opponent for the Navy one day. They absolutely couldn't let him escape from this war. The Conqueror's Haki that Luffy unleashed not only surprised the Navy, but also shocked the Whitebeard pirates in the video. Is this done by Ace's brother? He actually has the same Conqueror's Haki as Dad. It's hard to imagine. Ace's brother seems destined for greatness. The members of the Whitebeard pirates discussed among themselves. At this moment, Luffy was completely unaware of what was happening, although he was puzzled about why the Navy suddenly collapsed. He seized the opportunity and rushed towards the execution platform. At this time, Ivankov, who had been following him, was curious and asked, "What you just showed was Conqueror's Haki, right? Where did you learn that power?" "What Haki?" Luffy replied, confused. "Nothing," Ivankov said, realizing that asking Luffy would probably lead to no useful answers. So, he continued to follow Luffy as they broke through. However, due to Luffy's earlier display of Conqueror's Haki, the Navy's attention shifted more towards him. After all, a pirate with Conqueror's Haki was different from when he was just a rookie setting sail. Now Luffy posed a much greater threat to the Navy, and they needed to eliminate him on the battlefield. Thus, more and more Navy personnel charged towards Luffy. At that moment, Whitebeard once again displayed his immense power. With a single punch, he knocked down countless Navy soldiers rushing towards Luffy. "Hahaha, you little brats are really going all out against a kid? You Navy guys are so cowardly. Don't you want my head?" Whitebeard shouted, continuously throwing punches, causing shockwaves that knocked down the surrounding Navy personnel. As a result, those Navy soldiers who initially charged at Luffy turned their attention back to Whitebeard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ivankov quickly led Luffy to break through. Seeing this, Whitebeard shouted, "Boys, from now on, protect Straw Hat Luffy with all your might as he breaks through." Why did Whitebeard give such an order? Is he getting old and confused? One Piece 2. Are they really pinning their hopes on the Straw Hat Kid to save Fire Fist Ace? Can he do it? One Piece 3. Even with the Conqueror's Haki, in the end, the Straw Hat Kid is just a rookie who has just set sail and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Pirates 4. What a daring idea. What kind of consequences will Whitebeard's decision bring? Pirate 5. However, when he shouted like that, the Navy's attention should have been drawn to the Straw Hat Kid. Next, they wouldn't launch a full-scale attack on the Straw Hat Kid, would they? Just as this pirate's guess fell, at that moment in the video, the Navy indeed began to surround Luffy, as he had said. Upon hearing Whitebeard's orders, Kizaru immediately commanded, "Navy, get rid of the Straw Hat Kid right now." Soon after, Captain Mongoose and Captain Strawberry charged towards Luffy together. Just as Mongoose's sword was about to strike Luffy, someone suddenly appeared from the side and intercepted his attack. It was a figure with a monkey. "Nice to meet you, Captain Mongoose." The newcomer was Doma, one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates under Whitebeard. On the other side, the Daikalbin brothers, also from the Whitebeard pirates, blocked Captain Strawberry's attack. And the one who intercepted Captain Doberman's attack was Raijin Makugai. "Captain Doberman, your next opponent is me." At the same time, more pirate captains arrived beside Luffy, shielding him from the Navy's attacks. "Go, Straw Hat Kid. Come on, let's lend you a hand. Go save Ace. Since Dad chose to believe in you, we believe in you too." Pirate 1. I thought the Straw Hat Kid was in danger, but I didn't expect the captains of the 43 pirate ships to come to his rescue. Pirate 2. Surprisingly, everyone chose to believe in the Straw Hat Kid. One Piece 3. No, rather than saying they believe in the Straw Hat Kid, it's more accurate to say they believe in Whitebeard. After all, this is a decision made by Whitebeard. One Piece 4. Such strong charisma. No wonder he is the world's #1 man. One Piece 5. So next, it should be easier for the Straw Hat Kid to save Fire Fist Ace, right? One Piece 6. That's not necessarily the case. Let's keep watching. The performance of the 43 pirate captains under the Whitebeard pirates has sparked another wave of discussion. Meanwhile, the video continues. Seeing everyone's performance, Luffy looks puzzled and says, "What are you all?" Before he can finish, Ivankov encourages him from the side. "Straw Hat Boy, did you see that? This is the world's #1 pirate, giving you a trial. Whitebeard has bet everything on you. How unimaginable is that?" Have you responded to his resolve? Luffy listens, still confused, but responds with determination. "I don't get it. I still don't understand what Uncle Whitebeard wants to do. But my purpose in coming here has always been the same," he says, fixing his gaze firmly on the execution platform. Whitebeard raises his supreme blade again, clearing the surrounding Navy. "Go make a big move, kid. Just now, you stopped the execution of Ace for me, and this time I choose to trust you. If you are also a man who has inherited the will of D, then let me see the direction of this era's future." Commenter 1. What is the will of D? Commenter 2. I'm not sure, but it sounds like something really powerful. Pirate 1. Speaking of which, don't both the names of Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace have that D in them? In Pirate 2, there's also that Blackbeard. It seems he has it too. Could this be a special mark of powerful individuals? One Piece 3. There are really too many things that are unclear. It seems that only Tianmu Video can give us the answers. Pirate 4. Look, the Straw Hat Kid is facing off against Hawkeye. Just as they were discussing this, Luffy, with the cover of other pirates, was advancing like a hot knife through butter. But just then, Hawkeye, who had almost killed him before, stood in front of him again. Hawkeye swung his sword at Luffy once more. At that moment, an unexpected person suddenly blocked him, intercepting Hawkeye's strike. It was the order from the president to temporarily stand by your side. Hurry up, Straw Hat Kid. This person was none other than Mr. One, Des Bones, a former subordinate of Crocodile from the Baroque works. However, his power was too weak, and he was instantly taken down by a single slash. In the next moment, Crocodile personally intervened and stopped Hawkeye. Mr. 3. Oh, Mr. 1, I didn't expect you to make a move too, but unfortunately, you're just too weak. Mr. 1, shut up, that's Hawkeye. You're so strong. Why don't we see you making a move? Do Flamingo, fu, crocodile. I didn't expect you to choose to help Straw Hat Luffy again. It's truly unimaginable. As far as I know, you seem to have a grudge against him, right? Sand Crocodile. After all, I really don't want to see the happy faces of the Navy. Pirate 1. Oh, look, the Empress has also appeared. She's so beautiful. Pirate 2. I still can't imagine why Lady Hancock would take a liking to the Straw Hat Kid and even gave him the Sea Prism Stone key. How infuriating. Lady Boa Hancock, I really helped Luffy out. It's great to be able to assist him. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. So, as long as the Straw Hat Kid reaches the execution platform, he should be able to save Fire Fist Ace, right? Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. Given the current situation, it's very likely. After all, the road to the execution platform has been cleared, and there is no one in front of the Straw Hat Kid at all. Thanks to the help from Lady Hancock and others in the video, Luffy's path to the execution platform is now open. Seeing this, Ivankov stopped in his tracks. Straw Hat Boy, leave the rest to us. Just charge forward with confidence. After saying this, he looked apologetically in another direction. I'm sorry. You should be resting properly, but we really need your strength now. So we can only force you to help. It's no problem, Ivankov. It's just a small matter for me. Suddenly, a voice came, and within Ivankov's explosive hairstyle, the Drag Queen Lightning suddenly appeared. He activated the Scissor Fruit ability, cutting the earth apart. Then he forcefully sent the cut earth towards the execution platform, and in an instant, a bridge connecting the ground and the execution platform was completed. Upon discovering this, the Navy immediately ordered to open fire, trying to prevent Luffy from passing. At this moment, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates appeared once again, starting to cover Luffy's advance. Imalta Buk Mako, Stahlhut hurry up and save Ace. Mountain Bandit Dayton, well done, Luffy. Don't be like your grandfather. Just charge ahead. Cavendish, Straw Hat Luffy is about to show off again. How infuriating. Is it impossible for me to shine again? Captain Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates. Straw Hat Captain, you can do it. Sky Island Monk Urki. The Straw Hat Kid should succeed, right? Fallen Navy Vice Admiral Drake. That's not certain. Don't forget, there are still others who Haven T made their move. Hamian's Kalachman Apu. Are you talking about that person? It shouldn't be. Little Thief Nami. That's right. The voices discussing in the sky paused because of the sudden appearance of a person. Just as Luffy was charging forward with all his might, the situation was quite favorable for him at that moment. The Navy was stopped by the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Whitebeard himself intercepted Kizaru, who was trying to launch a surprise attack. In front of Luffy, there were no enemies at all, but at that moment, a figure suddenly descended in front of him. It was a Navy hero, Garp. Seeing him, Luffy shouted, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out of the way, Grandpa." Garp did not move, but instead replied in a deep voice, "How can I step aside? As a Rear Admiral of the Navy, I've been fighting pirates since before you were born. If you want to get through here, you must be prepared to kill me." Straw Hat Luffy, this is the path you chose. Upon seeing Garp, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked worried. Damn it, we've come this far. Why does it have to be that Garp holding the final line? He was once as famous as Pirate King Roger. Can the Straw Hat Kid really handle this? Why does it have to be Garp? But he is the Straw Hat Kid's grandfather. Will he choose to go easy on him? No way. If he were going to go easy, he wouldn't be here. The thoughts of the Whitebeard Pirates in the video were also the opinions of others in reality. Shiki the Golden Lion, haha. I have to say, Garp, you are quite a competent Navy officer. But as a grandfather, you are extremely unqualified. I can't wait to see this legendary battle between grandfather and grandson. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Oh dear, the poor Straw Hat and Fire Fist have such a grandfather. There are very few people like me who treat their children well. Don't you think, my children? Charlotte Katakuri, yes, Mom. Charlotte Cracker, Mom is right. Kaido of the Beasts. If only my son were this obedient. But he got wind of some bastard's news and insisted on going out. I had no choice but to lock him up, hoping he learns to behave afterward. Captain John, it seems that Fire Fist Ace is doomed this time. After all, with Garp's obstruction, how can the Straw Hat Kid break through his defense? Mountain Bandit Dayton, damn it, Garp, you bastard. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Naval Hero Carp, I know what I'm doing. After all, I carry the weight of justice behind me. How could I stand by and watch these pirates create such chaos? The bandit Dayton, who was originally drinking at Makino's bar in Windmill Village, slammed the table and shouted upon seeing Carp's response. Bastard! Bastard! That bastard Carp! Talking about carrying justice and being called a naval hero, what qualifications does he have to be a hero? He's clearly just scum. He actually watched his family get executed and even stopped Luffy from saving Ace. What kind of hero is he? Damn it, let me go. I must teach him a lesson. Calm down, Dayton. He's at the naval headquarters. You can't even see him. Yeah, Dayton, and you're not his match anyway. Shut up. Dayton angrily knocked the head of the bandit who said he couldn't beat Carp. At this moment, Makino also comforted her, saying, Miss Dayton, please calm down. I believe Mr. Carp in the video is not as calm as he appears. With Carp's appearance, everyone's reactions under the sky varied. At this moment in the video, Luffy and Carp were already preparing to fight. Luffy activated Gear Second and charged at Carp, who swung his iron fist to counter. However, as the distance between them closed, memories of the wonderful times he had with Luffy kept flashing in Carp's mind. In the end, he was knocked away by Luffy's punch. Pirate 1, huh? What's going on? In Pirate 2, the Straw Hat Kid actually knocked the Navy hero Carp out, an outcome that was never anticipated. Pirate 3, it's not necessarily the case, after all. The Straw Hat Kid is still his grandson. Navy 1, how could this happen? Could it be that Admiral Carp ultimately chose to stand with the Straw Hat Kid? Gold Lion Shiki. Hahaha. Carp, I didn't expect this to be your choice. It's a bit surprising. Captain John, clearly acting so cold-hearted, yet in the end, he still softens for his grandson. You're just an ordinary person, Carp. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu. Is the result of this legendary grandfather-grandson battle really just like this? It's quite disappointing. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks, but you Navy guys are really too funny. Not to mention the current Carp. Even the previous Kizaru seemed to go easy on the Straw Hat Kid, right? Were they trying to curry favor with Carp in advance? Wahaha, Kizaru Borsellino. I never expected to hear such words. It's truly terrifying. Luckily, what happened in the video hasn't occurred yet. Play Quinn. It won't be long now. The war in reality should be coming soon, right? At that time, our Navy hero Carp, what will you choose? Calamity Ash. You won't just spout some grand theories and then turn a blind eye to the actions of the Straw Hat Kid, would you? That would be too funny. Ha! Straw Hat Luffy. Hey, you bastards, don't say those things about my grandpa. That's between me and him. Revolutionary Army Dragon. Indeed, after all, he is my father. I advise you to watch your words. Luffy and Dragon spoke one after the other. After their words were spoken, the conversations in the sky diminished significantly. After all, putting Luffy aside for now, others might not fear Dragon. But they currently didn't want to have any disagreements with the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, most people stopped teasing Carp and continued watching the video. After Luffy knocked Carp away, he successfully ascended the execution platform. He grinned at Ace and then took out the key given to him by the Empress. It was the key to unlock the Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Ace. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. The Straw Hat Kid really did it. He successfully reached the execution platform. Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Captain is quite impressive. Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. Could it be that this time, he really can save Fire Fist Ace? Eustace Kid. Humph. Have you all forgotten there's still someone on the execution platform? That's not the Straw Hat Kid's grandpa. He won't go easy on him. Navy 1. That's right. Our Warlord of the Warring States will definitely not let the Straw Hat Kid succeed in rescuing Fire Fist Ace. Just wait and see. Pirate 1. But why didn't he make a move on the Straw Hat Kid while he was coming up? Isn't that easier? Navy 2. Our Navy is different from you despicable pirates. Admiral Sengoku looks down on fighting. He wants to defeat the Straw Hat Kid in a fair and square manner. Pirate 2. But the Straw Hat Kid has the key to the Sea Stone handcuffs. If he doesn't make a move soon, Fire Fist Ace will be saved. The Navy 3. General Sengoku must have his own plans. Look, the general is about to take action. In the video, Sengoku was taken aback when he saw the Sea Stone key in Luffy's hand, seemingly caught completely off guard by the situation. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability. With the activation of the animal-type human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Buddha form, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the execution platform. Following that, Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha figure. At the same time, Admiral Kizaru suddenly struck, directly hitting the key in Luffy's hand. Before Luffy could react, Sengoku was already about to attack him. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, just like your brother, you are a great sinner undeserving of life. Since you have chosen to come here, don't think you can escape my grasp. I will personally execute both you brothers, he said as he swung his fist at Luffy. Navy 1. Oh. The Warring States general has finally made a move. So cool. Navy 2. That's right, it's just like the wrathful Vajra. Pirate 1. As expected of a man who can become the admiral of the Navy, the Buddha form is indeed impressive. The Navy's Admiral Kizaru has also made his move, and the key in the Straw Hat Kid's hand has been directly hit. That's great. Navy 4. In that case, Fire Fist Ace won't be able to be saved, right? At least his abilities will be continuously restricted. Pirate 2. But don't you Navy guys find it strange? Since Kizaru can hit the key in the Straw Hat Kid's hand, why not just blow his head off directly? One Piece 3. Indeed, you make a good point. Is Kizaru acting again? The Navy's Admiral Kizaru probably just didn't expect it. But with Fleet Admiral Sengoku around, no matter what, the Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace should have no way to escape. Pirates 4. Indeed. With this move from Sengoku, the Straw Hat should not be able to dodge, right? Strange. That person's face looks somewhat familiar. He is. Just when everyone was anticipating the battle between Sengoku and Luffy, the sudden appearance of one person sparked their curiosity. As Sengoku's attack was about to land on Luffy and Ace, one of the two executioners who had fainted on the execution platform suddenly woke up. When his face was revealed to everyone, they were all quite shocked, because it was none other than Mr. 3, Galdino, who had previously escaped from Impel Down with Luffy. Mr. 1. Mr. 3, how did you end up on the execution platform? Pirate 1. It turns out that the Straw Hat Kid is not the first pirate to ascend the execution platform. The real first person has already been up there watching Straw Hat Luffy charge forward. Not just this one pirate, but others are also quite surprised to see Mr. 3 appear on the execution platform. Pirate 1. Could it be another arrangement by Crocodile, just like with Mr. 1 earlier? Pirate 2. Whether or not this Mr. 3 appearing here is completely useless. Sengoku is not someone who can be countered by just a Mr. 3. Pirate 3. That's right. So, how should Luffy and the others respond next? The crowd continued to watch the video, waiting for the subsequent developments. After Mr. 3 regained consciousness, he immediately spotted Luffy in front of him and looked puzzled. Straw Hat Kid? Luffy, seeing him, was also confused. Mr. 3, why are you here? And dressed like an executioner. Before Mr. 3 could answer, Sengoku's attack had already arrived, causing him to scream in panic. Seeing this, Luffy urged him to quickly use the candle wall to protect Ace. Luffy then activated his Gum Gum balloon, turning himself into a large balloon to try to cushion Sengoku's attack. After that, Mr. 3 hurriedly conjured a candle wall to protect himself and Ace. However, Sengoku's strength was clearly not something Luffy alone could withstand. After a few punches, Luffy could no longer hold on and began to deflate. Meanwhile, the entire execution platform collapsed under the tremendous impact. At that critical moment, Mr. 3 used his ability to recreate a Sea Prism stone key. Pirate 1. Pirates 2. I can't believe it can be done like this. They actually replicated a key directly. One Piece 3. But how did he do it? The Sea Stone key must be exactly the same to be useful, right? Pirate 4. It seems like he only glanced at it before, and yet he was able to replicate it like this. Pirate 5. It's still uncertain whether it's accurate. Maybe this key can't open the shackles of Fire Fist Ace at all. One Piece 6. I actually think that the Straw Hat Kid might really be able to save Fire Fist this time. Pirate 7. Then I think this time, those two brothers should die together. On the SkyCurtain, a debate unfolded about whether Luffy could save Ace. Meanwhile, the video continued to play. Looking at Luffy, who was getting smaller due to the leaking air, Mr. 3 chuckled self-deprecatingly. If I say that I appeared here to mourn for my fallen comrades, would you laugh at me? As he said this, the image of Bon Clay flashed in his mind. Luffy responded loudly, how could I laugh at you? Hearing Luffy's answer, Mr. 3 smiled and threw the key to him. Then hurry up and save your brother, Straw Hat Kid. I got it. Luffy quickly caught it. At the same time, the Navy began a fierce bombardment on the three. Under this intense attack, the figures of the three were completely obscured. Sky Island Monk Urki. Did the Straw Hat Kid succeed? Or was he taken down directly? Big Mom's Charlotte Chiffon. The attack is too intense. We can't see anything at all. News King Morgans. Who won the end? Can the Straw Hat Kid really save Fire Fist Ace? If he succeeds, that would be big news. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would win. Would Fire Fist Ace be successfully rescued? Or would the Straw Hat Trio be completely eliminated? Everyone was looking forward to an outcome. Just then, the smoke in the video began to clear, and the final results started to unfold before everyone's eyes. In the midst of the cannon fire, a broken shackles suddenly fell from the sky. In the next moment, a raging fire erupted, and a skull pattern resembling Whitebeard appeared before everyone. Really, it's always been like this. Luffy, you are always so reckless and never listen to me. As Fire Fist, Ace's voice echoed, a fiery path appeared amidst the cannon fire. Ace, along with Luffy and Mr. 3, successfully escaped from the bombardment. Little Oar's great. Ace has been rescued. Diamond Jaws. As expected of Ace's brother, you haven't let Dad down. Flower Sor Vista. Well done, Straw Hat Kid. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Karalalala. Ace's brother, you are impressive too. Really similar to that guy, Ace. Charlotte Perispero. I can't believe the Straw Hat Kid actually succeeded. It's incredible. Charlotte Karakuri. If the Straw Hat Kid can grow stronger, he might be a respectable opponent. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, Sengoku, it seems you've aged being outdone by a kid who saved someone from your grasp. Beast Kaido. Looks like you should retire sooner or later. Huh, lalalalo. Himing Siku Lachi Mane Pu. Ba. The Navy's advantage was so obvious in the early stages. Is there going to be a major turnaround? And in the end, will Whitebeard side win? Magician Hawkins. According to the divination results, it seems that the Navy still has the upper hand. Why is that? Does the Navy still have a trump card up their sleeve? Big Mom's daughter, Charlotte Pudding. Stop with your divination. It's completely inaccurate. Captain of the Heart Pirates. Trafalgar Law. No, I actually think he has a point. The Straw Hat Captain has successfully rescued Fire Fist, but escaping from the Navy headquarters won't be so easy. Eustace Kid, what's so difficult about it? Just fight your way out. Now that Fire Fist Ace has regained his mobility, he won't be restrained by the Navy at all. Moonlight Moria. You guys are thinking too simply. I see that the Straw Hat Kid still has a tough battle ahead. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foo. Although it seems they broke into the Navy headquarters easily, getting in is one thing. Getting out is definitely not going to be that easy. Pirate 1, what's going on? Why does it seem like everyone is not optimistic about the Straw Hat Kid being able to escape? Do they think there will be even greater difficulties after they leave the Navy headquarters? Pirate 2, it won't end in vain. Not just Fire Fist Ace, but even the Straw Hat Kid must have died on the battlefield, right? Mountain Bandit Dayton. Bastards, what are you talking about? Luffy has already rescued Ace, hasn't he? Don't talk nonsense to me. And you, Luffy, don't listen to what others say. I believe in you. You in the video will definitely be able to save Ace. And you in reality will surely succeed too. After discovering that Luffy successfully rescued Ace, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all excited. Well done, Straw Hat Kid. Finally got Ace back. Next, let's charge out with full force. However, upon realizing the situation, the Navy did not lose heart. Instead, they regained their spirits and continued to bombard the group. Everyone, don't panic, keep your rhythm. Attack their landing point. Keep attacking, don't stop. The Navy charged towards Luffy and the others. And at that moment, Ace finally unleashed his powers. Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. A fierce blaze suddenly erupted, knocking down all the Navy soldiers around them. He then looked at Luffy and thanked him, saying he never expected that one day he would be saved by him. Thank you, Luffy. Luffy felt a bit shy from the compliment, scratching his nose and saying it wasn't just him. Whitebeard and the others helped too. The two brothers shared their feelings, while the surrounding Navy soldiers seemed unable to bear the sight. They charged at the two once more, shouting, "You two, don't think you're saved now. Remember, this is an execution ground, the place where you will face judgment." Looking at the elite Navy soldiers rushing towards them, Luffy and Ace exchange a knowing smile. Fire Fist switched to second gear. The two brothers worked together, sending all the Navy soldiers flying. God Usopp, well done, Luffy. Just keep going and defeat all those Navy guys. Charlotte Katakuri, are the two brothers fighting together? Fallen Navy Major Drake, the attack power of Straw Hat and Fire Fist is indeed not to be underestimated. Navy 1, is it really that powerful? Could it be that the Navy is going to lose this time? Navy 2, impossible, there are still the marshals and generals. The Straw Hat duo is definitely not their match. Navy 3, that's right, look, it's Admiral Akiji, he's about to make his move. Everyone looked up at the sky. And indeed, at that moment in the video, Akiji was already standing in front of Luffy and Ace, blocking their way. To think you can escape from here is nothing but a delusion. You probably won't even see tomorrow's sun, and yet you're still talking about the future. Give it up. You can't escape from here, Akiji said to the two with a calm demeanor. Ace looked at him, his fighting spirit surging, surrounded by raging flames, eager to fight. However, concerned for Luffy's safety, he turned and softly said, "Luffy, you should step back. Let me protect you here." Just then, Akiji unleashed his ice attack, heading towards Ace. Ace immediately countered with Flame Mirror, flames bursting forth, colliding with the iceberg created by Aokiji, filling the surroundings with a large amount of water vapor. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, hahaha. Ace, you're doing quite well. Diamond Jaws, impressive. Ace, you actually blocked the Admiral's attack. News King Morgans. Although Fire Fist, Ace's fruit ability naturally counters Aokiji, being able to withstand an Admiral's strike shows that Fire Fist Ace's strength is indeed formidable. Worthy of being the bloodline of the Pirate King. Pirate 1. Could it be that this time, Fire Fist Ace and the others can really escape? Pirates 2. Originally, the Whitebeard Pirates had Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Now they also have Portgas the Ace, whose strength is comparable to that of an admiral. If they really managed to escape from the Navy headquarters, how powerful would this pirate crew be? Pirates 3. So the Navy will do everything possible to prevent them from escaping. In the sky, the discussion about Fire Fist Ace being able to withstand Aokiji's attack has sparked many conversations. Meanwhile, on the ground, there are also many people with different opinions about this scene. Big Mom has been closely following the video's development, and after seeing Ace's abilities, she has different thoughts in her mind. Where are Katakuri and the others now? She asked BRL-E beside her. BRL-E had just contacted Katakuri through a mirror and immediately answered Big Mom. Brother Katakuri and the others should be arriving at the Navy headquarters soon. Is that so? The Navy's execution of Fire Fist Ace should also be soon, right? Yes, Mama. Well, then tell Katakuri that the plan has changed. This time we will help the Navy take down Fire Fist Ace. Big Mom said with a smile about her plan. Originally, she didn't care which side she helped. However, after seeing Ace's performance in the video, she felt that she couldn't let such a potential opponent go. If Fire Fist Ace successfully escapes this time, the Whitebeard Pirates would be even more formidable, making it even harder for her to deal with them later. It would be better to take this opportunity to team up with the Navy to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. When that happens, she could take advantage of both sides being weakened to launch a sneak attack and gain more benefits. Moreover, she felt that she was not the only one with this idea. There was definitely someone else who thought the same way. Just as she thought this, that person contacted her. Hello, Lingling. Since you chose to answer my message, it means you share the same idea as me. Kaido of the 100 Beasts said to Big Mom with a smile. Indeed, we must cooperate more when the time comes. No problem, hello. Big Mom and Kaido form an alliance, but for now, no one else knows. And even if the Navy knew that the two aimed to defeat Whitebeard, they probably wouldn't be happy about it. After all, both are emperors, and the Navy would never sit idly by while two emperors form an alliance. One could only say that, fortunately, they do not know about it yet. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Sakazuki looked at the sky with a lewd expression, expressing his thoughts on the overwhelming strength of Fire Fist Ace, which was truly terrifying. Sengoku also had a dark expression. It seemed that our data on the danger posed by Fire Fist Ace was not accurate enough, and we must avoid this in the future. Sakazuki, with his usual mocking face, said that Ace should have been dealt with when he was captured, so they wouldn't have encountered the problems shown in the video. All right, you should say less, said Admiral Aokiji Kazan, one of the people involved in the video. After that, the group stopped talking and continued to focus on the video, watching the developments unfold. After successfully rescuing Ace, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to prepare for a breakout. Of course, the Navy would not let them escape so easily. Just as the battle grew more intense, Squard, who had previously stabbed Whitebeard, suddenly appeared, driving the Moby Dick into the plaza. However, since he was using an external propulsion system to power the pirate ship, the Moby Dick unexpectedly began to go berserk. Squard clearly anticipated this situation, but right now he did not care. He only wanted to atone for his earlier foolish actions. However, Whitebeard would not stand by and watch his son get hurt. Therefore, he stepped forward and, with just one hand, forced the rampaging ship to a stop. One Piece 1. Oh my god, Whitebeard is so amazing. Even while injured, he can still demonstrate such power. One Piece 2. Is this the power of the four emperors? They are completely unaffected by their injuries. One Piece 3. It's hard to imagine that Whitebeard, even when injured, is still this powerful. I can't help but wonder how strong he must have been in his prime. One Piece 4. After all, he is the strongest man in the world. One Piece 5. He cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary people. He is completely a monster. One Piece 6. It's really incredible. Is it possible for someone like this to be defeated? In the sky, Whitebeard's actions shocked many people. They stared at the video without blinking, anticipating the next development. After forcing the pirate ship to a stop, Whitebeard looked at Squard above and shouted angrily, "Do you want to send a white-haired person to meet a black-haired person? What an unfilial act, Squard. Don't be so self-righteous. Your attacks have no effect on me. They won't take my life. Everyone has their time to pass on. And to my boys, our purpose has been achieved, so there's no need to stay here any longer. Listen carefully, all members of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am now issuing my final Captain S order. Let's part ways here, my sons. You must all survive and return safely to the New World. Carry my legacy with you. Marco the Phoenix. What are you saying, Pops? Diamond Jaws. Why say such things? Vista. Don't joke around. Pops, I can't handle this. Fire Fist Ace. Pops, what are you going to do? It's not worth it for someone like me. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Gururara, my sons, as long as you can survive. That's worth it to me. Pirate 1. What does Whitebeard mean by that? Does he intend to sacrifice himself to protect the other members of the pirate crew and allow them to escape? C'est impossible. No pirate would be willing to do that. Pirates are inherently selfish and only care about their own interests. They would never do something like that. Pirates 2. But isn't Whitebeard planning something like this now? One Piece 3. If things continue to develop like this in the video, will Whitebeard die on this battlefield? But if that happens, the world structure will definitely change. One Piece 4. No way. He's one of the 4 emperors, so he shouldn't be taken down so easily, right? Pirates 5. Besides, the Navy shouldn't do that either. After all, there's a delicate relationship maintained among the 4 emperors. If one of them is carelessly removed, the balance between them would be disrupted. Pirates 6. But look at the Navy's performance in the video. Doesn't it seem like they want to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates completely? They aren't considering this at all. They only think about exterminating all pirates. Because of what Whitebeard said in the video, the audience is once again in heated discussion. At this moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates in the video also look incredulous. Old man, do you really want to die here like this? This absolutely cannot happen. Old man, I won't allow you to do this. We must live together and return to the New World. That's right. We need to go back and hold a feast to celebrate. The members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their thoughts in a flurry, but unfortunately, Whitebeard was not easily swayed. He had already made his plans. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the New World that can carry me. As he said this, he exerted all his strength to throw a punch, splitting the heavens and the earth once again, causing the naval headquarters building to collapse. Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates. It seems he was already psychologically prepared for his injuries. Sky Island Monk Urki, so his earlier performance wasn't his full strength. This is his true attack. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, I never expected that the naval headquarters building, which has stood for hundreds of years, would be brought down. This is truly satisfying. Captain John, it seems Whitebeard's era is coming to an end. I wonder who will take over his power afterwards. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, Newgate, if you ask me, I might reluctantly help you take care of your sons. Kaido of the Beasts, my only rival. Are you really going to leave this world like this? At that time, I won't even be able to find someone to compete with me. What a disappointment. To show my respect for you, I can take over your business and help you look after it. 13th Division Captain Speedo Kill. Shut up. The old man is still alive and well. What happened in the video didn't occur at all, so stop dreaming. This time, the old man will definitely leave with us. Captain Wang Ji of the 5 Peaks. Have you forgotten something? Although the assassination of Whitebeard in the video didn't happen, his current physical condition is certainly not good. I think after experiencing another intense battle like the Marineford War, even if he can survive, he probably won't have long to live. Haha. 16th Division Captain Izo. Impossible. Those Navy guys are definitely not a match for the old man. 7th Division Captain Lakeview. That's right. The old man will definitely save Ace with us and return to the New World to celebrate. Moonlight Moria. What a bunch of pathetic people who refuse to accept reality. You can continue to stay in your fantasy. When the war starts, reality will wake you up. Kulalala. Let's settle this, Navy. Whitebeard laughed loudly, wanting to carve out a path for the others on the pirate ship. The Navy, seeing him like this, couldn't believe it. Impossible, this damned Whitebeard. Even after such severe injuries, how can he still have such strength? Sengoku watched Whitebeard's performance and understood his thoughts. Now that Fire Fist Ace has been saved, Whitebeard no longer needs to worry about him. By the look of him, he probably wants to sink the entire naval headquarters into the sea, along with himself. Carp also agreed. He must want to bid farewell to this era, and he really chose a good time. Whitebeard looked at the Navy blocking his path, laughing heartily. Navy, your opponent is just me alone, so come at me. He swung the supreme great knife in his hand, splitting the entire earth. Taking this opportunity, Ivankov hurriedly called for Luffy to leave. Straw Hat Boy, let's retreat quickly. Luffy responded immediately, turning to Ace. Ace, hurry up and come with me. Uncle Whitebeard seems to have made up his mind. I know. Ace quietly glanced at Whitebeard. I will never waste his intentions. Saying this, he quickly activated his fruit ability, knocking all the Navy attacking Whitebeard away. After that, Ace knelt behind Whitebeard, wanting to say something, but Whitebeard immediately stopped him. No need to say more. I understand your meaning. Now I have only one question. Ace, am I qualified to be your father? Ace's eyes filled with tears as he shouted, of course. Kulalala. Hearing Ace's words, Whitebeard laughed loudly. Captain John, I have to say, Newgate is more suited to be a father than some people. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. Huh, I'm talking about you, Roger. GOLD, Roger. I'm grateful to Whitebeard for everything he has done for Ace. He has fulfilled a father's responsibilities for me, and I truly am an unqualified father. I am sorry, Ace. Edward negate, biteviar kula la la la. No need for thanks. After all, Ace is also my son. Kaido. However, I believe that in Ace's heart, he recognizes only Newgate as his father. Roger, to him, you should just be an irresponsible bastard. Hahaha. Shiki. Haha. That's right. You couldn't be more correct. Morgan. But, is Whitebeard really going to die here? That would be big news. Marco. No way. Pops won't be defeated so easily. Doflamingo. Fufu, what a pity. Based on the developments in the video, it seems Whitebeard may have a hard time leaving Marineford. Capone Beach. Is it true that one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, will really be silenced here? That would really change the world structure. The audience was very curious about Whitebeard's fate. Therefore, they all watched the video seriously without any distraction. Just as Whitebeard was desperately clearing a path for the other members of the crew, on the other side, Admiral Akainu was targeting Fire Fist, Ace, and Monkey D. Luffy. Accompanied by the scorching magma, Akainu also mocked Whitebeard. After rescuing Fire Fist Ace, he only thought about escaping. The Whitebeard pirates really are a gathering of cowards. But what can be done? The captain is already in that state. In the end, Whitebeard is just a loser of the previous era. Hearing Akainu say this, Ace stopped his escape. Who do you call a loser? Take back that statement. Take it back. Akainu said with a triumphant smile. Impossible, because that's the truth. At this point, Akainu wasn't satisfied and brought up Ace's biological father, Pirate King Roger. Don't forget, your father GOLD. Roger conquered the Grand Line and used his life to usher in an era known as the Great Pirate Era. For me as a Marine, although it's somewhat inappropriate to say, I have to admit that he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. So how does Whitebeard's abilities compare? Doesn't he have the courage to fight Roger to the death? He only dares to hide in a safe place, leading a large group of people to be a mountain king. Is he satisfied with that? Although there are many fools in this world who like to use Whitebeard's name to protect the safety of some islands, to me, they're just dealing with some insignificant small pirates. And just achieving that, they dare to act like heroes. It's truly laughable. When Roger was alive, Whitebeard could only follow him from afar. And after Roger's death, he still couldn't become the only king of the sea. You know what that means, right? It means Whitebeard will never be able to surpass Roger. He is a perpetual loser. Am I wrong? Akainu spoke at length, and as Ace listened, his anger grew stronger. Admiral 1. Sakaski is absolutely right. Whitebeard is just a failure. The Navy is just a remnant of a bygone era. Nothing to be afraid of at all. Navy 3. Admiral Sakazuki. Let's take down Whitebeard just like this. Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division Captain. Izo. Damn you, Akainu. How dare you slander Pops. Whitebeard Pirates 14th Division Captain. Spitakill. What kind of name is Akainu? I think it should be called Red Dog instead. Whitebeard Pirates 7th Division Captain. Lakeview. Damn Red Dog, just wait. I will definitely not let you go when the time comes. Sky Island Monk Urki. But Akainu is obviously using provocation tactics. How could Fire Fist Ace fall for it so easily? Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. After all, for Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard is the father he recognizes. As for Roger, I think Ace must hate him. He means Siku La Chi Man Apu. No wonder Fire Fist Ace is so angry. Plus, Akainu insults Whitebeard while stepping on Roger. For Fire Fist Ace, this is indeed unbearable. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. But Fire Fist Ace is really impulsive. Hasn't he thought about it? If he dies because of this, wouldn't the Whitebeard pirates have sacrificed themselves for nothing? The viewers watching the video have already realized that Akainu is using provocation. However, for Ace in the video, even if he knows this is a trap, he still can't help but fight for Whitebeard. When Akainu sees Ace getting angrier, he sneers coldly and continues to slander Whitebeard. Upon reflection, Whitebeard's life is indeed pitiful. Admired by a group of lackeys, being called old man while engaging in childish antics at sea. He has ruled the seas for decades, but has never been able to become a king, appearing completely futile. In the end, he is even stabbed by a foolish son deceived by sweet words, and surprisingly chooses to protect them, sacrificing himself. Such a life is so empty. Shut up. Ace angrily interrupts Akainu. What Dad did was to give us the motivation to live on. How can you possibly understand the greatness of Dad? However, Akainu pays no attention to Ace's angry words. Humans only have meaning in survival if they choose to walk the righteous path. And you pirates have no reason to survive at all. As for Whitebeard, as the leader of you pirates, he dies as a failure. Don't you think it suits his identity as a garbage manager? Bastard, shut your mouth. Whitebeard is the creator of this era. I won't allow you to insult my benefactor like this. This era is named after Whitebeard. It seems that for Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard is indeed very important to him. Pirate too. After all, that is someone who is willing to storm the Navy headquarters for Fire Fist Ace. In One Piece 3, Fire Fist Ace. Ace is indeed very loyal and righteous, but unfortunately, his strong sense of loyalty is what led him into Akainu's trap. Pirate 4, that's right. Whitebeard had already planned to let them evacuate at the cost of his life. It's a pity that Fire Fist returned just because Akainu said a few words, which really wasted Whitebeard's efforts. Pirate 5. After all, he's just a reckless young man. When faced with such situations, he can only show off, just like his brother. One Piece 6. Indeed, as a newcomer, the Straw Hat Kid dares to directly invade Impel Down and even the Navy headquarters, and he boldly provokes the 3 admirals. As if he doesn't know what fear is at all. It's completely the behavior of a greenhorn. Now, Fire Fist Ace's actions are hardly any different from his. Pirate 7. Hey, you can't say that. There is still a difference between Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Kid. Pirate 8. What's the difference? They're all just fools who can't see their own strength. Fire Tank Pirate Crew, Captain Capone Beach. Speaking of which, the reason Fire Fist was able to withstand Admiral Akiji's attack earlier was probably because of the fire's advantage over ice. Now, facing off against someone of the same element, Akainu, it probably won't be that easy. Navy 1. Admiral Sakazuki's magma is not something that can be resisted by that little flame of Fire Fist. Just wait and see him get defeated. Navy 2. General Sakazuki, keep going and take down Fire Fist Ace. The audience is looking forward to the battle between Ace and Akainu. At this moment in the video, the two have indeed started to clash. Akainu swings his fist, and a violent surge of magma erupts. Ace immediately retaliates, with raging flames surrounding him. The collision between Fire Fist and magma creates a tremendous commotion. During the battle, Akainu continues to mock, stating that in the end, whether it's Whitebeard or you who admire him, you are all just losers. At this point, he lets out a loud roar and sharply increases his attack power. The scorching magma instantly engulfs Ace's flames, sending Ace flying. Ace falls to the ground in pain, with burn marks appearing on his body. Pirate 1. Oh my, even though they have the same elemental power, Akainu is so much stronger than Fire Fist Ace. He can even inflict such great damage on Ace, who is the user of the Mera Mera Nomi Navy 1. Of course, after all, Admiral Sakazuki is one of the highest combat powers in the Navy. Pirate 2. I can only say that Akainu is no longer acting. Gecko Moria. Poor Fire Fist. He completely misjudged his own abilities. He won't just lose his life like this, especially not in front of the Straw Hat Kid. That would be just too good, haha. Play Queen. In my opinion, Fire Fist Ace really deserves it. Who told him not to listen to advice and recklessly choose to go back? Drought Jack, that's right. It's a shame Whitebeard got seriously injured trying to save him. And his brother, his body must have been devastated by now. Yet he fell for such a simple provocation, not taking any of this seriously. Blaze Kinnyman. Haha, so he truly is the bloodline of the Pirate King. Phoenix Marco. Shut up, you bastards. What nonsense are you talking? Ace just admired Pops too much. That's why he chose to do this. Diamond Jozu. That's right, we in the Whitebeard Pirates can all understand Ace's actions. We won't allow you to speak ill of him. Play Queen. Since you all think this way, then I can't help it. I'll just wait to see Fire Fist Ace pay the price for his recklessness. Little oars. Ace. Nothing will happen. In the sky, some people mocked Ace's actions, while others were worried about his current condition, and the video continued to play. Upon seeing Ace severely injured, Akainu snorted coldly, thinking that just because he was a Logia user, he could be oblivious to the heights of the sky. While Logia is sometimes called the strongest devil fruit ability, you're just ordinary flames, and I can burn even the flames to nothing with my magma. You and I are simply not on the same level. The gap between us is quite large. At this moment, Luffy, seeing Ace injured and down, wanted to rush forward with some concern. Unfortunately, his body had already reached its limit. He knelt weakly to the ground after taking just a few steps. To make matters worse, Akainu's gaze had shifted from Ace to Luffy. The bloodlines of Pirate King Roger and Rebel Leader Dragon are inherently evil. And you two, being their sons, are already unforgivable. Who would have thought you would become sworn brothers? It's truly surprising. However, anyone can escape from here, but you two brothers definitely cannot. The next moment, Akainu launched an attack again, but went straight past Ace and charged towards Luffy. Unfortunately, Luffy was completely unable to escape at this moment, and just then, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Luffy. Red beads scattered on the ground. Luffy was unharmed, but Fire Fist Ace was pierced through the chest by Akainu's punch. At the same time, the life card that Luffy had been carrying began to burn gradually until it disappeared. One Piece. Oh my god, poor Gasty. Ace's chest has been pierced through. There's no way he can survive. One Piece 2. As expected, Fire Fist Ace alone is really no match for Akainu. Ace from One Piece 3. He was too impulsive. If he hadn't gone back, this wouldn't have happened at all. One Piece 4. But he did it to protect the Straw Hat Kid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed by Akainu. One Piece 5. But don't forget, the Straw Hat Kid reached his limit and became unable to move because he was trying to save him. Pirates 6. I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to pay such a high price. Fire Fist Ace ultimately died. Pirates 7. I think it's more than that. Don't forget that Whitebeard is also seriously injured. He probably won't last much longer. Perhaps this battlefield will be Whitebeard's burial ground. Pirate 8. After this battle, the Whitebeard pirates should no longer be a force to be reckoned with. Pirates 9. Who would have thought that the trigger for all this was just Fire Fist Ace? Whitebeard pirates Ace. How could this happen? Marco watched the scene on the video, completely unable to believe that Ace had really died. The others shared the same thoughts. They had clearly made every effort. Ace had been successfully rescued, yet he was still killed by Akainu in the end. Was everything they did in vain? For a moment, the morale of the pirate crew was somewhat low. However, despite everyone's demeanor, Whitebeard was completely unaffected. Sons, do not be disturbed by the sky. Don't forget, our Ace is not in trouble yet. He is still waiting for us to save him. Moreover, Ace can also see the video. I believe after this, he will definitely not fall for Akainu's provocation again. That is right, we can't be influenced by the sky. Everyone rallied. Let us get our spirits up. Everything in the video hasn't happened yet. We still have a chance to change it. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco agreed and encouraged everyone. That's right. We will definitely protect Ace well on the battlefield. The other members of the pirate crew echoed, one after another. Impel Down Team Ace. Luffy looked at Ace, who was pierced in the chest on the sky screen, and the life card that had burned out completely, feeling somewhat dazed. He couldn't imagine that his closest brother would be taken away right in front of him, especially to protect him, something he simply could not accept. Luffy looked sorrowfully at Ace on the screen, unable to help but stretch out his arm, wanting to embrace him. But in the end, he couldn't touch anything. Ivankov watched from the side, somewhat worried Straw Hat Boy. At that moment, Buggy couldn't stand Luffy's appearance and quickly said, "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, wake up. What happened in the video hasn't happened yet. Your brother is still alive. Get it together. Don't forget, you still have to save him." Buggy's words were like a warm sun shining into Luffy's suddenly dark world. That's right. Ace is still waiting for me to save him. I absolutely can't be defeated by a video. Thinking this, Luffy wiped away the tears that had unconsciously streamed down his face and looked ahead resolutely. Ace, wait for me. This time, I will definitely not let anything happen to you, even if it costs my life. Revolutionary Army ship, ah? The moment Sabo saw Fire Fist Ace being harmed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He fell to the ground in agony, unable to alleviate the pain in his mind. Robin, watching from the side, was very worried. Sabo, what is wrong? Unfortunately, there was no doctor with them, and they couldn't find one on the sea right now. What to do? She looked at Sabo, who was rolling in pain on the ground, not knowing what to do. Luckily, after a while, Sabo gradually recovered. When he woke up, he ignored Robin, who was worriedly asking about him, and instead looked sadly at Ace and Luffy on the sky screen, tears flowing uncontrollably. Ace, Luffy, I remember now. I'm so sorry for only remembering now. But luckily, it's not too late. I can still save you. Wait for me, Ace. And Luffy, I look forward to meeting you on the battlefield. Robin heard Sabo's words and looked puzzled. Do you know Ace and Luffy? Yes, Sabo nodded. We are brothers. Windmill Village Ace. The mountain bandit Dayton's family and Makino all looked incredulous. They never expected that Ace would really lose his life, especially in front of Luffy. They thought Ace would be able to escape with Luffy, only to end up with such a conclusion. For a moment, no one could accept this reality. Damn it, I want to find Garp to settle the score. Dayton slammed her hand on the table, wanting to rush out, but the other mountain bandits quickly stopped her. Big sis. Calm down. Don't forget, Ace is not dead yet. Luffy will definitely be able to rescue him this time. That's right. Dayton was blocked by everyone. Even though she knew what they said was true, she couldn't help but shed tears for Ace in the video. Red-haired pirates, I can't believe Fire Fist Ace ended up dying after all. Luffy, he must not be able to accept this, Lucky Roo said with concern. Luffy seems to value this brother a lot. I wonder how he managed to recover after what he faced in the video. Ben Beckman also shared his thoughts. Therefore, this time, we must not fail. We must safely bring Fire Fist Ace and Luffy out. Hearing their words, Shanks directly expressed his thoughts, and the other members of the pirate crew nodded in agreement. Wano Country, Big Brother Ace. Yamato looked at Ace, who had lost his life on the sky screen, crying uncontrollably, unable to accept this scene. Why did Big Brother Ace have to be killed? He was such a good person. Our promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. Why did he have to lose his life like this? Meanwhile, Yamato, who was imprisoned by Kaido, also saw this scene. How could this happen? Ace, how could he be? Damn it, my only friend is in trouble, but I can't help it all, and I'm locked up here, unable to get out. What should I do, Ace? How can I save you? At this point, she suddenly made up her mind. No, I can't just sit here and wait. I have to escape from here. I must go save Ace. Many people were saddened by the death of Fire Fist Ace in the video. However, at that moment, there were still many people on the sky screen gloating. Commodore 1, great. The bloodline of the Pirate King has finally been eliminated. Fire Fist, Ace shouldn't have lived in this world. So now, it's a correction of chaos. Navy 1. This is all thanks to Admiral Sakazuki. He truly lives up to being the Navy's highest combat power. He's incredibly cool. Navy 2. I thought the Whitebeard pirates were so powerful, but in the end, their rescue still failed, right? Fire Fist, Ace was still killed. They completely did it for nothing. Shiki the Golden Lion. In the end, the most pitiful one is still that Straw Hat Kid. First, he risked entering Impel Down for Fire Fist Ace, even paying with his life. Then he forced his way into the Marineford battlefield, getting himself all beaten up, and in the end, his brother still died. Captain John, the Whitebeard pirates are pitiful too. So many people sacrificed themselves to save Fire Fist Ace, and Whitebeard was seriously injured. In the end, who would have thought Fire Fist Ace would fall for such a simple baiting tactic and lose his life like that? It's really foolish. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, how ironic. Fire Fist Ace was saved by the Straw Hat Kid, but in the end, he died protecting the Straw Hat Kid, Kaido of the Beasts. Ultimately, Fire Fist Ace was too impulsive. However, his final outcome really pleased me. I was originally very angry that he led my son astray, but unexpectedly, he got his comeuppance like this. It's a pity this isn't the ending in reality. Otherwise, I would be even happier. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. In my opinion, Fire Fist Ace is so stupid that he probably wouldn't survive in reality. If it were me, I would rather not save such a foolish son. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la la la. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. This time, Ace will definitely be successfully rescued. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. From my perspective, Fire Fist Ace's death is largely due to his overly sentimental character. Just because Akainu said some harsh words, he couldn't take it. Even if it was a trap, he just stepped right into it without considering the consequences, which led to the final outcome. Fallen Marine Major Drake. I think it's more than that. Fire Fist Ace should have been too proud of his own strength. He thought he could withstand Akiji, so he could also withstand Akainu. As a result, it was because of this that he suffered a huge Waterloo. Haiming Si Ku La Chi Man A Pu. That's why Fire Fist Ace paid the ultimate price for his recklessness. It's a pity that the cost is too great. I'm afraid others simply can't bear it. And indeed, as Haiming Si Ku La Chi Man A Pu said, many people in the video cannot accept the reality of Ace's death. Seeing Ace pierced through the chest by Akainu, the members of the Whitebeard pirates furiously rushed towards Akainu. Damn Akainu, take this. Unfortunately, their attacks were futile against Akainu, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. On the contrary, he looked at Ace, who was not yet completely dead, wanting to deliver another punch to completely end his life. Whitebeard saw this and angrily swung his fist, trying to intercept the blow. But unfortunately, Kizaru suddenly appeared and blocked him. Just as Akainu's attack was about to land on Ace and Luffy, Jinbe timely showed up and saved the two. I won't let you hurt Ace anymore. Even though Ace was burned by magma, Jinbe did not take a step back. Akainu looked at him, furious at his actions. Jinbe, what are you doing? As a former warlord of the sea, you should know my strength well. Stop wasting your efforts and get out of the way. No, Jinbe firmly refused. I will absolutely not step aside. Before coming here, I was already prepared to put my life on the line. If I can use my sacrifice to buy time for Ace and the others, then I will be very satisfied. Stubborn. Seeing Jinbe's stance, Akainu snorted coldly and increased his attack, wanting to take him out along with Ace. Jinbe struggled to resist, not retreating an inch. Fisherman 1. As expected of Captain Jinbe. He's so cool. Fisherman 2. Go Captain Jinbe, you absolutely cannot lose to the Navy. Fisherman 3. Although I don't like humans, if this is Captain Jinbe's request, then I support you. Many fishmen expressed their admiration for Jinbe's performance. At this moment, others also began to share their thoughts. Pirate 1. Speaking of which, are the Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace really going to die on the battlefield at the top? I don't think that Jinbe can hold them off for long at all. Pirates 2. No way, there should still be someone coming to rescue them. Just like how there were always people to help the Straw Hat Kid before. Pirates 3. But now everyone else has been stopped. It's impossible for anyone else to come and help. Pirates 4. I believe someone will definitely come to help. Look quickly. Isn't that person walking toward Akainu? Strange. He actually is. Pirates 5. How could it be him? Naval Admiral Carp. What does he want to do? Just when Akainu was attacking Luffy and the others, Carp suddenly stepped forward towards him. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly intervened, forcefully pinning him in place. Carp, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? Carp's face was calm, but if one looked closely, they would see the pain in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he replied, just hold me down, Sengoku. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might just kill Sakazuki. Pirate 1. Oh my, I can't believe this is something Carp would say. Navy 1, why? Why would Admiral Carp betray the justice in his heart? Captain John. Haha, you crack me up? His grandson is about to die, and he's still talking about justice. Playquin. It seems that the so-called Navy heroes are just ordinary people after all. I thought Carp was so righteous, but it turns out he's just like that. At the beginning, he was so righteous, saying he was part of the Navy. And now, it's just too funny, hahaha. Moonlight Moria. After all, at the beginning, Fire Fist Ace wasn't dead, so he could talk big. But now that Fire Fist Ace has been killed by Akainu, his true colors are showing. Civilian 1. In the end, whether it's the Navy or pirates, what's truly important to them is their family. Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Kid stormed the Navy headquarters for Fire Fist Ace, and Carp said he would kill an admiral for Ace. Essentially, there's no difference between them. Pirate 1. I'm telling you, don't treat Carp as an ordinary vice admiral. His strength is not something that just Akainu can withstand. Pirate 2. After all, he defeated that legendary person. Is Carp really that powerful in Pirate 3? Pirate 4. In my opinion, the sky screen will eventually play Garp's famous battle, and then you will understand. The dialogue among these pirates aroused the curiosity of most people. However, it was only for a moment. Now they are more focused on the video on the sky screen. It seems I need to deal with the traitor first, Akainu said meaningfully while looking at Jinbe, who was blocking his path. At that moment, Marco and Vista from the Whitebeard pirates suddenly shouted for Jinbe to duck. Then they rushed out, blocking Akainu's attack, even leaving slashes on his body. Pirate 1. Strange, how did Marco and the others break out? Weren't they restricted by sea prism stone handcuffs? In Pirate 2, it was Mr. 3 who used his abilities to create a key, allowing Marco and the others to gain their freedom. Pirate 3, I see. So this Mr. 3 is quite impressive. It seems like every time, it's because of his help that the Straw Hat Kid is able to be saved. Pirate 4. Looking inconspicuous, I didn't expect it to play a significant role. Mr. 3. Not at all, I really didn't do much. Mr. 3 said awkwardly, while the video continued to play the subsequent developments. Seeing the two rushing out, Akainu didn't get angry but calmly said, you Whitebeard pirates are really annoying. Can't you see that Fire Fist Ace is beyond saving? I don't think there's any need for me to deliver the final blow. At this moment, a severely injured Ace was leaning on Luffy's shoulder, weakly speaking. I am sorry, Luffy. You fought so hard for me, yet I still couldn't escape. I'm really sorry. What nonsense are you saying? Stop saying things like that. Someone, anyone, please come and save Ace, please. Luffy shouted at those around him, terrified that something might happen to Ace. The ship's doctor, the Whitebeard pirates, rushed forward upon seeing the situation. However, after examining Ace's wounds, he lowered his head in despair, unable to say anything. Luffy, it's useless. My organs have been burned. Ace softly advised Luffy as he saw his brother's devastated expression. Luffy couldn't accept such a reality. He looked at Ivankov, the Okama king beside him. It can't be. How could this happen? Right, Ivankov, that, please inject Ace with that. You saved me like that before. Please, save Ace too, I beg you. The Straw Hat boy, Ivankov, felt a bit reluctant. Ace is different from you back then. You're lying. Luffy interrupted, not wanting him to continue. He turned to Ace and shouted in despair. Didn't you make a promise with me? Didn't you tell me you would never die? Ace, you have to keep your word. Seeing Luffy's desperate face, Ace smiled apologetically. If I had never met you and Sabo, if Sabo hadn't had an accident, if I didn't have you, this brother who worries me so much, I wouldn't have even thought about living. By the way, if one day you meet Dayton again, please say hello for me. I don't know why, but at this last moment, I miss that guy. Unfortunately, I have one regret, which is that I won't be able to see you achieve your dreams. But I believe you can definitely do it. After all, you are my brother. Just like the vow we made that day, thinking about it, my life actually has no regrets. Now I no longer have the strength for everyone to hear my voice. What I am about to say, Luffy, you must help me tell everyone. Dad, everyone, Luffy, thank you so much for your unwavering love towards me, who has been so hopeless, for me who inherited the devil's bloodline. After saying this, the faint light in Ace's eyes completely faded, and he collapsed to the ground. Ding! The iconic scene Such Love, I'm truly grateful has finished playing. The subsequent content will be presented as an Easter egg before the next iconic scene. Stay tuned. Ace, the Fire Fist died just like that. As the bloodline of Pirate King Roger, he ultimately met an early demise. In One Piece 2, the result is that the Whitebeard pirates paid such a high price, but they ultimately failed to rescue poor Ghastly Ace. One Piece 3, I don't know what happened to Whitebeard afterwards. I really look forward to the next SkyCurtain video, but I don't know when that will be. Fire Fist Ace, Dad, Luffy, and everyone, what that Ace said in the video is exactly what I want to say. I have always been really grateful for your love for me, but because of my stubbornness, I made you all bear such a heavy price, and I truly feel. Whitebeard, Edward, Newgate. Ace, there's no need for us to say these things between father and son. For me, having a son like you is truly an honor. Straw Hat Luffy. Ace, you say I make people worry, but clearly, you're the one who causes more worry. But no matter what, you're my brother, and I will absolutely not stand by and watch you be in danger. Phoenix Marco. Ace, let's cut back on the sentimental words. This time, we absolutely won't let anything happen to you. Diamond Jaws. That's right, Ace, this time the outcome will definitely be different from what was in the video. You will safely leave Marineford with us. Giant Squid Squad, and I, Ace, have understood now. Roger is Roger, and you are you. I won't transfer my hatred for Roger onto you anymore. This time, I will rescue you together with Dad and the others. Whitebeard Pirates 14th Division Commander Speedo, Ace. Wait for us. This time, we definitely won't fail. Whitebeard Pirates 7th Division Commander Lakio. Ace, if that bastard Akainu slanders Dad again this time, you need to stay calm. Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division Commander Aizu. Actually, if I were to hear that, I might react the same way as Ace. If Akainu says that again this time, then we'll go together. Let's see how he can resist. At the Navy headquarters, in Marineford Prison, Ace looked at the words of the Whitebeard pirates on the sky screen, tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone, I really don't know what I did to deserve this. On the sky screen, because of Ace's last words in the video before his death, the members of the Whitebeard pirates began to comfort him. But at the same time, many others started to mock others for what he said. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, it seems that in Fire Fist Ace's heart, there really is no figure of a certain biological father. He didn't think of him at all before he died. Captain Wang Ji. Waha, I'm talking about you, Roger. What do you think? GOLD. Roger, I indeed did not fulfill my responsibilities as a father, and I have nothing to say about it. However, this time, I hope my old friends can help save my son for my sake. Silvers Rayleigh. Since the captain has said so, this old bone of mine will definitely make a move for you. Rear Admiral Mullen. Don't worry, Captain, we are already on Shank's ship. Spack Jabba. It's been a long time since I fought. I'm really looking forward to it. Kaido of the Beasts. I didn't expect you old bones to actually set off. I thought you were just talking. But can you really save poor Gasty? Ace safely at your age? Beat Skeptic. Ho ho ho. Red-haired Shanks. What about me? Kaido of the Beasts. Red-haired? He was just your former captain. Are you really going to participate in that great battle for him? You know it will put your crew in danger. Red-haired Shanks. After all, that was the captain's request. I want to refuse it no matter what. Besides, I trust my crew. They will support my decision. Jesus Burgess. There's no way around it. Didn't you say this is the captain's request? Bendick. After all, we won't refuse the captain's request either. Rizzo. The captain can be really willful sometimes. But there's nothing we can do. After all, he is our captain. On the island of Usopp, he saw Jesus Burgess's speech on the screen and shouted in surprise, Dad. His mentor, Hercules, heard this and asked in confusion, What? Is your father up there? Yeah, Usopp nodded, saying he also wanted to go to the Navy headquarters. So, are you preparing to set off for the Navy headquarters? Hercules asked hesitantly. Usopp shook his head. No, I don't plan to meet him right now. What is more important for me now is to gain stronger power, so I can help Luffy. With my current abilities, I can't help much even if I go to the Navy headquarters. It's better to take this opportunity to train well and surprise Luffy and the others later. After saying this, before Hercules could express any more opinions, Usopp threw himself back into training. On Sky Island, Nami was once again stopped by a few old men, and this time, without waiting for their advice, she stated that she no longer wished to run away. The old men looked at each other, not understanding why Nami suddenly changed her mind, even doubting if she was lying to deceive them. However, Nami didn't care what they thought, as that was her true inner thought. After seeing Ace take the hit for Luffy and die, she understood that even if she went to the battlefield now, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be better to learn about weather knowledge from these old men, so that she could truly help Luffy. On Dark Island, at the eerie Kingdom ruins, Zoro angrily looked at Perona. Hey, I'm asking you, do you even know the way out? Why after so many days have I ended up back here again? Of course, I know. Perona puffed her cheeks, but with your current strength, you are no match for those baboons. You can't get out at all. My captain is going to do something big now. I must help him, Zoro firmly retorted. But I was there when you fought those baboons. You always get me caught up in it. Don't you feel sorry? For my own safety, I absolutely want to help you find a way again. Then don't blame me for being rude. I'm not some perverted kappa who would hit a woman. Zoro said as he drew his sword. Are you afraid of me? Perona said as she activated her ghost fruit ability. The next second, a ghost passed right through Zoro's body. Zoro collapsed to the ground, saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born into this world. On Dream Island, in the kingdom of the transgenders, Sanji was being chased by a group of them, crying out in pain, please stop chasing me. I really have to help my captain. Candy boy, don't run away. Since you didn't defeat the proxy king according to the rules, you must stay here. But I thought your king knew my captain Luffy. If that is the case, why can't you let me leave? Sorry, Candy boy. The rules of the kingdom of transgenders must not be broken. You absolutely cannot leave until you defeat us. In the Bird King's kingdom of the South Seas, Chopper, after landing here, was first treated as a toy by a big bird, and later almost eaten as food, going through many hardships. However, it was not easy for him to leave. Because there were often battles between the bird people, he had no chance to escape. During this time, he saved an injured chick and took care of it. Later, with the help of this chick, he facilitated a reconciliation between the bird people. After that, he learned from a newspaper about Ace's capture and wanted to ask the big bird to take him to find Luffy. However, due to the appearance of the screen, he did not set off immediately. At this moment, after seeing Ace's death on the screen, he resolved to study herbs and medicine well here so that he could better help Luffy in the future. On Mechanism Island, in the future country of Balcamore, Frankie was brought here by Kuma. This was once the home of the Navy scientist Dr. Vegapunk. Here, he began to modify his body using Vegapunk's technology. After seeing the screen, he originally planned to find a way to help Luffy. However, after witnessing Ace sacrifice his life to protect Luffy, he realized that he couldn't help Luffy with his current abilities. Moreover, with the appearance of the screen, more people would go to help rescue Ace. Therefore, he decided to take this excellent opportunity to make himself stronger, so he could better protect his captain in the future. On Lazy Island, in the Kingdom of Hunger, when Brook landed here, he was treated as the summoned Satan. After learning about Luffy's news from the screen, he released the Long-Arm Tri-Bandits, only to be taken to the island of Sore Mountain by them. For a moment, he couldn't find a way to escape. On the Revolutionary Army ship, Robin was following Sabo, heading to the Navy headquarters. She looked ahead and thought to herself, Luffy, you saved me. This time, let me help you. The current situation of the Straw Hat crew was unknown to Luffy. He was looking at the Navy headquarters, which was within reach, only thinking about how to get in quickly. At this time, the Navy had already executed their initial plan, bringing Port Gas D, Ace to the execution platform, preparing to start the live broadcast of the execution. There was actually a discussion within the Navy about whether to broadcast it live. In the end, Sengoku disregarded the majority opinion and decided to proceed with the original plan of live streaming the execution of Fire Fist Ace to the entire world. After all, it had been clearly stated in the Sky Dome video that the Navy would conduct a live broadcast, and their performance afterwards was less than satisfactory. Therefore, for the Navy's credibility, this live broadcast was essential. They also learned from the lessons in the Sky Dome and focused on the situation underwater, ensuring that the Whitebeard pirates would not be able to infiltrate from below again. As the execution began, Sengoku delivered a series of grandiose statements. But unlike in the Sky Dome, he did not dwell on Ace's background. After all, everyone knew by now that Ace was the bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger. Thus, After expressing the irreconcilable conflict between the Navy and the pirates, he directly waved his hand to signal the executioners to proceed. Of course, before they acted, he carefully checked the executioners to ensure that no one had infiltrated, which gave him peace of mind. Upon receiving Sengoku's command, the executioners immediately raised their large blades high, ready to strike down on Ace. At that critical moment, a sudden attack intercepted the blade aimed at Ace's neck, knocking out 2 executioners in the process. Sengoku quickly turned to see that it was an attack from Shanks. Along with him were members of the red-haired pirates and former members of the Roger Pirates. To Sengoku's surprise, Shanks had indeed come, and he asked with a heavy tone, "Shanks, are you really going to get involved in this war?" Shanks smiled and responded, "Now that I'm here, it proves my choice. I must save Fire Fist Ace. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. All Navy personnel, prepare for battle." Yes. With Sengoku's command, the Navy charged towards the members of the red-haired pirates, who quickly prepared to fight back. At that moment, the white-beard pirates also arrived, rushing to join the red-haired pirates in their attack towards the execution platform. Accompanying them were a few members of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. However, the purpose of these 2 pirate crews was not to rescue Fire Fist Ace. They chose to stand alongside the Navy this time to combat the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates. Thus, on the battlefield, there were only 2 opposing forces. One was the alliance of the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates, aiming to rescue Fire Fist Ace, while the other was the counter-alliance composed of the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. The purpose of this counter-alliance was not only to execute Fire Fist Ace, but, more importantly, to deal a heavy blow to the white-beard pirates. Intense fighting broke out between the 2 sides, and just as they were getting fiercer, Luffy and his crew from Impel Down suddenly appeared before everyone. Just like in the video, upon arrival, he shouted directly at Ace on the execution platform, "Ace, I'm here to save you." At that moment, Ace looked at the approaching group, feeling deeply moved and tearful again. "Dad, Luffy, everyone, you really came." The appearance of Luffy and his group changed the dynamics of the battlefield. Originally, the Navy's strength was not enough to completely overpower the pirates because Kaido and Big Mom had not personally come. However, Luffy's arrival also brought with him Ivankov, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, former Warlord Crocodile, and Jinbe, all of whom were formidable forces and a great boost for the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as they arrived, they immediately joined the fight. Not long after, Sabo, who had regained his memory, arrived with Robin. Dragonclaw. As soon as Sabo appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. One of the Navy recognized him and shouted in panic, "It's Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. He actually came too. Is he here for Ivankov?" "What?" Everyone was shocked. Sabo? Luffy, who was fighting nearby, also heard this and, after knocking back an enemy, looked in the direction the Navy was focused on. To his surprise, he saw a figure he knew very well, someone he thought was dead. "Sabo, is it really you?" "You're not. Not already." Luffy couldn't finish his sentence. He suddenly rushed towards Sabo and tackled him, crying out, "Sabo, aw." Okay. Sabo smiled and patted Luffy's shoulder. "I'm really sorry for just remembering now, but I'm also glad I can remember. Otherwise, if it were like in the video and I learned the truth after Ace died, I can't even imagine how I would have felt." While Luffy and Sabo were sharing their feelings, Ace on the execution platform also noticed Sabo's figure. "Sabo, is it really you? I can't believe we are reunited under such circumstances. But you are alive, that's great." As Ace said this, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. He never expected to see his brother, who he thought was dead, again. The reunion of the 3 brothers was a source of immense happiness for him. After Luffy and Sabo finished reminiscing, they noticed Robin following Sabo. "Robin, you came too? How did you end up with Sabo?" Robin smiled. "I accidentally fell into the Kingdom of Bridge, and Sabo and his team saved me." "I see." Luffy nodded, understanding. "All right." Sabo patted Luffy's shoulder again. "We'll catch up later. Now, let's go save our brother." "Yeah." Luffy responded, and together with Sabo, they charged towards Ace. Meanwhile, the Navy quickly attempted to intercept them. Unlike in the Sky Dome video, Kizaru and Akiji, due to the appearance of the red-haired pirates, showed their true strength and did not act as if they were holding back. Therefore, in this battle, although the reinforcements for the Whitebeard pirates were more numerous than in the video, they did not easily breach the Navy's defenses. However, as time passed, the Whitebeard pirates clearly gained the upper hand because Whitebeard was uninjured, making his combat power stronger than in the Sky Dome video. At that moment, not far from the battlefield, members of the Blackbeard pirates were quietly hiding, waiting for the right opportunity to emerge. However, looking at the situation on the battlefield, Shiryu of the Rain's expression was serious. Given the current situation, Would their goals be achieved? He looked at Blackbeard and asked. Blackbeard's expression was equally tense. He chose not to respond to Xiliu's words and merely gazed coldly at the battlefield, hoping for a favorable development. However, reality was likely to disappoint him. With the help of the red-haired pirates and the former Roger pirates, the Whitebeard pirates were advancing rapidly, breaking into the center of the square. Even though Kizaru and the others demonstrated their true strength this time, they could not completely stop them. As for Garp, the government held some resentment towards him due to his performance in the SkyCurtain video. However, with the war on the horizon, they had no choice but to seek Garp's assistance. Yet, they issued him a death order demanding that he must go all out in this war. Otherwise, if Garp chose to hold back, the Navy would use all their power to kill Straw Hat Luffy. But if Garp chose to stand on the Navy's side and strike at the pirates, they would consider sparing Straw Hat Luffy's life for the time being. When he received this order, Sengoku looked incredulous. He had intended to say a few words of advice, but the other party did not listen. They merely coldly stated that they hoped Garp understood what was most beneficial to him before hanging up the snail. Sengoku helplessly turned to Garp, unsure of what to say. Garp clenched his fists and said coldly, "I understand." After that, he said nothing more, but on the battlefield, he indeed exerted all his strength to resist the Whitebeard pirates. This time, it was not Garp but Akainu Sakazuki who was with Sengoku on the execution platform. Perhaps Akainu's actions in the video were more in line with the government's requirements. They even planned to directly revoke Sengoku's position as admiral after the war and let Akainu take over. However, they did not express this intention at that moment, so others were unaware of their thoughts. Thus, the Navy continued to fight against the Whitebeard pirates under Sengoku's command. Although the Navy had received assistance from the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the number of people sent by these two pirate crews was not large. Faced with the fully arrived red-haired pirates, they were at a disadvantage, and the Navy began to fall behind. Just then, the remaining reinforcements for the Navy finally arrived, led by Rob Lucci, making their first appearance as CP0. Originally, they would not have come out now, but due to the appearance of the SkyCurtain, the Gorosei had some concerns. Therefore, they had them show up early to assist the Navy in fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. In addition to CP0, Navy scientist Vegapunk also led more artificial weapons to the scene. The number was much greater than in the SkyCurtain video, thereby doubling their attack power. Thus, all the Navy's reinforcements had arrived. With this assistance, the Navy gradually began to withstand the Whitebeard pirates. The battle grew increasingly intense, with both sides fairly evenly matched, and a result could not be reached immediately. CP0 directly faced off against Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, while Garp began to battle the Dark King Rayleigh. Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji faced off against members of the former Roger Pirates, Spark Jabba, and Commodore Mullion. As for the remaining members of the pirate crew, along with Luffy and the others, they also began to fight against the Navy generals and the reinforcement from the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. The battle between the two sides lasted a long time, and ultimately, with the help of one person, Luffy successfully broke through and rushed towards the execution platform once again. That person was the Empress Hancock, who had already arrived near the Navy headquarters, but chose not to land immediately. However, this time, the Navy noticed the Empress's assistance to Luffy and silently decided that they would definitely punish her after the war ended. Yet, the Empress clearly anticipated this scenario. But as long as she could help Luffy, she didn't care at all. Therefore, she quietly helped Luffy fend off the Navy trying to attack him, supporting him in rescuing his brother. Just as Luffy was about to reach the execution platform, Akainu, who had been defending above, immediately blocked him. Luffy saw him, and upon seeing his enemy, his eyes burned with rage. "It's you. I will absolutely not forgive you," Luffy shouted as he immediately entered Gear Second and charged at Akainu. However, he was clearly no match for Akainu now. Akainu easily blocked Luffy's attack. He snorted coldly, mocking, "Humph, with you? Do you really think you can break through my defense? I think you should go to hell first and pave the way for Fire Fist Ace." As he said this, he quickly activated his fruit ability and launched an attack at Luffy. This time, Luffy's body had not reached its limit, so he managed to dodge in time. However, Akainu obviously did not intend to let him go and launched several more attacks at Luffy, which Luffy barely managed to avoid. But just as he was dodging the final attack, a Navy soldier ambushed him, and Luffy realized he couldn't avoid it in time. Just as he was about to be hit, Sabo suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Sabo then took Luffy's place and began to battle Akainu, while Luffy seized this opportunity and rushed to Ace's side. Long before the SkyCurtain video played, Mr. 3 had quietly studied the form of the key he had copied from the video. Therefore, before Luffy set off, he had already given him a key. So this time, Luffy took out the key and unlocked the sea stone shackles on Ace. Thus, Fire Fist Ace was rescued once again. After realizing Ace had been freed, the members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers. They no longer wished to fight and began to prepare for retreat. Upon noticing this, Blackbeard and his crew, who had been observing, became somewhat flustered. What should we do? The Devil Sheriff Lafitte looked at Blackbeard. Should we intervene to stop them? Blackbeard shook his head. No. I originally thought there would be more participants this time, which would be more advantageous for us. But Kaido and Big Mom didn't take it seriously and only sent a few lackeys over, resulting in the Whitebeard pirates' losses not being as severe as we imagined. If we rashly intervene now, it would be disadvantageous for us. We can only give up for now and wait for another opportunity to act. However, by then, we may have to seek help from others. Why? Yuzixiliu asked, somewhat confused. Did you not hear what the SkyCurtain said? It will broadcast follow-up videos, and by then, our intentions may be revealed. In that case, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be on guard, and it will be even harder for us to achieve our goals. We must form alliances with others to truly accomplish my grand ambitions. While the Blackbeard pirates were discussing, the Whitebeard pirates had already begun their retreat. This time, their fighting power was stronger, and additionally, Red-Haired Shanks had used some method to release a thick smoke on the battlefield, making it difficult for the Navy to discern directions. Ultimately, the Whitebeard crew successfully broke through and left the Marineford battlefield. The outcome of this battle was a victory for the pirates. 10 days later, the Whitebeard pirates had successfully left the range of the Marine headquarters. They had just bid farewell to the Red-Hair pirates. Luffy and Sabo were temporarily staying with Ace on the Whitebeard ship. As for the Navy, after the war began, they realized the situation was not favorable. Therefore, the Gorosei dispatched people to interrupt the live broadcast in a timely manner. Subsequently, they sealed off the news, so the outcome of this war had not yet spread. However, it is likely that the Navy won't be able to keep this news under wraps for long. Soon the whole world will know that the Navy lost this battle. So, while the news has not yet been released, the Navy is trying to find ways to minimize the impact of this war. At this moment, the SkyCurtain system reappeared, capturing everyone's attention. Ding! The third live broadcast begins. This episode is titled, Until We Meet Again, Luffy. Before the main event starts, a follow-up to the previous video will be played. Please stay tuned. Pirates 1. The SkyCurtain has finally appeared again. Life without you has been really boring. Pirates 2. Speaking of which, do you know who won the Marineford War in real life? As soon as the war started, the live broadcast was interrupted, and we had no idea what happened afterward. Diamond Jaws. Haha, of course, it was our Whitebeard pirates who won. Ace has already come back with us. The Marines are no match for us at all. One Piece 3. The development is completely different from what was shown in the video. If that's the case, the Navy has suffered a great defeat. Civilian 1. How could this happen? Did the Navy really lose? How can we ensure the safety of us civilians? Civilian 2. The Navy clearly made sufficient preparations, yet they still couldn't defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Does this mean we will only live under the threat of pirates from now on? Civilian 3. I can't accept such an outcome. Why did it end up like this? In the sky, most civilians cannot accept the result of the Navy's loss. For those who are constantly under the threat of pirates, the Navy is their only hope. But now the Navy has been defeated by pirates, which they find completely incomprehensible, and this has also affected the Navy's credibility. The civilians' trust in the Navy has unknowingly decreased significantly. The Navy has already thought of this, but for now, there is no way to address it. Fortunately, at this moment, the video in the sky started playing again, drawing everyone's attention back, allowing the Navy to catch their breath. After Ace's death, Akainu's actions had not yet stopped. He once again stood before the already crumbling Luffy and coldly said, "Straw Hat Kid, it's your turn now." As he spoke, fierce magma surged around him, and in the next moment, his magma fist was about to strike Luffy. At this critical moment, a barrier made of blue flames blocked Akainu's attack. The Phoenix Marco suddenly appeared, declaring, "I won't allow you to harm Ace's brother any further." Akainu looked at the newcomer and coldly snorted, "Get out of my way." He once again used his devil fruit power to attack Marco. Marco quickly reacted and shouted to Jinbe, "You take Ace's brother away, Jinbe. The battle isn't over yet. The Straw Hat Kid is someone Ace would sacrifice his life to protect. His life is Ace's will to live. We must protect him well for Ace's sake. If he dies, it will be a disgrace to our Whitebeard pirates." After Marco finished speaking loudly, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates rallied. They awoke from the sorrow of Ace's death and began to fight with the goal of protecting Straw Hat Luffy. Jinbe then prepared to retreat with Luffy, saying, "Hang in there, Luffy-kun. Seeing this, Akainu intensified his attacks, sending Marco and the others flying, and once again charged at Luffy. I should have told you before. Neither of those brothers is getting away. Pirate 1. Oh my god, is the Navy in the video that powerful? I hope that besides Fire Fist Ace, the Straw Hat Kid won't also die at the hands of Akainu. Pirates 2. The video and reality are simply two extremes. It makes me unsure whether to believe the developments in the SkyCurtain video. Pirates 3. What's so hard to believe about this? If there were no sky screen, it would be obvious that the video playback is the real future. However, in reality, the emergence of the sky screen has led to different results. In other words, the subsequent sky screen videos can definitely be trusted. We can simply change the future based on this foundation. Pirate 4. It does seem to be the case. Forget it. I'll just continue watching the videos. I wonder if Monkey D. Luffy will die in the original storyline? Pirate 5. I don't think it will happen. Look, that person is facing Akainu. Everyone followed the video, and indeed, a person appeared, forcing Akainu to abandon his attack. Just as Akainu's attack was charging towards Luffy and the others, a snow-white blade of light suddenly flashed by. Immediately after, an extremely violent and terrifying aura suddenly appeared behind him, forcing Akainu to stop and turn around. It turned out to be Whitebeard, who rushed at Akainu and slammed his entire head into the ground. The square cracked continuously, and Akainu's face began to deform, blood gradually flowing. But Whitebeard's attack was far from over. He suddenly leaped up, aiming to kick Akainu. In the next second, Akainu narrowly dodged at the last moment, avoiding serious injury, but still being sent flying. However, Whitebeard chose not to give up. He swung his supreme blade again, slashing at Akainu. Akainu did not let him attack freely. Instead, he continuously unleashed magma fists that struck Whitebeard, causing some damage. But Whitebeard made no defensive moves, only wanting to kill Akainu. Under Whitebeard's reckless assault, Akainu found it difficult to defend himself and was battered and bleeding. However, it was clear he would not just concede. When everyone thought he could not defeat Whitebeard, he suddenly unleashed a move called Hellhound, creating another hole in Whitebeard's body. Pirate 1. Whitebeard is completely furious, but it's no wonder his son was killed by Akainu. Moonlight Moria, even though he is already injured like that, he keeps breaking his limits and can still showcase such powerful strength, overpowering Akainu. He truly deserves to be called the strongest man in the world. Captain John, as expected, the heavily injured Whitebeard is clearly no match for the Marine Admirals and has once again been seriously wounded after being given the opportunity. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. Wahaha, the Marines must be very angry that the SkyCurtain has revealed everything in advance. Otherwise, everything afterwards would definitely have gone according to their planned development. But the reality that is happening has completely deviated from their original thoughts. I have to say, if I were in the Marines, I would definitely be very angry. Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. If that's the case, then the Whitebeard Pirates should actually be grateful for the appearance of the SkyCurtain. If not, they would have paid a huge price. Sky Island Monk Urich. That's true. It really feels like the SkyCurtain is more inclined towards the Straw Hat Kid side. Himing Si Ku La Chi Man Apu. But according to the original development, would Whitebeard also die on the battlefield? After all, he has been shot with 2 big holes. He should be like Fire Fist Ace, unable to survive, right? Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie. Maybe not. Look, the tide of battle has turned. Everyone turned to watch the video. And sure enough, Whitebeard had not been defeated by Akainu. Instead, he continued to fight against him. Akainu thought he had already defeated Whitebeard and was quite pleased with himself. But in the next moment, the heavily injured Whitebeard grabbed his collar and lifted him off the ground, throwing him out with great force. Afterwards, Whitebeard's fist, imbued with immense tremor power, struck Akainu's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. And it wasn't over yet. After Whitebeard launched this attack, the sky and earth around him began to crack apart. Countless fissures ran through the entire Marine headquarters, turning it into ruins. Seeing this scene, Akainu shouted angrily, "Damn it, Whitebeard, you bastard!" Unfortunately, at this point, he was too weak to continue fighting and could only let out this cry before directly falling down. Pirate 1. Oh my god. I just thought Akainu was really going to make a comeback, but it turned out to be just a moment, and the next second he was severely injured by Whitebeard. Pirate 2. Not only that, Whitebeard clearly looked like he couldn't go on living, yet he was still able to destroy the entire Marine headquarters. What a powerful strength that is. One Piece 3. It's really terrifying to fight against someone like this. Pirates 4. Is it true that the real Navy headquarters has also been destroyed? Navy 1. What are you talking about? Our Navy headquarters is just fine. One Piece 5. So, That means the appearance of the canopy is somewhat beneficial for you Navy as well. At least you may have lost, but your headquarters wasn't destroyed. Huh. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Admiral Marin Vondo looked at the mocking words of the pirates in the sky, and Peach Rabbit was very angry. Damn it. What are these bastards saying? How can they say that? However, Sengoku felt somewhat powerless. In fact, they weren't wrong. We, the Navy, did lose. I never expected that after making so many preparations, the Whitebeard pirates would still manage to escape. As the fleet admiral, I have truly failed. Admiral, hearing Sengoku speak like that about himself, many Navy generals shouted in concern, trying to comfort him. But at that moment, a somewhat indifferent voice suddenly came from beside them. It seems Admiral Sengoku, you are already prepared. CP0, what are you doing here? Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes at Rob Lucci and his group, looking unfriendly. However, Rob Lucci ignored her and instead looked at Sengoku. I believe Admiral Sengoku has already guessed our purpose. By order of the world government, Admiral Sengoku's position as Fleet Admiral has been revoked, and Admiral Sakazuki will take over. Please hold a handover ceremony promptly, Admiral Sengoku. What? Everyone present was shocked by Rob Lucci's words, not understanding why the world government would remove Sengoku from his position. They looked at Sakazuki, who also had a surprised expression, clearly unaware that he was to take Sengoku's place. However, Sengoku seemed to have been prepared for this. He smiled faintly. Indeed, I guessed it when we lost the war. I thought it would be Kazan replacing me, but I didn't expect you would choose Sakazuki. But it doesn't matter to me. After all, I won't be in the Navy much longer. After saying this, he turned to Sakazuki. So next, I will leave the entire Navy to you. I hope you can do well, Sakazuki. Sakazuki maintained a calm expression and did not show any emotion towards Sengoku's words. Don't worry. I won't be indecisive like you when dealing with pirates. I will lead the Navy to eliminate all pirates. A temporary failure means nothing. Achieving the final goal is the real victory. As he said this, he looked at the others present, and I hope that under my leadership, each of you will take every battle seriously. Don't let me down like in the video, especially you, Borsellino. Don't think I didn't notice. You didn't exert your full strength in the footage. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Borsellino, as usual, replied in a lewd manner. Sakazuki has become quite scary since he became Fleet Admiral. Sakazuki then turned his gaze to Garp. As for you, Vice Admiral Garp, I didn't expect you to fully unleash your strength for the Straw Hat Kid in this war. I hope you can maintain that going forward. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to Monkey D. Luffy. Sakazuki. Garp glared at him coldly. Are you looking for a fight? Sakazuki snorted coldly. I'm not like you. I won't threaten my comrades for the sake of pirates. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly tense, and at that moment, Kazan suddenly spoke up. While everyone is here, I want to say something. I plan to resign and will no longer hold the position of Marine Admiral. After he finished speaking, Peach Rabbit looked surprised. Admiral Kazan, why are you leaving too? Is it because the Navy lost this war? No, Kazan shook his head. I had already decided to leave the Navy after the war, and it has nothing to do with the outcome of this war. He calmly finished his statement, but this only made the others more curious about his reason for resigning. However, despite facing everyone's curious gazes, Kazan still did not reveal why he wanted to leave. The others, seeing they couldn't pry any further, stopped asking. At this moment, the video continued to play, while the Navy headquarters was experiencing great turmoil unbeknownst to everyone. In the video, the collapse of the Navy headquarters continued, eventually splitting the entire square in two, separating the Navy and the pirates. Except for Whitebeard, who decided to single-handedly block the Navy's attack to give others a chance to escape. Sengoku had already taken over Akainu's position and was fighting against Whitebeard. Even with his stomach burned like that, he still has such immense strength. He looked incredulous, while Whitebeard coldly snorted, not even close. Let me be your opponent now, Navy. He swung his supreme blade and charged at the Navy once more. Just as the battle grew more intense, suddenly a Navy soldier seemed to discover something and exclaimed, "Look over there. Behind the headquarters fortress, there seems to be something." At this moment, the video camera shifted, revealing a giant with a chestnut head quietly hiding behind the dilapidated fortress, seemingly preparing to do something. One Piece 1. Yo, now it's time for Sengoku to battle Whitebeard. In Pirate 2, Whitebeard is really a good captain, as he decided to sacrifice himself to allow others to escape. One Piece 3. I'm tired of saying it, but why is Whitebeard's power so strong? It's as if it never runs out. Pirate 4. Indeed, he was already injured like that, and every time I thought he wouldn't make it, but each time the result was different from what I imagined. His strength is truly incredible. Pirates 5. Strange. That Navy seems to have discovered something. Pirate 6. How could there be a giant hiding there? What does he want to do? Pirate 7. Is this really a giant? It's almost as tall as the Navy headquarters. This is clearly a monster. Pirate 8. The previous Oz was only about 40 meters tall, but the naval fortress is a full 200 meters. How could there be such a gigantic giant? Pirate 9. Could it be that the largest giant in the world? Pirate 10. I seem to have heard this rumor as well. Are you referring to? Pirates 11. That's right, it's the giant battleship St. Juan Wolf. And it actually exists. It's truly unbelievable. Pirate 12. But shouldn't he be locked up and Impel Down? When Straw Hat Kid escaped from prison earlier, it seems he didn't run out with him, right? Pirate 13. What's going on? How'd he come out? Pirate 14. By the way, there's one more person, don't forget. That person also entered Impel Down. Pirate 15. Are you talking about him? While everyone was discussing, the video started to play the subsequent developments. At this moment, the camera in the video shifted and once again arrived at the execution platform. Blackbeard led his crew and landed on the battlefield. Haha. Blackbeard's laughter drew everyone's attention, and he looked at Whitebeard and said, "Long time no see, old man. I didn't expect to see you before you die. This is really great." Marco the Phoenix. Teach. Why are you here? What is your purpose? Moonlight Moria. Wait a minute. Since Blackbeard appeared in the video at the top battlefield, why didn't he show up in reality? Doflamingo. Fufufu. Blackbeard. It seems that due to the appearance of the SkyCurtain, your goals might not be achievable, right? Captain John. I think it's more than that. If the SkyCurtain continues to lower, that guy called Blackbeard, his true intentions will likely be revealed as well. By then, no matter what he wants to do, he probably won't succeed. Diamond Jaws. That's right, Teach. Let me tell you. No matter what you want to do, you can't succeed. The Whitebeard pirates now are not the same as those in the SkyCurtain video. You should give up your thoughts as soon as possible. Flower Sword de Vista. Teach. The Whitebeard pirates' pursuit of you won't stop. You better keep your head safe and wait for us to come and take it. Blackbeard Marshal de Teach. Then you all come find me. It's really a pity that because of the SkyCurtain's appearance, I couldn't achieve my goal. But take this opportunity to enjoy my astonishing performance in the original development. Clown Buggy. Astonishing performance? What are you bragging about? Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. What exactly is Blackbeard's goal? The people around him seem to be famous prisoners, right? Pirate 1. Could it be that he was brought out from Impel Down? But I remember he was easily defeated by that Director Magellan back then, right? Big Mom's daughter. Jewelry Bonnie. That means he was deliberately defeated at that time. Blackbeard's real goal is probably those prisoners in Impel Down. In One Piece 2, there's also the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, who is by Blackbeard's side. Could it be that because of his help, Blackbeard was able to bring these prisoners out? Pirates 3. Wait a minute, about the incident in Impel Down. It actually happened before the video was played in the sky. Now Blackbeard is surrounded by these prisoners. One Piece 4. So that means that Rain Jiqiang has already betrayed us, right? It's a pity for Magellan. I wonder if he is still alive. Pirate 5. What's there to regret? That Magellan is a Navy officer, and it's a loss for the Navy. Shouldn't that be something to celebrate for us pirates? Haha. One Piece 6. Indeed, but I am still very curious about how Blackbeard did it. And it's not just one person who is curious about this matter. However, at this moment, the screen did not show the reason, but continued to display what happened after Blackbeard landed on the battlefield. Seeing the Rain Shiryu next to Blackbeard, Sengoku felt a bit angry. Shiryu, why are you here? You bastard. What happened to Magellan? Is he alright? And what about Impel Down now? How did you guys come to the Marine headquarters? With you asking so many questions at once, how should I respond? But looking at me, standing right in front of you, you should already know the answer. If you want to know the specifics, I suggest you go confirm it yourself later. In any case, I will be teaming up with these guys from now on and will no longer stay in the Marines. So please take care of me from now on. Pirate 1. I didn't expect that Shiryu of the Rain really betrayed us. Pirates 2. But how did they get through the gate of justice? I'm really curious and want to know the reason. In Pirate 3, in the video, it seems the Navy has discovered the reason. With this statement, the curious audience watched the video more closely, wanting to figure out how Blackbeard was able to infiltrate the headquarters. After Rain's Shiryu finished speaking, a Navy officer suddenly reported his findings to Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, since the war began, we haven't reported anything because we haven't found a suitable opportunity. Just not long ago, the gates of justice suddenly reopened, and an unknown warship passed through and entered the headquarters. What? Sengoku exclaimed. It was impossible. Wasn't the power room being guarded by the Navy? How did these guys manage to do that? Hearing Sengoku's words, the devilish officer Luffy chuckled with a hint of glee. I'm so sorry about that. But if you want to know why, I can answer you. It's actually quite simple. Before our Blackbeard pirates entered Impel Down, I had already hypnotized the Navy in the power room. As long as a warship was detected at the gates of justice, they would be let through. However, it seems my actions have also helped others. Pirate one. So that's how it is. No wonder they were able to pass through the gate of justice. Speaking of which, did the Straw Hat Kids also come in for the same reason? Pirates too. I'm afraid that's the case. It seems that the Straw Hat crew has also benefited from Blackbeard's gang. One Piece 3. So, even though Blackbeard has gained so many companions, why did they take the risk to enter the Navy headquarters? What are they trying to achieve? Pirate 4. I always feel like he's about to do something beyond imagination. One Piece 5. The original future is surprisingly exciting. It feels like with the SkyCurtain now, I seem to know many great secrets. It seems that the secret of that Blackbeard won't be hidden for much longer either. One Piece 6. But what will happen next? Could it be that Blackbeard will directly confront Whitebeard? Pirate 7. It's very likely, after all. Fire Fist Ace was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy, which led to his death. Blackbeard can be considered the main culprit. Whitebeard loved his son so much that he would definitely seek revenge for him. Pirate 8. Next, I really need to appreciate Blackbeard's strength. And not just this person thinks so. The vast majority of others watching the video also want to understand Blackbeard's power. After all, he doesn't seem like an easy opponent to deal with. They must learn more about him so that if they encounter him in the future, they might have a chance to subdue him or escape from him. So after chatting for a bit, they refocused their attention on the video in the sky. After the Devil Sheriff Luffy finished explaining, Blackbeard burst into loud laughter and elaborated on the reasons. Haha, if I were a pirate despised by the world government, I indeed couldn't open the gates of justice or smoothly infiltrate Impel Down. That's why I accepted the title of Warlord of the Sea, to openly achieve these two things. And now that I've reached my goal, I no longer need this title. Damn it, Sengoku gritted his teeth. So your goal was to release these prisoners? Ha ha ha, you're not wrong. I've been aiming for this from the very beginning. However, that's not all. What I'm going to do next, you will understand very soon. At this point, without waiting for Sengoku's response, Whitebeard could no longer hide his anger. Teach. He swung his fist and charged at Blackbeard. The powerful shockwave completely destroyed the execution platform. However, Blackbeard and his crew remained unharmed, as if nothing had happened. You're really ruthless, old man. After all, I was once your son, Blackbeard said. But Whitebeard directly retorted, shut up, Teach. Only you are unworthy of being my son. You violated the only iron rule on my ship by killing a crewmate. So let me, as his father, fulfill the last wish of the 4th Division Captain, Ace. I will take your wretched life to let him rest in peace. Is that so? Blackbeard sneered. Then it seems I can't hold back either. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marco and the others were very worried about Whitebeard's situation. They shouted Dad and wanted to rush over to help. However, Whitebeard directly stopped them, stating that this was a battle between him and Blackbeard, and no one should interfere. Pirate 1. So Blackbeard became a Warlord of the Sea for this purpose. Now that he has achieved his goal, he no longer wants the position of Warlord. If that's the case, considering Crocodile and Jinbei before him, wouldn't there be significant changes in the Warlord positions again? Pirate 2. Don't forget that Empress Boa Hancock, she also helped Straw Hat Luffy in the video. I think her position as a Warlord is also in jeopardy. One Piece 3. No way. If the Warlord positions are gone, wouldn't Lady Empress be in danger? I can't let that happen. I must protect Lady Empress. One Piece 4, what do you think? They're much stronger than you, so don't humiliate yourself. Pirate 5, well, let's not talk about the Empress anymore. Her situation is still uncertain. For now, let's just continue watching the sky. Sure enough, Whitebeard is really going to fight Blackbeard. I wonder if Blackbeard can win. After all, Whitebeard is already at the end of his strength. Whitebeard Pirates 14th Division Captain, Spitakill. Don't underestimate Old Man. Just one Teach. How could he possibly be a match for Old Man? Daikarubin Brothers. That's right, he will definitely win. Whitebeard Pirates 7th Division Captain, Luffy. Go for it, Old Man. You must beat that damn Teach to the ground. Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division Captain, Izu. Teach actually dared to directly provoke Old Man. He must have completely forgotten about Old Man's terror. But now, Blackbeard's side has more than just him. I don't think he would honestly fight Whitebeard one-on-one. As the audience discusses this, the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard is about to begin in the video. Blackbeard, with a smile on his face, slams his right hand on the ground, dark hole. Suddenly, an intense dark energy spreads rapidly, filling the area around him. Hahaha, Old Man, did you see that? This is the ability of the Devil Fruit I took from Sachi after killing him. This is the strongest Devil Fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. Enjoy its power. Kaido, the strongest Devil Fruit? You sure know how to brag, kid. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, that sounds really annoying, Newgate. You better smash him good, or I'll be very disappointed. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Teach, so you killed Sachi for this? You bastard, you can never be forgiven. Marco the Phoenix. To do such a thing just to gain power. Teach, we of the Whitebeard Pirates will never let you go. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach, bring on then. It's a pity that this damn SkyCurtain has prevented me from achieving my goal. Rayleigh the Dark King. To want to become the strongest and rely entirely on the devil fruit. A person like you will never succeed. Even the heavily injured Whitebeard in the video could easily crush you. Shiki the Golden Lion. This is indeed something to look forward to, although I don't like Newgate. But this guy called Blackbeard is even more annoying. As they converse, the video shows Blackbeard and Whitebeard already engaged in battle. As Blackbeard's dark power continues to devour, the ground around them begins to sink. He looks at Whitebeard with a smug expression. I used to really admire you, old man. It's a shame you're old now. Too old to even save a subordinate about to be executed. Sachi is dead. Ace is dead. And I even spared Ace's life on Bonero Island. Yet he still lost his life. Hearing Blackbeard's mockery, Whitebeard says nothing. He looks at Blackbeard coldly and charges at him with a fist. However, his attack does not harm Blackbeard at all. Blackbeard simply extends his hand and absorbs all of Whitebeard's fierce attacks. Useless, old man. My darkness can absorb all devil fruit abilities and nullify them. That means you can no longer cause earthquakes. Surrender, he taunts, striking a punch at Whitebeard's wound, knocking him back several dozen meters. Pirate 1, what's going on? How could Blackbeard be this strong? One Piece 2, why was Whitebeard beaten like this? Isn't he known as the strongest man in the world? Why is he always the one getting beaten? In One Piece 3, after all, Whitebeard was already seriously injured while trying to save Ace, so he might really not be able to defeat Blackbeard now. Pirate 4, but didn't he previously defeat Akainu while severely injured? Why can't he win against a mere Blackbeard now? Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Didn't I say it? This is the power of the strongest devil fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. It can counter all devil fruit abilities. Even Whitebeard is no match for me. Jester Buggy, you really talk big. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard was severely injured in the video, you wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. I really can't stand it anymore. Newgate. You actually let a little brat beat you like this. It's truly disappointing. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, the only thing to be thankful for is that the real Whitebeard hasn't encountered such a situation. Otherwise, you would truly be embarrassing us, the Four Emperors. Moonlight Moria. But speaking of it, if it weren't for the appearance of the SkyCurtain, Whitebeard would have actually encountered such a thing. It's really tragic. Diamond Jozu. Teach could never be a match for Dad. He only dared to attack when Dad was severely injured. If you have the ability, come now and see how we crush you. Phoenix Marco. Moreover, in the video, even if Dad was suppressed because of the fruit's ability, he didn't dominate the seas solely relying on that ability. Just wait and see. Dad will definitely defeat Teach. As Marco's words fell, the situation in the SkyCurtain video truly turned around. When Blackbeard saw Whitebeard's shockwave power reappear, he sneered, "Useless, old man. Why don't you believe it? You look really pathetic right now." Saying this, he activated his dark powers again, attempting to devour Whitebeard's shockwave power. However, the situation that followed was different from what he expected. Whitebeard actually swung his knife directly with his left hand, striking Blackbeard on the shoulder, and blood gushed out. Blackbeard's painful scream echoed as he could no longer hold back, rolling on the ground in distress. Flower Sword Vista. This is too funny. Teach, where did your arrogance just go? Jester Buggy. I thought Blackbeard was so powerful. It turns out he's just good at talking, and in reality, he's just like that. Pirate 1. I knew it, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, couldn't possibly be defeated so easily. As expected, there's a twist. Blackbeard's fruit ability is indeed very powerful. However, this sea cannot be ruled by the devil fruit alone. Blackbeard's previous performance led everyone to mercilessly mock him after witnessing his defeat, and the video continued to play. Whitebeard stood on Blackbeard's hands, his left hand gripping his neck, and a strong shockwave enveloped Blackbeard's entire head. Teach, you've always been this way from the beginning, so arrogant. And that's your greatest weakness, yet you don't care at all. Now, do you feel the pain that this weakness brings you? He said, preparing to strike. Blackbeard, seeing this, began to cry. No, Dad, are you really going to kill me? I'm your son. Even as Blackbeard begged for mercy, Whitebeard remained unmoved. He directly unleashed his shockwave power, causing the ground to shatter. When everything calmed down, Blackbeard was left bloodied and motionless. Captain John, no, not yet, but if Whitebeard attacks again, I think he might really die. Moonlight Moria, This is too funny. That Blackbeard was so arrogant at first. And now he has been beaten by Whitebeard like this and is calling him dad. Sky Island Monk Urki. After all, Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors, while Blackbeard is at most a Shichibukai. How could he possibly be a match for one of the 4 emperors? Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. But his physical quality seems quite strong. He can survive such an attack. Eustace Kid, it doesn't matter how strong he is. As long as Whitebeard lands another punch, Blackbeard will really say goodbye to this world. Hahaha. Gold Lion Shiki. Come on, Newgate, smash this guy called Blackbeard to pieces. Most people were looking forward to Whitebeard defeating Blackbeard, but the developments in the video were not as expected. After taking a heavy blow, Blackbeard struggled in the pit, continuously spitting out blood. The members of the Whitebeard pirates nearby saw this and began to shout, "Damn it! How is that bastard Teach still alive? Dad, go for the final blow. Just finish him off, Dad. A guy like Teach doesn't deserve to live." However, even as they shouted excitedly, Whitebeard did not respond to them at all and stood still. Immortal Burr Marco, what's going on? Why hasn't Dad continued to attack? Kaido, this is clearly such a good opportunity. Why isn't Whitebeard continuing to attack? Captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law. Haven't you noticed? His body has reached its limit. He can't attack anymore. Fallen Marine Rear Admiral Drake. I see. But is this really Whitebeard's limit? Just as Drake finished speaking, Whitebeard began to move in the video. His body was flushed red, just like Luffy's second gear. Even though his body had reached its limit, he still raised a powerful shockwave and aimed it at Blackbeard's head. Blackbeard was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, shooting at Whitebeard in panic. What monster? He is already this injured. Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? Why? Why does he keep pushing his limits and making himself suffer more? Blackbeard thought this as he continued his actions. After a loud bang, Whitebeard's movements came to a halt. The steam that had been surrounding him began to dissipate, and the color of his skin returned to normal. His fist, infused with shockwave power, stopped just short of Blackbeard's head, unable to advance further. Seizing the opportunity, Blackbeard called his crew to attack Whitebeard. "Come on, my men. Take him down for me." With his command, the Blackbeard pirates charged towards Whitebeard to attack. Pirate 1. It seems that Whitebeard's injuries are really severe. Blackbeard is able to affect him like this. Pirates 2. But this Blackbeard gang is really excessive, attacking Whitebeard with so many people together. Pirates 3. Are you still a pirate or not? What does it matter how many people there are among pirates? As long as you win, that's all that matters, right? Pirate 4. That's true, but seeing Whitebeard so strong before, and now being beaten down like this by a bunch of scum, it's really hard to accept. Marco the Phoenix. Damn Teach, how could you treat Dad this way? Spade Galleon, captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach, you bastard. Our Whitebeard Pirates will never let you go. Lakio, captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Damn it, I will definitely tear you Blackbeard Pirates to shreds. Vista the Flower Sword. If Dad hadn't been seriously injured, you wouldn't have been able to touch a single hair on him. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, haha, unfortunately for you, no matter how you say it, I'm going to win in the video. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Devil Sheriff Lafitte. I never expected that I could kill the strongest man in the world. This is truly a joyous occasion. Pirates 5. Aren't you all a bit too early to celebrate? Whitebeard isn't dead yet. Pirates 6. That's right, and even if someone has to die, it's the Whitebeard in the video. The one in reality is doing just fine. If you have the ability, why not go and kill the one in reality? What is the point of boasting on the screen? One Piece 7. That said, seeing Whitebeard being beaten like that in the video still makes me feel uneasy. He shouldn't have been killed by a bunch of bastards. He should have died in a more spectacular way. Pirate 8. Will there be more twists? Whitebeard shouldn't be so easily defeated, right? This is also the hope in many people's hearts regarding this pirate. Therefore, they are all watching the video seriously, anticipating Whitebeard's counterattack. The Blackbeard pirates kept attacking Whitebeard, but Whitebeard did not retaliate. Until the ammunition ran out, Blackbeard, in a bit of panic, wanted to change weapons to continue attacking. But Shiryu of the Rain stopped him. I think it's unnecessary now. With the current Whitebeard, a light blow could completely take him down. Just as he finished speaking, Whitebeard suddenly spoke up. That certainly won't be you. Blackbeard and the others were taken aback, and Whitebeard continued to speak. The one Roger has been waiting for will definitely not be you, Teach. Just as someone will inherit Roger's will, one day, there will also be someone who inherits Ace's will. Even if the bloodline is severed, the flame in their hearts will never be extinguished. Just like now, it has been passed down continuously from the distant past to the present. And in the future, there will be someone who carries this centuries-old history and will challenge this world. Sengoku, your world government has always feared the occurrence of that day, right? Unfortunately, that day will come eventually, and it will involve the entire world. This massive battle, although I have no interest in it, when that treasure is discovered, the whole world will be turned upside down. Someone will definitely find it, and that day will ultimately arrive. One Piece truly exists. With Whitebeard's words, the crowd in the sky gasped in astonishment. Pirate One, did you hear that? The legendary treasure, One Piece, really exists. Pirates 2. The mystery left by the Pirate King Roger has now been confirmed by Whitebeard. One Piece 3. Our years of searching have not been in vain. We must find that final island. One Piece 4. Oh, little ones, follow me to the sea and seize the great treasure. At the naval headquarters, Marineford, seeing Whitebeard's final words in the video, Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table in anger. That bastard Whitebeard, even on his deathbed, couldn't stay calm and dare to say such things. How infuriating. What should we do? Those pirates are all attracted by the legendary treasure, and the tranquility of the sea will definitely be shattered. The lives of those civilians will probably be even harder. Vice Admiral Tsuru's tone was filled with concern. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders of Mary Geos also looked grim. Damn the sky. It's all because of it that these matters have been exposed. What should we do? If this continues, that incident. Shut up. Until the matter is settled, none of US should discuss that incident. But we need to be prepared for its exposure. After witnessing Whitebeard's death in the video, the atmosphere in the Whitebeard Pirates was quite gloomy. Seeing this, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh to comfort everyone. Hahaha, don't be sad, my sons. I'm still alive and well, right? I'm not dead yet. However, his reassurance didn't have much effect. Whenever the crew thought about what Blackbeard had done to Whitebeard in the video, their anger only grew stronger. It was all because of Teach. That despicable Teach, absolutely unforgivable. Bastard, I will tear him apart. Seeing his sons filled with rage, Whitebeard remained calm. Calm down, my sons. Teach is not a threat to us now. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. Yes, that's right, Marco agreed. The current situation is different from what was shown in the video. Dad isn't seriously injured, and Ace is still with us. That bastard Teach is just a clown now. Yeah, we need to use his blood to honor Sachi. Diamond Jaws also spoke fiercely. The conclusion of Whitebeard in the video caused turmoil around the world. And at this moment, the Sky video continued. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has fallen in battle. His body is covered in scars, suffering from 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannon hits. Despite such a body, he still achieved such a powerful record. Everyone looked at his figure with great admiration. At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly burst in a loud laughter. Fufufu, interesting, really interesting. With Whitebeard dead, the coming era will surely undergo drastic changes. But I don't think this battlefield can end easily. The world's most notorious criminals and the Warden of Impel Down have come here, so the Blackbeard who brought them must have other intentions. How curious. His words drew the attention of everyone present to Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard had confirmed that Whitebeard was completely dead and returned to his original appearance. Bursting into loud laughter. Ha, Whitebeard is finally dead. He was truly tenacious. Beside him, the demon sheriff Lafitte also agreed. Fortunately, everything that has happened so far is within my expectations. Then the real show is about to begin. Blackbeard laughed as he covered Whitebeard's body with a black cloth. What does Blackbeard want to do? Why does he cover Whitebeard with a piece of cloth? Marco the Phoenix. Damn it, Teach. What are you going to do to Dad's body? What is Blackbeard's conspiracy in Pirate 2? As of now, I'm really getting more and more confused. Pirate 3. Whitebeard is already dead, and now he still wants to insult his body, which is truly shameful. Diamond Jaws. Teach, what exactly do you want to do? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Do you want to know? Then watch closely. What comes next will definitely surprise you. Blackbeard's words made everyone even more curious about what he was going to do. Everyone looked at the video, anticipating the development. At this moment, Blackbeard had already lifted the black cloth and walked inside. Not long after, the Devil Sheriff Lafayette and the fighting champion Jisabaki lifted the black cloth together. During this time, there was no other movement, and everyone was increasingly puzzled about what Blackbeard was really up to. The Devil Sheriff Lafayette, while lifting the black cloth, said with a smile, "Well, thank you for your patience. Now please enjoy the top-notch performance brought to you by our Blackbeard Pirates captain, Teach." After he finished speaking, the black cloth was completely lifted, and at that moment, Blackbeard was standing in front of Whitebeard's body, wearing a sly grin. One Piece 1. Has Blackbeard just done something? Pirates 2. No, clearly nothing happened at all. One Piece 3. Strange, what is he trying to do? Whitebeard's body, shows no signs of change. Yet Blackbeard's expression seems to suggest that things have already been accomplished, which is really puzzling. Just when everyone was increasingly confused, Blackbeard in the video began to take action. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard looked at the Navy present, grinning wickedly. Navy, let me show you the power I've just obtained. Dark hole. Endless darkness surged forth again, beginning to engulf everything around. Blackbeard continued to speak. This is the power of the dark fruit that I have obtained, and, as he spoke, Blackbeard clenched his left fist and struck a pose identical to the attack move of Whitebeard earlier. He punched down, and just like Whitebeard before, the air began to crack. Cracks spread out in all directions, and the Navy headquarters trembled once more. The already damaged headquarters building completely collapsed at this moment, with no chance of recovery. Pirate 1, what's going on? Am I dreaming? Pirate 2. No, it's impossible. How could someone possess the abilities of 2 devil fruits at the same time? Wouldn't he explode? Captain John, that kid Blackbeard actually stole Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability? That's unbelievable. Buggy the clown. How could anyone have the powers of 2 devil fruits? This must be a lie. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. Such a thing has never happened before. Although there have been greedy individuals wanting more abilities, they ultimately face their own demise. How could this be happening now? Charlotte Perispero. How could this happen? Even Mama couldn't do it. Shiki the Golden Lion. No wonder that guy Blackbeard was so arrogant at first. It turns out he has such means. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. A dual devil fruit user. What a rare creature exists in this world. It just makes me want to have it. Kaido of the Beasts. Huh. That little Blackbeard. Just a dual devil fruit user. And he's so arrogant. Does he really think he can dominate the seas just with his fruit abilities? Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Captain of the Heart Pirates. What is going on with his body? How can it contain 2 devil fruits? Eustace Kid. It seems that everything Blackbeard did was ultimately to obtain Whitebeard's devil fruit. But how did he do it? How did he get his hands on Whitebeard's devil fruit ability? Big Mom's crew member, Charlotte Chiffon. Normally, once a devil fruit user dies, the fruit will indeed regenerate randomly. But Rear Admiral Drake of the Marines, Blackbeard directly extracted Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability from his corpse. Could this be related to his dark powers? Flower Sword Vista. So, Teach, did you join Daddy's ship just to obtain the dark fruit? So when you found out Sachi got it, you killed him without hesitation? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. That's right. I searched for the dark fruit for so long, only for Sachi to get it. But how could I let it slip away from me? Of course, I would do everything I could to seize it. Marco the Phoenix. Teach, you bastard. Play question all right. Stop discussing that already dead Sachi. I just want to know one thing. Hey Blackbeard, how did you do it? Be honest. Charlotte Oven. I don't understand. Is Blackbeard's body different from an ordinary person's? Is that why he doesn't explode? Dr. Vegapunk. Oh, a body that is different from a norm? I can't help but want to study it. Perhaps after studying Blackbeard's body, I can find a way to help others become dual devil fruit users? Vegapunk's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They couldn't help but fantasize about how glorious it would be if they also became dual devil fruit users. However, as a marine scientist, Vegapunk's technology, even if it were revealed, would probably only help the Marines and the world government. But now, the pirates were lost in their fantasies and didn't realize this. Holy Land, Mariehua. The Gorosei watched Blackbeard's performance in the video, and they began to have some thoughts. What do you think? Should we issue a bounty to capture Blackbeard? No need. Let's just have CP capture him directly. That's right, after all. Blackbeard now is not the one in the video. If he's just a dark fruit user, he's not much of a threat. So, once captured, send him to Vegapunk. Hopefully, Vegapunk won't disappoint us. Although he has done some inappropriate research behind our backs over the years, if he can really create a dual devil fruit user, it wouldn't be unforgivable. We can deal with him after we take over all his research. That's right. The other Gorosei nodded in agreement. Blackbeard Pirates. Indeed. This is the best show in the world, but unfortunately, it can no longer be shown due to the curtain. Blackbeard laughed heartily, expressing his inner disappointment. Yeah, Van Augur agreed. The fate has undergone a huge change. Can we still achieve our goal? I think that's not the most important thing. Captain Teach. Did you see that genius marine scientist Vegapunk? I fear the world government and Marines will come looking for us soon, and we might have trouble then. The Grim Reaper Q also voiced his opinion. Indeed, Blackbeard nodded. We need to prepare in advance. And just as everyone was discussing Vegapunk's words, Blackbeard in the video began his performance. With these 2 abilities, I have finally obtained them all. One is the darkness that can turn everything into nothing, and the other is the tremors that can destroy everything. With the help of these 2 abilities, I will be unstoppable. I am the strongest person in this world. Blackbeard used the Tremor Fruit's ability with his left hand and the Dark Fruit's ability with his right hand, declaring his supremacy. The Marine headquarters generals watched this scene in shock and shouted, "What has Blackbeard done? How could he take Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability? Why is this happening? Hasn't the threat of the Tremor Fruit ended?" Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates expressed their shock and anger as well. That bastard Teach actually plundered Dad's ability. But the Devil Fruit ability can't be obtained in two ways. How did he do it? At this moment, Marco gritted his teeth and said, "For ordinary people, this is indeed an impossible feat, but have you forgotten? Teach is different. His body structure is not like an ordinary person's. He is a freak." Just after Marco finished speaking, Teach laughed again. "Hahaha, did you all see that? Announce to the world, tell those boring, peace-loving people, the Marines, the world government, and the pirates. The future of this world has been decided. That's right, from now on, it will be my era, Blackbeard's era. Did you notice? The powerful force continuously surging from my body. It's as if I can manipulate everything in this world at will. Pirate 1, this guy called Blackbeard is really too arrogant, acting as if he's about to dominate the seas. One Piece 2, that's right, and what else can we say? This era is about to become Blackbeard's era, and I really just want to smash his dog head directly. One Piece 3, doesn't anyone want to teach him a lesson? I really can't stand it anymore. Is there anyone organizing a group? Pirate 4, me. If we're going to teach Blackbeard a lesson, count me in. Pirates 5, there's still me. In One Piece 6, +1, a statement made by Blackbeard in the video has sparked outrage among viewers. The audience wishes they could confront Blackbeard directly and give him a beating. The Navy in the video is also unable to tolerate it. Blackbeard, in high spirits, delivers his speech facing the somewhat dejected Navy, exuding arrogance. "What's wrong with you, Navy? I remember you claiming to be the elite force of the Navy. Why do you all look so down? Are you scared? No matter how many of you there are, I can handle you easily. Are you too afraid to make a move against me? No one dares to step up. It's really boring. Now, I won't play with you any longer. You can sink into the sea along with Marineford." He laughs triumphantly. But just as he is reveling in his small victory, a sudden change occurs. A glowing figure appears before everyone, enveloping Blackbeard completely. It is the Buddha form of Admiral Sengoku. He transforms into the wrathful Vajra and unleashes his strongest attack mercilessly at Blackbeard and his crew. Under this attack, all 9 members of the Blackbeard pirates, including the previously arrogant Teach, are left spitting blood. It's just a fortress. It can be rebuilt later. However, this island, Marineford, which is almost at the center of the world, must not be destroyed by you. For the civilians around the world who fear the chaos caused by pirates and long for peace, the Navy's presence here holds profound significance. The justice named righteousness absolutely cannot be allowed to perish. And for you to so casually speak of sinking this place is absolutely unforgivable, you little bastard. Sengoku looks at the defeated Blackbeard pirates and reprimands them angrily. The Navy's Admiral Sengoku is truly formidable. Even if Blackbeard is a dual Devil Fruit user, he is still no match for Admiral Sengoku. Pirate 1, with just one strike, he made Blackbeard and his 9 companions spit blood. What a powerful force this is. Civilian 1, that's great. The Navy has someone as strong as Admiral Sengoku, so we don't have to worry about pirates causing too much trouble. Marco the Phoenix, hahaha, Teach. You talked so grandly, thinking you were so impressive, but this is the result. The Navy too. Blackbeard is really hilarious. He can't even withstand a single blow from Admiral Sengoku. Moreover, on the battlefield now, besides Admiral Sengoku, there are also Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp and the 3 admirals. If he can't even handle one person, what would happen if several of them teamed up to attack? Wouldn't he also be taken out on the battlefield at Marineford? Navy 3. If that's the case, then this Blackbeard is just a clown. It sounded like he was really powerful earlier, but even after stealing Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability, he still got beaten up to the point of spitting blood. Pirate 2. But speaking of which, why is Sengoku's attack this time so powerful? Far surpassing the strength he used against the Straw Hat Kid before? Pirate 3. Maybe he's also acting. I think it's to give Carp some face. So he didn't go all out against the Straw Hat Kid. One Piece 4. It's a pity that among a group of actors, there happened to be such a serious guy like Akainu. Otherwise, poor Gasti, Ace might not have died. Pirate 5. At this point, saying these things is meaningless. After all, in reality, Fire Fist Ace was rescued. Pirate 6. Indeed, whether Fire Fist Ace is alive or dead is not the most important thing right now. The most troublesome issue, as expected, is Blackbeard. Pirate 7. His body, which is different from ordinary people, is really quite interesting. One Piece 8, by the way. Why is Sengoku the only one fighting against the Blackbeard pirates? Where are the others? Pirate 9. Could it be that they're going to pursue the Straw Hat Kids? As this pirate speculated, the scene shifted to the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard pirates were in complete disarray. However, the Navy did not let them off the hook and chose to press the attack. Countless cannon fire rained down on the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Jinbe was holding the unconscious Luffy and rushing to escape the Navy headquarters as quickly as possible. Just then, a chilling wave of freezing air suddenly surged in, freezing the entire ground and all the pirates above it. It turned out to be Admiral Aokiji making his move. But his actions were far from over. Even worse things were about to happen. The ground began to smoke, as if it were being severely burned. The next moment, under the extreme heat, the entire ground transformed into magma. And Admiral Akainu emerged from the magma. Navy 1. Its General Sakaski, he's still alive. One Piece. Oh, I didn't expect that Akainu, who was knocked into the abyss by Whitebeard, has actually recovered. Pirates 2. It seems that for the Navy, Monkey D. Luffy, who possesses the bloodline of the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, is also a character that must be eliminated. In Pirate 3, Sengoku intercepts Blackbeard's crew, while the 3 admirals are responsible for the Straw Hat crew and Whitebeard's crew. It seems that the Navy wants to catch them all in one go. One Piece 4. Is it possible? Will the Straw Hat Kid also lose his life on the battlefield after losing his brother? Pirate 5. Although I know this will never happen again, it still makes me curious. Pirate 6. I actually think it's unnecessary for the Navy to intervene. The Straw Hat Kid seems to be running out of options as well. Pirate 7. After all, even though the Marineford War has long passed in reality, the audience still hopes for the original story trajectory in the video. They wonder if, without the appearance of the SkyCurtain, the Straw Hat Boy would also lose his life on the battlefield like Portgas D, Ace, and Whitebeard. After all, the situation for the Straw Hat Boy is already very dire. Will he be killed by the Navy, or will he suffer a painful death due to aftereffects? Few believe he can survive, and even those who hold hope do not know how Luffy will pull through. Can anyone really heal his injuries? Many are quite worried about Straw Hat Luffy's current situation, and now, in the video, their predicament is even more dangerous. Sakazuki has intercepted all the pirates and coldly said to them, I already said it. I will never let you escape. You fools, just obediently accept your death. And you, Jinbe, hand over Dragon's son to me, Sakazuki said halfway, turning to Jinbe with a commanding tone. Jinbe firmly refused. I can't do that. I've made my decision to protect Luffy with my life. Then there's nothing more to say. Upon hearing Jinbe's refusal, Sakazuki planned to launch an attack. Just then, Ivankov suddenly jumped out. Get back, Jinbe. As he said this, he used hormones to enlarge his head. At the same time, the transgender lightning used the split ground as a barrier to block Akainu's magma. Meanwhile, Ivankov had also charged up his attack. You bastard. Don't even think about laying a hand on the Straw Hat Boy. Hell, beautifying eyes. His attack caused a massive explosion, and Ivankov took the opportunity to tell Jinbe to leave immediately. Jinbe, hurry up and take the Straw Hat Boy away from here. Seeing Jinbe leaving, Akainu coldly tried to intercept him, directly knocking the transgender lightning away, but was still blocked by Ivankov. It's about time to settle things with you, fiery man. I absolutely won't allow you to take another step forward, Ivankov said while continuously attacking Akainu. Transgender fist technique, Beauty Secret 44, laser treatment fist, Transgender fist technique, Beauty Secret 44, death attraction fist. Unfortunately, his attacks had no effect on Akainu, and he was ultimately knocked away by him. Transgender 1, Lord Ivankov. That despicable Akainu. How could he treat Lord Ivankov this way? Transgender 2, Lord Ivankov, you must hold on. You must successfully escape from Marineford. Pirate 1, sure enough, that Ivankov's heavy makeup can block Magellan's poison attacks, but in the end, it still can't withstand Akainu's magma. Pirates 2, what should the Straw Hat Kid do next? Akainu is about to catch up. God, Usopp. Luffy will definitely be fine. He will surely manage to escape. Little thief Nami. That's right. And there's also Jinbe. He will definitely help Luffy. Pirates 3. The Straw Hat crew is indeed naive. What's wrong? Are you afraid to think about the most terrifying outcome? Blackleg Sanji. No matter what, Luffy is fine now. Even if he was seriously injured in the video, it doesn't matter. That is something that won't happen anymore. Moreover, with our help afterwards, we will never let him fall into such a predicament again. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Seahorse, you finally said something nice. Blackleg Sanji, shut up. You algae head. The Straw Hat crew really has a lot of confidence in their captain, but Pirate 5, quick. Akainu is caught up with Luffy and the others. With this news about the pirate, everyone stopped talking and turned to watch the video. Akainu is surrounded by fierce magma, and he is caught up with Jinbei. Jinbei, I'll say it again, hand over Dragon's son quickly. However, Jinbei clearly has no intention of doing as he says. He leaps into the air, intending to dive into the sea. Once I'm on the sea, it will be my territory. Unfortunately, what he didn't anticipate was that the sea surface had already been frozen by Akiji. He could only be forced to stop in midair and face Akainu's attack. Even as a warlord of the sea, he is no match for Admiral Akainu. Seeing Akainu's determination to eliminate Luffy, Jinbei had no choice but to block Akainu's attack with his own body to protect Luffy. Did Admiral Sakazuki succeed against the Navy? Was the Straw Hat Kid killed? Navy 2. No, not yet. That Sabo blocked the attack for him. Pirate 1. Even so, Jinbei is seriously injured now, and the Straw Hat Kid is not unscathed either. Facing the fully powered Akainu, they have no way out at all. Pirate 2. Is the Straw Hat Kid really going to die here? Buried alongside his brother at the Navy headquarters? Mountain Bandit Dayton. Damn it, Carp. What are you doing right now? Ace is already dead. Do you want Luffy to die too? In One Piece 3, every time the Straw Hat Kid encounters danger, someone comes to rescue him. Do you think someone will come to save him this time as well? One Piece 4. No way. Who could possibly come to the rescue now? Are you saying it's Carp? Pirates 5. No way. When Fire Fist Ace was about to be executed, Carp didn't take any action either. Pirates 6. After all, Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son, not his biological grandson. But the Straw Hat Kid is different. He is Carp's biological grandson. So how could he not come to the rescue? Pirates 7. I still don't think he will. If he wanted to save someone, he should have acted long ago. As for the situation with the Straw Hat Kid, I believe he won't survive without Akainu's intervention. And whether Carp comes to save him or not, it doesn't matter anymore. There are discussions in the sky about whether anyone will come to save Luffy, and many speculate that Carp will take action. However, some believe that someone like Carp, who staunchly adheres to his sense of justice, will not intervene. For a moment, neither side could convince the other, and at that moment, the video continued to play, revealing the answers they sought. Jinbei was pierced through the shoulder by Akainu's attack. Yet he still held on, wanting to take Luffy away. But Sakazuki kept closing in, blocking his path. Jinbei, your current state doesn't look like you're worried about others. Although your interference caused my attack to miss, I think it would indeed be more satisfying to pierce through the heart in one go. So, do you still want to continue protecting the Straw Hat Kid? From the looks of him, he seems to be dying soon. Akainu sneered, raising his fist to attack Luffy again. At that moment, a sudden gust of sand and wind, like a giant blade, severed Akainu's body. Pirate 1. Strange? What happened? Who did it? Pirates 2. Those sands and winds should be the original warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Pirate 3. It's him again. Including this time, he should have saved the Straw Hat Kid 3 times, right? Is there a Pirate 4? Is there a third time? Pirate 5. The first time, he helped the Straw Hat Kid take down 2 executioners. The second time, he blocked Hawkeye's attack for him. And this time is the third, directly confronting a Marine Admiral to save the Straw Hat Kid. Play Queen. Strange, according to the previous videos. This guy named Crocodile should be an enemy of the Straw Hat Kid. So why is he helping him like this? Hawkeye my hawk. It seems to be the effect of that incredible power from the Straw Hat Kid again. Charlotte Perispero. TSK. I didn't expect Crocodile, a former Shichibukai, to choose to collude with the Straw Hat Kid. Moonlight Moria. It seems you have fallen as well, Crocodile. He. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu. First Whitebeard, now the Straw Hat Kid. Yet you refuse to ally with me. How heartbreaking. Clown Buggy. I say, Doflamingo, there seems to be something strange between you and Crocodile. Sand Crocodile. Shut up. If you dare say such nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll blow your head off. Clown Buggy. Hee. I'm not afraid of you. Come at me if you can. Impel Down Prisoner 1. As expected of Captain Buggy, he is not afraid of anyone's threats. Impel Down Prisoner 2. Only someone like him can lead us to dominate this sea. Impel Down Prisoner 3. That's right, whether it's Whitebeard or Blackbeard. None of them are a match for Captain Buggy. Our Captain Buggy is the only king of this sea. Hey, you guys are exaggerating too much, right? After the Marineford War, Buggy, along with the prisoners from Impel Down who were willing to follow him, planned to find his original crew members and rebuild his pirate crew. Now, due to the video being played on the screen, they paused to watch it before continuing their actions. Little did they know that those who idolized him began to make outrageous claims on the screen. Buggy watched those comments, unable to help but break into a cold sweat, worried that those being provoked would come looking for trouble. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to stop them yet, and the prisoners, unaware of his concerns, waved him off dismissively. Don't worry, Captain Buggy, I know you've been hiding your strength. But now is different from the past. Kings are emerging all over this sea. Captain Buggy, you can't act like you used to anymore. Now is the perfect time to show your strength and attract followers. That's right, Captain Buggy. We are all willing to follow you and create your legend on this sea. Oh, long live Captain Buggy. Long live Captain Buggy. Looking at the crowd in front of him, seemingly brainwashed, Buggy felt scared inside, but couldn't help but laugh proudly on the outside. That's right, Buggy, am the strongest. You all can rest assured. I will lead you to dominate this sea, hahaha. Of course, at this moment, Buggy's thoughts were unknown to everyone. They were still closely watching the Straw Hat Kid in the video, wanting to see if he could escape from Akainu's clutches. Sandstorm. Before Akainu could react, Crocodile waved his hand fiercely, and with the emergence of a tornado, he directly swept Jinbei and Luffy into the sky. Whoever it is, hurry and catch them. Get them on the ship. Crocodile shouted to the Whitebeard pirates. To protect what is precious, one must do everything to safeguard it and not let these guys run rampant anymore. At this moment, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to wake up and immediately rushed toward the landing point of Luffy and Jinbei, wanting to catch them. However, when they arrived, they found that the two had not come down. They looked up and discovered that Jinbei and Luffy were actually suspended in midair, already caught by someone. And that person was Clown Buggy. Red-haired Shanks. Oh, Buggy, you finally made a move. Golden Lion Shiki. Hahaha, it's this kid. I didn't expect him to have the guts to snatch people from an admiral. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. I couldn't tell before. I thought he was just a lucky weakling. Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. No matter how you look at it, he only escaped from Impel Down because of the Straw Hat Kid. Maybe he wants to repay that favor? Eustace Kid. Does this guy really have such thoughts? Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. But in any case, he saved the Straw Hat Captain. That's a fact. Sky Island Monk Urki. But can Clown Buggy really escape from Akainu just by his words? Don't forget about the former warlord Crocodile. He should be able to withstand Akainu's attacks to some extent, right? Pirate One. I wonder if the Straw Hat Kid can really escape? Looking at Akainu, it seems he won't let him go easily. I'm really looking forward to what happens next. Everyone watching was inevitably surprised that Buggy would come to the rescue, and they were even more curious about the upcoming developments. After Buggy saved Luffy and Jinbei, he still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. It wasn't until Akainu's magma fist engulfed in flames suddenly attacked him that Buggy felt scared and hurriedly started to escape with the two of them. At that moment, Jinbei, who had barely regained some consciousness, looked at Buggy and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Red Nose, for saving us." Buggy, hearing this, somewhat proudly replied, "Although I don't really know what's going on, I didn't come to save you." Clearly, Jinbei didn't care about Buggy's remarks and replied with determination. "But Luffy is severely injured because of me, and he needs medical attention immediately. I'm really annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. I wish someone would come to save me, you idiot. By the way, how could there be any treatment here? Wait, who are you calling Red Nose?" Buggy realized halfway through that he wanted to refute Jinbei's comment about him being a red nose. At that moment, Akainu angrily interrupted the two. "Seriously, it's always like this. Whenever I'm about to finish you off, annoying people always show up. Is this fate looking out for you, Straw Hat Kid?" Akainu's face darkened. He felt that he absolutely could not let Straw Hat Luffy escape and must kill him here. Just then, an attack suddenly came, forcing Akainu back a few steps. It was the members of the Whitebeard pirates, one after another, standing in front of Akainu. Pirate 1. That's the 5th Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. The Captain of the 15th Division, Fasa, and the Captain of the 16th Division, Aizu. Pirates 2. Not only that, but aside from the Frozen Diamond Jaws, all 13 Division Commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates are present. Pirate 3. What a spectacle. With their help, the Straw Hat Kid will definitely be able to escape. After seeing those who are helping Luffy, everyone has greater hope that Luffy can get away, and at this moment, the video continues to play. Upon seeing the few people blocking his way, Akainu snorted coldly. "For that Straw Hat Kid, do you all not care about your lives?" We each truly felt the extraordinary obsession and power of that Straw Hat Kid. He is a man protected by Ace, acknowledged by our captain. No matter what, we must send him into the new era. The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates expressed their determination to Akainu, insisting that they must rescue the Straw Hat Kid. "You are truly great, Whitebeard Pirates," Akainu replied, seemingly indifferent to their words. At that moment, flames began to ignite around the 1st Division Commander, Marco the Phoenix. "Akainu, the level of danger you wish to kill the Straw Hat Kid is exactly the same as our immense expectation for him to live. Crocodile added, for that guy now. Whether dead or alive, it's all the same hell. If that's the case, then let him struggle to live. However, Akainu paid no heed to their words and charged towards them with a fist raised. I see that this is no longer something that can be resolved with a few words. So be it. The two sides began to clash. In addition to the battle between Akainu and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, the battle between Admiral Sengoku and the Blackbeard pirates was also intensifying. One Piece, the war is getting more and more intense. In Pirates 2, the Straw Hat Kid should be able to escape, right? But looking at him, what can he do after escaping? One Piece 3, even with the support of the Whitebeard pirates, how could Akainu be stopped by just a few captains? I'm afraid the Straw Hat Kid won't be able to escape easily. In the future, without the SkyCurtain, can the Straw Hat Kid really survive? Pirate 5, quick! Look over there on the sea surface. It seems like something is about to emerge. As the pirate finished speaking, everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn towards the direction he indicated. And indeed, as he said, the sea surface started to stir. The waves rippled, and suddenly, a bright yellow submarine broke through the water. Quick, bring the Straw Hat Captain over to me. The submarine opened, and on the deck appeared Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, who said to Buggy, Straw Hat Captain? That's a strange title. Who are you? Buggy replied somewhat rudely, as he wasn't sure if the suddenly appearing Law was an enemy. However, Law calmly responded, although I will eventually become an enemy of the Straw Hat Captain. After all, a faithful connection is still a connection. If I let him die in a place like this, my future days would be too boring. I will definitely help him escape. So you can temporarily hand him over to me. I'm a doctor. Pirate 1. I didn't expect that besides Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and the Straw Hat Kid, there would be others who came to the top battlefield. Pirates 2. That should be one of this year's supernovas, the Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. One Piece 3. Strange. Why did he suddenly come to the top battlefield? Is it just to save the Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 4. Could it be that he has formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Kid? One Piece 5. It's very likely, as it is said that they seem to have met at Sabo Archipelago. Pirates 6. It seems like there's that Eustace Kid too. The three of them were once surrounded by pirates together. Could it be that they formed an alliance at that time? Eustace Kid. Hey, don't lump me together with those two guys. I would never ally with them. Those two love to show off. Is that really impressive? Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Pudding. Are you jealous? After all, you Haven T made an appearance in the sky yet, have you? Fallen Marine Major Drake. However, if Trafalgar Law chooses to save that Straw Hat Kid, it could create a powerful enemy for himself in the future. Is that really a good idea? Fire Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. I think it's a good idea. After all, that Straw Hat Kid looks like a decent ally. Sky Island Monk Urky. I say, Drake, are you scared? Fallen Marine Major Drake. How could that be? I just think it's a bad deal. Hamian's Kulikamanapu. Is that so? But what you said is true. If the Straw Hat Kid survives, he would indeed be a terrifying enemy. Heart Pirates Captain. How could you go to the battlefield at Marineford to save the Straw Hat Kid? I thought you said we should just watch from a distance? After seeing Law's performance in the video, the Mink Tri Bear Beepo shouted, Yeah, Captain, at that time the Straw Hat Kid was being chased by Akainu, and you recklessly showed up to save him despite the danger of being targeted by Akainu. Why did you do that? The other members of the pirate crew were also puzzled. This time, thanks to the help of Shanks and others, Luffy did not get into trouble. Therefore, Law and his group did not enter the battlefield, staying underwater instead. They initially thought that even without the future of the sky, Law would not get involved. However, they did not expect that in the video, Law saved Luffy right in front of everyone, and they were truly confused by Law's actions. In response to everyone's doubts, Law calmly said, just as mentioned in the video, a worthy opponent like the Straw Hat Kid, I couldn't bear to let him die on the battlefield. The pirate crew had already been mentally prepared for Law's explanation. They knew what kind of person their captain was. They just wanted to hear Law's answer directly. Once Law spoke, they resolved their doubts and did not ask further. At that moment, the video on the screen shifted to the battlefield of Sengoku and Blackbeard. In the internal square, Blackbeard was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Sengoku, the Buddha, truly lived up to being a top man in the Navy. His power was indeed astonishing. However, Blackbeard changed his tone. If your ability is only at this level, you won't be able to stop me from destroying this island. Hearing this, Sengoku exclaimed, You bastard, stop talking big and get the hell out of Marineford. With that, Sengoku unleashed the great Buddha shockwave towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard quickly used the Tremor Fruit's power to counterattack, and the two massive shockwaves collided, creating a violent tremor. One Piece 1. Strange. Didn't Blackbeard just acquire the Tremor Fruit ability? How can he use it so quickly? to the point where he can already match Sengoku. One Piece 2. No wonder that Blackbeard was so arrogant before. It seems that the Tremor fruit truly lives up to his claim of being the strongest devil fruit. One Piece 3. No wonder he went through so much trouble to get the Tremor fruit. The audience couldn't help but express their astonishment at Blackbeard being able to withstand Sengoku's attack, and the video was still playing. Just as Blackbeard and Sengoku were at a stalemate, the fighting champion, Jisasabakis, suddenly leaped up, wanting to take the opportunity to ambush Sengoku. "Captain, let me lend you a hand." But in the next moment, a fist suddenly appeared, knocking him down to the ground. And that person was the Navy hero, Garp. Navy 1, great. It's Vice Admiral Carp. He's made his move again. With the help of Admiral Carp, Blackbeard's crew will definitely not escape the battlefield at Marineford. Pirate 1. After Fire Fist Ace was killed, I thought Carp would be down and out from then on, but I didn't expect he would strike again. Navy 3. What are you joking about? Vice Admiral Carp is a naval hero. He will definitely uphold the justice in his heart and will never be defeated by such things. Pirate 2. That's true, but in that case, I feel sorry for Fire Fist Ace. He sacrificed his life, and yet his grandfather only felt sad for a moment before quickly pulling himself together. I really think that's unfair to him. Fire Fist Ace, there's no need for you to worry about that. The old man has his own reasons for acting that way, and I don't mind it. After all, we are family. In One Piece 3, I didn't expect Fire Fist Ace to speak up for Carp. It seems that Carp holds a very important place in his heart. It's a pity that in the video, Carp, who Ace sees as family, can only watch helplessly as Akainu takes his life away. One Piece 4. But speaking of which, can Carp really defeat Blackbeard and his crew? I just can't believe it. Admiral Carp will definitely win. After all, he is the man who once won that legendary battle. In the sky, there was intense discussion among the crowd about whether Carp could defeat the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, the battle between the two sides was about to erupt in the video. "Carp, is that you? What's this? Have you recovered from the reality of Fire Fist Ace's death?" Blackbeard mocked with a laugh. Carp, however, remained undeterred and responded with determination. "After all, I am a Marine, and as a Marine, I have the duty to protect Marineford." Upon hearing Carp's words, Blackbeard sneered. "Really, one after another, just a bunch of old fools who don't know what's good for them. Let me show you my true power." Saying this, he imitated what Whitebeard had done earlier, using the powers of the Tremor fruit to manipulate the atmosphere before him. The sea began to crack and rise again, with Marine headquarters appearing like a small boat drifting about. This scene resembled the apocalypse, even more severe than when Whitebeard had used his powers before. Captain Capone Beach of the Fire Tank Pirates, if I'm not mistaken. The power caused by Blackbeard using his abilities seems even more exaggerated than when Whitebeard did. Sky Island Monk Urki. The Tremor fruit can actually create such a huge effect? Why didn't it seem like this when Whitebeard used it earlier? Golden Lion Shiki. That's because the Marines had Fire Fist Ace as a hostage before. Whitebeard wouldn't use his full power out of concern for his son. But Blackbeard, this guy, seems to care about nothing but wanting to show off. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. But I really didn't expect that when the Tremor fruit is used at full power, it would cause such a terrifying effect. Not only the sea, but the ground and even the sky are shaking. Eustace Kid. Could the Tremor fruit really be the strongest devil fruit in the world? No, I don't believe it. Beast Kaido. There's no such thing as the strongest devil fruit, only whether the user knows how to use it. Blackbeard, the little brat, relies entirely on his fruit's power, which I think is useless. If you have the ability, come and challenge me one-on-one and see if I won't smash you flat. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin. Well. Newgate, you're still too indecisive. If I were you, I wouldn't let those Marines beat me to that extent. I would have used the Tremor fruit long ago to take them all out. If not, how could this little brat Blackbeard be here boasting? Gecko Moria. After Blackbeard obtained the Tremor fruit, he is indeed not to be underestimated. I wonder what will happen next. Will Sengoku and Carp be defeated by him? Moria's doubts were also shared by others. They watched the video closely, eager to know the outcome. Blackbeard was wildly using the powers of the Tremor fruit. Unable to contain his laughter. Haha. This ability is so exhilarating. It's really exciting to use. What a great show, replied the Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon with a smile. The fighting champion Shanks couldn't help but remind Blackbeard, "Captain, calm down a bit. If you keep acting recklessly, we want to have a place to stay." "Damn it, Blackbeard, you bastard." Sengoku glared at the scene unfolding before him, unable to hide his anger. Carp beside him just shook his head, thinking that if Whitebeard saw this, he would surely be very frustrated that his abilities were being used by such a punk. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was immersed in joy, completely ignoring their conversation, still laughing loudly. How about it? Sengoku the Buddha and the hero Carp with your current abilities. You can no longer stop me, can you? Just like Whitebeard, your era has passed. Now, no one can stop me. I will devour everything. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. Haha, what an annoying little brat. Sengoku, Carp, hurry up and take care of him. Captain John. This Blackbeard really doesn't know his place. He looks so full of himself. It's making me want to beat him up. The Navy One. General of the Warring States and Admiral Carp are not opponents that a mere Blackbeard can defeat. Even if he is an unprecedented dual devil fruit user. It doesn't matter. He definitely won't be their match. The Navy's two, General of the Warring States and Vice Admiral Carp. They're the two great legends of the Navy. If these two work together, there will definitely be no problem. Pirate One. If these two join forces, Blackbeard shouldn't be their match, right? But I wonder how his grandson, the Straw Hat Kid, is doing while Carp is fighting desperately. Has he been killed by a Kainu already? One Piece 2. If that's really the case. It would be too tragic for Carp. He fought hard for the Navy, only to have his own comrade kill his grandson. No one would be able to accept something like this. Moreover, he already had one grandson killed before his eyes. Pirates 3. Wait, who is that little brat? Why is the camera focused on a kid who can only cry on such an important battlefield? Pirate 4. No way. If you're so scared that you're crying, then why still participate in this war? Why not just withdraw? Pirates 5. That's right. This is a battlefield of the highest standard. Everyone is fighting to the death. And only this little brat keeps crying. What is he doing? Seriously. Navy 3. Isn't that Kobe? What is he trying to do? Why is he blocking Admiral Akainu? Just as the pirates were mocking Kobe, who could only cry, the scene suddenly shifted, and he stood directly in front of Akainu. This is where it ends. Kobe opened his arms, trying to block Akainu's attack. Tears filled his eyes as he shouted in pain, "Stop the fighting. Please, don't fight anymore. This is a complete waste of life." Kobe's voice caused everyone on the battlefield to pause for a moment, and he continued to speak loudly. "Every soldier here has a family, and their families are waiting for them to come home safely. Our objective has already been achieved. Why continue to relentlessly pursue these cornered pirates? Why prolong this battle that could have ended long ago? Why let those soldiers who could be saved die without help? Increasing the number of casualties? If you think about it, aren't those soldiers who have fallen in battle just being foolish? Pirate 1. What is that crying little brat saying? Is he trying to persuade Akainu to release those pirates? Pirate 2. But from the video, it seems that the Whitebeard pirates were at the end of their rope at that time, making it a great opportunity to wipe them out. Isn't what he said just like that of a traitor? Pirate 3. That's right. Everyone going to the battlefield is prepared for death, aren't they? Now, when he says this, it seems like only he is kind-hearted. Civilian 1. What's going on with that Navy officer? If he lets those pirates go, it will endanger us civilians. Civilian 2. Seriously? How can he speak up for pirates? How can there be such a person in the Navy? Admiral Sakazuki, he must be a traitor. You should get rid of this traitor quickly. Civilian 3. Hey, what are you all talking about? That guy named Kobe is not pleading for the pirates. He is pleading for those fallen and the young Marines who can still be saved. Civilian 4. Exactly. Even though the Navy goes to the battlefield with a determination to die, no one wants to die, right? There have already been countless sacrifices on that battlefield. Yet there are still some who can be saved. Why not choose to treat them? Civilian 5. They fell down fighting desperately against the pirates. If they die because they can't be treated, that would be too ridiculous. Civilian 6. Indeed, they as heroes shouldn't be treated like this. I think what Kobe said makes a lot of sense. In the sky, Kobe's sudden remarks sparked intense discussions, and at this moment, the video had not yet ended. Regarding Kobe's obstruction and sermon, Sakazuki didn't care at all. He snorted coldly. Seriously, who are you? You made me waste several seconds of time again. The Navy doesn't need someone with such incorrect thoughts. You should get lost as soon as possible. Saying this, he raised his magma fist and smashed it directly towards Kobe. Kobe, terrified, couldn't even move. However, in the next second, just as Akainu's fist was about to smash into Kobe's face, a knife suddenly shot out, directly blocking between the two and stopping Akainu's attack. Following the direction of the large knife, a man's figure suddenly appeared on the screen. Young Marine, you did very well. The brave seconds you exchanged with your life have greatly changed the fate of this world, regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad. Pirate 1, oh my, that Kobe can't just die like this. That would be too weak. Pirate 2, wait, who saved Kobe? One Piece 3, that man is. One Piece 4, that's Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. How did he end up on the battlefield? Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fufufu, even red-haired has come. This battlefield is really lively. But now that Whitebeard is dead and the war is about to end, is he here to get a piece of the pie? Charlotte Perospero, strange. Why did Red-Haired suddenly come to the battlefield? Could it be that he wants to absorb the remaining strength of the Whitebeard pirates? In the world of pirates, there's already a double fruit user, Blackbeard, at the top, and now the arrival of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, has made the Navy situation even more difficult. Shanks' appearance has drawn the attention of a large audience, who are increasingly curious about his purpose for coming. They're fixated on the video, eager to see how the situation will unfold. At the moment Shanks blocked Akainu, Luffy had already been carried into the ship's cabin by the bear, Beepo. Just then, Admiral Kizaru suddenly appeared, his fingertips starting to emit laser beams, intending to attack Luffy along with the submarine. Fortunately, sitting on the mast at that moment was Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, who intervened. He aimed his gun directly at Admiral Kizaru. "Kizaru, I advise you not to move." Facing this situation, Kizaru raised his hands. "Oh, it's you, Beckman. Pirate 1. Why did Kizaru just surrender like that? Pirates 2. This doesn't seem to be the first time. Could it be that he's acting again? In the Pirate War 3, after the whole battle, it seems that only Akainu was truly fighting seriously, while the other Navy members, to some extent, were just putting on a show. Pirate 4. Poor Akainu. He clearly had so many chances to kill Straw Hat, but ended up missing those opportunities because of his teammates. That's why having useless teammates can be fatal. Pirates 5. I think you guys are being too absolute. Maybe Kizaru knows he can't win against Ben Beckman, so he chose to surrender directly? Pirates 6. That's right, after all. The other party is the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, and their strength is not inferior to that of an admiral. Pirates 7. But why did the red-haired pirates come here? I really want to know their purpose. Just as everyone is curious about the reason for Red-Haired's arrival on the battlefield, the scene shifts back to Red-Haired. After stopping Akainu, Red-Haired puts away his sword, then turns around to pick up Luffy's hat that had fallen on the ground, and then smiles as he reveals his purpose for coming here. "I am here to end this war." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, I never expected your purpose to be this. It's truly surprising. One Piece 1. I thought Red-Haired came to take advantage of the situation, but it turns out he came to calm the war. What a grand scheme. Pirate 2. If Red-Haired Shanks is here, he should be able to stop this war, right? News King Morgans. By the way, I remember that the video mentioned earlier that the 4 emperors, Red-Haired Shanks and Beast Kaido, had a fierce battle in another sea area, right? Now that Shanks has arrived at Marine headquarters, could it be that Kaido lost? Golden Lion Shiki. Hahaha. If that's the case, then Kaido, you must be so embarrassed. Beast Kaido. Shut up, that's impossible. How could I lose to that guy Shanks? Captain John. Who can't talk big? But from what the video shows, it seems you definitely lost. Hahaha. Sky Island Monk Urki. But the red-haired pirates don't seem to have gone through a fierce battle at all. Could it be that they didn't have a large-scale fight and just had a brief encounter? Fire Tank Pirate Captain Capone Beach. It's very possible. There must have been some agreement between the two sides. That's why Shanks was able to arrive at Marine headquarters in time to stop this war. Fallen Marine Rear Admiral Drake. But what would the red-haired pirates do? Would they use violence to stop this war and then fight the Marines? Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. That shouldn't be the case. If that's true, it wouldn't be stopping the war at all. It would actually be escalating it. Hamian's Kulikamanapu. So what method will the red-haired Shanks use to stop this war? Everyone is curious about how Shanks will prevent the war, and, at this moment, the video is playing this scene. When Shanks says he is here to stop the war, those around him fall silent for a moment. The next moment, Buggy's body suddenly splits into pieces, and he asks in astonishment, "Shanks, why the hell are you here?" Buggy. Shanks also sees him and throws Luffy's hat to Buggy, saying, "Help me take this back to Luffy." What? Buggy, looking proud, refuses. "Why should I agree to do that for you?" Seeing Buggy's reaction, Shanks is not surprised at all and says with a troubled expression, "Is that so? What a pity. I was going to say, I have a treasure map I wanted to give you." "Really? You're not trying to trick me with your sweet words again, are you?" Buggy looks skeptical. Shanks smiles and says, I dug it up myself, but if you don't believe me, I'll just give it to someone else." No, Buggy quickly interrupts. "Fine, give it to me. I'll take it to the Straw Hat Kid." Saying this, he holds Luffy's hat and runs after Shanks. On the other side, after seeing Luffy rescued by Law, Akainu looks angrily at Shanks and says, "You bastard, you actually let Dragon Sun go." The next moment, Kizaru and Akiji jump out from beside him and attack the Heart Pirate submarine, trying to block their path. However, neither of their attacks stops the opponents. Akiji's attack is narrowly avoided by the submarine. Kizaru's attack completely misses, falling directly to the side of the submarine without causing any damage. Meanwhile, Kizaru helplessly remarks, "I didn't expect they could still survive like this. It seems their luck is really good. We can only give up now." On the other side, After realizing that the treasure map was a trick by Shanks, Buggy angrily yells at Shanks, "Damn it, I knew you were tricking me again." It was the same back then. If it weren't for your words, I wouldn't have lost the treasure map or become a devil fruit user. Oh, is that so? Shanks looks puzzled. Buggy shouts angrily again. It's this kind of reaction again. That's why I've been so mad at you for a long time. Now that we've just met, you want me to help you do something. I don't care if you're here to end the war or not. I really want to fight you right now. Impel Down Prisoner 1. Captain Buggy can actually talk to the Yonko Shanks like this. I really didn't follow the wrong person. Impel Down Prisoner 2. That's right. Captain Buggy must be hiding his strength usually. Otherwise, how would he dare to talk to Shanks like that? Plus, before the video started, he even provoked Whitebeard. His strength must not be inferior to the Yonko. Impel Down Prisoner 3. Under Captain Buggy's leadership, we will definitely dominate this sea. Whether it's Whitebeard or Shanks, they're no match for our Captain Buggy. Kaido of the Beasts. Is that so? The guy named Buggy is usually hiding his strength? If that's the case, I'm quite interested in having a battle with him. How about it, Buggy Kid? Are you interested in having a match with me? Ho 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 ho. Pirate 1. To actually provoke one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, for a duel. Could it be that Buggy is really that strong and has just been hiding his true power all along? Pirate 2. No way, based on his previous performance. It was completely unnoticeable. He was just a coward who was afraid of death back then. Pirate 3. But that guy called Buggy has indeed done many things that others dare not do. First, he provoked Whitebeard, and then he completely disregarded red-haired Shanks. A person like that must have some backing, right? Otherwise, could he really be just an idiot? Buggy the Clown. Shut up, you are the idiot. Pirate 4. Oh. The main character has appeared. From your tone, could it be that you are really hiding your strength? Speaking of which, I'm quite curious. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Coola la la la. If that's the case, little Buggy, let's fulfill the agreement in the video. How about I challenge you to a duel? Red-haired Shanks. Haha, Buggy, I didn't expect you to be this strong now. Even 2 of the 4 emperors are willing to duel with you, which makes me want to fight you too. The Buggy pirates, watching Kaido and Whitebeard in the video, had Buggy looking calm on the surface, but he was actually very scared inside. Damn Shanks, it's all because of you that so many people are now targeting me. What should I do? Meanwhile, the prisoners who originally belonged to Impel Down beside him had no idea what he was thinking and were loudly shouting with pride. Truly worthy of Captain Buggy. He is so powerful, staying so calm in the face of a duel with Kaido and Whitebeard. Indeed, as crew members of the future sea-dominating Captain Buggy, we must learn to stay calm to keep up with his pace. I can't believe I can follow such a powerful existence. It's truly moving. Buggy and his crew's thoughts were unknown to others at this moment. They were watching the sky, continuing to see how Red-Haired would stop the war. After Buggy angrily scolded, Red-Haired smiled and comforted him. All right, I understand. Don't be angry anymore. Saying this, he stepped forward towards the center of the battlefield. It should be enough, right? If you keep fighting like this, it will only endlessly increase the losses on both sides. If there are still those among you who haven't had enough fun, then come on, let the red-haired pirates accompany you to the end. Behind him, the 9 members of the red-haired pirates. All the officers stood behind him, waiting for others' reactions. Red-haired then turned his gaze to Blackbeard. So, Teach, what's your response? No, I should call you Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed coldly, the tension between the 2 sides growing sharper. And then he suddenly laughed again. Ha ha ha, forget it. Let us leave it at that. Anyway, I've already gotten what I wanted, and it's a bit too early to fight you now. Boys, let us go. We'll fight the red-haired pirates later. Saying this, he led all his crew members away from the battlefield. Pirate 1. Huh. Blackbeard really just left like that? Pirate 2. It's really unexpected. But can the Navy just let him leave like this? If they don't stop him, it could be a huge disaster in the future. Pirates 3. After all, considering the situation on the battlefield, there shouldn't be any way out, right? This war should be coming to an end soon. Pirate 4. It should be. But I wonder how Shanks managed to persuade the Navy? After this pirate spoke, the others were also very curious about this point. At this moment, the video had already played to the conversation between Shanks and the Navy. After Blackbeard and his crew left, Shanks put away the large sword in his hand. His gaze swept across the crowd as he calmly spoke. Everyone, I hope you can give me a favor here. The funerals for Whitebeard and Ace should be handled by the red-haired pirates. The images of this war have spread across the world, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish their deaths. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Vice Admiral Doberman from the Navy headquarters angrily interrupted. What are you joking about? Only by displaying the heads of these 2 can we claim a complete victory for the Navy. How can we possibly hand them over to you? However, despite his reluctance, Sengoku calmly agreed to Shanks' request. No problem, I will give you this favor. If there are other matters, I will take full responsibility. After saying this, Sengoku turned to the others. Now, the war is officially over, and all the injured should be treated promptly. The war is over. Sky Island Monk Urich. The Marineford War has finally ended. What a massive war it has been. Fire Tank Pirates, Captain Capone Beach. The full-scale war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy has finally come to an end. This war doesn't seem to have gone well for either side. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. But the losses for the Whitebeard Pirates are greater, right? Not only did their Captain Whitebeard die, but also the target they wanted to save, Fire Fist Ace, was killed. With the additional losses, the Whitebeard Pirates can be said to have suffered a complete defeat. Civilian one. It's a pity this was originally the outcome of this war. Now, because of the curtain, the outcome of the Marineford War has completely changed. If it had gone according to the original plan, how great would that have been? These despicable pirates should have all been wiped out. If they're allowed to live, we civilians can only live in fear every day. Pirate 1. I say you common folks always think pirates are bad, but I see the Navy and the world government aren't treating you any better either. Pirates 2. Don't go talking to those confused civilians. What I'm more curious about now is what the next iconic scene will be. It's just that one sentence, and it's really unclear. The scene in Pirate 3 is called Until We Meet Again, Luffy, and it should still be related to the Straw Hat Kid. The audience is somewhat puzzled by the constant broadcast of Luffy-related content on the big screen, and at this moment, the system's voice sounds again. Ding! The Easter egg playback ends, and the official video begins. As the system voice fades, the video on the big screen starts playing again. Bang! 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 Colorful fireworks burst in the sky, presenting a lively scene to the people. There are amusement parks, food streets, and arenas. People are happily enjoying this grand event, their cheers almost breaking through the heavens. After about 10 minutes, hundreds or thousands of pirates arrive at the center of the island on pirate ships. Then, a one-legged host appears to introduce the event. Are all the pirates having fun at the Pirate Expo? I am today's host, the recycler Donamodelat. First, let's welcome everyone's favorite songstress and to perform for you. What is Pirate 1? Pirate Expo. Is it really that lively? Pirates 2. Who on earth organized such a grand event? Pirates 3. Moreover, they even invited the songstress and to perform, whom I really like. Her singing, combined with the phantom fruit ability, makes it feel like you are right there in the moment every time you listen. Pirate 4, that's right, and is definitely the greatest diva in the world. I don't think anyone can compare to her at all. Pirate 5, that may not be the case. By the way, I recently heard another singer's voice in the transponder snail, and her voice is also very beautiful. One Piece 6, are you talking about Yuta? I like her too. And compared to, I think Yuta's voice is more beautiful. Who is Yuta from One Piece 7? I've never heard of her. I think Nami is the strongest songstress, and no one else can compare to her. Pirate 8, that's because you haven't heard Yuta's singing. If you had, you wouldn't think that way. Under the Sky, there was a heated discussion about whose voice was more beautiful among the singers. Below the Sky, some people were very excited by these comments. At the side of the Music Kingdom, Allegia, Gordon, did you see that? They're saying my name. Many people think my voice is beautiful. Do you think I could be a great singer like Anne? A girl with red and white hair looked at the sky and said with longing. The man beside her replied with certainty after hearing her words. Yuta, don't worry. You will definitely become an even greater singer than Anne. If it's you, it will be no problem. Look, there are already many fans of yours, right? You will definitely succeed. I will work hard. I want to bring joy to everyone with my voice and take them all to the new world. The red-haired pirates also saw the comments about Yuta in the sky, and he reminisced about the little girl who was once on the ship. Yuta, could it be you? Rikuru also looked excited. Captain, the Yuta they're talking about. Could it be our little Yuta, the singer of the red-haired pirates? It must be her. Sigh, it's already been 11 years. I wonder how Yuta is doing now. Captain, can't we go see her just once? Jesus suggested, but Beckman shook his head, rejecting the idea. No, we did something so excessive to Yuta back then. What face do we have to meet her now? Sigh. The rest of the pirate crew sighed in disappointment. The Revolutionary Army looked at the sky, and Luffy had a puzzled expression. Huh, Yuta? Is it Yuta? What's wrong, Luffy? Robin asked curiously. Do you know the girl named Yuta that those pirates mentioned? Yeah. Luffy smiled and nodded. Yuta is Shanks' daughter. She really liked singing before, and now she's working hard for her dreams. Huh. Sabo and the others were surprised to hear Luffy's words. They didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks actually had a daughter. They had never heard of such a thing. But speaking of which, why didn't she come over with Shanks on the battlefield? It was probably because the battlefield was too dangerous, and Shanks was worried about her, so he didn't let her come. Yeah, that makes sense. Under the sky, those who cared about Yuta were momentarily excited by the mention of her name. At that moment, however, someone suddenly pointed out a blind spot in the sky. Pirate 1. By the way, doesn't anyone think that this one looks a bit like someone? Pirate 2. I also think that apart from their hair color, and in the wife of Pirate King Roger, Port Gasti, Rouge, are quite identical. In Pirate 3, and I remember during the previous video playback, Luffy seemed to have said that if he had a son, he would name him Ace. And if he had a daughter, he would name her Anne. What do you think? Could it be that Luffy gave birth to twins back then? Pirates 4. No way. This should just be a coincidence, right? Pirate 5. I also think it's too coincidental. Moreover, if Anne is the daughter of Pirate King Roger, the Navy should be able to find that out. Since they haven't uncovered it, it means she definitely isn't. Pirate 6. That's right. And is a songstress that we all like. She definitely cannot be the child of Pirate King Roger. Pirate 7. Enough, stop discussing this. Your words will only bring danger to him. If everyone likes Sin, then don't say such things anymore. If this continues, the world government will definitely adopt the principle of better to mistakenly kill than to let go and arrest in Pirates 8. Yes, everyone stop talking. Let's continue watching the video. Look at that host. He seems to be about to explain the purpose of holding the Pirate Expo again. With this pirate's words, everyone looked over. Sure enough, at that moment in the video, the host began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why, after a 20-year hiatus, the Pirate Expo is being held again on this island? There's a reason for this. It is said that before the Great Pirate Era began, the Pirate King Gold, Roger discovered this island. He buried a large amount of his treasure here and left behind a statement. In the profound darkness, our answers are buried. After the host finished this statement, the pirates on site erupted in cheers. He then continued, ladies and gentlemen, this is a challenge issued by the Pirate King. Let us unravel this mystery and seize the treasure. Once the host finished speaking, the camera shifted to the route where the challengers were located. Pirate 1. Is it really the treasure of the Pirate King Roger? Oh my god, that must be such a huge fortune. Pirates 2. It is said that the Pirate Expo in the real world has not been held yet. If that's the case, that treasure should still be on that island. Pirates 3. That's true. Since that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Is there anyone who wants to join me in treasure hunting? Pirate 4. Me. Add me 1. One Piece Roger. Did I really say that? And did I really bury any treasure? Spack Jabba. I'm not sure if the captain said that. But as far as I remember, I've never been to this island. Yamato. Besides, Captain Roger would never hide his treasures. If you have money, you should enjoy it right away. Pirates 5. What could it be that the host inside is lying? How could they do such a thing? It's really hateful. Pirates 6. Damn it, I was already ready to set sail, but I didn't expect it to be a scam. Really, it made me happy for nothing. Pirates 7. But who was the organizer of this Pirate Expo? How could he come up with such a huge lie and gather so many pirates? Doesn't he fear that the truth will be revealed? Pirates 8. Perhaps it's that summoner who thinks they can handle these situations? Pirate 9. He's way too confident, isn't he? There are quite a few famous pirates appearing at this Pirate Expo. Look at that person. Isn't he one of the supernovas? Kid Pirate Crew Member 1. Captain, look. It's us. We finally made it to the screen. Eustace Kid. Finally, it's my turn. It's always that Straw Hat Kid. Even Law got to appear before me. This time, you can finally see my figure on the screen. Everyone, watch closely and see the style I'll be showcasing. Pirate 10. It's not just Kid. There are other supernovas too, and they all showed up. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Wow, I can't believe I'm here too. Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. Even I'm here? It seems that the treasure of Pirate King Roger is truly enticing. Sky Island Monk Urage. I didn't expect to be here this time. Magician Hawkins. I'm here too, and my fortune-telling results don't seem very good. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Humming Siku La Chi Man A Poo. So many people showed up. Kid, what were you so proud of before? It really cracks me up, haha. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. I didn't expect all the supernovas to come. Wait, there's still some missing. Where are the Straw Hat Kid and Trafalgar Law? Not only Drake has this question, but others are also very curious about the whereabouts of these two. At this moment, the scene shifts to another place. In a dimly lit alley, a seriously injured man is struggling to move forward. The camera focuses on him. He is none other than Trafalgar Law, one of the supernovas people were curious about earlier. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy is leading his pirate crew to chase after Law. However, it's clear that they keep running into unexpected problems, and in the end, Law manages to escape successfully. Seriously, I've deployed 200 pirate guards, and yet we can't even catch a little mouse. Where does that leave me? the warlord of the sea. Moreover, the most important thing is that the old guy hosting the celebration will definitely use this as an excuse to cut my pay. Pirate 1. Huh. One Piece 2. The 7 Warlords of the Sea? How did the clown Buggy become one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? One Piece 3. No way. His previous performance was clearly so weak. How could the Navy choose him as one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? One Piece 4. Is it really, as his crew members said, that he had been hiding his strength all along? And now the Navy has discovered his true potential, which is why he has been appointed as one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Pirates 5. No way. Is that Buggy really that strong? One Piece 6. I don't really want to believe it, but everything that's happening now makes it impossible for me not to believe. However, I just can't accept it. Such a cowardly guy actually became one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Pirates 7. Actually, I am too. Never mind, but let's not discuss Buggy for now. It's making my head spin. Look, it seems like something suddenly changed in the center of the celebration. Everyone looked over, and indeed, there was a sudden, big situation in the central lake of the celebration. While the pirates were enjoying the celebration, suddenly the host's terrified voice came through. Not good. Not good. Something terrible has happened. The crowd looked towards the source of the commotion and saw a gigantic whirlpool appear in the central lake, swallowing up hundreds of pirate ships. Pirate 1. It can't be wrong. It must be that. Pirates 2. Skyward Current. It's the Skyward Current. Pirate 3. I can't believe it's the Sky Current. That's a legendary sight. It's my first time seeing it, and how magnificent it is. Pirates 4. Look. In the soaring sea current, it seems like something is slowly rising. Pirate 5. What is that? Is it an island? Is Pirate 6 wrapping the island in a huge coating? In this way, can the island be propelled into the sky by the power of the ocean currents? Pirate 7. I've never seen anything like this before. Who is behind this grand plan? The audience couldn't help but exclaim at the scene presented in the video, and they became increasingly curious about who the mastermind of this Pirate Expo was. At that moment, the atmosphere in the video was also rising. There's absolutely no mistake. The host cheered, shouting excitedly, "The treasure hidden by Pirate King Roger must be on that island. Everyone, hurry up and find a way to storm that treasure island." He announced the current situation of the battle to the audience. First, we see the Kid Pirates, known for their notorious reputation, charging forward on their battered ship, with Captain Eustace Kidd and his partner, the Killer Warrior Killer, joining the fight. "Killer, Captain, it's us. We will definitely win." Eustace Kidd. That's right, victory will belong to the Kid Pirates. Scratchman-a-poo. Abba. Kid, you're so arrogant. Just so you know, we're right behind you and will soon overtake you. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. Too bad you'll have to slow down. The Drake Pirates have already passed you and are about to overtake Kid. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Our Bonnie Pirates won't back down either. Sky Island Monk Urky and my Breaking Monk Pirates. Fire Tank Pirate Captain Capone Beach. My Fire Tank Pirates are just getting started. Pirate 1. I didn't expect all the supernovas to participate. I wonder who will win in the end. Pirate 2. What a grand scene. It's becoming more and more exciting to anticipate the subsequent developments. Cavendish of the White Horse. Damn it. Why are more and more people competing for my attention? When will I be able to reclaim everyone's focus? One Piece 3. Huh? Isn't that last year's supernova, Cavendish the White Horse? He's participating too. Cavendish the White Horse, what? Is it really me? Is it really me? It really is me. Well then, please enjoy my performance. Is the pirate ship of the Straw Hat Kid next to him? Pirates 5. It doesn't seem like it. It looks different from what appeared before. Pirates 6. Is that Bartolomeo's Bartok Club? What is he actually doing? This ship is so bizarre. Pirate 7. Why does he want to place a Straw Hat Kid at the bow of the ship? Could it be that he is a fanatical supporter of the Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 8. It seems that the previous remarks on the canopy. He really admires the Straw Hat Kid. Bartolomeo. That's my pirate ship. Actually appeared on it too? Could it be that I'm about to meet Captain Luffy soon? It's really moving. Pirate 9. Indeed, it's a passionate fan. But speaking of which, where is that Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 10. Yes. This famous scene is also related to the Straw Hat Kid, right? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Pirate 11. I don't know why, but without the Straw Hat Kid, it feels like the video is missing something. Pirate 12. That's right. I feel that way too. I'm always, quick look, who is that? At the same time, everyone's attention was drawn to the sky. At this moment in the video, the Straw Hat Kid officially made his appearance. The host excitedly shouted, "Look, that's the one who has surpassed all the pirate ships ahead from the very end, becoming the first. That's the man known by everyone on this sea, with a bounty of 5 billion. Monkey D. Luffy, the Pirate 1. The Straw Hat Kid has finally appeared. The main character has made their entrance. Haha. Pirates 2. As expected, such a grand event will definitely attract the supernovas. None of them would miss it. Pirates 3. Wait, don't you all notice something wrong? The Straw Hat Kid's bounty has actually increased to 1.5 billion. What on earth happened? One Piece 4. What's so special about it? Didn't he participate in the Marineford War? It should have been during that time that he improved, right? One Piece 5. But the video shows a future where the SkyCurtain doesn't appear. At that time, Whitebeard and the others had failed. Even if the Straw Hat Kid participated in the Marineford War, it's impossible for the bounty to suddenly increase to such a high amount. One Piece 6, indeed. So what is going on? Did the Straw Hat Kid participate in some significant event before the Pirate Expo? Pirates 7. What kind of major event could cause his bounty to suddenly rise to 1.5 billion? Pirate 8. Indeed, among this batch of supernovas, the most eye-catching one is still the Straw Hat Kid. I bet he will be the final victor this time. Eustace Kid. Hey, I say you've had enough. What's so great about 1.5 billion? I will surpass him sooner or later. I am the one who will become the Pirate King in the future. Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie. That's right, don't speak too soon. The Straw Hat Kid is strong, but I'm not weak either. Who wins in the end is still undecided. Sky Island Monk Urki. I won't give up either. The victor will definitely be me. The Kid Pirates saw Luffy appear and immediately attracted everyone's attention, which made Kid quite angry. That damn Straw Hat Kid, stealing the spotlight as soon as he appears, really annoying. Just wait, I will show you my strength later. That's right, Captain, you will definitely win. Our Kid Pirates will be the ultimate victors, the crew members agreed. Bonnie Pirates Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie looked at her image on the screen, a bit puzzled. Strange, when exactly was that? Why does it feel like I look a bit different from now? I seem a bit more mature. Flame Tank Pirates. Are all the supernovas gathered together? This will be a fierce battle, but the final victor will definitely be me. Captain Capone Beach spoke confidently while looking at the video, and the other crew members nodded in agreement. Hawkins Pirates. Captain, how did the divination turn out? Will we win? Seeing that Captain Hawkins had finished his divination, his crew members excitedly gathered around. However, Hawkins looked at the divination results in his hand and did not answer. Heart Pirates saw Law being chased, and Chopper was very worried. Captain, why is this happening? Everyone else is participating in the Pirate Expo. Why are you being chased? Don't worry, it won't be a problem. That kind of injury can't harm me. Law turned to comfort Chopper, but although he said so, he was not calm inside. Because in the video, there was only his figure, and his crew members seemed to have disappeared. He was a bit worried about their safety, but he did not show it because he was afraid of making others think too much. Drake Pirates. Drake looked at the screen, ignoring the excited others beside him, feeling a bit suspicious. Strange, why would I participate in some Pirate Expo? Is there some other mission? Breaking the Monks Pirates. Sure enough, the Straw Hat crew is everywhere. I thought they wouldn't show up. Really? Boss, another pizza please. Urki shouted with a smile. Broadcast Pirates. Seeing the scene in the video, Scratchman Apu cheered loudly. Abba, abba, abba. Let everyone see the power of our broadcast pirates. Oh, in the sky, Luffy's bounty of 1.5 billion caused a huge shock. And the video continued. After the host introduced Luffy, the camera shifted to the Thousand Sunny. At that moment, the cabin door handle suddenly turned, alerting Zoro and the others. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and the injured Trafalgar Law appeared before them. Trafalgar! Luffy and the others exclaimed, not understanding why Law appeared in such a state. Pirate 1, I see. That Trafalgar Law escaped from Buggy the Clown and hid on the Straw Hat's ship. Pirates 2. But how can the relationship between these two supernovas be so good? Law is already seriously injured, yet he trusts the Straw Hat crew so much that he exposes himself in front of them. In Pirate 3. After all, in the previous battle at Marineford, the Straw Hat Kid was seriously injured, and it was Trafalgar Law who saved him. It was probably around that time that the two sides formed a special relationship. One Piece 4. But later, will Law tell the Straw Hat crew the reason for his injury? Pirate 5. It should be, after all. He's the only one by his side now. If he doesn't rely on the Straw Hat Kid and their strength, he won't be able to escape at all. One Piece 6. Yes, before I heard what Buggy the Clown said, it seemed like Luffy discovered some big secret. I wonder if it has something to do with this Pirate Expo? Pirate 7. Look, Law seems to be awake. From his appearance, it looks like he is going to confess to the Straw Hat crew. The crowd's gaze turned to the screen, and sure enough, Law was about to say something to Luffy and the others. This island is about to become a battlefield. Law said a few words to Luffy and the others, and the only information distilled from it was this. Therefore, to clarify the purpose of this celebration, Luffy and the others decided to split into two groups. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Frankie, and Usopp stayed behind to continue the quest for the Pirate King's treasure. Meanwhile, Robin, Chopper, Sanji, and Brook followed Trafalgar Law, taking the shark submarine to uncover the true purpose of this celebration. After that, Law and his group quietly left, while Luffy and the others continued to steer the Thousand Sunny towards the finish line. "Let us go," Luffy shouted, and the Thousand Sunny was the first to rush past the finish line, closely followed by the Kid Pirates, Drake Pirates, and others. Countless pirate ships soared into the sky and then descended towards the Gilded Island. At this moment, the scene shifted to the cliff at the center of the island. There was an old pirate ship there, piled high with countless gold and silver treasures, sparkling under the sunlight. However, the most eye-catching item was an ordinary small chest sitting atop the treasure. Crocodile Buggy. The Pirate King's treasure must be Captain Roger's treasure. But why have I never heard of it before? No, I must get it no matter what. Moonlight Moria. Didn't Roger say it was a fake before? Why would a treasure appear? Charlotte Katakuri. If what Roger said is true, then these are likely the arrangements of the mastermind behind it all, wanting people to believe that the Pirate King's treasure is real, inciting conflict among everyone. Queen the Plague. But it's also possible that Roger was lying. His purpose was to make people think this so-called treasure is fake, allowing him to hide his treasure completely. Pirate 1. But if the One Piece treasure is real, then that box should contain that legendary treasure. Pirate 2. Really, I find both sides to be reasonable. So is this treasure real or not? Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, what do you think, Roger? Is this treasure real or not? Shouldn't you show yourself and clarify? One Piece is Roger. Sigh, really? That's why I said I can't remember clearly anymore. In Pirate 3, even Pirate King Roger didn't know whether this treasure was real or not. It might really be true. Maybe Roger just forgot about it. Pirate 4. So what exactly is the treasure? It's really making me more and more curious. No, I have to take the opportunity to go to that island before the Pirate Expo is held. No matter whether that treasure is real or not. I want to see it for myself. Pirates 5. But looking at the way that island appeared earlier, even if you go, you won't be able to find it all. Pirates 6. So who is the mastermind behind it all? Please, if you can see this, let that island appear sooner. On the sky, there is intense debate about whether this treasure is real or not. At this moment, the battles among the pirates in the video are about to erupt. The pirates who have already landed on the island are rushing towards the Pirate King's treasure, and the final treasure battle officially begins. The Killer Warrior Killer first engages with Zoro, while Scratchman oppose attack heads towards Luffy. When Luffy is hit by an explosion, Kid takes the opportunity to surpass him, only to be stopped by Drake the next second. Capone Beach activates his Smoothie Fruit ability, summoning his subordinates hidden within his body. However, he is quickly defeated by Jewelry Bonnie, and all his subordinates turn into elderly people or infants. Meanwhile, Hawkins continues to use his fortune-telling abilities as usual. The war among the supernovas intensifies, leaving everyone dazzled. Pirate 1. As expected of the supernovas, everyone is so strong. Pirate 2. I wonder who the final winner will be. Pirate 3. I think it must be the Straw Hat Kid. After all, at that time, he was already offered a bounty of 1.5 billion. One Piece 4. By the way, don't you think something is off? The image of the Straw Hat crew is completely different from what it was at the beginning during the Enies Lobby arc Pirates 5. Indeed. I felt something was off for a while. Looking at them, they seem to have matured quite a bit compared to when they were at Judicial Island. Could it be that the Pirate Expo is still a ways off from now? Pirates 6. It should be, after all. The Straw Hats seem to have significantly improved their strength, as if they have all undergone some training. Pirates 7. I don't know when the Pirate Expo actually started. Now that it's been exposed by the SkyCurtain, I wonder if it will be held again in reality. Pirate 8. I don't think it's going to happen, especially now that the SkyCurtain has been revealed. Whether it's the treasure of One Piece or the motives of the people behind the scenes, everything will be exposed by the SkyCurtain. In that case, even if he holds the Pirate Expo again, who would fall for it? Pirate 9. That's true, forget it. Let's just continue watching the video. Look, it seems like the Straw Hat Kid is about to reach the treasure. Sure enough, everyone's gaze turned to the video where Luffy was about to reach the top. Just as Luffy was about to reach the summit, the rock wall suddenly exploded, and Urki charged out, blocking Luffy's way, leading to an intense battle between the two. Meanwhile, the battles among the supernovas and other pirates were also heating up. At that moment, a loud, arrogant laughter suddenly echoed. I've got it. Pirate 1. Hey, isn't that Buggy the Clown? One Piece 2. It really is him. The supernovas were fighting so fiercely, but in the end, it was actually Buggy the Clown who picked up the scraps. One Piece 3. But that's not right. When the clown Buggy appeared, he had already become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and was there to hunt Trafalgar Law, right? Why would he also participate in the battle for the prize? Pirate 4. After all, that's the treasure of the Pirate King. Who wouldn't want it? Red-haired Shanks. Haha, Buggy. You really are something. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Luffy and the others and successfully obtain Captain Roger's treasure. Dark King Rayleigh. Buggy, I didn't expect you to be so deep and unassuming. Keep it up. You can't let the other guys take the captain's treasure. One Piece Roger. Is that really my treasure? But why do I have no impression of it at all? Pirate 5. Does even Roger himself not know what that is? Then, what kind of treasure is in that small box? Everyone's curious gaze turned towards the sky, where Buggy was about to open the treasure chest in the video. After successfully seizing the treasure chest, Buggy immediately opened it. However, upon seeing what was inside, his expression changed in shock. What is this? Just then, the island suddenly began to shake violently. A dilapidated pirate ship suddenly flew up, destroying all the protective layers on the island. Countless cracks spread across the island, and the danger was far from over. The pirate ship that had crashed into the island was now piled high with countless cannonballs, which suddenly all exploded at once. The entire video was filled with visible explosions of fire that lasted for a long time. Pirate 1. What exactly is that treasure? Why did something go wrong at the most critical moment? Pirates 2. What is going on with that ship? Why does it have so many cannonballs? Pirates 3. Who is responsible for this? This is clearly a premeditated act of blowing up the island. One Piece 4. The entire island has been blown up like that. Do you think the people on the island are still alive? As for the supernovas in One Piece 5, I don't think anything will happen to them. I'm not sure about the others, though. Pirates 6, I'm not really worried about those people. What I want to know the most right now is whether the One Piece treasure will be blown up or not. Pirates 7, I'm really worried about this too. Seriously, why couldn't that clown Buggy just say at the moment he saw the treasure? Now I'm here scratching my head in frustration. Pirate 8, look, the treasure chest is fine. Huh, who was that person holding the treasure chest? Pirate 8, it's the Straw Hat Crew's, the Sniper King with very strong sniping abilities. Pirate 9, is it called Usopp? But his luck is just too good. He can even get his hands on the treasure chest like this. Pirates 10, but is the treasure chest battle really over? Did the Straw Hat Crew win in the end? I always feel like things are far from over. It's not just the pirates who think this way. Others share the same sentiment. After all, the mastermind behind this grand event surely won't let it end like this. And everything discovered in the subsequent videos proves this point. After Usopp got the treasure chest, he, like Buggy, was so excited that he immediately opened it. Then, a look of shock identical to Buggy's appeared on his face. Just as he was still recovering from the shock, a shadow suddenly appeared and snatched the treasure chest right from Usopp's hands. At the same time, on the island in the center of the lake, the supernovas looked on in shock at what they were seeing. As the smoke around them cleared, a grand figure slowly emerged before everyone. The newcomer was dressed in military uniform, adorned with numerous medals, and had the number 09 on his arm. In addition, he was holding a bloodied Usopp in his right hand and the treasure chest he had snatched from Usopp in his left hand. Pirate 1, that's One Piece Roger. So it's you, Barrett. Spack Jabba, Douglas Barrett, it's really you. Dark King Rayleigh. I can't believe it's you, Barrett. I didn't expect you to come out. Colonel Milan. Barrett is not someone to be underestimated. Back when we were on the ship, the only one who could completely suppress him was the captain. Yamato. That's right. Back then, even though he was just a kid, his strength could rival that of first mate Rayleigh. Who exactly is Barrett from Pirate 2? Why are the members of Roger's pirate crew speaking up now? Could it be that he was once a member of Roger's crew? One Piece 3. Don't you know who Douglas Bullet is? This man is a monster. Commodore 1. A monster? One Piece 4. That's right, Douglas Bullet. The place where he was born is a country where war never ceases. But 30 years ago, on a certain day, the war in that country was forced to stop. And the one who accomplished this was Bullet, who was only 14 at the time. Civilian 2. Stopping a war, shouldn't that be called heroic? But why did he become a pirate? And why is he referred to as a monster? Pirate 5. So do you know how he ended the war? He wiped out the entire country and army. Civilian 3. What? He actually did that? No wonder he's called a monster. That's truly terrifying. One Piece 6. And at that time, Barrett was only 14 years old. He had almost no defeats on the sea. The most impressive event was the Rampage incident that happened 21 years ago. Pirates 7. That's right, during that time the Navy launched the Demon-Slaying Order. Later, under the leadership of Carp and Sengoku, the Navy was finally able to subdue him and imprison him in Impel Down. Civilian 4. Is that so? What a terrifying man he must be. But isn't he supposed to be in Impel Down? How'd he get out? Pirate 8. I'm afraid that during the previous prison break of Blackbeard's crew, Barrett took the opportunity to escape as well. Civilian 5, what? Does that mean Barrett has already escaped outside? Aren't we in danger now? Pirate 9, no way. Could it be that Barrett has really escaped? Douglas Barrett, haha, that's right. I have indeed successfully escaped. Pirates, wait for me to hold the real Pirate Expo. Moonlight Moria, humph, by then the truth will surely be revealed. What this so-called treasure really is. Are you sure that when you hold it, there will still be people coming? Pirate 1, why does Barrett say that? The sky has already been exposed, so why does he still think that anyone would want to participate in his Pirate Expo? Pirate 2, could it be that treasure is real, and it really contains the Pirate King Roger's secret treasure? What could it possibly be? Barrett's words sparked everyone's curiosity. At that moment in the video, someone had already confronted Barrett. Usopp. Luffy shouted angrily after seeing Usopp severely injured. He immediately activated Gear Second and charged at Barrett. Unfortunately, Barrett easily dodged Luffy's attack. Then he suddenly threw a punch and knocked down Luffy in Gear Second. Come on, bring it on, Barrett said coldly after taking down Luffy. Capone Beej looked serious, wondering if there were really no openings. Damn, what a joke. How could that be possible? Eustace Kid looked indignant. After Luffy got back up, he shouted again at Barrett. Hey, you guy, if you dare to lay a hand on my partner, you must be prepared for the consequences. The Pirate 1, what is the Straw Hat Kid doing? This is so impulsive. He was easily knocked down with one punch, yet he still goes to provoke the opponent. Pirate 2, that man can match the vice captain of Roger's pirate crew. That mere Straw Hat Kid is definitely no match for him. One Piece 3, however, the Straw Hat Kid in the video has already been offered a bounty of 1.5 billion by the Navy, so he should be quite strong now. Maybe he can really do it? Pirate 4, haha, what are you joking about? If he really could do it, how could he have been knocked away with just one punch? Pirates 5, so, as seen in the previous video, the Straw Hat Kid is really too impulsive. Clearly, he is not a match for the opponent, yet he still recklessly charges in. The result will only be defeat. One Piece 6, but the Straw Hat Kid always acts impulsively for the sake of his companions. If he didn't do that, then he wouldn't be the Straw Hat Kid anymore. Pirate 7, you're right. Looking at this Straw Hat Kid, I always feel like a miracle is about to happen. Pirate 8, miracle? Are you kidding me? Although he successfully rescued Nico Robin earlier at Judicial Island, he completely failed to rescue during the summit. Fire Fist, Ace was killed right in front of him. Pirate 9, but I believe this time will definitely be different. The Straw Hat Kid will surely succeed. In the sky, opinions on Luffy's actions are mixed, and at this moment, war is on the brink in the video. Partners? Douglas Barrett sneered, glancing at Usopp, who lay at his feet. You're not talking about this useless guy who can't even protect a treasure, are you? How boring. As he spoke, he looked at the supernovas present. I've heard of you, the worst generation, right? It's said that you are very strong. Well, if you want treasure, come challenge me together. As soon as his words fell, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted violently from him, sweeping through the surroundings. The pirates present, under this pressure, rolled their eyes and fainted, leaving only a few still standing. It's conqueror's haki, Drake said with a serious expression. It's like a Shura in this world. What incredible power. Ulki and Scully exclaimed in succession. Kid said, just what I wanted, but his expression did not seem relaxed. Even the supernovas felt a bit tense in the face of Barrett. But only one person remained unchanged throughout, and that was the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. In the next moment, a force erupted from Luffy as well. The Red Conqueror's haki appeared on him, clashing with Douglas Barrett's. The two extremely strong conquerors haki battled each other, splitting the world in two and causing a terrifying spiral storm of conquerors haki. The pirate's haki of the Straw Hat Kid has become so strong now, completely different from during the Marineford War. Pirate 2, what exactly did he go through? How could he elevate his strength to such a level, able to compete with Douglas Bullet's conqueror's haki? It's truly incredible. One Piece 3, no wonder the Straw Hat Kid was offered a bounty of 1.5 billion. Everything can indeed be traced back to a reason. One Piece 4, but if that's the case, maybe the Straw Hat Kid can really win? Earlier, he was knocked away by a punch. Perhaps just because he wasn't paying attention. When the audience saw Luffy showcasing his conqueror's haki against Barrett, they all showed expressions of astonishment. And at this moment, the video continued. While fighting against Luffy, Barrett didn't forget to mock the nearby supernovas with a laugh. What's wrong? You guys from the worst generation. Why aren't you making a move? Are you too scared to move? After saying this, Luffy became somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, your opponent is me. Kid also yelled angrily from the side. You punk, don't get too cocky. To the sea, you're just a seasoned rookie who just escaped from prison. What's so impressive about that? Is that so? Barrett laughed again. Well, since you're not coming, I'll have to take action. As he spoke, the ground beneath him suddenly exploded. Then, like lightning, Barrett moved with an unfathomable speed and appeared in front of Luffy. His fists, as big as sandbags, kept smashing towards Luffy, who attempted to counter with an armed hockey punch. Unfortunately, in just a moment, Luffy was knocked away by Barrett again. After knocking Luffy down, before the others could react, Barrett rushed in front of Kid and Killer. He swung his big hand and slammed their heads together. After dealing with the two, next were Drake and Urich, both of whom were also knocked down by a punch. Then it was Hawkins' turn. Even though he had armed himself with straw, before he could launch an attack, Barrett punched him out of his straw dummy. Scapa Black D. Daz Bones began to hit himself, trying to use the method he previously used against Luffy to deal with Barrett. Unfortunately, such an attack seemed to Barrett like merely a tickle, completely not worth worrying about. At this moment, Jewelry Bonnie tried to use a pigeon to attract Barrett's attention for a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the final result was that she was caught by Barrett by her calf and slammed heavily to the ground. Pirate 1. Oh my, Barrett is actually so strong, fighting against the Supernovas alone without losing ground, and even beating them so badly. One Piece 2. No wonder he can match up to Rayleigh, the Dark King. His strength is indeed unfathomable. One Piece 3. But are the Supernovas really going to be defeated like this? It shouldn't be the case. They don't seem that weak. Pirate 4. But in the video, it really looks like they have no ability to fight back. Eustace Kid. Hey, don't underestimate me. Just wait. I won't be easily defeated. Killer. That's right. Our Captain Kid will never give up easily. Moonlight Moria. Well said, but who is it that just bumped heads together, huh? Eustace Kid, you. Pirates 5. Wait, don't rush to mock them. It seems the Supernovas are preparing to counterattack. Everyone looked closely, and sure enough, the defeated Supernovas stood up again and charged at Barrett. Bastard, Kid shouted angrily, gathering all the steel weapons around him to form a giant mechanical hand. Luffy also entered gear third, rearming his fist with haki, and launched an attack on Barrett. He and Kid surrounded Barrett from both sides. However, Barrett remained completely unfazed in the face of their joint assault. With a light swing of his hands, he easily altered the attack trajectories of Luffy and Kid, causing their attacks to collide with each other. Both of them angrily scolded one another. You bastard, don't get in my way. At that moment, Capone Beej suddenly charged out. You two are both in the way. After saying that, he used his Castle Fruit ability again, transforming his body into a massive war fortress. From the fortress, countless cannonballs were fired at Barrett. Unfortunately, such cannonball attacks were hardly a threat to Barrett. With a simple punch, Barrett sent Capone Beej back to his original form. At this time, Hawkins, the user of the straw fruit, attempted to sneak attack Barrett in a strawman form, but was easily knocked down by Barrett. As for the sound user, Scratchman Apu, he moved to a distance and activated his sound fruit ability, trying to launch explosive attacks on Barrett. Meanwhile, Killer, using the cover of the surrounding smoke, swung his Punisher scythe at Barrett. Unfortunately, even under such attacks, Barrett remained unscathed. However, the Supernova's attacks were far from over. Drake activated his Beast-type Dragon Fruit ability, transforming into an ancient species Allosaurus, and wrapped his tail around Barrett. At the same time, Urich activated his ability, rapidly swelling his body and transforming into a muscular figure, delivering a causal punch to Barrett. This time, Barrett was finally knocked away, but the Supernova's attacks didn't stop there. Kid swung his mechanical arm at Barrett again, while Luffy unleashed a hockey-imbued fire gun fist. Under their fierce attacks, Barrett was sent flying nearly 100 meters away. Eustace Kid. Haha, this is the true power of yours truly. That's why I said, those guys from before really underestimated me. One Piece. That's amazing, what an exciting battle. Pirate 2. All the Supernovas unite to fight against that Devil's Heir. Such a battle is probably really hard to witness. One Piece 3. This year's Supernovas truly live up to their reputation as the strongest generation. Everyone feels so powerful. Pirate 4. However powerful they are, I still think they can't compare to that Barrett. You know, he fought against so many Supernovas all by himself. Pirates 5. After all, he is a man who can fight evenly with the Dark King Rayleigh. I always feel like he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Sabo from the Revolutionary Army watched Luffy's performance in the video and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done, Luffy. Luffy scratched the back of his head with his left hand and chuckled, I will definitely defeat that guy named Barrett. The Kid Pirates were excited when they saw Kid use his mechanical arm to knock Barrett away, and everyone in the crew shouted enthusiastically. So cool. Our captain is amazing. Go for it, Captain. Knock that arrogant guy out. Kid had a smile on his face, but when he saw that he was knocking Barrett away alongside Luffy, he felt a bit displeased. Seriously, The result is that I teamed up with the Straw Hat Kid, one annoying guy, the Flame Tank Pirates Negotiator. The strange gunman Vito looked at the power displayed by Capone Beej earlier with excitement. As expected of the Godfather, the big boss is really cool. That's right. It's hard for a man to resist such charm. Indeed, look at the sparkle in the Straw Hat Kid's eyes. Facing everyone's compliments, Capone Beej appeared calm. But internally he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had been getting beaten up in the video and hadn't managed to counterattack successfully. The broadcast pirates, after seeing their performance in the video, were quite proud, with Skillickman Oppo exclaiming, "Ah ba ba ba. As expected of me, the others are just a bunch of brutes. Only someone as smart as me can come out unscathed. Oh, the captain is amazing. You're the strongest supernova." The Hawkins pirates asked, "Captain, how is it?" Looking at Hawkins, who had finished his divination, the crew members were quite curious. Hawkins looked serious as he examined the divination results. "In this battle, our probability of winning is only 5. The Breaker Monk pirates watched the video and remarked, as expected of a legendary person, "His strength is truly formidable." Ulki looked at the video with a serious expression. The Bonnie pirates felt a bit uncomfortable watching themselves getting beaten up in the video. After all, it looked really painful. The Heart pirates watched the battle between the Supernova and Barrett in the video with some regret. It's a pity that the captain wasn't part of such an exciting scene. However, Law himself didn't think that way. He looked at the sky with a calm expression. "I don't feel regret. After all, my goal has never been treasure, but..." The Drake pirates looked at Barrett, who seemed to have been defeated, but Drake did not appear relaxed. The man known as the Devil's Heir, Barrett, would never be easily defeated like this. After seeing their performance in the video, the Supernovas couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. Pirate 1, look, that Barrett hasn't been knocked down. He's standing up again. Pirates 2, what? One Piece 3, what's so surprising about this? That Barrett is, after all, a legendary pirate. How could he be easily defeated? When the crowd saw Barrett stand up again in the video, their attention was once again drawn to the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the swirling smoke. And with the sound of footsteps, Douglas Barrett reappeared before everyone. However, after the previous battle with the Supernovas, his military uniform was already torn, revealing a body covered in scars. "You little brats aren't too bad, but if this is all you've got, then it's far from enough." As he spoke, he tore off the remnants of his shattered clothes. Whether it's training, strategy, or awareness, it's all still inadequate. Now let me show you what true strength is. The power that has been thoroughly honed is a realm you cannot reach yet. Barrett sneered and charged towards the Supernovas. Luffy and the others felt a flash before their eyes and lost sight of Barrett. When Barrett reappeared, he was already in front of Luffy, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Seeing this, Kid was a bit furious. "You bastard, making such a big deal out of this. What the hell is your purpose?" But Barrett calmly replied, "My purpose, of course, is to become the world's strongest. Your expressions are quite nice, but don't die so easily." "What did you say? Damn it, don't get too carried away." Hearing Barrett's words, the Supernovas became even angrier. Then Kid took the lead in launching an attack. He used Magnetic Man, and countless steel weapons around him once again gathered on him, transforming into a steel giant several meters tall. The giant's mechanical arms then closed in on Barrett from both sides. Facing this assault, Barrett neither dodged nor avoided. Instead, he opened his arms and directly braced against the steel arms of the giant. Just as the two were in a stalemate, Killer suddenly appeared, swinging at Barrett's head. However, Barrett timely armed his head with Haki, so Killer's attack did not inflict any damage. At this moment, Scratchman Apu and Drake also began to unleash their strongest attacks on Barrett, successfully leaving marks on him. The next moment, Luffy, who had been sent flying earlier, revived again, and countless fists rained down on Barrett's entire body. With a loud boom, the ground began to shake, and endless smoke filled the area. One Piece. So cool, so cool. Indeed worthy of being the worst generation, it's really impressive. Pirate 2. I thought they just happened to defeat Barrett earlier. But now it seems that the Supernovas are indeed very strong. Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha. They can't even defeat a bunch of kids and still want to become the world's strongest? That's really a big joke. Kaido of the Beasts. Being the world's strongest isn't that easy. This sea is not a place where Douglas Barrett can run wild. Hahaha. Page 1 of the Flying Six. That's right, Kaido is the true world's strongest. If it were him, he would have already defeated all these kids. How could they beat him like this? Charlotte Perispero. The next era belongs to Mama. Douglas Barrett. I advise you to give up. Charlotte Mondor. That's right. Someone who can't even defeat a bunch of kids can never be our Mama's opponent. One Piece 3. So, Barrett's arrogant behavior is actually just him talking tough to the Supernovas. If he has the ability, he should go challenge the 4 emperors one-on-one. Pirate 4. That's right. If you want to become the strongest, the 4 emperors are the ones you must defeat. What's so impressive about only taking on the Straw Hat Kid and these little brats? Barrett. Humph, just wait on this sea. Whether it's these little brats or the 4 emperors, everyone will die under my fists. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Ma, how arrogant. It really makes me uncomfortable to watch. Then I will be waiting for you in Tato Land. I'm also waiting for you. I'm really curious about how you're going to defeat me. Kaido of the Beast Pirates. The enemy I acknowledge is not you, Barrett. Your arrogance is really troublesome. I initially thought you were interesting and wanted to let you live a little longer. But since you want to seek death, I can only choose to fulfill that for you. You owe low. Red-haired Shanks. I also want to see if I can defeat you. Who once fought evenly with Vice Captain Rayleigh. Barrett. Just wait. I will come and take your lives sooner or later. But for now, just watch how the future me deals with these little brats. As soon as Barrett finished speaking, he underwent an astonishing transformation in the video. An incredible aura suddenly burst forth, dispersing the surrounding smoke. A strong dark blue hockey manifested around Barrett, as if he was donning a suit of armor. Pirate 1. What is that? Why does Barrett look like a demon? Dark King Rayleigh. That is Barrett's devil form. Only Captain Roger was able to suppress this form of Barrett in the past. Pirate 2. Is it really like this? Aren't the supernovas in danger? After Barrett transformed into his devil form, Kid, still in his magnetic demon form, reached out to grab him again. Unfortunately, he missed, and in the blink of an eye, Barrett appeared right in front of Kid and threw an extremely ordinary punch. Yet, this seemingly ordinary punch made a huge hole in the body of the magnetic demon. The next punch completely shattered the towering steel giant. After dealing with the two, Barrett charged towards the worried killer and directly knocked him into the ground. In just a little over 10 minutes, all the supernovas were defeated, and Barrett laughed joyfully. Ha. Did you see that? This is the power of the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. At that moment, Luffy, who had already been knocked down, suddenly jumped up again. He raised his fist, once more enveloping it in armament hockey. If you want to become the Pirate King too, then I absolutely won't back down. I am the one who will become the Pirate King. Entering Gear 4th, Snake Man, Pirate 1. I didn't expect Barrett's devil form to be so strong. The supernovas didn't stand a chance at all. Pirate 2. Being locked up and Impel Down for so long and still having such strength, this Barrett is truly formidable. One Piece 3. But could it be that the supernovas are defeated just like that? One Piece 4. Look, the Straw Hat Kid is back on his feet. One Piece 5. What is that? Is it a new form of the Straw Hat Kid? It looks completely different from the previous Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Doflamingo. Foo. It's the latest Gear 4th form. A Snake Man? The Straw Hat Kid is really interesting, always surprising people. But I wonder if you in Gear 4th will be a match for Barrett? Everyone looked at the video, and at that moment, Luffy, who had already transformed, was about to attack Barrett. Rubber, Jet Snake Shot. Luffy took advantage of Barrett's moment of inattention and quickly launched his right arm towards him. However, Barrett remained calm, easily evading Luffy's attack with a slight movement of his foot. What he didn't expect was that Luffy's fist, which seemed to be heading for the ground, suddenly turned and struck him in an incredible manner. Run, Snake! Luffy shouted loudly. At the same time, the fist he had thrown earlier was not retracted, but continued to attack Barrett, sending him flying several dozen meters away. After being hit by Luffy, Barrett was clearly very curious about his attack method. You could do even that? You little brat, you're really interesting, he said, standing up again, realizing that Luffy could perfectly combine the power of the devil fruit with hockey. It looks pretty good, but in this form, you shouldn't be able to maintain it for long, right? In response to Barrett's question, Luffy ruthlessly attacked again. Rubber, Black Mamba. The new form of the Straw Hat Kid in One Piece is surprisingly powerful. It feels like he completely suppressed Barrett. Pirate 2. Are you saying that Douglas Bullet is going to be defeated by the Straw Hat Kid like this? One Piece 3. I think it's too early to say that. Although in the video, Barrett did endure the Straw Hat Kid's fierce attacks, he still shows no signs of going down. Pirate 4. Indeed, although the Snake Man form of the Straw Hat Kid is very powerful, Barrett is not a pirate who can be easily defeated. He was once a strong man on these seas, so how could he be defeated so easily? There are various opinions on whether Luffy can defeat Barrett. At this moment in the video, the battle between the two sides continues. Luffy's new move transforms into countless snake punches, constantly striking towards Barrett. Barrett, enduring the attacks, laughs heartily. Haha, kid, you have some guts. No wonder you're a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. As he speaks, his figure darts forward like lightning, suddenly appearing in front of Luffy. With fists as large as sandbags, he relentlessly pounds Luffy's abdomen. When Luffy is unexpectedly attacked, he chooses to silently endure and retaliates by punching Barrett in the face. Barrett does not dodge. Instead, he increases his offensive, his punching speed suddenly accelerating, with more fists crashing down on Luffy. Luffy also counters with punches, and their struggle lasts nearly 3 minutes before coming to a halt. It is at this moment that Barrett mocks Luffy again. No way. Straw Hat Kid. You were so impressive earlier, but now it seems. Is this the extent of your attacks? Faced with Barrett's arrogance, Luffy's response is very firm. Then let's end this with this move. Gum Gum King Cobra. After Luffy finishes, his strongest attack is revealed to everyone. His rubber fist, highly compressed, extends out like a giant snake. In the end, Luffy's fist resembles a real King Cobra, striking towards Douglas Barrett with terrifying momentum. Barrett still does not dodge. He chooses to meet it with his fist wrapped in deep blue armament hockey. With a loud boom, Barrett's fist hits Luffy's face, while Luffy's King Cobra punch also strikes Barrett. Ultimately, Barrett is knocked back again, and Luffy is also sent back to his original form. Big Eater Jolly Bonnie, what? In the end, it turned out to be a solo show by the Straw Hat Kid. White Horse Cavendish, I knew it. Only the Straw Hat Kid is my biggest rival. The other supernovas are not worth fearing at all. No. Someday, I will definitely defeat the Straw Hat Kid and reclaim all my glory. Clown Buggy. But who won in the end? Barrett or the Straw Hat Kid? Flame Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. Both of them went down. Is it a tie? Heart Pirate Crew Captain Trafalgar Law. No, Barrett was just knocked down. But the captain of the Straw Hats was directly punched back to his original form. If Barrett can stand up again after this, then he will definitely be the final victor. After all, the Straw Hat Captain seems to have no power to fight back now. Douglas Barrett. How is it? Do you people see my strength now? What supernovas, what era of worst? They're not my opponents at all. Eustace Kid. Damn, what do you mean by that? Sky Island Monk Urky. To underestimate us like this is really irritating. Dark King Rayleigh. Barrett, I didn't expect you to still be this strong after all these years. However, Luffy will not be defeated so easily. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. That's right, our captain is really amazing. Just wait, he will definitely defeat you. Douglas Bullet. Haha, you actually believe in that Straw Hat Kid? But he has already shown all his cards, while my true strength hasn't even been revealed yet. Scratchman Apu. Alba. Bullet has already defeated all the supernovas, and he still hasn't used his full power? Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. Is that so? Then how strong must he be when he goes all out? Magician Hawkins. It's truly unbelievable. No wonder my divination told me that we only have a 5 chance of winning. Pirate One. I was wondering, how could such a famous great pirate be defeated by the Straw Hat Kid? It turns out he hasn't used his full power yet. The fierce battle filled the arena with endless smoke and dust. At that moment, sudden footsteps were heard, and a tall figure emerged from the smoke. Straw Hat Kid. You're quite impressive. The figure was none other than Douglas Bullet, who had stood up again, looking at Luffy with a hearty laugh. To be honest, I don't dislike those with strength, but to achieve my ambition and become the strongest, I must kill you and your crew. Upon hearing Bullet's words, Luffy shouted, I don't care what you do to me, but you can't lay a hand on my friends. What a nostalgic statement, still so nauseating, Bullet mocked with a laugh, smashing his right fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack open. In this battlefield, only the strongest can dominate the seas. Strength is everything. As Bullet's words fell, a submarine suddenly burst forth, appearing before them amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Did you see that? This is my ship, and on this ship, there are countless weapons and steel. Next, I'll let you experience what true hell and despair are. Bullet laughed, using the powers of the Paramecia type combined fruit ability, joint armament. Pirate 1. What's going on? Why did Barrett's submarine suddenly change its form? Pirate 2. That seems to be the ability of the Barrett Devil Fruit. If I remember correctly, his Devil Fruit ability is also very powerful. In One Piece 3, how can it be that he is so strong himself, and his Devil Fruit ability is also very powerful? How can such a thing happen? If that's the case, then Barrett would be impossible to defeat. One Piece 4. But what exactly is this change? I've never seen it before. Doflamingo. Fufufu. Is it the awakening of a Devil Fruit? Barrett, you are indeed interesting. Commoner 1. What is the awakening of a Devil Fruit? It sounds quite impressive. Pirate 5. Generally speaking, those with Devil Fruit powers only possess the abilities of their respective fruits. However, very few can reach a higher level known as awakening. An awakened Devil Fruit user can assimilate the world, and now Barrett intends to do just that. Civilian 2. Is that really the case? But the fact that an awakened fruit can assimilate the world is just too terrifying. Pirate 6. Indeed, if the fusion fruit awakens. As long as there are enough fusion materials, then no one can stop it. The Straw Hat Kids are probably in danger. Pirate 7. No way. Could it be that the supernovas are going to meet their end there? Pirate 8. It's very likely. Didn't you hear what the members of Roger's pirate crew said earlier? At his peak, Barrett could only be completely suppressed by the Pirate King Roger. And the Straw Hat Kid and his crew are just not on the same level as the Pirate King. Pirate 9. I actually quite like the Straw Hat Kid. I really don't want to see him just get taken down like that. Pirate 10. Don't worry. That's just a vision of the future. Right now, the Straw Hat Kid is doing just fine. And now that we have the SkyCurtain, that future scene will definitely not happen. Bartolomeo, even the video, Luffy Senpai will definitely win. Pirate 11. You're really a fan of Luffy, aren't you? But it seems that Barrett's conspiracy in reality won't succeed now, right? After all, who would be foolish enough to participate in a pirate expo after seeing the truth behind the scenes? Douglas Barrett, are you sure? Don't you really want to get the Pirate King's treasure? I can guarantee that it's something everyone wants. Haha. News King Morgans. What exactly is the Pirate King's treasure? Why is Douglas Barrett so confident that we will attend the Pirate Expo even after his conspiracy has been exposed? It's really curious, and I'm sure it must be big news. In the sky, because of Barrett's words, everyone is even more curious about what the Pirate King's treasure is. At this moment, in the video, a new form of Barrett appears before everyone. Around Barrett, the entire submarine begins to be covered by dark purple objects. Barrett himself stands at the top of the submarine, watching as the supernovas start to speak. As a person who has eaten the fusion fruit, I can make anything fuse and transform, and I already possess great power. Now, with this strong ability, the strongest version of me appears before you. You should understand, right? Weaklings cannot survive in this sea, just like that long-nosed guy from earlier. I advise you to abandon your useless subordinates soon, Straw Hat Kid. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Luffy immediately retorts loudly. You idiot, what are you talking about? Without friends, there can't be a party. Barrett clearly didn't expect Luffy's reason for rebuttal to be this. He paused for a moment and spoke again. You guys are the hopeless fools, aren't you? Those so-called friends are weak. Even that so-called strongest man, Whitebeard, died to save his subordinates. And the Pirate King, Roger, was the same. Those who have died are all losers. People who keep talking about friends like them have their limits. But I'm different from them. My strength is solely for my own victory. As Barrett says this, he becomes more and more intoxicated, while Luffy remains unfazed and angrily interrupts him. I will never lose to someone like you. Hearing Luffy's rebuttal, Barrett lifts the treasure chest that everyone is fighting over and bursts into laughter. Haha, since you want to prove yourself so badly, then try to take it from my hands. Considering that you're all about to die, I'll tell you the answer. The contents of this chest are the true treasure of the Pirate King Roger. Because what is inside is the one piece that you all dream of. Everyone, Pirate 1, what is he saying? I must have misheard, right? Barrett, what did he say? Pirates 2, no way. How can something as small as that box contain the one piece? How is that possible? Pirate 3, that's the legendary great treasure. How could it possibly be contained in such a small box? Besides, the one piece should clearly be on that final island. Pirate 4, this is impossible. Barrett must be lying. After all, doesn't he want to become the Pirate King too? How could he just hand over the one piece like that? In the video, Barrett revealed the treasure of the Pirate King, shocking everyone. They couldn't imagine that the one piece they had been pursuing for so long would suddenly appear before them. However, some believe Barrett was creating confusion. They thought the legendary great treasure could never be contained in a small box and believed Barrett was definitely lying. But there were also those who believed Barrett's words, eager to rush to that island and find the treasure chest containing the one piece. Regardless of their motives, everyone's eyes were glued to the video, eagerly awaiting Barrett to reveal the secret of the one piece. After Barrett finished speaking, his transformation was finally complete. A giant robot with glowing red eyes appeared before everyone. It was Barrett's medium bullet form. Once Barrett successfully transformed, he raised his mechanical arm and swung it down towards the supernovas in front of him. This is it, you kids. Struggle all you want. However, the supernovas clearly wouldn't be defeated so easily. They quickly jumped up and dodged the attack. But Barrett's assault was not over. After seeing his first strike miss, he quickly recovered and swung his mechanical arm down again. This time, Scratchman Apu, Drake, and Capone Beach were all hit and sent flying. Then Barrett lifted his big foot and kicked towards Eustace Kid and Urich. At that moment, Killer suddenly rushed out to take the hit for his captain. Upon seeing this, Barrett didn't care. He laughed heartily and swung his right fist again. Kids, let me show you the realm that only one person can reach, Barrett said, wrapping his right fist in haki and attacking Eustace Kid, Hawkins, and Luffy. After all, the weak will only lose everything. When faced with a mountain-like giant fist, Kid quickly transformed his arm into a mechanical one to counter it, while Hawkins transformed into a scarecrow demon form. As for Luffy, he also wrapped his fist in haki and used Gear 3rd, Elephant Gun. However, even with all three of them going all out, they ultimately were no match for the giant Barrett. With a loud bang, their attacks collided, causing the island to crack and smoke to rise into the sky. When the smoke cleared, only Barrett remained standing. All the supernovas were on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Pirate 1. So strong, so strong. Is this the power of the devil's offspring? The supernovas can't compete at all. One Piece 2. This battle was really thrilling to watch. But seeing the Straw Hat crew fighting so hard earlier, I thought there would be a twist. In the end, they still lost. Pirate 3. Douglas Barrett's strength should be close to that of the four emperors, right? If that's the case, then it's not surprising that the Straw Hat Kid and the others would lose. Douglas Barrett. The supernovas are just an appetizer. Once I defeat them, it will be time for those few people next. Pirates 4. Those people? No way. Is Barrett really going to challenge the four emperors? Pirate 5. Barrett may seem very strong, but if compared to the four emperors, there should still be a gap in strength, right? Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. Douglas Barrett, you are indeed powerful. However, in this vast sea, relying solely on brute force won't cut it. With just yourself, you will never be my opponent. Beast Kaido, even if we only consider strength, you're not the strongest. Compared to my peak self, you are still far behind Douglas Barrett. Ho. Red-haired Shanks. Barrett, you are celebrating too early. Luffy is not the kind of man who will just fall here. Straw Hat Luffy. That's right, just wait. I will definitely defeat you. Eustace Kid. I won't back down either. I can't let the Straw Hat Kid take all the spotlight. Big Mom's daughter Jewelry Bonnie. Douglas Barrett. I have to admit, you are indeed strong, but I am not weak either. Besides Luffy, Kid, and Bonnie, the other supernovas also expressed their determination not to lose. The audience continued watching the video, eager to see the outcome for Luffy and the others. Barrett looked at the fallen ones on the ground and slowly lifted his foot to step down on the already severely injured Luffy. Luffy. Just then, the video suddenly paused and the system began to ask a question. Ding. Question. Who stopped Barrett and prevented him from continuing to attack Straw Hat Luffy? A. Usopp B. Eustace Kid. C. Trafalgar Law. D. Cuplin Beige. Now the buzz-in begins. One Piece 1. I was so scared. I thought the Straw Hat Kid was going to be killed, but fortunately someone saved him. Pirate 2. But who will be the one to save him? It seems that everyone in the options has already fallen in the video. So who can save the Straw Hat Kid? In Pirate 3. Speaking of which, it seems that a strange thing has entered among the four options. How did the Usopp get into the options? One Piece 4. Just filling in the numbers. But there's no way to choose him. Pirate 5. Pretty good. It eliminated one wrong answer for us. Haha. Ding. The answering session is over. And the candidates for this round are Eustace Kid, Doringer, Tony Chopper, and Ace Buggy. First, please let Eustace Kid answer the question. Eustace Kid. My answer is B. Me myself. Although I don't want to save that Straw Hat brat, I should be the only one here capable of saving him. Ding. Eustace Kid answered incorrectly. Punishment. Wear women's clothing for a year and cannot take it off. After the system announced the punishment, Kid only felt a chill on his body, and all his clothes transformed into a puffy skirt. The members of the Kid Pirates present were all stunned, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Bellamy. Is the punishment really that light? Why was mine so severe? Eustace Kid. Hey, you bastard, take it back. I'd rather you make me suffer 10 times the pain than have this kind of punishment. Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie. Kid in women's clothing is really intriguing. System. Can you show us his photo? Clown Buggy. Haha. I want to see it too. Ding. Next up, Doringer. Please answer the question. As Kid was thrown off by the women's clothing incident, the system spoke again, urging Doringer to answer. Doringer. If it's not Kid, then it should be Capone Beach. After all, he looks pretty strong too. I choose D. Capone Beach. Ding. Doringer answered incorrectly. Punishment. Lose the ability to use high-heeled shoe techniques. Doringer, what? How could this happen? Seriously, I thought I could answer correctly and ended up being punished. Sigh. I wish I could exchange my punishment with that guy, Kid. Eustace Kid. Are you mocking me? Doringer. No way. Doringer said, somewhat angrily, as he genuinely thought this way. Because he was raised as a girl by Jola since childhood. Wearing women's clothing wasn't that shameful for him. To him, just wearing women's clothing for a year was a much better punishment than losing the high-heeled shoe techniques. However, Kid obviously couldn't believe Doringer's thoughts. Therefore, he felt that Doringer was provoking him, and at that moment, it was Chopper's turn to answer. Pirate 1. I can't believe 2 people answered incorrectly in a row. Now there are only 2 options left, a 50 chance. That one called Chopper should be able to get it right, right? Pirate 2. What does the half probability come from? Isn't the answer quite obvious now? Usopp definitely cannot be the correct answer. In Pirate 3. That's right, although Usopp has strong sniping abilities, his combat skills are very weak. In the video, he was already defeated by Barrett. Even if he hadn't been defeated, he wouldn't have been able to stop Barrett anyway. Everyone in the sky doesn't have high hopes for Usopp and believes that he definitely isn't the correct answer. Moreover, they think that although Chopper and Usopp are both crew members of Luffy's pirate ship, Chopper will not act impulsively and will choose the true answer. However, Chopper's answer next surprises everyone. The cotton candy-loving Chopper. I choose A, Usopp. I believe you will definitely save Luffy and won't just stand by and watch Luffy get hurt. Pirate 1. Hey little reindeer, what are you doing? This is not the time to act on impulse. There's no way Usopp could be the right answer. Pirate 2. It seems that Ace Bug is about to take advantage of the situation. Poor little Chopper is going to be punished. Many pirates who like Chopper can't bear to see him being punished. Just then, ding. Congratulations, Tony Chopper answered correctly. Reward. Divine Hand of Imperial Artifact Perfectionist. Buggy the Clown, what? It really is that long-nosed guy. Are you kidding me? Play question. I never expected that the one who saved the Straw Hat Kid in the end would be that useless guy. It's really unbelievable. Perona. How could it be that guy? This is impossible. On the screen, many people cannot accept that the correct answer is Usopp. At this moment, Chopper, who is in the Bird Kingdom of the South Sea, is already checking his system reward. The Divine Hand of Imperial Artifact Perfectionist is a military doctor-style Imperial artifact, appearing in the form of gloves. It can make finger movements precise hundreds of times, can be used to create various fine weapons, and can also be used to heal the human body. For Chopper, who is based on a reindeer, such a pair of gloves will allow him to better create rumble balls and treat Luffy and the others. Therefore, Chopper's attention is no longer on the video, but rather joyfully fiddling with the Imperial artifact, looking very excited. Of course, after the system's questioning ends and the video resume is playing, Chopper will still look at the screen. After all, he is worried about Luffy's safety in the video and wants to ensure he is okay, so he can feel at ease. At this moment, the audience cannot believe that Usopp saved Luffy. Therefore, when they realize the video is playing again, they focus their attention on it, eyes wide open, afraid of missing any important scenes. Just as Barrett's foot is about to land on Luffy, a faint crackling sound suddenly comes from somewhere. He stops his movement and curiously turns around. At that moment, a look of surprise appears on Barrett's face, because he sees Usopp, who he had knocked down at the beginning, actually standing up. You stop it. You're not allowed to attack my captain. Now, your opponent is me, Usopp says, using his slingshot to continuously shoot seeds at Barrett. My captain has already risked his life for me. How can I continue to lie down comfortably? Usopp shouts loudly, even though his attacks have no effect on the giant Barrett. But he doesn't give up, launching seeds again and again. In the final moment, a seed finally embeds itself into Barrett's finger. Upon impact, the seed begins to grow, turning into a vine that forcefully snaps one of Barrett's fingers. Buggy the Clown. I didn't expect that the long-nosed guy really stopped Barrett. Just now, I thought the screen was mistaken. Moonlight Moria. So what if he stopped him? That useless guy is of absolutely no use at all. He can only attack with a slingshot. Does he really think he can beat Barrett like this? It's just too ridiculous. Pirate 1. That's right. Even the supernovas are no match for Barrett. What can a mere Usopp do? Bartolomeo. I believe in Usopp Senpai. He will definitely succeed. Pirates 2. You, as a fanboy, should not be overly confident. How could he possibly defeat Barrett? If Usopp could do that, then I. In One Piece 3. Don't say it. Usopp managed to land an attack that directly broke one of the robot's fingers. Truly unexpected. One Piece 4. What's so great about it? He can only achieve this level. In the video, Barrett is planning to bombard him directly and under such an attack. Usopp is hardly a concern. One Piece 5. Sigh, it's over. Usopp has also been taken down. Is it going to be the Straw Hat Kid's turn next? Pirates 6. It seems there isn't. Look quickly. Barrett has opened that treasure chest. So what's inside? Charlotte Katakuri. It's actually, haha, in this sea. Only one person can obtain all of this. He is the strongest king of this sea. Barrett laughed heartily, and with his words, what was hidden in the treasure chest gradually revealed itself to everyone. And that was a pointer. It was an eternal pointer that recorded an island. And the name of that island is Raftel. This is a permanent pointer that leads to the final island, Raftel. Everyone, is Raftel the final island? Really, Raftel is a location of Pirate 2, One Piece, the treasure of One Piece. Actually referring to this? One Piece 3. No wonder that even though his conspiracy has already been exposed by the SkyCurtain, Bullet still looks so confident. It turns out he possesses a powerful weapon. Pirate 4. I've never heard of such a thing. I thought I could only rely on the historical text of the road signs to find the location of the final island. Pirate 5. If we can get this permanent pointer pointing to Laughtail, then we can undoubtedly become the next Pirate King. Gold Lion Shiki. Haha, Roger. I didn't expect you to have something like this hidden away. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well. I really didn't expect such a thing as a permanent pointer to exist. If some idiot gets to it first. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. No. That won't happen. Now that I know about this, I'll take the permanent pointer for myself. Big Mom Charlotte Lin. Well, how arrogant. But if you want to take the permanent pointer, you have to ask me first. Charlotte Mondor. Mom is right. This permanent pointer leading to the final island definitely belongs to our Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Smoothie. That's right. Only Mom has the qualifications to obtain that legendary great treasure. She is the one who can become the Pirate King. Flying 6 page 1. What nonsense are you talking about? Our beast pirates don't agree. Only Kaido-sama will become the ultimate victor. Flying 6 Ultai. Kaido-sama is the strongest. He will be the next Pirate King. Akainu Sakazuki. Damn, Roger. How could he create something that will make this sea even more chaotic? It's infuriating. Yamato. Our Captain Roger would never do such a thing. Red-haired Shanks. That's right. Captain Roger would never do something so boring. Moonlight Moria. If it wasn't made by the Roger Pirates, does that mean that permanent pointer is fake? Is Bullet lying? Captain John. Looking at the other party, they seem very confident. This permanent pointer doesn't look fake. Play Queen, what's going on? Who is lying? Dark King Rayleigh. No one is lying. Although we didn't make it, there was indeed someone who secretly created a permanent pointer when we left Laughtail. Spark Jabba. But wasn't that pointer discovered by Captain Roger and thrown into the sea? One Piece Roger. Have I really been found? What a blunder. I should have destroyed it back then. Otherwise, this bloody storm wouldn't have been triggered. Douglas Barrett. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. The pointer to the final island is in my hands now. Those who want it can come find me. Later, I will hold another Pirate Expo in reality. I wonder if you will dare to participate. Fire Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. I didn't expect that eternal pointer to be real. And it's in Barrett's hands? Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. But how did he get it? Wasn't it said to have been thrown into the sea? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufu. You speak well, but you've overlooked one thing, Douglas Barrett. Sky Island Monk Urki. Overlooked? Is Barrett lying? But the eternal pointer is real, right? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufu. Over 20 years ago, you were imprisoned in Impel Down. How could you possibly obtain the eternal pointer of Laughtail? Barrett? Fallen Navy Major Drake. So, the true host of this celebration is not Douglas Barrett. This proves he must have a collaborator, and the eternal pointer of Laughtail must be in that collaborator's hands. Not Barrett's. Eustace Kid. So whose hands is the eternal pointer to the final island in? Looking at Barrett's arrogant demeanor, have they already met? But the video shows that the Pirate Expo won't be held for a long time. Haimin Su-chan. Probably because of the appearance of the Celestial Dome, their meeting time has been advanced, right? Magician Hawkins. If that's the case, then the Pirate Expo's debut in reality might be earlier than in the video, right? Clown Buggy. I don't care about that. What I want to know right now is, whose hands is the eternal pointer in? Buggy's question is what everyone wants to know now. And at this moment, the scene in the video shifts to another place. Haha. You guys didn't expect this, did you? The treasure that everyone wants to know about is the signpost leading to Raftel, the location of One Piece. I have found a shortcut deeply buried in the sea by Roger that can lead to the Pirate King, and I will definitely use it to change this era. A man with black, explosive hair appears before everyone, and he is Buena Festa. The so-called celebration must be passionate. We are the strongest madmen challenging the world. Unfortunately, before the great age of pirates began, my craziest celebration was thwarted by Roger. As the master of celebrations, I completely lost to him. But now, if I team up with you, then we can definitely do it. We will completely surpass that guy Roger and destroy this boring era. I will announce to the world that Roger's era is about to end, and the great pirate era that will drive the whole world mad is about to conclude. Next to appear will be the frenzied war created by me, Buena Festa, which will sweep across the entire world. And you guys, if you want to get this treasure, then come and take it. If you have the ability, show me. But remember, everything in this world is already in our hands. Paita Buena Festa. Did he just call himself Buena Festa? Pirate 2. So, that means the eternal pointer is now in his hands. One Piece 3. But he found the eternal pointer. So why not go directly to find the great treasure? Why did he have to take it out? Pirate 4. His purpose seems to be different from ours. From what I heard him say, it seems like he just wants to instigate a war between the Navy and the pirates. Pirate 5. His goal is actually like this. Is this guy not crazy? Pirate 6. Regardless of whether he's crazy or not, I just want to know one thing right now. Where is this person? Has he already partnered with Barrett? Due to the appearance of Buena Festa in the video, everyone is now questioning Douglas Barrett's claim that the eternal pointer is in his hands. Meanwhile, some pirates are starting to take a different approach, planning to replace Barrett and become collaborators with Buena Festa. Pirate 1. That's right, maybe Barrett is just talking big. And since the real-life Pirate Expo hasn't been held yet, Buena Festa, why don't you find another partner? What do you think of me? I believe I won't lose to Barrett. Pirate 2. I could do it too. As long as you give me the eternal pointer. Whatever you want to do, I will help you accomplish it. Pirate 3. Me. I can do it too. Buena Festa. Choose me. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. With you bunch of trash, do you really think you can obtain the eternal pointer? That's just too funny. Isn't it, Buena Festa? You see, the heavens have exposed you now, and soon there will be no place for you in these seas. Why not come a Hive Island? I can protect you. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Huh? Wang Ji, you're getting old. What can you still do? Buena Festa. I'm quite interested in your ambition to create a war frenzy that sweeps the entire world. Why not come to me and become my subordinate? With my help, you'll definitely achieve it. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, Buena Festa, I'm also very interested in you. How about it? Want to become my son-in-law? I can marry you off to my favorite daughter. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Hahaha. Linlin, that sounds familiar. Didn't you say something similar before? But you can't win people over just with that. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Anyway, Buena Festa. I must have you. Charlotte Perispero. Lick, Mom. You will definitely succeed. If Buena Festa doesn't want to come, with our Big Mom Pirate's intelligence capabilities, we can catch him no matter where he hides. Lick, Charlotte Daifuku. Exactly. So Buena Festa, if you know what's good for you. Hurry up and hand over the eternal pointer, Mom. Drought Jack. You guys, do you not take our 100 Beast Pirates seriously? Play Queen. That's right. Our 100 Beast Pirates are the strongest. Buena Festa, rather than teaming up with Douglas Bullet or the Big Mom Pirates, I suggest you choose our 100 Beast Pirates. Only we can make you the greatest festival master. Fire Disaster Ash. Hey, Buena Festa, speak up. What is your choice? If it doesn't satisfy us, I want let you off easily. In the sky, some pirates began to woo Buena Festa. However, big pirates like Kaido started to threaten him. Facing this, Buena Festa initially did not speak. It was only at the end that he began to express his thoughts in the sky. Festival Master Buena Festa. Huh. I never expected that such a fervent celebration would actually be planned by me. It's really exciting. You bastards coveting One Piece must all want to find me now, right? Well then, give it a try. As long as you can find me, I can give you whatever you want. Unfortunately, you absolutely won't guess where I am right now. I'm at the final island. Laugh Tail, you scum. No one can find me. Everyone. Clown Buggy, what is he saying? Did I hear that wrong? How could he possibly find Laugh Tail? Has he already found the eternal pointer? Pirate 1, impossible. He must be lying. How could Laugh Tail be found so easily? Pirate 2, but isn't the eternal pointer that leads to that final island right in his hands? With that eternal pointer, we can definitely find Laugh Tail. So, does that mean that One Piece will also be obtained by him? Pirate 4, it's impossible. Although he did obtain the eternal pointer in the video, it didn't say that someone else got the One Piece, right? He can't reach Laugh Tail and not take the One Piece, can he? Pirate 5, hey, Buena Festa, since you said you have reached the final island, you must have seen the One Piece, right? In that case, can you tell us what exactly the One Piece is? Pirate 6, that's right. Pirate King Roger is also here. If what you say about the One Piece is validated by him, then we can believe you. Pirate 7, come on. Why aren't you speaking? I can see you're just lying, trying to bluff us into thinking you can't be found. So we'll give up on capturing you. You're too naive. I've seen through your intentions at a glance. Charlotte Mondor, you're a clever guy, but give it up. The eternal pointer to Laugh Tail can't be protected by you alone. You should choose to cooperate with us, the Big Mom Pirates. Only Mama can keep you safe. Flying 6, page 1. Kaido is the strongest. Buena Festa. The only way to save your life is to choose Kaido. I advise you to think carefully about who your best choice really is. In the sky, everyone doubted what Buena Festa said. He was already in possession of the information about the final island. Therefore, they launched another round of persuasion and threats. At that moment, on a drifting island, a disheveled Buena Festa stopped paying attention to the speeches above and instead coldly surveyed his surroundings. Go ahead and threaten me, you bastards. Right now, I don't even know where I am. This place is harder to find than Laughtail. Feel free to come look for me. If you manage to find me, I might even thank you. But where is the eternal pointer that Roger dropped? If I successfully obtain the eternal pointer to Laughtail in the future, then this thing must be inside the Sea King that swallowed me. No, I have to take this opportunity to look for it. I will definitely find that eternal pointer. After saying this, Buena Festa began to search for the whereabouts of the eternal pointer in the dim environment. Meanwhile, as Buena Festa was busy looking for the eternal pointer, the others in the sky, seeing that he had stopped speaking, began to attack another person. Pirate 1, speaking of Barrett, you really were lying. You swore up and down before, saying that the eternal pointer was in your hands, and claimed that you would hold a pirate exposition in reality. It turns out it was all just a smokescreen. Pirate 2, seriously, when the video first started playing, I actually believed him. I really thought he had some big secret, but it turned out he was just echoing what was said in the sky. I can't believe I fell for that. Pirates 3, actually, me too. Who would have thought that what he said was so sincere, yet it turned out to be a lie? The true mastermind behind the Pirate Expo is currently not even meeting with him. Pirate 4, but where exactly is Buena Festa now? Do you think he might not be lying and is really in Laughtail? Dark King Rayleigh, impossible. With just himself? Even if he has the eternal pointer to Laughtail, he could never succeed in getting there. Without the world's best navigator and helmsman, he would never be able to reach that island. Pirates 5. Wow. A member of the Roger Pirates has come forward to speak. So it seems that the celebrant was also lying. However, if that's the case, the whereabouts of Buena Festa have become a mystery again. From his earlier words, he seemed very confident that no one could find him. Why is that? One Piece 6. By the way, I just remembered. Buena Festa was also one of the great pirates of the Roger era. At that time, he was a celebrant and an information broker, and he caused multiple wars. Pirate 7. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember. I believe it was on a day over 20 years ago when the celebration he planned was interrupted by the Roger Pirates. At the same time, he was fleeing to the sea and was suddenly swallowed by a giant sea king. At that time, everyone said he was dead, but unexpectedly, he is still alive and even found the eternal pointer to the final island. Pirate 8. It's so incredible, his luck is just too good. So how did he get to know Barrett? Pirate 9. Who knows? Right now, I want to know more about whether the Straw Hat crew can survive in the video. Pirate 10. Look, the video camera has shifted, and now it's focused on Trafalgar Law. Just as everyone was eager to see Luffy's outcome, the video suddenly switched to another scene where Law's team was. Law, along with Sanji and others, arrived underwater in a submarine, but unexpectedly, they encountered Marine Vice Admiral Smoker. Subsequently, Sanji, Chopper, and Brook decided to stay behind to hold off the enemy, while Law took Robin to escape first. However, just as the two of them had barely run a few steps, another figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Before they could see the true identity of the figure, the scene shifted again to Nami and the others. At this moment, she, along with Zoro and Frankie, chose to hide the pirate ship due to the Marine's sudden attack. Along with them were Luffy's little fan Bartolomeo and Cavendish on a white horse. Just as they were trying to find a way to break out, a figure suddenly jumped from the warship and landed on the island first. At the same time, Zoro confronted the incoming person with his 3 swords entwined with armament hockey. At that moment, Bartolomeo suddenly shouted in shock, "Wow, it's Fujitora!" Who is Fujitora from One Piece? And why is that Straw Hat Crew's little fan so scared? Pirate 2. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he is dressed in the attire of a Navy Admiral. Could he be the new Navy Admiral? Then whose position did he take? Pirate 3. It shouldn't be possible. Aren't the 3 admirals all very strong? How could they be replaced? In Pirate 4, it is said that the Navy has experienced great turmoil due to their defeat in the Marineford War, and many have retired. Pirate 5. Is it really like this? It seems that some of the 3 admirals have left the Navy, otherwise there wouldn't be a new admiral appearing. I just wonder how Fujitora's strength compares to the previous 3 admirals. At this moment, not only this pirate wants to know, but many others are watching the Sky video, hoping to gauge Fujitora's power. After landing on the island, Fujitora was the first to engage with Zoro. At this time, the main forces of the Navy also began to appear one after another. First was Bartolomeo, wearing a red belly band, followed by a row of pacifists. Under Bartolomeo's leadership, the pacifists began to attack the pirates on the island. Meanwhile, the battle between Zoro and Fujitora intensified. Fujitora unleashed his ultimate move, Gravity Blade Tiger. swinging towards Zoro and sending him flying several meters away. But that was not all. His powerful slash also destroyed the nearby cliff, causing countless small stones to fall onto Zoro. However, Zoro would not be defeated so easily. He also unleashed his ultimate move, 1080 Problems Wind, shattering all the stones aimed at him. Then, using that momentum, he charged at Fujitora again. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Zoro shouted this move, and it was as if a giant tiger formed under his blade, pouncing fiercely towards Fujitora. Pirate 1. Oh my god. Is this the true strength of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? He didn't seem this strong during the Enies lobby incident. What happened to the Straw Hat Pirates in One Piece 2? Why does it feel like many people's strength has significantly increased? How did they achieve this? One Piece 3. Although it is still unclear what the true strength of Admiral Fujitora is, the fact that he can serve as an admiral in the Navy indicates that his power should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Roronoa Zoro was able to fight to a standstill with an admiral in the video, which shows that his strength is also quite formidable. Pirates 4. I didn't expect that not only is the Straw Hat Kid strong, but his crew is just as impressive. Pirates 6. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful slash. Clearly, there were no moves made, yet it was able to cut the nearby ship in half. Could this be the legendary no-move triumphs over moves? Pirates 6. Are you kidding? Are you blind? The one who cut that ship is clearly someone else. Pirates 7. Wait a minute. The person who cut that ship, that person is. The appearance of Hawkeye shocked the audience. And at that moment in the video, Zoro was equally astonished by his arrival. Zoro turned his head sharply upon sensing a familiar attack. At this moment, a small boat was slowly approaching them, glowing with an eerie green light. Hawkeye Mihawk was sitting on that boat. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Accompanied by this laughter, several white ghosts suddenly passed through the bodies of Warorochi and the others. Perona made her entrance. Those attacked by Perona, including Warorochi and others, all collapsed on the ground in a negative state. Pirate 1. It's really Mihawk the Hawkeye. I didn't expect him to participate in this Pirate Expo. Pirate 2. Who is that cute girl? Her fruit ability seems really interesting. Pirate 3. That is the ghost fruit, which can make a person negative. It can be said to be an unbeatable ability. One Piece 4. Such abilities are indeed terrifying. If I were to face her, I would probably lose even before the battle starts. Pirate 5. But she came with Mihawk. Could it be that she is Mihawk's subordinate? But I remember Mihawk has always preferred to work alone. How could he suddenly take a beautiful woman as a subordinate? Moonlight Moria. Perona is my subordinate, not Mihawk's. But Perona, why are you still with Mihawk? Why didn't you come to find me? Perona. Master Moria, I don't want to either, but I can't leave here at all. And I have no idea what to do. One Piece 6. Speaking of which, we have already gathered 3 Warlords of the Sea, right? Buggy the Clown, Bartholomew Kuma, and Dracula Mihawk. So what do you think? Will she come? Pirate 7. Are you talking about her? To be honest, I'm looking forward to it too. I really want to see her beautiful face again. Pirate 8. Ah, look quickly, there's a ship, and the people on the ship have all been turned to stone. Pirates 9. What really? One Piece 10. There's no mistake. The person with that kind of ability can only be her. Pirate 11. That's right, it's her. The world's #1 beauty, Empress Boa Hancock. Under the sky, many old perverts, upon discovering traces of the Empress's exclusive abilities being used, wore expressions of madness. At this moment, the Empress they had been anticipating finally appeared in the video. Who is it that dares to stop my ship on my path? The Empress's proud voice echoed, and as her words fell, an enormous pirate ship appeared before everyone. On the mast of the pirate ship, a flag with a 9-snake skull was flying, belonging to the Empress's pirate crew, the Kuja Pirates. Then, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the deck, the world's #1 beauty, the stunning Empress Boa Hancock, appeared on the screen. No matter what I do, the world will forgive me, because I am simply too beautiful. Ah! Wuwuwu. Impressama, impressama, impressama. Pirate 1. Finally making an appearance again, my Empress, without you. I can say that each day feels like a year. Pirates 2. Even though it has appeared several times before, every time I see it, I am still amazed. One Piece 3. Truly the world's #1 beauty. Such beauty is indeed rare in this world. One Piece 4. It feels like under such beauty. Even if she doesn't use her powers, I feel like I might be petrified. The Empress's reappearance once again drove many people around the world crazy. Almost anyone would be captivated by her stunning appearance. Just as most people were immersed in the Empress's beauty, the system suddenly posed another question. Ding. Question. What is the reason for the Pirate Empress's participation in the celebration? This is a QA question, so those who get the chance to answer later should share their thoughts. Now the buzz-in begins. After the system's question, many people started frantically clicking on the options in front of them, hoping to get a chance to answer. Because most people think the reason for the Empress's participation in the Pirate Expo is simple. It must be for the legendary Pirate King's treasure. Therefore, it didn't hesitate, believing their answer was definitely correct, and they were particularly active during the... Then, the system began announcing the list of those who successfully buzzed in. Ding! That has ended, and the candidates for answering this time are Marshall D., Teach, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Trafalgar Law, and Charlotte Perospero. Cavendish the White Horse. Damn it, I didn't get it again. Such a great opportunity, and it went to someone else. Big Mom's Queen Charlotte Smoothie. Don't worry, maybe they will answer incorrectly. Charlotte Perospero. A question as simple as this. There's no way to get it wrong. It's really a pity that I only buzzed in fourth. It seems the rewards are out of my reach. Blackbelt de Marshall D. Teach. Haha. As expected, I'm the chosen one. My answer is that she came to participate in the celebration for the Pirate King's secret treasure. Ding. Marshall D. Teach answered incorrectly. Punishment. For the next year, no matter who he looks at, he will see them in a swimsuit. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. I can't believe there's such a punishment. Blackbeard Kid, you're in for a treat this year, getting to see Linlin in a swimsuit. Ha 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 ha. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. To think I'm being treated as a punishment? Really, this is clearly a reward. You little brat are quite lucky. Pirate 1. Strange. Isn't the Pirate Empress here for the Eternal Pointer? Pirate 2. I just remembered, we overlooked something. It's about the treasure of One Piece, but it was only announced after the festival. The Pirate Empress didn't know about this matter at all before. So how could she come for it? Pirate 3. Indeed, what is her purpose for coming here? Everyone was confused and, at that moment, the system began to urge the next questioner to start answering. Ding, please the next one, Don Quixote da Flamingo, answer the question. Da Flamingo, fufufu. My answer is that she was summoned by the Navy. She came here as a Shichibukai to complete a mission for the Navy. Ding, Da Flamingo answered incorrectly. Punishment. For the next year, he will be forced to recall the events he least wants to remember in his dreams. Pirate 1. Did you get it wrong again? A woman's mind is really hard to decipher. One Piece 2. However, Doflamingo's punishment seems too light. It feels like it's on a different level compared to the previous ones. Pirates 3. That is not necessarily true. Pirate 4. Let's set aside the question of punishment for now. I just want to know if anyone can answer this question. Ding. Next up, Trafalgar Law. Please answer the question. After Doflamingo answered incorrectly, the opportunity to answer has now come to Law. Law thought carefully for a moment and finally spoke his answer under the canopy. Captain of the Heart Pirates. Trafalgar Law. I think she must have participated in this celebration for the sake of the Straw Hat Captain. Pirate 1. What are you talking about? That's the Pirate Empress. Someone as aloof as her wouldn't come to attend a celebration just for a mere Straw Hat Kid. Pirates 2. That's right. Lady Empress would never do such a thing. One Piece 3. But in the previous video, it seems that Lady Empress has an extraordinary relationship with the Straw Hat Kid. Maybe she really came for the Straw Hat Kid? Pirate 4. No, I don't believe it. This is impossible. Trafalgar Law's answer must be wrong. Ding. Congratulations to Trafalgar Law for answering correctly. Reward. Resurrection Fragment. 1/5. Just when everyone thought Law's answer was wrong, the system suddenly announced that he was correct. At that moment, those who were previously confused by the Pirate Empress were no longer shaken by Law's answer. Because now, they were all shocked by the reward the system gave to Law. Pirate 1. No way, I must be seeing things. What is that Trafalgar Law's bounty? One Piece Roger. So it's a resurrection fragment. I didn't expect such a reward to actually exist. Gold Lion Shiki. Haha, can it really bring back the dead? The capabilities of this system are truly beyond my imagination. Buggy the Clown. But how do we use this resurrection fragment? It doesn't seem to indicate who the resurrected person is. Moonlight Moria. Could it be that the resurrected person can be specified? Just as Moria proposed this idea, the system's voice confirmed it. Ding, please confirm the resurrection target. Trafalgar Law. Note, this resurrection target is irreversible. Once selected, there will be no chance to change it. Please choose carefully. Marco the Phoenix. Can it really be chosen? Trafalgar Law, are you willing to give up this opportunity? If you agree, our Whitebeard Pirates will do our best to help you whenever you need it. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, I'm also very interested in this reward. Why not give it to me? I will definitely reward you. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Haha, Linlin. As my son said, I also need this opportunity and really don't want to give it to you. Charlotte Katakuri. Trafalgar Law, you should know who the right choice is. Only Mom can give you everything you want. Captain of the Heart Pirates Trafalgar Law. Sorry. No matter who it is, I won't give up this opportunity. Because I also have someone I want to resurrect. My choice is to resurrect Corazon. Ding! The system has confirmed Trafalgar Law's reward is 1/5 of Corazon's resurrection fragment. Please check. After the system announcement, Law felt a flash of light in front of him. Then the light suddenly enlarged and transformed into a photo of Corazon. The photo then broke into 5 parts, one of which slowly floated in front of Law. After Law received it, the other 4 fragments disappeared. Holding the remaining fragment, Law placed it carefully in the spot closest to his heart. At the same time, he silently decided that he must gather all 4 remaining fragments and successfully resurrect Corazon. At that moment, many felt disappointed as they watched the screen after Law made his choice. These people originally planned to trade with Law for his resurrection opportunity, but they didn't expect Law himself didn't want to give it up. They could only watch helplessly as Law used this opportunity. But some felt happy about Law's chosen resurrection target. That was Sengoku, who had left the Navy. He had found a place to fish while watching the screen. When he saw Law choose to resurrect Corazon, he couldn't help but recall the man who once caused him pain. Corazon was his adopted son, and his death was a significant blow for Sengoku. So when he saw the hope of Corazon's resurrection, tears filled Sengoku's eyes. It's great, Corazon. If he can be resurrected, that would be wonderful. Doflamingo in Dressrosa looked at Law's choice on the screen, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He really chose to resurrect him. How ridiculous. What is so great about resurrecting a guy like that? He said, his smile fading, his expression serious, but what he was thinking inside remained unknown. At this moment, since Law had already used his reward, others also knew that this resurrection opportunity had nothing to do with them, so they stopped focusing on Law. They now realized that the system was even more magical than they had imagined. They all decided that in the future, they must work harder to seize the opportunity to answer questions. This way, they would hope to obtain that resurrection fragment and successfully resurrect the person they wished for. Therefore, they watched the screen more attentively, and at this time, the system's questioning had ended, and the video began to play again. On the battlefield, when people saw the Empress, both pirates and Navy were captivated by her beauty, and they couldn't help but scream. At this moment, the Empress sternly reprimanded them. Shut up. What I want to know most right now is Luffy's location. Where is he now? After the Empress said this, everyone was shocked. At this time, the camera shifted back to Zoro and Fujitora. Due to the sudden appearance of the One Piece treasure, the battle between the Navy and the pirates intensified. Just then, Fujitora suddenly made another discovery. It seems the situation has changed. So, the outcome between you and me will have to wait until next time to be revealed. But before we part, let me give you a farewell gift. After Fujitora said this, he directly swung his sword towards the sky. Then, a series of deep purple rings shot up into the sky. Following that, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, heading towards the place where Zoro was located. Pirate 1, what the hell? How could such a huge meteorite fall? Is Admiral Fujitora's ability really to summon meteorites? One Piece 3. I think I've heard of this ability before. He should be a user of the heavy human fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. One Piece 4. It's over. Roronoa Zoro can't possibly be taken out like this, right? There's no way to escape such a massive meteorite falling. Pirates 5. It's really scary that they actually used a meteorite as a farewell gift. Whoever receives such a gift is doomed. Pirates 6. However, Roronoa Zoro didn't fall behind when he fought Fujitora before. I believe that even when facing such a massive meteorite, he would still have the strength to fight back and wouldn't be easily defeated. Pirates 7. Is it really possible? If he can really do it, then his abilities could surpass many others. Pirate 8. Look, Roronoa Zoro is about to make his move. It seems he's planning to directly confront that meteorite. Everyone was astonished. And at that moment in the video, Zoro was already preparing to launch his attack. Due to the meteorite summoned by Fujitora, everyone else on the battlefield started screaming and fleeing. Except for Zoro, who not only didn't run away, but became even more determined to fight. He began swinging his sword, unleashing his ultimate move. 3-sword style secret technique. 1,000, 3,000, great thousand world. Under Zoro's attack, the meteorite in front of him was directly sliced in half. Bartolomeo shouted excitedly, "That's amazing, Zoro-senpai!" However, even though Zoro had cut the meteorite, the two halves were still enormous and continued to fall toward the ground, causing the pirates to scream in terror again. At that moment, Zoro hurriedly chased after it, uncertainly thinking, "Can I catch up?" Just then, another slash appeared, striking the split meteorite. Under that attack, the already halved meteorite suddenly shattered into countless small stones that began to fall. These small stones wouldn't cause much harm to the people on the ground. However, when Zoro realized that someone else had stolen his attack, he looked on with some dissatisfaction. The one who delivered that attack was indeed the person he had anticipated, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Straw Hat Luffy, great job, Zoro. Fire Tang Pirates Captain Capone Beach. He actually managed to cut such a large meteorite in half. The Straw Hat Kid's crew is truly powerful. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, but just doing this isn't enough. Even if the meteorite is split in half, others still can't escape. Sky Island Monk Urage. What should we do next? Can Roronoa, Zoro catch up? Pirate 1. Strange, it seems like someone is making a move again. Who could it be? Pirate 2. With such a powerful attack, it can crush a meteorite in an instant. There's no doubt about it, it must be him. Pirate 3. It turns out to be the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Strange, why would he help Roronoa, Zoro, and the others? Pirate 4. Is it pity for another swordsman? Perhaps he doesn't want someone as talented as Roronoa to lose his life just like that. One Piece 5. Is that so? But Hawkeye doesn't seem to be that kind of person. Pirate 6. So what do you think the reason is? Apart from this, there's nothing else, right? Pirate 7. Never mind that. It seems that Hawkeye is about to leave. Strange, what exactly is he here for? And what is this about a contract? Who has made an agreement with him? Pirate 8. It should be the Navy. Hey, look, the camera has turned back to Barrett again. I wonder how the Straw Hat Kid is doing now. At this moment, everyone noticed that the Sky video was no longer showing Zoro and the others, but had shifted back to Barrett. At this time, the giant Barrett had reached the center of Celebration Town. He laughed heartily and began to unleash his powers. Next, you will get to taste the power of the awakened combined fruit. After he finished speaking, countless deep purple unknown objects began to surge from his body and flowed down towards the ground. The speed of those objects was incredibly fast, wrapping everything around them in an instant. In the end, the entire island was covered by this deep purple substance. The towns on the island were reduced to ruins, and other things like pirate ships were also turned into fragments, ultimately all gathered by the deep purple objects, until a larger Barrett appeared before everyone. Pirate 1. Is this the power of the awakened devil fruit? What exactly is going on with that Barrett? Who is bigger than a mountain? Pirate 2. It's so terrifying. How could someone possess such abilities? That's just monstrous. Pirate 3. I thought Barrett's previous form was already his final form, but I didn't expect he could become even stronger. Pirate 4. This guy is simply unbeatable. Previously, Barrett and the Straw Hat Kid were already not their match. And now with this even larger Barrett, how are they supposed to deal with him? Captain Mullen. I just remembered that Barrett's devil fruit ability requires steel materials the most. That's why he planned this frenzied celebration with Buena Festa, using the legendary treasure of Pirate King Roger to attract pirates and the Navy. His purpose is for this. Really? That's right, it must be. No wonder it was a pirate-organized celebration, but was discovered by the Navy. This is probably Barrett's intention. The Navy's warships are also made of steel. Doflamingo. Fufufu. I see. Douglas Barrett. Your idea is quite interesting. Crocodile. Hahaha. So if that's the case, the Straw Hat Kid and his crew are definitely doomed, right? This is truly exciting news. One Piece 1. Speaking of which, why does Moonlight Moria hate the Straw Hat crew so much? Is there something I don't know about? One Piece 2. Indeed. When he saw the Straw Hat Kid at the top, he was also very excited. Why is that? One Piece 3. Don't worry. I believe that one day the sky will reveal the reason. For now, let's focus more on the developments in the video. Pirate 4. That's true, Moria and all. But watching the video is still more important. Compared to what happened to him, I'm indeed more interested in the upcoming developments. Moonlight Moria. You guys. After Barrett's final form was completed, he let out a deafening roar. Under that roar, everyone on the battlefield felt like their ears were about to go deaf. Faced with such a powerful Barrett, those people couldn't even run away. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly rushed out to try to stop Barrett. These 3 were Marine Vice Admiral Spider Demon, Stolo Berry, and Dalmatia. However, Barrett didn't take them seriously at all. With just a light wave of his hand, he easily defeated the 3 Marine Vice Admirals. After doing this, Steel Barrett slowly raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and wrapped it in hockey. Then, he attacked the ground, saying, Ultimate Giant Cannon. With this powerful move, the entire island cracked. Pirate 1. He actually shattered the entire island with just one punch. The strength demonstrated by Douglas Bullet never fails to exceed my imagination. Pirates 2. It's too scary. Can such monsters really be defeated? Could it be that the supernovas will just die on the island like this? One Piece 3. No way. I believe that the Straw Hat Kid can create miracles every time, and this time he definitely won't be taken down so easily. Pirate 4, look over there. That person's struggling to move in the ruins. Pirate 5, it's actually him, that useless Usopp. He is actually escaping from here with the Straw Hat Kid. One Piece 6, despite being seriously injured, he managed to escape from the powerful Barrett. That long-nosed guy isn't as cowardly as he seemed. Huh? Under such an attack, he was still able to save his captain. I have a newfound respect for you. Bartolomeo, Usopp-senpai is amazing. Keep it up. Because of Usopp's performance in the video, many people expressed that they would re-evaluate him, and at this moment, the video was still ongoing. At this time, although Usopp was carrying Luffy and trying to escape, he was severely injured and found it extremely difficult to move forward. To keep himself from collapsing, he kept motivating himself with bravado. Luffy, did you see that? That bastard was so scared that he ran away with his tail between his legs. Even though I really want to take him down, I'll let him go for today. Just as he said this, he suddenly lost strength and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, tears filled Usopp's eyes. It absolutely cannot end here. Luffy, you're going to be the Pirate King, Usopp said, struggling to stand up again, and he blocked a burning piece of wood that was about to smash down on Luffy. However, after that action, he no longer had any strength left. At this time, many debris were still falling towards them. In this critical moment, a cold sword intent suddenly swept through, saving both Usopp and Luffy. Brook arrived just in time. Usopp. Chopper rushed over next, and when he saw the severely injured Usopp, he was very worried and wanted to treat him as soon as possible. But Usopp stopped him, instead asking Chopper to treat Luffy first. Chopper, please, save Luffy first. He has lost too much blood. Looking at Usopp's determined eyes, Chopper finally nodded in agreement. Pirate 1, it's no longer possible. Although Usopp carried the Straw Hat Kid out, he simply can't escape with him in his current condition. Pirate 2, I thought the Straw Hat Kid was saved, but in the end, he still has to die on this island. One Piece 3, oh my god, what's up with that skeleton? Why can he still talk? Pirates 4, it's so terrifying. Is that the messenger of the underworld? Could it be here to take the Straw Hat Kid and the others to hell? Pirates 5, huh, that Tanuki following the Grim Reaper seems to be from the Straw Hat crew. Could it be that he died too? One Piece 6, idiot, can't you see it yet? Although I don't know what that skeleton is about, it's obvious that he's part of the Straw Hat crew. And that's not a raccoon, that's a reindeer. Pirates 7, I thought that was a Tanuki, but anyway, the Straw Hat Kid is finally saved, right? Pirate 8, it's just a temporary rescue. You have to understand that their enemy is that monstrous Barrett. We don't know what will happen next. EC, West Rob Village. Great. Miss Kaya, Captain Usopp has been saved. After seeing Brook appear and rescue Usopp, Carrot Head, Onion Head, and Pepper Head happily said to Kaya. Kaya also nodded with joy, but she soon thought of another matter and her expression began to show concern. But the opponent is such a powerful enemy. Mr. Usopp, don't worry. Miss Kaya, Captain Usopp will definitely defeat that big guy. You don't need to worry too much. We must believe in Captain Usopp. As Kaya was worried about Usopp's situation, Carrot Head directly interrupted her. After hearing Carrot Head's words, Kaya's heart gradually became firm. That's right. She must believe in Mr. Usopp. Mr. Usopp is so amazing. He will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. Meanwhile, while some people were worried about Luffy and others, most of the audience was more interested in the follow-up of the video. They looked at the sky screen, and at this moment, the video camera had shifted to the Navy. Just as Barrett was rampantly attacking, Admiral Kazuru led the Demon Slayer Corps to arrive. After receiving the news that the Demon Slayer would launch in 5 minutes, the Navy began to evacuate the island. However, among all the evacuating Navy, there was one exception. Damn pirates, this time I will not allow you to continue your rampage. At this moment, Smoker, who had already donned his Vice Admiral uniform, suddenly transformed his body into smoke and charged toward Steel Barrett. However, just as he was about to act, a flame suddenly ignited and stopped him. I also agree with your idea of wanting to knock him away, but Navy, do you think you can win just by yourself? As the voice came from a certain direction, a blond young man appeared before everyone, wearing a trench coat, a tall hat, and carrying a weapon that looked like a water pipe on his back. Pirate 1, I can't believe they're going to launch the demon-slaying order again. I never expected to witness so many demon-slaying orders in such a short time. The pirates are completely unaware that the Navy has started to retreat. One Piece 3. So these Navy soldiers are just like that, right? They don't care about the lives of other pirates on the island at all. Navy 1, you pirates who only cause destruction shouldn't be alive anyway. Just die along with that Barrett. One Piece 4. Bastard, what do you mean? You Navy scum should die. Pirate 5, wait, what is that? That seems to be the power of the burn fruit. Is that Fire Fist Ace? Didn't he die? Pirate 6. No, that's impossible. It can't be Fire Fist Ace. That person seems to be Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. There's no mistake. The one who appeared in front of Trafalgar Law earlier was him. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. It's strange. The ability used by the second in command of the Revolutionary Army is so similar to Fire Fist Ace's. It's almost like a copy of the Flame Fruit's ability. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. No, that's definitely the ability of the Flame Fruit. Clown Buggy. How is that possible? How could that guy Sabo have gotten Fire Fist Ace's ability so quickly? Fallen Navy Major Drake. Although the powers of a Devil Fruit user will regenerate after their death, the regenerated fruit will randomly appear in a certain location. From the timeline in the video, it's impossible for Fire Fist Ace's Flame Fruit to have been found so quickly. Sky Island Monk Urich. What on earth is going on? Did the Revolutionary Army mobilize all their forces to search for the Flame Fruit after Fire Fist Ace died? Is that how Sabo obtained this ability? Pirate 1. How could this happen? The Revolutionary Army would never do such a thing. In One Piece 2. Where did Sabo's Mera Nomi come from? It can't be that he was just lucky and the fruit randomly regenerated next to him, right? Pirate 3. Can't understand it. Forget it. Don't think about it. For questions that we don't know the answers to, let's leave it to the heavens to handle. I believe the heavens will definitely provide us with the answers. It's just a matter of time. Pirate 4. That's true. Let's continue watching video. After Sabo made his appearance, Smoker looked at him with some hesitation and asked, "You are from the Revolutionary Army? The one with the straw hat?" Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled brightly and replied, "Luffy is my brother. Please take care of him." However, after hearing Sabo's response, Smoker became somewhat angry. "Really? If you're from the Revolutionary Army? Stay out of my way." As he said this, he directly swung his smoke fist towards Sabo. Sabo, however, maintained a calm smile and countered with a fire fist. Their fists collided, wearing each other down, and finally dissipated into the air. After witnessing this, Sabo began to persuade Smoker. "Let's end this here. Our abilities won't determine a winner." Upon hearing Sabo's words, Smoker fell into memories, as Ace had once said something similar to him. At that moment, Buggy suddenly appeared, loudly shouting for the two to move aside. However, Smoker and Sabo ignored him, instead raising their feet simultaneously and stepping directly on Buggy's face, forcing him to stop. Once Buggy was halted, the two did not look at him, but instead glanced past him towards the direction behind him. At that moment, the Pirate Empress was following Buggy, and as soon as she appeared, she arrogantly asked where Luffy was. Before anyone could respond, a spherical field suddenly appeared around them, and Trafalgar Law made his entrance once again. Pirate 1. Did you just hear what the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Chief of Staff Sabo, said? He actually said that the Straw Hat Kid is his brother. Pirates 2. Listen, I heard it. I thought I misheard it. In One Piece 3, it is known that Ace, the Fire Fist, and Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, are brothers. Now we also learn that Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, is also a brother to Luffy. This means that Ace and Sabo are also brothers. What a terrifying trio of brothers they are. One Piece 4. I can't believe something like this happened. The Straw Hat Kid's family is too. Pirate 5. Grandpa is in the Navy. Dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Two brothers. One is the son of Pirate King Roger and currently one of the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. The other is the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, and the Straw Hat Kid himself is not to be underestimated, possessing the strength to become one of the 5 Emperors of the Sea. Pirate 6. At this rate, the one who might become the Pirate King in the future could be the Straw Hat Kid. Pirate 7. This is impossible, right? Which of the 4 Emperors isn't stronger than the Straw Hat Kid? The Straw Hat Kid wants to become the Pirate King, but he's still far from it. One Piece 6. I was just saying that casually, it shouldn't be taken seriously, hahaha. Pirate 8. Look quickly, the person behind the clown Buggy, that's Lady Hancock. She's finally appeared again. Pirate 9. But why is Lady Hancock asking about the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Kid? Do they really have some untold relationship between them? One Piece 10. That person is Trafalgar Law. What is his ability? It's so curious. Pirate 11. But at this moment, the lineup on the battlefield is truly amazing. The Navy, Pirates, 7 Warlords, and Revolutionary Army are actually all present in one place. Pirate 12. Indeed, it always feels like something big is about to happen. But are these people gathering together to jointly confront Barrett? Pirate 13. Impossible. Although these people are strong, I don't think they stand a chance against that Barrett. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Will Barrett be defeated? Or will all the people on the island be wiped out? I'm really getting more and more curious. At this moment, The other viewers are also very curious, so they are seriously watching the subsequent developments of the video. At this time, Law made his appearance and directly stated his purpose. I came here just to give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Otherwise, I really can't swallow this anger. After Law finished speaking, Sabo also expressed his purpose. I just want to find the mastermind behind this celebration and deal with some matters. As soon as Sabo finished speaking, Buggy shouted excitedly, "What are you guys still hesitating for? Seriously, if we don't hurry and escape, we're going to get killed." Before anyone could respond, Buggy was suddenly stomped down with a bang. Empress Boa Hancock stepped on him, striking her usual proud pose of looking up at the sky. "What are you guys talking about? I only want to know where Luffy is right now." "Clown Buggy, you guys are treating me like this, bastards. Empress Boa Hancock. Agaimipega. No matter what I do, I will always be forgiven because I am just too beautiful." Pirate 1. Lady Empress. "It's so infuriating. I really envy the Clown Buggy. Who gets to be stepped on by Lady Empress? I wish Lady Empress would step on me too." Pirate 2. "If I could be wantonly ravaged by Lady Hancock, it would definitely feel amazing." Boa Sandersonia. "Shut up, you perverts. Stay away from my sister." Boa Marigold. "Why is my sister so obsessed with that Straw Hat kid? What did he do?" At this moment, besides Boa Marigold, many others had the same question. However, they had no way of knowing the reason. Meanwhile, the video on the screen was already showing the subsequent developments. Due to the disruption caused by Buggy and his crew, Smoker was even more furious. "You guys, don't get in my way. There's hardly any time left." At this point, Law sighed and said, "Everyone, I have a way to drag Barrett out of that giant." As soon as he finished speaking, Buggy appeared very excited and grabbed Law by the collar. "You idiot. You want to run away because you don't want to confront that guy head on? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Fool." However, it was clear that everyone else present, apart from Buggy, did not want to run away. Therefore, Smoker directly used Sea Stone to incapacitate Buggy, then signaled Law to continue. Law calmly continued, "We only have one chance. As you've seen, Barrett's attack can even split the entire island. If we fail, we will immediately lose our lives." Hearing this, Smoker impulsively spoke up. "You don't mean to say you want me to risk my life for those pirates, do you?" "Absolutely not. But now we have no other options." Just as Law finished this sentence, before Smoker could retort, a familiar shout suddenly reached their ears. Everyone looked over, and Hancock covered her mouth in surprise, excitedly exclaiming, "Luffy!" Boa Sandersonia. "My sister has become unlike herself again. The magic of Straw Hat Luffy is truly incredible." Moonlight Moria. "That rubber ball can't be Straw Hat's Gear 4th form. Can it?" Fire Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. "There is no mistake. Although it's not very clear, that is indeed Straw Hat's Snake Man form." Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. "Strange. Wasn't he that guy heavily injured like us before? How can he still regain consciousness?" Heart Pirates Captain Trafalgar Law. "Straw Hat. His physical condition is indeed extraordinary. He was able to stand up again so quickly." Eustace Kid. "Maybe it's thanks to that raccoon. If I had a ship's doctor with me, I'm sure I could fight again too." Fallen Navy Major Drake. "But even if Straw Hat completely recovers, he still can't possibly be Barrett's opponent, let alone the Straw Hat in the video, who hasn't fully recovered yet." Sky Island Monk Urich. "Indeed, previously, Barrett already had the upper hand against Straw Hat. Now facing the even stronger Iron Barrett, he is even less likely to win." What happened next in the video indeed matched everyone's expectations. Although Gear 4th Luffy seemed to have fully revived, he was easily swatted away by the giant Barrett, landing directly in front of Sabo and the others. Seeing Luffy suddenly appear, Smoker said with some annoyance, "Straw Hat, what are you doing here?" Sabo, however, laughed heartily, very happy to see Luffy here. As for Hancock, she ran directly to Luffy, her face full of worry as she asked if he was okay. "Luffy, I missed you so much. Are you hurt?" Hearing Hancock's question, Luffy calmly replied, "Oh, Hancock, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Though Luffy's tone was very calm, to Hancock, it sounded like the most touching words in the world. She shyly covered her mouth, feeling as if she were floating in a pink bubble. "Luffy, are you more worried about me than your own safety?" "I have no regrets at all." Pirate 1. No matter how many times it happens, I just can't accept it. That's the Pirate Empress." Pirate 2. "Why is it like this? Clearly, she is the aloof world's #1 beauty, yet she shows such a childish demeanor. It's totally the look of someone who has fallen in love." Pirate 3. "Whoa, my Empress, I really can't accept this. That damn Straw Hat kid, I must duel with you." Straw Hat Luffy. "Want a duel? Sure. Then come at me. Little thief Nami." "Shut up. Luffy, that's not what they mean." Straw Hat Luffy. "Huh. Didn't you say you want a duel?" Black Leg Sanji. "Before that, can someone come save me? Damn, Why does Luffy get the favor of such a beautiful woman while I have to face this situation? It's so unfair. Great God Usopp. Sanji really is in a bad situation. Cotton candy-loving Chopper. Oh, that's right, it's really bad. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Haha, colorful kid. What happened to you? Why not share it so I can have a good laugh? Blackleg Sanji. Shut up, you mosshead. Are you looking for a fight? Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Come on, are you scared? The relationship among the Straw Hat Pirates and One Piece 4 doesn't seem to be very good either. One Piece 5. Compared to this, I really want to know how the Straw Hat Kid got to know Empress Hancock and even won her affection. Do you think if I were to replicate the Straw Hat Kid's actions first, I could also earn the Empress's love? One Piece 6. Wash up and go to sleep. Everything is in your dreams. Pirates 7. Forget about those for now. Quickly look, the Straw Hat Kid and the others are preparing to join forces against Barrett. Everyone looked. And at that moment in the video, after some casual exchanges, Luffy and the others were indeed getting ready to take action against Barrett. Trafalgar, great, you're safe. Luffy was very happy to see Trafalgar Law was unharmed. Law simply responded to Luffy that he didn't need to worry about him, and directly told Luffy that he had a way to draw Barrett out of his giant form. Upon hearing this, Luffy became very excited and prepared to act, completely ignoring Law's following words. However, after greeting Sabo and Smoker, Law seized the opportunity to continue what he hadn't finished saying. Straw Hat Captain, if we fail this time, there's a good chance we might die. But Luffy replied with determination, don't worry, if all of us here join forces, we definitely won't fail, we will win for sure. In any case, I'll leave the other trivial matters to Trafalgar. Right now, I just want to defeat that guy. After Luffy finished speaking, Sabo smiled brightly and joined his ranks. Although Smoker was reluctant, he ultimately chose to follow Luffy's lead. As for the Empress, she looked at Luffy shyly, showing no intention of leaving. If it's Luffy, then no matter what he wants to do, I am willing to follow him. All right, Luffy said, fist bumping and grinning. Then let us go. Charlotte Katakuri. Strange. Why does it seem like the previously fragmented alliance has gathered together the moment the Straw Hat Kid appears? Phoenix Marco. Ace's brother. Could it be that he has the qualities of a leader? Plague Queen. Qualities of a leader? What are you joking about, that idiot? How could that be possible? Flying Six Foz. This is too funny. That silly kid probably doesn't even understand what a leader means. Hawkeye Mihawk. The Straw Hat Kid indeed possesses a unique aura that can unite everyone. One Piece. It's hard to believe that Mihawk actually agrees with this. By the way, I just remembered that during the Marineford War, he seemed to have said something similar. Right? Rayleigh, Luffy indeed possesses a very mysterious power, so you shouldn't underestimate him. I believe that one day he will bring significant changes to this world. Pirate 2. Indeed, the Straw Hat Kid is not an ordinary person. His background is already quite extraordinary. Now, having received so much praise from important figures, his future achievements are certainly going to be remarkable. Pirates 3. Didn't the Straw Hat Kid just get his air knocked out by Barrett? How come he has quickly returned to his rubber ball form? Doesn't his skill have a cooldown time? I remember it wasn't like this before. Pirate 4. It seems that the Straw Hat Kid has really become much stronger. Perhaps with their current lineup, they can actually defeat Barrett? Pirate 5. After what you said, I have a bit more confidence now. Douglas Barrett, impossible with these guys. How could they possibly defeat me? Just watch. I will definitely make them regret it, haha. Just when some people started to have a bit of confidence in Luffy and the others, Douglas Barrett suddenly appeared and dismissed their views. Consequently, these people watched the sky more attentively, hoping for a miracle to happen. After Luffy transformed back into his Gear 4th mode, he roared and charged at Barrett. Steam surrounded him, showcasing his powerful attack. At that moment, Law anxiously tried to stop him, but couldn't. Seriously, that idiot can't even take a moment to listen? Sabo, hearing this, smiled helplessly. That's just how he is. It's fine as long as we listen, right? Meanwhile, the Empress shyly watched Luffy rush out, her eyes sparkling. As for Smoker, he began to ask Law what to do next. Law then briefly outlined the next course of action, although that guy's overwhelming haki was quite troublesome. However, I can use my ability to expose a momentary flaw in his haki, and you can take this opportunity to attack and reduce his physical strength. Once his body is diminished, the things he can control will also decrease, which will weaken his attack power accordingly. We can deliver the final blow before he merges again. Remember, there's only one chance. Law slowly finished explaining his plan, and after hearing it, Smoker complained but decided to go along with it. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Barrett intensified, as Luffy put all his strength into attacking Barrett. Barrett laughed heartily and effortlessly knocked Luffy away with a single palm. Seeing this, Smoker gritted his teeth helplessly. That idiot really doesn't learn his lesson. After knocking Luffy away, Barrett began to speak loudly. Your combination may be boring, but it suits me just fine. Whether you are Navy or pirate, anyone who dares to resist me will be killed without exception. And this is the proof of being the strongest in the world, something even Roger couldn't achieve. Pirate King Roger. Barrett, whether you believe it or not, I never wanted to be the strongest in the world. I just want to be the freest person on this sea. Douglas Barrett. A guy who's already failed shouldn't say such things. I won't believe you don't want to be the strongest in the world. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Haha. Being the strongest in the world isn't that easy. You still have a long way to go. Charlotte Katakuri. Only my mother is qualified to be the master of this sea. She's the strongest in the world. Red-haired Shanks. Seriously, once the topic of the strongest comes up, you guys easily get worked up. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foo, what's wrong? Don't you want to? Pirate 1. This strongest topic has indeed become a constraint for a group of strong individuals. As for us small fries, let's just continue watching videos. Pirate 2. However, I previously thought that the Straw Hat Kid and his crew could win, but it seems I was indeed blindly confident. Judging by Barrett's displayed strength, it really isn't easy to defeat him. Jester Buggy. So what should we do next? I won't die there, right? Damn it. I said we should leave on time. Why do we have to stubbornly confront that big guy? Moonlight Moria. That's why you're a coward. How can a coward compare to others? Jester Buggy. What do you mean by that? I'm not a coward. I just have a different plan. Staying here would just be a waste of life. It's better to listen to me, leave on time, and then think a way to deal with that guy later. Just as Barrett finished that declaration and prepared to attack everyone on the field, suddenly, a gust of wind and sand rose behind Law. What a hassle. A bunch of useless kids. With the emergence of this voice, a familiar figure walked out from the wind and sand. It was the former warlord Crocodile. Moonlight Moria. Why are you here again? Crocodile. Why are you helping the Straw Hat Kid again? Jester Buggy. You acted like you had a grudge against the Straw Hat Kid before, yet you keep choosing to help him one after another. I say, Crocodile. You're too Tsundere. Sand Crocodile. Shut up, don't spout nonsense. The reason I appeared in the video is definitely not to save those kids. I surely have other purposes. Play Queen. Haha, is that so? Why do I find that so hard to believe? Pirate 1. Hey, stop worrying about Crocodile. The Empress is about to make her move. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, while Law and Crocodile were still talking, the Empress suddenly charged forward. Law only felt a gust of wind beside him, and the Pirate Empress had already leaped past him, attacking Barrett. Once isn't enough, you dare to come for a second time? How dare you treat my beloved like this? I won't let you go. I absolutely won't let you go. The Empress said, directly jumping onto Barrett's arm. Her feet wrapped in haki, she kicked towards Barrett. Die for me, great fragrant foot. With a loud bang, Barrett's body was directly deformed by her kick. Big Eater Girl Jewelry Bonnie, what powerful haki. Truly worthy of the Pirate Empress. Eustace Kid, I thought that Pirate Empress was just a pretty face, but it turns out her strength is quite impressive. I really can't underestimate these warlords of the sea. The Pirate Empress is already very powerful. I see that this kick not only contains haki, but is also deeply accompanied by her love for Luffy. Pirate 2. No, you can't say that. Quickly take back what you said. I can't stand hearing this. Red-haired Shanks. But even though that blow was very powerful, it seems like it's not enough to defeat Barrett. Buggy the Clown. No way. Such a strong blow actually deformed that Barrett, and still can't defeat him? One Piece Roger. That form of Barrett is not so easily defeated. Dark King Rayleigh. But now, others should be taking action too, right? After Rayleigh said this, sure enough, others in the video were also preparing to press the attack. After the Empress's strike achieved good results, Law, who had previously complained about her acting on her own, couldn't help but cheer loudly. Well done, Empress. Meanwhile, Crocodile grinned and activated his Sand Fruit powers, rushing towards Barrett as well. Erosion Rebirth. Under Crocodile's power, the ground began to crack and weather, ultimately turning into a sandy area. Then he waved his hand, and the ground, full of yellow sand, transformed into a sand tornado that swept toward Barrett. However, Barrett was unfazed by this fierce attack from Crocodile. Hahaha, is that all? Then let me send all of you on your way with my next strike. He laughed confidently, but the next moment, it seemed he encountered something unbelievable, and the smile on his face froze. It turned out that the wind and sand created by Crocodile disrupted the flow of matter within Barrett. He immediately realized it was because of Crocodile. After all, he had encountered this situation many years ago. Crocodile, you bastard. Ha. Long time no see, fusion bastard. Seeing Crocodile's arrogant demeanor, Barrett laughed instead of getting angry. Since you're here too, then die along with these guys. As he said this, his body began to glow, as if he was trying to absorb the wind and sand into himself. At that moment, Law suddenly flew into the air and activated his paramecia-type surgery fruit ability. Slaughterhouse. A huge protective shield enveloped half of Barrett's body, while more sand began to enter Barrett's arm, severely hindering his movement. After taking this hit, Barrett released his Busashoku Haki again, trying to counter the effect. Your little tricks can't stop me. As long as I absorb all this sand, I'll wrap it in Haki, and then you bastards will all be finished. But at that moment, Sabo, the Flame fruit user, and Smoker, the Smoke fruit user, charged in simultaneously. Burning Dragon Claw Fist, Flame Dragon King. White Impact. Their fists merged together and directly struck Barrett's weak point, causing Barrett's right arm to snap completely. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. This operation actually succeeded. Sky Island Monk Urki. No one made a mistake. Everyone seriously completed their part. Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. I never expected to see a scene where the Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army collaborated. It's truly incredible. Magician Hawkins. They actually broke Barrett's right arm. If this continues, it might really work. Phoenix Marco. Although it's just a right arm. If we keep peeling away Barrett's entire body like this, it will be much easier to defeat him afterward. Flower Sword Vista. Is it really that simple? No. Barrett's severed arm is extending outwards. If his severed arm reattaches, then everything they did before will be in vain. What? Everyone looked on in shock, and sure enough, as Vista had said, Barrett's severed arm was slowly regenerating in the video. Just when they thought Barrett would recover like this, the camera shifted to the clown Buggy. Moonlight Moria. Why is this idiot on screen again? What's the use of the camera being on him? He's just a waste. Pirate 1. Indeed, watching the clown Buggy is not as good as watching the Straw Hat Kid. If any miracle is going to happen now, it will definitely be the Straw Hat Kid. Clown Buggy. What are you bastards talking about? I'm not that weak. Since the spotlight is on me, it means that I am the hope for everything. Just wait and see. After Buggy's grandstanding, the video starts to play the next development. Hey. Buggy looks up at the gigantic arm of the super giant Barrett falling from the sky and is so scared that he jumps up. What the hell are you bastards doing? Damn it, I can't die now. I've just barely climbed to the position of Warlord. And the legend of Buggy the Clown is just about to begin. I can't die at this moment. As he says this, he runs away, forming a stark contrast with the few people fighting hard nearby. However, while running, he seems to suddenly remember something. His face is no longer panicked, but instead becomes determined. That's right, I remember now. I still have my treasured specialty. Buggy takes on a serious demeanor, and as everyone's expectations build, he turns around, kicks with his right foot, and unleashes his special move, Buggy Ball. A small cannonball flies out and directly hits Barrett's arm. But in Buggy's hopeful gaze, nothing happens. Pirate 1. As expected. I shouldn't have any expectations for the clown Buggy. One Piece 2. How did he become a warlord of the sea? He's so weak, I really can't understand it. One Piece 3. I was such a fool to have expectations for him. One Piece 4. This guy is really too weak. You could say he is the weakest warlord in history. Pirate 5. So why does the SkyCurtain focus on the clown Buggy? He can't do anything at all. What the heck, what did I just see? Moonlight Moria. This must be a joke, right? How could such a thing happen? Charlotte Katakuri. How could Barrett's arm, hit by such a funny attack, be completely shattered? Charlotte Paraspero. Licking that clown Buggy's fruit ability seems to be shattering. Could it be that he has awakened his fruit? Licking Charlotte Mondor. No way. A guy like him can actually awaken his fruit? On the SkyCurtain. The effects of Buggy's attack cause a large group of people to break their defenses, while the video continued to play. Seeing Barrett's arm shatter and instantly disintegrate into countless fragments falling down, Buggy started to laugh proudly. Hahaha, did you all see that? You've all witnessed my power, right? Clown Buggy. Did you guys see that? This is my true strength, making you all dare to underestimate me before. Red-haired Shanks. Oh, Buggy, not bad at all. One Piece Roger. Haha, Buggy, you really are something. Taro. Buggy, you become so strong, haven't you? You really haven't embarrassed our Roger Pirates. Pirate 1. As expected. Someone who can become one of the 7 warlords of the sea cannot possibly be useless, right? I was thinking too simply before. Pirate 2. Jester Buggy. This is hidden too deep, isn't it? On the surface, he seems like a coward, but in reality, he has secretly awakened his devil fruit ability. It's really terrifying. Beast Tamer Machi. Captain Buggy is actually that powerful? I can't believe I doubted him before. That was really uncalled for. Lion Leech. He actually shattered that Barrett's arm in one blow. As expected, Captain Buggy has been hiding his strength right in front of us. The split fruit ability awakening is just too cool. Chief of Staff Kabaji. Captain Buggy, I am truly sorry. I previously thought you were a stain on the Roger Pirates, and I apologize for that. Please forgive us. We have been waiting for you to lead us again. Eureka, although I still have some doubts, just based on this move. Buggy, you really do look quite impressive. Kid Pirates. Damn it, Straw Hat and Law are one thing, but why is this clown trying to steal my spotlight? Seeing so many people shocked by Buggy's strength on the screen, Kid couldn't help but voice his anger. Killer also lamented, could it really be, as others say, that this clown Buggy has been hiding his strength? But what is he doing this for? Hawkins Pirates. Although it can't be seen normally, after awakening the split fruit ability, it really is a tricky power. Hawkins looked at the screen and spoke slowly. Drake Pirates. After seeing the strength Buggy displayed, Drake couldn't help but squint his eyes. The split fruit ability, huh? It seems this clown Buggy is also worth paying attention to. Because of Buggy's display, many were shocked. Some who knew the truth, however, chose not to expose it out of malice. Thus, to most people, it appeared that Jester Buggy had been hiding his strength all along, and his true power was not to be underestimated. However, at this point, everyone merely sighed about it. Their attention was more focused on the video on the screen. After Barrett's arm was shattered, he laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha, you're too Navi. Even if you destroy one of my arms, what does it matter? Do you plan to push me into a corner with this move? Unfortunately, that's impossible, because even with just one arm left, I can take you all down." After Barrett finished speaking, his left arm suddenly lit up and swung down towards the ground, causing massive destruction. Law, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn, is it still not enough? At this moment, Sabo encouraged from the side, "It's not over yet. Everyone, concentrate your attacks again. We must work hard to wear down his body and assist Luffy." Under his leadership, Law, Smoker, and the Empress charged towards Barrett, looking for an opportunity for Luffy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy entered Gear 4 again, his fists becoming enormous, and he violently attacked Barrett. Gum Gig Gun. Pirate 1. What the hell? How did the Straw Hat Kid's fists get so big? Pirates 2. How did it do that? That fist seemed like an inflated balloon. One Piece 3. Muscle balloon? The Straw Hat Kid wouldn't be inflating his muscles with air, would he? Pirate 4. The great Ape King gun sounds really powerful. Maybe it can actually defeat Barrett? Under the leadership of Luffy's great Ape King gun, Sabo, Smoker, Law, and the Pirate Empress all launched their strongest attacks at Barrett. However, Barrett remained unfazed in the face of these attacks. Oomph. As long as I can reflect all of your attacks back at you, you will definitely be finished, idiots. As he spoke, his armament haki enveloped his entire body. At that moment, Law's Ope no Mi suddenly expanded, pulling Sabo and the others to his side. The combined strongest attack of the group then struck directly at Steel Barrett's chest, blowing apart much of his upper body. Pirate 1. Oh. Pirate 2. It's really too cool. But what exactly is Trafalgar Law's fruit ability? It seems quite magical. One Piece 3. It feels like I've seen this somewhere before. This ability seems somewhat familiar. One Piece 4. It really is a magical ability to concentrate all attacks in a one point. I've never heard of it before. One Piece 5. I really don't know how he did it, but speaking of which, Trafalgar Law's importance in this battle should be the greatest, right? One Piece 6. That may not be the case. As the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's Fire Dragon formed by the Mera no Mi is also very powerful in terms of attack. Navy 1. Our Vice Admiral Smog, his strength should not be underestimated. Pirate 7. The strongest is obviously Lady Hancock. Her fragrant feet have truly caused damage to Barrett. One Piece 8. It would be better to say it's Buggy. Don't forget that his Chop fruit ability awakened and directly smashed Barrett's right arm. Pirate 9. That's true. Although Buggy has been hiding his strength, his achievements cannot be denied. Pirate 10. I say you guys have had enough. Barrett hasn't been defeated yet. It's too early to talk about rewards. Jester Buggy. It's not early. That Barrett will be defeated by me sooner or later. Moonlight Moria. Really? But I see that Barrett seems to be moving again. Jester Buggy, what? He's already so broken. And he can still move? In Buggy's exclamation, at this moment in the video, Barrett, whose body was already blown apart, angrily charged towards Sabo and the others. Barrett waved his hand lightly, and the Empress and others in front of him were all sent flying. Just then, Luffy's shout suddenly came, as he had finally completed his charge. Looking at Barrett in front of him, Luffy unleashed a larger version of the King Kong gun. This time, a 1T lose again. Barrett looked at Luffy with a mocking expression. Just a group of rabble. Don't get too carried away. As he spoke, the armament haki wrapped around him again, and then he swung out a punch that could break islands. Ultimate Cannon. And when Luffy saw this scene, instead of retreating, he charged forward and also used his ultimate move to meet Barrett's fist. Rubber, big, King Kong gun. The two fists collided, creating a massive shockwave, as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The two were in a stalemate for a long time, and finally, with a crack, Barrett's fist was the first to crack open. Seeing this scene, Barrett's face was filled with disbelief. However, there was no time for him to think more. The next second, his ultimate cannon was completely suppressed by Luffy, continuously cracking. In the end, Steel Barrett was completely disassembled by Luffy. Great God, Usopp. Well done, Luffy, that was so cool. Sky Island Monk Urich. To think he could dismantle such a powerful Barrett. The Straw Hat Kid's fists are indeed formidable. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. No wonder the host introduced the Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Now it seems that bounty is quite well-deserved. Pirate 1. But why was the Straw Hat Kid beaten so badly when he fought alongside the Supernovas before? Now, just by changing his teammates, he's so strong. Pirates 2. Do you mean that the Supernovas are holding us back? Pirate 1. I didn't say that. I just think that if the Supernovas had been able to hold Barrett back like Sabo and the others did, and then let the Straw Hat Kid attack, the battle might have been over already. Eustace Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Bastard. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. If you want to fight, I'm always ready. Humming si ku la chi man a poo. A-ba. Damn guys, you're just a bunch of weaklings. Seeing some pirates in the sky looking down on them, the Supernovas felt extremely angry. It's just that because they really didn't play much of a role in the video, their justification now seems a bit weak. At this moment, the video in the sky continues to play. Clearly, Barrett had been defeated by Luffy, but he showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he burst into loud laughter. Haha, what a pity, kid, you're still not strong enough. You were just one step away from completely defeating me. But now, it's my turn to counterattack. At this moment, Barrett, although he had reverted from his steel form, was still in a combined state with the submarine. After saying this, he wrapped his body with armament hockey and charged towards Luffy, who was in Gear 4th form. Ding! Question. Who is the key to defeating Barrett? This question is still AQA type, so those who get the chance to answer later should state their answer. Now, the buzz-in begins. Just as everyone was watching the video, looking forward to the upcoming battle between Luffy and Barrett, the Sky system suddenly appeared and started asking questions again. Because of the revival fragments reward that Law had obtained earlier, people were even more eager to grab the opportunity to answer. They kept pressing the buttons in front of them, feeling like sparks were about to fly out. While everyone was still busy, the Sky system had already started announcing the candidates who would get the chance to answer. Clown Buggy. Doflamingo, how come it's you again? How did you get the chance to answer again? Pirate 1. I didn't expect that this time the opportunity to answer the question would go to 2 emperors and 2 warlords. It's truly incredible. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, Joker, your speed and buzzing in is quite impressive. So, does that mean you already have an answer in mind? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu. My answer is the Straw Hat Kid. Monkey D. Luffy. He is the key to defeating Barrett. Empress Boa Hancock. That's the same answer as mine, really. And you actually got it right. Fire Fist Ace. In this battle, apart from Luffy, there shouldn't be anyone else who could be that key point, right? Jesus Burgess. Actually, this question is quite simple. It's mainly about who buzzes in first. It's basically free points. Ding. Don Quixote Doflamingo answered incorrectly. Punishment. His eyes turned into mung bean eyes. Don Quixote Doflamingo, what? Moonlight Moria. You actually got it wrong. Although I don't like the Straw Hat Kid. Who else could influence this battle besides him? Clown Buggy. No way, could it be me? Ha. Eustace Kid. You clown, what are you stealing the spotlight for? It should be me. I told you. How could I be easily defeated? I must have come to my senses and ultimately replaced the Straw Hat Kid to defeat Barrett. White Horse Cavendish. Then I think I might have a chance too. Maybe I discovered Barrett's scheme and came to save the Straw Hat Kid and the others? If it really is me, then the world attention will once again focus on me. After the system announced Doflamingo's punishment, he had a bad premonition. After mentally preparing himself, he quietly took out a mirror, took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and looked at himself in the mirror. Didn't they say my eyes would turn into mung bean eyes? Why have my eyes completely disappeared? Looking at his current appearance in the mirror, Doflamingo couldn't help but break down. The Whitebeard pirates were a bit worried after seeing Doflamingo being punished. I didn't expect the answer not to be Ace's brother. So who could it be? Dad, what should we do? If we get the answer wrong, we will be punished. Upon hearing his worried words, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kulalalala, don't guedi, son. I was already prepared for the possibility of being punished when I buzzed in. Of course, it would be great to get the answer right and receive a reward. But even if punished, according to the punishments given by the system earlier, they wouldn't be life-threatening. So it's okay. Whitebeard comforted everyone, then announced his answer on the screen. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Coola la 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 la. My answer is Trafalgar Law. Apart from the Straw Hat Kid, this little guy's fruit ability is also very special. So if the answer isn't Luffy, it should be him. Diamond Jozu. Dad is right. Law is definitely the correct answer. Captain John. I have to say, Newgate, you make a lot of sense. Ding. Edward Newgate answered incorrectly. Punishment. Experience the injuries he sustained in Marineford War in the original timeline, but won't affect his body. Charlotte Bascardi, you got it wrong again. The answer to this question is quite elusive. Beast Kaido. Poor Newgate, I didn't expect that even if you won the Marineford War, you'd still have to suffer. That's just too tragic, you low. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Coola la 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 la. Kaido, don't forget that the next answer is you. I don't believe you can get it right. You should prepare for the punishment later, ha. While Whitebeard was laughing, the system's punishment began to descend, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if countless attacks were landing on him. Despite this, Whitebeard gritted his teeth and endured it. He only let out a sound at the very beginning because he was unprepared. After that, he quietly remained on the side, silently enduring the attacks. As for the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, they stood by Whitebeard with worried expressions, watching his painful appearance and feeling quite distressed. However, because it was a system punishment, they couldn't relieve Whitebeard's pain, which made them feel very uncomfortable. While Whitebeard was enduring the system punishment on the screen, Kaido laughed at Whitebeard again before preparing to answer the question. Beast Kaido, ulololo, negate, but's wrong? Are you in so much pain that you can't hold on? Haha. Next, just wait and see me get the answer right and receive the reward. I believe that in the battle to defeat Barrett, the key person should be the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Sabo. Flying six-member Ultai, Lord Kaido, is right. Lord Kaido's answer must be correct. Flying six-member page 1. Lord Kaido is the strongest. He will definitely win the reward. Ding. Kaido answered incorrectly. Punishment. He will endure the attack of the sword of filial piety on a future day. Charlotte Smuggy. What the hell? What kind of punishment is this? Charlotte Mondor. What is the sword of filial piety? Is there even such a punishment? Taro. The punishment is actually on a future day and isn't fixed, which means Kaido will have to live and worry every day. After all, every day could be the day he encounters the attack of this sword of filial piety. It's just too tragic. Phoenix Marco. Ha. This is hilarious. You were so confident before, but you still got it wrong? Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. I can't believe 3 people in a row got it wrong. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. So now there are several questions. Who could the answer to the system's question be? And can the Pirate Empress really answer it correctly? I hope this doesn't end up with everyone getting it wrong. After seeing the 3 people in front of her on the screen all answer incorrectly and receive punishments, Empress Boa Hancock pondered for a moment and made up her mind. Empress Boa Hancock. Luffy, I've decided to listen to your opinion. Tell me, who do you think it will be? Straw Hat Luffy. Huh, Hancock, you want to listen to me? Then I think it should be Usopp, after all. He is my partner. God, Usopp. Well, Luffy, do you really believe in me that much? Clown Buggy. Hey, Empress. You can't really be listening to the Straw Hat Kid, can you? That useless person clearly couldn't be the correct answer. Empress Boa Hancock. I've made up my mind. My answer is Usopp. Moonlight Moria. Poor Empress. Love really does make one blind. Pirate One. I wonder what the Empress's punishment will be. It can't be. Hee. Ding. Congratulations, Boa Hancock. You answer correctly. Reward. Petrifying Magic Eye. Eustace Kid. How could it be that useless guy? It's impossible. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates. I can't even imagine. What did that long-nosed guy do to become such a key person? News King Morgans. This is truly a miraculous news. Cavendish the White Horse. It's not me. Those supernovas are one thing. But why is this long-nosed guy stealing the spotlight too? As everyone was shocked that the answer was indeed Usopp, the Empress Boa Hancock smiled shyly. It's all because of Luffy that I was able to answer correctly. At this moment, Boa Sandersonia, who was beside her, looked curious and asked Sister, what exactly is the petrifying magic eye? The Empress turned to look and found that others were equally puzzled, so she began to explain. The petrifying magic eye is the ability of the legendary female demon Medusa from another kingdom. It is said that her hair is made up of countless poisonous snakes, and her skin has scales like bronze. Her eyes possess a magical ability that can turn anyone who stares into them into stone. ISNT, that's similar to Sister's ability? Boa Marigold was somewhat confused. No, it's different. The Empress shook her head and continued to explain. My sweet fruit can also turn people into stone, but I have to activate it myself. The petrifying magic eye, on the other hand, is passive. Anyone who looks directly into my eyes will be petrified. Although some stronger individuals may have resistance, as long as I maintain my gaze on them for a long time, they will also be affected. Moreover, the ability I obtained has been modified by the system, giving me a limitation. Anyone I designate will not be affected by the petrifying magic eye. This way, you don't have to worry about being petrified. Hearing the Empress's explanation, Boa Marigold was very happy. So that means Sister's power has become stronger. Exactly, with this ability, I can better protect Amazon Lily. Plus, I can also help Luffy more. The Empress thought of this, and her shyness increased. At this moment, the video began to play the answer from earlier. As Barrett and Luffy were about to collide, suddenly, seeds started to crack on Barrett's body and grew rapidly. Those seeds eventually transformed into tough vines that completely locked Barrett up. And it didn't stop there. The vines continued to constrict, ultimately breaking Barrett's body. At this moment, the scene shifted to Usopp. Ultimate move, Green Star, Snake Fireworks. Covering fire is a sniper's domain. Bartolomeo, Usopp Senpai is so cool. Monkey D. Luffy, covering fire is a sniper's domain. Usopp, you're amazing. Chopper, who loves cotton candy. Usopp, Sanji the Blackleg. You little brat, you actually pulled it off. Cyborg Frankie, super. God, Usopp. I really did it, cough, 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 I knew it all along. Keep it low-key, this is just basic stuff. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Oh, not bad. Much better than some who only know how to play a supporting role. Blackleg Sanji, Green Algae Head, what do you mean? Do you want to fight? I fought too, you know. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. It's strange, I didn't even mention you. Why are you taking it personally? Blackleg Sanji, you. Little thief Nami. Alright. Stop arguing. Look, the camera is back on you guys. Blackleg Sanji. Yes, Miss Nami. Clown Buggy. Huh. The person looks like Rob Lucci from CP0 or CP9. He actually came too. Moonlight Moria. Crocodile, what are you planning? As expected, your goal from the beginning was to get the eternal pointer to Laughtail. After Barrett was broken by Usopp's vines, others began to take action. Crocodile and Rob Lucci rushed towards the eternal pointer while Luffy and others were fighting. At that moment, someone suddenly blocked their way. It was the second and third in command of the Straw Hat crew, Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro and Blackleg Sanji. We can't let you interfere with our captain. On the other side, Barrett, who had returned to his original form, stood up again. Not bad, Straw Hat Brat. Let's see who is truly the strongest. Facing Barrett, Luffy looked determined. Now is the real time to decide the outcome. You're indeed strong, but to protect what is important, I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, he charged directly at Barrett's attack. Their fists collided again, creating a fierce impact. In this sea battlefield, only those who have the resolve to survive alone are truly invincible. Barrett shouted loudly, sending Luffy flying. However, in the next second, Luffy stood up again and attacked Barrett once more. Seeing Luffy's performance, Barrett's eyes turned red, and his armament haki wrapped around his entire body. It's over, Straw Hat Brat. Only someone as strong as me can become the world's strongest man, the Pirate King. But Luffy, hearing this, looked unconvinced. Someone like that could never become the Pirate King. He shouted back and charged at Barrett. Rubber, rubber, Giant Ape King gun rampage. Countless Giant Ape King punches rained down. Barrett, Philip Visrage, retaliated, die Straw Hat Brat. The strongest punch. The red and blue fists collided again, shaking the sky and the earth. Barrett swung his fist, smashing it into Luffy's face, declaring that only by being alone can one truly dominate this sea, and only he is the world's strongest. Luffy, bracing against his attack, did not think his idea was correct. Stop talking nonsense. How could anyone survive alone on this sea? Hearing Luffy's soul-piercing question, Barrett was taken aback. He recalled his memories in the Roger Pirates, remembering how he once strived for Roger's recognition. But that was just a moment. He was no longer the person he used to be, and even found that version of himself somewhat laughable. However, that brief moment of distraction was seized by Luffy. The Giant Ape King gun slammed into Barrett's face, and before he could react, Luffy's next strike followed. Countless punches rained down on Barrett, declaring, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted, delivering his final punch. Ultimately, Barrett was heavily knocked down and could no longer get up. At the same time, Luffy also collapsed, but Hancock rushed over worriedly to help him up. Luffy, are you okay? Luffy laughed, saying, I got it. The treasure of the Pirate King. We won. Golden Lion Shiki. Haha, they actually won. I have to say, the Straw Hat Brat is quite impressive. Beast Kaido. To lose to a little brat, and he had the audacity to claim he was the strongest. You're really ridiculous, Douglas Barrett. LOLOL. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. In terms of personal strength, Douglas Barrett is undoubtedly much stronger than the Straw Hat Brat. But don't forget, he was fighting so many people at once, which is why he lost to the Straw Hat Brat, captain of the Heart Pirates Trafalgar Law. Even so, it's an undeniable fact that the Straw Hat Captain won. Bartolomeo, as expected, Senior Luffy is the strongest. I will definitely work hard to keep up with Senior Luffy. Eustace Kid. Even so, if it weren't for our previous exhaustion, the Straw Hat Brat would never have won. Goldie. Roger. So the strength of your companions is the most important, right, Barrett? You should understand that now. You can't become the strongest just by relying on yourself. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, that's not necessarily true. Douglas Barrett. The reason you lost is that you simply weren't strong enough. Kaido of the Beasts. I agree with Linlin on this point. When you're strong enough, you'll realize that companions don't matter at all. Douglas Barrett. That's right. The reason I failed must be that I'm not strong enough yet. I will train harder, and one day, I will prove to you all that being alone is the true strength. On that day, anyone who stands in my way will be crushed. Gecko Moria. By the way, when that Straw Hat Kid teamed up with others before, he lost to Barrett. Now that he is fighting alone, he won. Could it be that those people actually had a negative effect during the battle? Haha. Eustace Kid. What do you mean? If we hadn't weakened Barrett's strength, how could he have been defeated? Sky Island Monk Urki. That's right. Don't forget that Barrett was at full strength at the beginning. It was our attacks that brought him down. If Barrett had been at full strength from the start, the Straw Hat Kid would have never won against him. Scratchman a pull. Exactly. The reason the Straw Hat Kid was able to win must be because of her help. Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Pudding. But the Straw Hat Kid really is an impressive man. Magician Hawkins, hold on. The focus now isn't why the Straw Hat Kid could beat Barrett, but Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. The eternal pointer to the final island, Laugh Tale, has been obtained by the Straw Hat Kid. Clown Buggy. No way. Could it be that the Straw Hat Kid really is going to become the Pirate King? Charlotte Mondor. Impossible. The only one who can become the Pirate King is Mama. The Straw Hat Kid will definitely not succeed. Flying 6 page 1. It's Kaido who is the true one. Kaido is the man who can become the Pirate King. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufu. Unfortunately, the eternal pointer is truly in the hands of the Straw Hat Kid now. Sand Crocodile. So many people participated in the battle, and it ended with the Straw Hat Kid achieving victory? That's really infuriating. Okama King Ivankov. Because the Straw Hat Boy values his companions greatly, he would do anything to protect them. Crocodile Boy. Don't be too jealous. Sand Crocodile. TCH, I don't care. Chief Pepper. So it's Carp's grandson who got it? Damn, it doesn't matter who got it. Why did it have to be him? I, along with the 8 Treasure Navy, cannot accept this. Clown Buggy. Another enemy of the Straw Hat Kid? No, it seems more like they have a grudge against Carp. Captain Wang Ji. Wahaha. It doesn't matter. From the looks of the video, the Straw Hat Kid is about to become the second Pirate King. Captain John. Indeed. If the Straw Hat Kid finds the One Piece using the Eternal Pointer, then this great pirate era will come to an end, and the battle for the Pirate King's throne will conclude. Whitebeard Pirates, 16th Division, Captain Aizu. I never expected that in the end, Ace's brother would win. Whitebeard Pirates, 7th Division, Captain Marco. No. Ace's brother, what does he plan to do? Because Luffy obtained the Eternal Pointer to Laugh Tale. Everyone believes he will successfully get the Great Treasure and ultimately replace Roger as the second Pirate King. However, Luffy's performance in the subsequent video shocked everyone. After successfully obtaining the treasure chest, Luffy opened it and took out the Eternal Pointer hidden inside. The Empress Boa Hancock, standing beside him, looked at the Eternal Pointer with a surprised expression. This is the Eternal Pointer that points to the final island, Laugh Tale, Luffy. Even hearing Hancock's words, Luffy remained calm and showed no reaction. Just then, a gust of wind and sand suddenly arose, and Crocodile charged toward Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, hand over what you have. On the other side, Rob Lucci also broke through Sanji's blockade, rushing towards Luffy to snatch the Eternal Pointer from him. Besides the two, Marine Vice Admiral Smoker also made the same choice. Faced with the attacks from the three, Luffy's expression hardened, and he ultimately made a choice that surprised everyone. He clenched his fist tightly, and in an instant, the Eternal Pointer leading to the final island, Laugh Tale, that he held in his hand was completely crushed. Seeing this scene, Crocodile looked incredulous. His tone was dark, and he angrily questioned Luffy. You bastard, what are you doing? I don't need this thing. Faced with the furious Crocodile, Luffy replied firmly. Hearing Luffy's words, Hancock looked at him with admiration again, her eyes filled with shyness. Luffy. As for Trafalgar Law, he felt quite helpless, truly. The captain of the Straw Hats You are still as reckless as ever. Clown Buggy. Are you kidding me? The Straw Hat Kid actually crushed the Eternal Pointer. Gecko Moria. I can't believe it. That's the great treasure everyone wanted, and he just discarded it like that. Play Queen. Bastard. What are you doing, you idiot? If you don't want it, plenty of people want it. Why destroy the Eternal Pointer? Fire Tank Pirates Captain Capone Beach. You could say that the person who gets the Eternal Pointer has a good chance of becoming the next Pirate King. Yet the Straw Hat Kid seems completely indifferent. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. What a fool. Always shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King. Yet the shortcut to the final island, Laughtail, is right in front of him, and he doesn't cherish it at all. I see that you will definitely not succeed. Fire Fist Ace. No. Teach, you're wrong. On the contrary, Luffy made the right choice. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Coolalala, that's right. How can one become the Pirate King by relying on external power? Kid, I support your decision. GOLD. Roger. Straw Hat Kid, I have to say. You really have some guts, huh? I'm waiting for you to become the next Pirate King. Haha. Bartolomeo. Luffy Senpai is so cool. You can definitely become the Pirate King. Eustace Kid. Damn it. The whole war turned into Straw Hat Kid's personal show. Big Mom Charlotte Pudding. Yeah. We all became background characters. News King Morgans. Wait a minute. Straw Hat Kid's act of crushing the Eternal Pointer is indeed admirable. But don't forget, if he loses this shortcut, he will only have one path to take to become the Pirate King. Charlotte Katakuri. He will need to gather all 4 road poneglyphs, which is absolutely impossible. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Oh dear, poor kid, he just destroyed his only hope of becoming the Pirate King. Monkey D. Luffy. Even without that, I can still become the Pirate King. Kaido. Ho ho ho. You really are arrogant, kid. Then come and find me. After all, one of the road poneglyphs is in my hands. If you think you could defeat me, then come at me. Ha 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 ha. Monkey D. Luffy. Just wait. I will definitely come and defeat you. The Flying Six Black Maria. Straw Hat Kid. You can only talk big. You will never defeat Kaido-sama. Also, whether you can survive the Navy's extermination order in that video is still a question. Hi Mini-chan. Ba. Ian what fuck out? The Navy has launched the Demon Extermination Order. What should we do? We're still unconscious in the video. Could it be that island is our burial place? Kid, impossible. It's just a mere Demon Extermination Order. I will definitely escape. Akainu Sakazuki. Is that so? You really underestimate the Demon Extermination Order. Just wait and see. Whether it's Barrett or you all, you will be stuck on that island for life. Joker Buggy. Oh my, the Demon Extermination Order. I actually forgot about it. Am I really going to be taken out like this? No, Pirate One. The actions of the Straw Hat Kid are so unexpected that I completely forgot about the Demon Slayer Order. Could it be that the supernovas are really going to be wiped out? It shouldn't be, right? Just as everyone was shocked that Luffy crushed the Eternal Pointer. The Navy's Demon Slayer Order was about to be activated in the video. The Demon Slayer warship, under the command of Admiral Kazuru, continuously bombarded the island. Meanwhile, the supernovas who had fought together earlier had regained consciousness. They cooperated once again, continuously resisting the Navy's attacks. Facing the relentless resistance from the supernovas, Admiral Kazuru leaped into the air and said with a lecherous smile how terrifying it is to be up against the era of extreme evil. However, despite his words, his hands did not stop moving. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and countless laser beams shot directly at the supernovas on the battlefield. At that critical moment, suddenly, accompanied by a voice saying Fire Fist, a familiar attack emerged. A massive flame surged forward, directly neutralizing most of Kizaru's attack. Meanwhile, the flames continued to burn, creating a fiery pathway on the sea, isolating the supernova ship from the Navy warships. At this moment, Luffy stood on the Thousand Sunny, suddenly hearing someone calling his name. He turned around and couldn't help but show a radiant smile. The direction he was looking at was the Revolutionary Army's treasure ship. At that moment, Sabo and the illusion of Ace were standing back to back, watching Luffy depart. Afterward, Ace's illusion dissipated, and Sabo tipped his hat, smiling as he said, "See you again." Luffy. Ding, the iconic scene "See you again." Luffy has finished playing, and the next iconic scene will be played in 5 days. Please look forward to it. Clown Buggy, it's over, I've survived. But what was that Fire Fist Ace? Isn't he already dead? White Horse Cavendish, it should be an illusion. Look in the last frame. Fire Fist, Ace did disappear directly. Pirate One. Although I don't know how that Sabo managed to do it, I have to admit, this is indeed a Pirate 2. That's right, it's probably hard to have a second celebration like this. Pirate 3, that's for sure. By the way, aren't you curious about what classic scenes will be broadcast 5 days later? Pirate 4. Of course I'm curious, but as you can see, this scene can even show future events. Even if you're curious, you probably can't guess what it will show. Pirates 5. That's true. Just as this pirate finished speaking, the sky screen disappeared again, and no one could speak on it anymore. So they stopped paying attention to the sky screen and quietly waited for its appearance 5 days later. Soon, 5 days passed, and everyone anxiously looked up at the sky, waiting for the sky screen system to appear and continue broadcasting the next iconic scene. Ding! The fourth live broadcast begins. This iconic scene is 500 million berries bounty. Pirate Straw Hat Crew, the great Usopp. Straw Hat Crew, hey! For the iconic scene that the sky screen system is about to broadcast this time. Not only the Straw Hat Crew and Usopp himself, but others were also shocked. They simply couldn't imagine that Usopp, who seemed completely useless in their eyes, could actually be awarded a bounty of 500 million berries. It was completely impossible. Therefore, everyone curiously looked at the sky screen video, wanting to know what was going on. And at that moment, the video officially started playing. Countless news birds began to fly to all corners of the world, and they kept spreading a message. The warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo announces his withdrawal from the warlords of the sea and will no longer serve as the king of Dressrosa. This news caused an uproar in the world. Moonlight Moria, what's going on? Doflamingo, do you have some other conspiracy? I can't believe you would suddenly abdicate. Caesar, how could this happen? Joker, what am I supposed to do if you suddenly announce such a decision? Beast Kaido, could it be that you have other ideas? Doflamingo, Pirate One, hey, you suddenly made this decision. What about our deal? Do you intend to breach the contract? If you are no longer a warlord of the sea, then what difference is there between you and an ordinary pirate? Don't forget that the reason we are able to trade is because of your status as a warlord of the sea. Pirate 3, come out and explain, Doflamingo. Are you out of your mind? As a broker with a vast network in the dark world, Doflamingo and his family have been involved in numerous transactions. Now that these parties have seen the news on the screen about Doflamingo quitting the 7 warlords, they are quite worried and have directly exposed their transactions on the screen. However, because of this, the Navy has turned its attention to Doflamingo, and their suspicions have intensified. Akainu Sakazuki, Doflamingo, I need you to explain what you mean by the transactions you mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, these people should all be war factions, right? How are you connected to them? Vice Admiral Tsuru, even as a warlord of the sea, there are some transactions you cannot be involved in. Doflamingo, you must know that, right? If you really did this, then it won't end well for you. Doflamingo, foo, how could that be? I would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding between those people and me. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you all know I've managed Dressrosa very well. Akainu Sakazuki, it better be that way. The Heart Pirates Trafalgar Law watched the news about Doflamingo's abdication on the screen and thought to himself, could this be my doing? Corazon, do you think I will succeed? As Law thought of this, a familiar figure seemed to appear before him. Looking at the figure, he clenched his fist. I will definitely succeed, Doflamingo, just you wait. Dressrosa, how is it? Have you explained things clearly to those guys? You must tell them clearly not to speak carelessly on the screen. If something like this happens again, I will not let him off easily. Doflamingo sat in his chair, his face dark and his tone very unfriendly as he inquired of Treble beside him. However, his anger was not directed at Treble, but at those people on the screen who were clueless and speaking carelessly. Treble understood this matter, so when he heard Doflamingo's question, he nodded to indicate that he had already communicated with those guys through the Den Mushi. They would follow Doflamingo's instructions and would not expose their transactions on the screen again. After Doflamingo heard this affirmative answer, his expression relaxed slightly. But it was only for a moment, as the events currently playing on the screen were about Dressrosa, and he had a big secret that couldn't be revealed. At this moment, Diamante also thought of this and asked, Young Master, what should we do? If that matter is exposed, then. He paused to seek Doflamingo's opinion. Doflamingo simply waved his hand, indicating that they could only take it one step at a time for now. Perhaps the screen video would not expose it. He wore a relaxed expression, comforting the others in the family, but inside, he felt heavy. After all, given the capabilities of the screen, it seemed his secret might really be hard to keep. It appeared he needed to prepare for possible attacks from multiple sides once the secret was exposed. Just as Doflamingo was pondering this, the screen video released another bombshell news. Just as the world was in an uproar over Doflamingo's resignation from the 7 warlords, the time reached 3 p.m. Countless news birds flew out again to bring another message to the world regarding the news from this morning. Whether it was about Doflamingo resigning from the 7 warlords or his abdication as king of Dressrosa, all of this was false reporting. At the same time, CP0 also personally appeared in Dressrosa to explain to the world that this was indeed false reporting. Caesar. Hee hee hee. So it was a false report? You really scared me. News King Morgans. Damn it, Doflamingo, what do you think you're doing with the news? How dare you play us like this? Big Eater Charlotte Pudding, what's going on? One moment you're announcing your resignation, and the next it's a false report. Do you think we're fools? Moonlight Moria. Is this fun for you? Doflamingo, it seems you're playing the whole world for fools. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Well, Joker. What exactly are you trying to do? I don't believe you would suddenly think of doing something like this. Sengoku. Is it CP0 again? Doflamingo. What kind of deal did you make with the world government to allow them to tolerate your antics? Doflamingo. Foo. That's none of your business. Former Marine, Fleet Admiral. Pirate 1. As expected, Sengoku has indeed stepped down from the position of Fleet Admiral. It is said that his successor is a Kainu, Sakazuki. Pirate 2. It should be because the Navy lost in the Marineford War, which led to the replacement of the Admiral position. One Piece 3. Hey. The focus right now isn't on the change of the Navy Admiral, but rather on why Doflamingo did that. Pirate 4. Indeed, I find this quite strange as well. It can't just be for fun, right? That's absolutely impossible. Doesn't he fear punishment from the Navy for this? In the sky. Everyone was puzzled by Doflamingo's resignation and subsequent clarification, and at that moment, the video began to play the next developments. At the coast, Law was anxiously contacting someone through a snail phone. Just then, Doflamingo appeared wearing a pair of pink sunglasses, looking quite flashy. At the same time, Admiral Fujitora approached from another direction and greeted Law, Warlord, Trafalgar Law. Law nodded in return, New Navy Admiral, Fujitora. I didn't expect you to be here too. At this point, Doflamingo looked at the two and suddenly laughed. Fufufu, what a clever scheme, Law. After I resigned from the Warlords, you even brought out an admiral from the Navy. That's truly frightening. Upon hearing this, Law was extremely angry and retorted, Doflamingo, you actually violated our agreement. This deal is null and void. I will not return Caesar to you. Fufufu, after not seeing my captain for over a decade, is this what you choose to say? I advise you to let him go if you know what's good for you. Caesar is my beloved subordinate, Doflamingo said with a cold smile. Fujitora, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up. I never expected that the instigator of that gas incident 4 years ago, Caesar Clown, would actually be your subordinate as a warlord. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to let him go. Fufufu, I've heard of your reputation before. You were promoted to admiral during the world conscription. Like Green Bull, you are both extraordinary monsters, Doflamingo said, smiling at Fujitora. Fujitora accepted the compliment with a calm expression and then stepped forward, causing the ground to slowly sink under his movement. As a new recruit, just entering the service, it's indeed inappropriate for me to speak out. However, your previous actions have truly been perplexing, although I currently lack specific evidence. I have heard quite a bit of information regarding your violations of the warlord regulations. Upon hearing Fujitora's words, Doflamingo was unfazed. Fufufu. Then let us wait until you have concrete evidence before you come to me with such matters. For now, I'm more curious about how you Navy plan to deal with Law. As soon as he finished speaking, Fujitora slowly raised his sword cane, as if providing an answer. Caesar, what the hell? Why am I in the hands of that Trafalgar Law? How did I end up as a bargaining chip for negotiating with Doflamingo? What is going on? Moonlight Moria. This is strange. How did that supernova named Trafalgar Law suddenly go up against Doflamingo? Plague Queen. It seems Doflamingo's unusual behavior was indeed due to a threat. But what secret does that kid hold over him that forces Doflamingo to act this way? Peach Rabbit. So Admiral Fujitora was promoted during the world conscription. I was wondering why I had never heard of such a person in the Navy before. Vice Admiral Crane. Not just Fujitora, but also Green Bull. Both of them seem to have become the new admirals afterwards. Clown Buggy. Wait a minute. Did you hear what Law just said? He mentioned forming an alliance with the Straw Hat Kid. What is going on? Charlotte Karakuri. The Straw Hat Kid actually formed an alliance with Trafalgar Law to attack Doflamingo. What are their intentions? Are they targeting Doflamingo's king position or the people behind him? Cavendish. Really? Why are these supernovas constantly stealing the spotlight? When will it be my turn? I want to attract attention too. News King Morgans. Big news, big news. I didn't expect this to be another major story. It really makes one curious about the reasons behind it. Charlotte Mondor. Never mind that. Why haven't these guys started fighting yet? I can't wait to see their battle. Flying 6 page 1. Aren't they about to go at it? After the negotiations between Fujitora and Law broke down, he drew his sword cane and swung it at Law. A deep purple light suddenly erupted, shooting up into the sky. In an instant, meteors began to fall from the heavens. Seeing this, Law immediately created a surgical space, slicing the meteors in half. As the meteors crashed to the ground, a violent impact ensued, with countless clouds of smoke rising and taking a long time to dissipate. Once the smoke cleared, what appeared before everyone was a massive pit several hundred meters deep. Inside the pit were only Law and Doflamingo, the two warlords, along with Admiral Fujitora, all unharmed. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, Trafalgar Law is indeed quite impressive. Captain John. But what exactly is his fruit ability? It feels somewhat familiar. Sigh. Getting old makes it hard to remember. Sky Island Monk Urki. Indeed, the battle between these three is quite exciting. I wonder who will win in the end. Fire Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. But why are they fighting? I'm really curious about the reasons behind it. Just as everyone was curious about the outcome of the battle between the three, the screen suddenly shifted to another location. Welcome everyone to our bullfighting arena. Today, countless fierce warriors from all over the seas have gathered here. In the bullfighting arena of Dressrosa, commentator Guest stood in the center, enthusiastically introducing the contestants to the audience. Above are the participants for this competition. And now, let me reveal the heavyweight prize for this qualifying round. It has attracted countless heroes and warriors to sign up for this competition. The grand prize is the devil fruit of the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, who died 2 years ago during the Marineford War and was reborn as the strongest in the devil fruit, the Logia-type Flame fruit. As the curtain was lifted, a fruit resembling flames was displayed in a glass container. That is the Flame fruit. Everyone, Golden Lion Shiki. So the devil fruit ability obtained by the second in command of the Revolutionary Army actually came from Doflamingo? Sand Crocodile. You made a wedding dress for someone else, Doflamingo. Moonlight Moria. That is too funny. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well, Joker, your initial plan was to use this flame fruit as bait. Was it? Charlotte Perispero. If what Mom says is true, then Doflamingo is really in a terrible situation. But how did Doflamingo find a Mara no Mi? Isn't it said that the devil fruits that are reborn will randomly appear somewhere in the world? How did he manage to find a Mara no Mi in just 2 years? Marco the Phoenix. Indeed, I've never heard of a devil fruit being located. What Blackbeard did before was already surprising, and now Doflamingo is no less impressive. However, since you chose to treat Ace's power this way, you should be prepared to be retaliated against by our Whitebeard pirates, just like Blackbeard. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. You're right. I don't care how you got the Mara no Mi, but as a power that once belonged to my son, I won't allow you to use it for anything else. Doflamingo. Fufufu. I haven't done anything. That was just something that happened in the video, and besides, Fire Fist Ace isn't dead yet, right? Even if I want to find a Mara no Mi, I probably wouldn't be able to. Are you really going to oppose me over something that hasn't happened? Little Oars. Whoever bullies Ace, I'll beat him up badly. Diamond Jozu. Little Oars is right. Even if it hasn't happened yet, if there were no SkyCurtain, it would definitely happen. We can certainly take revenge for Ace because of this. Pika, since you insist on this, then bring it on. Our Don Quixote family will never lose. Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates watched as the crew spoke out for him on the SkyCurtain, feeling very moved. Dad, and everyone, you really don't have to do this. That is just something that might happen in the future. And I'm not dead on the battlefield yet. Which means that thing won't happen later. You don't need to do this for me. Hearing Ace's words, Whitebeard patted his shoulder. All right, since you chose to be my son, as your dad, I will naturally choose to protect you. That's right, Marco nodded beside him. We're not opposed to your power being taken by others. But we're unhappy that Doflamingo is using the Mara no Mi as a trap to achieve his own schemes. I absolutely want to allow that. Ace, your power cannot be used for this. Dad, everyone, Ace looked at everyone, feeling grateful. Thank you. In Dressrosa, seeing Pika impulsively speak on the SkyCurtain, Trouble became a bit panicked. Pika, what are you doing? How can you say such things? If the entire Whitebeard pirates are attracted here, we're finished. Our secret will definitely be exposed. Hearing Treble's words, Pika realized something was wrong and apologized loudly. I didn't know. I just couldn't help but speak up because the Whitebeard pirates were too arrogant. Young master, what should we do? I didn't mean to. Pika looked apologetically at Doflamingo, waiting for his reprimand. However, to his surprise, Doflamingo just waved his hand, not blaming him. It's fine for now. The Whitebeard pirates shouldn't come here easily. Even if they do, it's okay. Don't forget we still have sugar. Upon hearing Doflamingo's comforting words, Treble immediately felt happy. Right? They don't know about Sugar's abilities, they definitely want to be on guard against her. Besides, maybe the Whitebeard pirates will all turn into that state for us to control. Haha. Pika also laughed happily. But, just as everyone was happy, Diamante suddenly spoke up. What if the SkyCurtain video exposes Sugar? What should we do? What Diamante mentioned was exactly what Doflamingo was worried about. Based on the capabilities of the SkyCurtain system, it might really expose all his secrets. He needed to prepare as soon as possible before the secrets were revealed. He couldn't stay in Dressrosa anymore. He had to move quickly. Meanwhile, during the discussion among Doflamingo and his family members, the battle in the arena for Group A was nearing its end. The contestants of Group A, after a chaotic brawl, the winner is a strong man wearing a paper bag on his head. After winning, he directly took off the paper bag. Only then did everyone see his true identity. He was actually a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, the fighting champion Shishisubasa. Fighting champion Shishisubasa. It's actually me. I didn't expect that I also went to snatch the Mara Mara no Me, but unfortunately, I didn't manage to get in the end. Clown Buggy. Why does it feel like there are Blackbeard pirates everywhere? Are they that idle? Cavendish. Who knows? Maybe it's just a show off. Wait, did I just hear wrong? What did that commentator say? Eustace Kid. This is impossible. After the fighting champion Shishisubasa appeared, everyone was curious that he also went to the arena. However, the commentator's words shocked everyone. I must not have seen it wrong, that man. The final winner of Group A, his identity is one of the 10 giant captains under the Yonko Blackbeard, the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates' first ship, fighting champion Shishisubasa. The commentator looked at Shishisubasa and loudly revealed his identity to everyone. Charlotte Cleja. What a joke. That Blackbeard. How can he be compared to Mom and called one of the 4 emperors? Disaster Jack. How can someone like him even become one of the 4 emperors? This is impossible. Captain Wang Ji. According to the timeline, without the SkyCurtain, Whitebeard should have died on the battlefield. So Blackbeard took his place and became the new Yonko? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Well. 2 years later, he went from warlord to Yonko? That brat Blackbeard. You really are surprising. Clown Buggy. If I remember correctly, that Blackbeard doesn't even have a bounty now, right? Eustace Kid. How on earth did he do it? It's so annoying. It's one thing for the Straw Hat Kid to steal the spotlight, but why does this bastard get to become a Yonko? Moonlight Moria. Hey, Navy. The SkyCurtain has directly exposed that Blackbeard will become one of the 4 emperors in the future. Aren't you going to revoke his warlord position and issue a bounty? Tama. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is no longer a warlord. As for the bounty, we will issue it soon. No need for you to say more. Sky Island Monk Urki. They've already revoked his warlord position? Why have I never heard about this? Fire Tank Pirate Captain Capone Beach. Found it. There was indeed a newspaper earlier announcing that the Navy had declared this news. However, at that time, we were focused on the SkyCurtain video, so we didn't pay much attention to this news. Big Eater Lady Jewelry Bonnie. I see. It seems everyone isn't paying much attention to this guy called Blackbeard. Otherwise, such a big news about him quitting the 7 warlords is surprisingly known by so few people. Fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake. But it shouldn't be the case now. After all, he did replace Whitebeard 2 years later and became the new Yonko. Phoenix Marco. Teach, I didn't expect you, this bastard, to take over Dad's Yonko position. I have to say, this really makes me furious. However, since the appearance of the SkyCurtain, you will never be able to become a Yonko. Because our Whitebeard pirates will kill you before that. Just wait and see. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Ha. Are you sure you could do that? Let me tell you the truth. The Yonko position will eventually be mine. I not only want to become a Yonko, but I also want to be the pirate king who dominates this sea. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la 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 la. Teach, you are still as arrogant as ever. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. But by then, I will use your head to honor Sachi's spirit in heaven. Golden Lion Shiki. Ha, really? Now a random person wants to become the pirate king? But being the pirate king isn't that easy. You little brats who can only talk big have underestimated this matter. Flying 6 page 1. How many times do I have to say it? Only Kaido has the qualifications to become the pirate king in this world. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. If you recklessly want a challenge for the pirate king position, you need to ask if our beast pirates agree. Charlotte Paraspero. What does licking the beast pirates mean? If you want to become the pirate king, you also have to ask for our Big Mom pirate's opinion. Mom is the one who can become the pirate king. Luffy the Straw Hat. Hey, I'm saying the person who will become the pirate king is me. Charlotte Mundo. Oh, Straw Hat Keat? What? Are you and your subordinates going to challenge us? Straw Hat Luffy. That's right, you. Little thief Nami. Stop. Please don't say any more, Luffy. God, Usopp. I really don't want to face 2 Yonko at the same time. Cotton Candy Loving Chopper. We will die. We will definitely die. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, challenging two emperors at the same time? That piques my interest. Nami the thief. Zoro, you shut up too. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. If you really want to become the Pirate King, then I'll wait for you to defeat me. Straw Hat Kid. You better not chicken out. Oh. God Usopp. Oh no, I've really been targeted. Red-haired Shanks. Haha, Luffy. Your personality is still the same. But you can't beat Kaido right now. So focus on improving your strength. Before that, please everyone, do me a favor and don't go after Luffy. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kula la 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 la. Since you're Ace's brother, I'll protect you too. Straw Hat Kid. So Ace won't be sad. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper. Ooh, that's great. We have two emperors protecting us. Nami the thief and God Usopp. I feel safe all of a sudden. Demon Child Nico Robin. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Given our current location is hard to discover, why don't we set a 2-year agreement? During these 2 years, we'll all try our best to improve our strength. Let's meet again in 2 years and help Luffy become the Pirate King. Straw Hat Luffy. Huh, is that how it should be? Black Legs Sanji. If it's Robin's suggestion, then I will definitely follow it. But before that, could someone come rescue me? Cyborg Frankie. That is a great suggestion. Just in time. I found a lot of new ideas for my modifications. I can use this opportunity to improve myself. Super. Soul King Brook. Yo ho ho ho, I can accept that. However, I have one question. May I have a look at your underwear? God Usopp. If that's the case, then I need to refine my ammunition on the island. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper. Then I'll also work hard to improve my medical skills. Plus, with the previous rewards, I could provide more help to everyone in the future. Nami the Thief. Since everyone thinks that way, I agree too. I can learn more about meteorology during these 2 years. And then I'll be a better navigator in the future. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. Seriously. If you all agree, then I can only accept it. It's a good opportunity for me to refine my swordsmanship. Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, it turns out everyone agreed. I was just about to say I wanted to meet you all sooner. But if you all want to train first, then of course I agree. In these 2 years, I will definitely become stronger and make you all see me in a new light. Buggy the Clown. Hey. I say, you Straw Hat crew. Can you not talk like that on your own, just like Straw Hat Kid? You really think that after 2 years of training you can help Straw Hat Kid become a Pirate King? You're too arrogant. Smoker. Isn't that how the Straw Hat crew always is? Don't be so surprised. I think it's better to watch the video seriously now. Group A has ended, and Group B's participants have just taken the stage. On the screen, there was a heated discussion about Blackbeard becoming one of the 4 emperors 2 years later. After that, Luffy and his companions set a 2-year agreement. At that moment, Smoker's words drew everyone's attention back to the video, and they continued watching. At this time, the contestants from Group B had already appeared, and their entrance sparked another round of discussion. King Elizabello II of the Prodence Kingdom. Is that me? Strategist Das Bonez of the Prodence Kingdom. Your Majesty, I'm also participating. So it seems the champion of Group B must be you, Your Majesty. Hyena Bellamy. Becoming the champion isn't that easy. You have to ask me if I agree first. Just watch, my lord. I will definitely win for you. Choose me as your companion, and you won't be disappointed. Fighter Brew Killy. Everyone is aiming for the championship, so I can't be underestimated either. World, wait and see my super fighting. Bartolomeo I actually made it to the stage? Does this mean I will finally meet Luffy Senpai? This is so exciting. The contestants from Group B happily welcomed their appearance. And at that moment, the contestants in the video officially began competing. As the chaotic battle began, it was a fierce fight filled with blades and blood, with participants continuously being eliminated. The Fishman Karate Master Hachi lost to Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability, and Hyena Bellamy was also injured by the barrier's rebound. Meanwhile, strategist Das Bonez desperately found an opportunity for King Elizabello II, allowing him to use the King's Punch to clear the ring instantly. In the end, only 2 people remained on the stage. Besides King Elizabello II himself, the other person standing there was Bartolomeo, who had been using his barrier. Then, Bartolomeo simply waved his hand and pushed the exhausted King Elizabello II off the stage. The final winner of Group B was Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo, I actually won? That's great. Luffy Senpai, I hope I didn't let you down. Pirate 1, is this little Luffy's fan really that amazing? I always thought he was just a fool. In the introduction of Pirate 2, it seemed to mention that he is a supernova a year later. Since he is a supernova, his strength should be quite impressive. One Piece 3. Rather than saying he is strong, it's more accurate to say that his Devil Fruit ability is too overpowered. Once his barrier defense is activated, who can defeat him? Pirate 4. Those strong enough shouldn't take this barrier seriously. However, The competitors in Group B probably aren't strong enough to break this barrier directly. Pirate 5, don't mind that little fanboy for now. Look, the next group of people is coming up. 8 Treasure Water Army Leader Qing Jiao. I can't believe I'm going too. And I brought 2 grandsons with me? New Giant Soldier Pirate Crew, Captain Hilding. I really didn't expect that I would be participating in the battle as well. Pirate 6. I didn't expect that even the legendary pirate, the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, Qing Jiao, would make an appearance. And not just him, but also the Boxer Eddie, the Vanka brothers, Bounty Hunter Jean Ango, and so on. Who is that big bearded man at the end? Why does he feel so familiar? Clown Buggy. That big beard, could it be? Charlotte Katakuri. There's no mistake. That person is the Straw Hat Kid. With his beloved brother's fruit being used as a reward, the Straw Hat Kid definitely won't sit still. He will surely come to participate in this contest. Perhaps Doflamingo used the Mara Mara no Mi as a prize to set a trap for the Straw Hat Kid? Charlotte Bruley. Katakuri brother is right. It must be like that. White Horse Cavendish. Sigh. But why is it that every iconic scene is related to the Straw Hat Crew? I finally made my appearance. But it seems like I was just a background character. The final spotlight still went to the Straw Hat Kid. And now this iconic scene involves the Straw Hat Crew again. When will it be my turn? Cotton Candy Loving Chopper. Hey, is that person Luffy? Isn't his name written as Lucy? Straw Hat Luffy. Yeah. That's obviously Lucy. How could it be me? Little thief Nami, enough. You two shut up and watch the video first. As everyone was discussing, the battle in Group C had already reached a heated state. All the contestants on the stage showcased their powerful abilities, and among them, the most eye-catching was definitely the imposter Lucy, who was joyfully charging around on the killing bull Ushi. He excitedly knocked one contestant after another off the stage, seemingly unstoppable. However, in the next moment, the two suddenly ran into a hard opponent, the captain of the new giant pirate crew, Heldon. Heldon looked at the two with indifference, swung his fist, and directly knocked them both to the ground. Yet, despite such a heavy blow, Lucy did not fall. Instead, he stood up again. He first gently patted his partner Ushi, who was rolling his eyes, then turned to look at Heldon. At that moment, red steam began to rise around him, and soon, Lucy's entire body turned a light red. In the next second, he disappeared in front of Heldon and appeared right above his head. Using a fist wrapped in armament hockey, he knocked Heldon down to the ground. Straw Hat Luffy. Strange, that guy named Lucy. His ability seems so similar to my Gear Second. God, Usopp, didn't I tell you? That Lucy is you, Luffy. Moonlight Moria. But why would the Straw Hat Kid disguise himself? Captain Wang Ji of the Five Peaks. Oh, hahaha. Don't forget that when Trafalgar Law made his appearance, he mentioned that he formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Kid. I think the Straw Hat Kid is hiding himself because he is afraid of being discovered by Doflamingo. Ember Jin. That must be it. But the Straw Hat Kid's disguise technique doesn't seem very good. What is strange is, why hasn't anyone noticed? Fire Tank Pirate Crew Captain Capone Beach. The reason we can recognize him is that we've seen countless battles of the Straw Hat Kid before. But Doflamingo's side in the video probably has never actually seen Straw Hat Kid, so his disguise can work. Sky Island Monk Urki. No wonder the Straw Hat Kid has appeared, yet Doflamingo hasn't made any counterattack. He probably really didn't recognize him. Clown Buggy. But why is it only the Straw Hat Kid? Aren't the others coming? Besides Buggy, the other audience members also had this question. Then the SkyCurtain seemed to want to resolve everyone's confusion, as it shifted the camera from the arena to the other members of the Straw Hat Crew. While Luffy was fighting for the Mara Mara no Mi, Frankie encountered a one-legged toy soldier and teamed up with him. Robin and Usopp arrived in the land of the Little People and met the Little People tribe. As for Sanji, he was immediately captivated by a dancer upon his appearance. And Zoro, as usual, was sticking to his Lost in Direction persona. Finally, Nami, Chopper, Brook, and Momonosuke were left behind on the Thousand Sunny, facing off against the Don Quixote family officer, Jorah, leading to a bizarre battle between the two sides. Blackleg Sanji. Ooh, that lady, is her name Violet? She's so enchanting. Is my spring finally coming? Moonlight Moria. Strange. Who asked that little brat who appeared later? Could it be a newcomer who joined the Straw Hat Crew 2 years later? Black Charcoal Kaido. Wait. What kind of joke is this? That samurai. Isn Tihi Kineman? Why is he still alive? Ember Jin. That little brat looks familiar. He resembles Odin's son Momonosuke. But if he is Momonosuke, how could he still be a child now? Plague Queen. Does that woman's prophecy really come true? Can she really send people to the future? Today, 20 years later, Momonosuke from 20 years ago and the leader of the Red Scabbards, Kineman, have appeared before us again. Beast Kaido. Oh ho ho ho. Is that really Odin's son? He looks so weak. He can't compare to Odin at all. What a pity. I will never meet a man like Odin again. his son is just a joke. Drought Jack. But even if he is a joke, as Odin's son, he certainly can't be allowed to live. Momonosuke, right? You had better hide well. Our beast pirates have set our sights on you. Ha ha ha. Flying 6 Fokufuku. You're speaking too soon. Based on the timeline, Momonosuke and those samurai Haven T arrived at this point in time yet. So, they can't hear you. Flying 6 page 1. I think this is just right. Saying it early can also express our thoughts to others. This way, those who dare to help Momonosuke will have to think twice about whether they dare to go against our beast pirates. Ha ha ha. In Wano country, in the flower capital, the #1 courtesan Kamirasaki was currently in the lair of the Yakuza boss Kaishiro. She looked at the familiar figure in the video, unable to hold back her tears. Toki, is that person, is that my brother? Yes, Lady Hiyori. That person is indeed your brother, Lord Momonosuke. The prophecy has come true, and according to the timeline in the video, in 2 years, Lord Momonosuke and the others will return. The one called the sleepy Kaishiro, Kinemon, excitedly replied to Kamirasaki. At this moment, other samurai like Rabbit Dawn, Reizo, and others also began to cheer excitedly. On the SkyCurtain, the appearance of Momonosuke attracted the attention of the beast pirates. And at this moment, after the system played the situation of the other members of the Straw Hat crew, it shifted the camera back to Luffy. After a chaotic battle in Group C, only 4 people remained standing on the stage. These 4 were the destroyer cannon Eddie, the 12th leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army Qing Jiao, the 13th leader Kai, and the well-known Straw Hat Luffy. Among the 4, Eddie faced off against Old Kai. His explosive punch collided with Old Kai's 8-chone punch, creating a shockwave that nearly affected the entire arena. On the other side, Luffy faced off against the legendary pirate Qing Jiao, who had once been offered a bounty of 500 million. As soon as Qing Jiao saw Luffy, he viciously taunted him. I can't believe I run into you here, Carp's grandson. Since that's the case, you'll pay for your grandfather's sins. great.But. That bastard of a grandfather of yours took away my fortune, my strength, and even my youthful memories. Now, it's your turn to repay all of this. Luffy, hearing these words, looked completely speechless. So what does this have to do with me? I have no idea about your issues. You should ask my grandfather instead. However, Qing Jiao paid no attention to what Luffy said. He clasped his hands together, preparing to attack Luffy. For me now, even if I take Carp's life, it won't quell my hatred. I must make him live to taste the sorrow of losing something important, which means I have to kill you. Prepare yourself, great.But. Seeing Qing Jiao's demeanor, Luffy understood that there was no reasoning with him. He immediately entered Gear 2nd, ready to fight Qing Jiao. Steam began to rise around Luffy, and he responded to Qing Jiao with a fierce battle spirit. It looks like I have no choice but to fight you. But I was going to take you down anyway. Otherwise, I can't advance. So let's go. The burnt fruit will never be given to anyone. You little brat. Just like your grandfather, so arrogant. All right, Straw Hat brat, I'm going to end you right here. Qing Jiao shouted as he charged at Luffy, who charged back as well. At that moment, Eddie and Old Kai, who were engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly appeared between the two. In the next second, something astonishing happened. Old Kai was kicked away by Luffy, and Eddie was also knocked down by a punch from Qing Jiao. After taking down both of them, Luffy and Qing Jiao did not stop. Their fists, coated with armament hockey, collided. With a loud bang, the impact of their fists knocked out the eliminated contestants. The bloodthirsty fighting fish that had been happily jumping outside the ring also rolled their eyes. And this was far from over. Following the collision of Luffy and Qing Jiao's fists, a terrifying storm erupted. This storm swept all the contestants off the stage, leaving only Luffy and Qing Jiao standing. I can't believe I meet Carp's grandson in the future. How wonderful. Come on, future me. Make sure to send that damned Carp's grandson to hell, said Qing Jiao, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy. So what grudge do you have with Carp? I'm really curious. Did your wife get taken by Carp? Asked the clown Buggy. Shut up. If you keep babbling. Do you believe I'll take you down first? Qing Jiao replied. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. By the way, who exactly are you, old man? I don't think I've ever heard of you. Nico Robin, the son of the devil. He asked the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, Pepper. He was already a bounty of 500 million as a pirate decades ago. But for some unknown reason, he suddenly chose to retire. I didn't expect he would come to participate in such a battle, and even want to take Luffy's life. Usopp the god. Well, he is really overthinking it. Luffy is not that easy to defeat. Oh look, their fists just collided. Shiki the golden lion. Is that Conqueror's Haki again? That kid's Conqueror's Haki is getting more and more proficient. Pirate 1. Conqueror's Haki. Was that just now a clash of Conqueror's Haki? That's terrifying. One Piece 2. The Straw Hat Kid's Conqueror's Haki always surprises me every time I see it. It's amazing that he can stand toe-to-toe with the veteran pirate Green Pepper. On the screen, there was a discussion unfolding about the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Luffy and Green Pepper, while the video continued to play. Seeing Luffy able to use Conqueror's Haki